The realm of gaming intertwines with reality as the abyss descends, ushering humanity into an era of universal job transitions. Su-1, having traversed dimensions, astonishingly finds himself transformed into the auxiliary class of Paladin. Initially presumed to be a mundane vocation, it becomes extraordinary due to its unique abilities. Solar Knight, you are the cherished child of light, perpetually bathed in the blessings of the God of Light, restoring 1 health point every second. Command, with the Solar Knight's sword points, there lies the direction for the Holy Knight's conquest. Rally 11 Holy Knights to fight on your behalf. Su-1's abilities grow increasingly formidable as his health increases. His order of Holy Knights becomes more fearsome than any boss. His healing surpasses that of a priest. His armor is thicker than that of a warrior. His damage exceeds that of a mage. Henceforth, Su-1 embarks on a path of unstoppable dominance in dungeons. Years later, his Paladin shines like a beacon, illuminating the deepest recesses of the abyss. Chapter 1. The job transition ceremony commences. The Azura Arena. A volcano erupts, spewing molten lava, while billowing black smoke cloaks the sky as if it were a low-hanging firmament. Countless hellish creatures emerge from the magma, assaulting the defensive lines of the Great Xia Empire's guards. The unending tide of monsters leaves the frontline defenders visibly fatigued. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaks across the sky, tearing through the smoky shroud above. Subsequently, the overwhelming brilliance of the lightning engulfs the world, igniting the earth into a fervor. The split lightning ravages outward, annihilating the emerging monsters. A figure descends upon the towering walls, sweeping the sword in the void. The battlefield's ground is upheaved as if plowed, revealing a chasm spanning dozens of miles. This is the boundary. For the sake of our homeland. The figure atop the high wall raises the sword aloft, their impassioned voice resonating across the battlefield. All guards are invigorated, lifting their weapons in unison. For the sake of our homeland. The figure turns to gaze longingly towards the heart of the Great Xia Empire. Future Guardians, I await your arrival here. In the Great Xia Empire, in the province of New Capital, in Fengi City. Students nearing graduation from the 3rd middle school stand apprehensively on the playground, anxiously awaiting their impending fates. Dong Yi turns to his classmate behind him. Good grief, why do I feel so tense? Su-1, what about you? Su-1 nods gently, indicating he feels the same. Having arrived in this world 5 years prior, he has gained profound insights through his studies. This is a world where reality and online gaming converge. The forces of the abyss invade, countless world dungeons emerge, and humanity embarks on an era of universal job transitions. Every graduating senior undergoes a job transition ceremony, a moment more significant than the college entrance examination on Blue Star, for the chosen vocation will define their lifelong path. The post-transition occupations are categorized into combat classes, auxiliary classes, and life classes. Although every individual will successfully transition, those entering combat classes will not exceed 10%, with the majority destined for life occupations. This represents a pivotal crossroads of fate. Su-1, while somewhat anxious, retains considerable confidence. He did not traverse dimensions merely to become a chef. Dong Yi, witnessing the usually composed Su-1 share his tension, finds no solace but rather becomes more unsettled. He tightly grips his head, nervously praying, "Please, let it not be a life class occupation. May Buddha bless me. May Guan Yu bless me. May Confucius bless me. May Jesus bless me." Su-1 pats him on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The job transition array atop the platform has been completed. Principal Su Guoqing clears his throat and solemnly declares, "Students, this is the most crucial moment of your lives. After years of study, I believe you have firmly grasped the relevant rules. Regardless of the occupation you may become, do not be disheartened. This merely represents different roles, and this world requires each and every one of you." Sugua's words echo throughout the playground. Although the Great Xia Empire has consistently emphasized that no profession holds superiority or inferiority, every individual harbors aspirations to transition into the most powerful vocation. In this world, true equality is but an illusion. Sugua gazed at the hopeful eyes of the students on the playground and continued. "Next, we shall proceed with the job transitions in the order of names I call out." Guo-shi-1, the student whose name was called, hurriedly approached the high platform, stepping into the job transition array. A radiant light enveloped him, and Guo-shi-1, adorned with a white cap and holding a copper ladle, stood there in a state of confusion. "Congratulations to this student for transitioning to culinary deity," Sugua declared, his voice strained. He had not anticipated that the first student would transition into a lifestyle profession, which boded ill. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Everyone was acutely aware that culinary deity was a euphemism for the lifestyle profession of a chef, a humane title bestowed by the school to protect the fragile hearts of the students. The harsh reality was that he had become a mere cook, with his future development confined to this path. I refuse to be a chef. Regaining his composure, Guo forcefully hurled the copper ladle to the ground, exclaiming, I wish to awaken a legendary combat profession. I aspire to join the Guardians and ascend to the pinnacle of life. The crowd gasped in astonishment. All professions were categorized into tiers: common, advanced, rare, epic, and legendary. Few individuals could attain the legendary tier within the vast Xia Empire. Yet Guo audaciously proclaimed his desire to become one. Everyone believed he had suffered a significant shock. Such incidents occurred several times annually, and the relevant teachers were adept at soothing Guo tumultuous emotions. Zhu Tian, Su Guo swiftly called out another student to quell the disturbance. Similarly, as the transition array shimmered, Zhu Tian trembled as he grasped a hoe. Congratulations to this student for transitioning to Cunning Dragon. Su Guo frowned, his expression darkening. It was well known that Cunning Dragon was a flattering term for a farmer. I refuse to be a cunning dragon. I refuse to be a cunning dragon. Zhu Tian sobbed as he fled the high platform. Wang Fugue. Upon entering the transition array, it emitted a violet glow. Epic tier. The crowd erupted in astonishment. All the students understood what the violet light signified. Su Guo's brow finally eased, revealing an excited smile. An epic tier had unexpectedly emerged from their school. He would be acceptable in any profession. As the light faded, Wang Fugue donned armor, wielding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, exuding an aura of valiant strength. It is a shield warrior, someone exclaimed. The shield warrior is the most formidable existence among high defense, damage-absorbing professions. As a main tank sought after by teams, the presence of a shield warrior within a squad significantly enhances survival rates and reduces the difficulty of battles. My boundless prosperity! Wang Fugue exclaimed in delight, laughing heartily. Could it be that my name carries a stroke of luck? Is it still possible to change my name now? Many found it difficult to accept and began to indulge in superstitions. Very well, this student may now retire to rest. Su Guo's voice rose in enthusiasm. Next, Dong Yi. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Dong Ye's turn. He cast a nervous glance at Su Wan, who patted his shoulder reassuringly, offering an encouraging smile. Gritting his teeth, Dong Yi approached the high platform. Within the transition array, a violet light flickered to life. Su Guo, taking a sip of water during the intermission, spat it out. Another epic tier profession. This cohort of students is exceptionally gifted. As the violet light dissipated, Dong Yi appeared in a robe, clutching a skeletal staff, his face concealed beneath a hood, exuding an aura of coldness. What is this? Su Guo cast a detection spell. Dong Yi LV1 Necromancer. How could such a profession manifest? It was not unheard of for necromantic professions to exist, but they were exceedingly rare. From a human perspective, those who awakened to such a profession were often psychologically dark or twisted. Though lacking scientific validity, everyone stubbornly maintained this belief. What profession skills do you possess? Demonstrate them. This was Su Guo's first request for a transitioning student to showcase their skills. Dong Yi examined his skills. Aside from a universal skill detection spell that came with the transition, he possessed only one professional skill: Summon Skeleton. Dong Yi activated Summon Skeleton, and a skeleton emerged from a swirling vortex of darkness. Su Guo scrutinized it closely, tapping it with his hand. It bore no extraordinary characteristics. It was an unremarkable, tattered skeleton. Very well, you may now retire to rest. Su Guo maintained a calm demeanor, turning to quietly summon the headmaster. Conduct a background check on him. Next, Su Wan. At last, it was my turn. Su Wan took a deep breath and stepped into the array that would determine his fate. The transition array hummed to life, and the gears of destiny began to turn, illuminating the array with a golden glow. Chapter 2. The Exceptional Paladin. What is this? The Golden Legend. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. All decorum forgotten as they disregarded the prohibition against noise. Witnessing the radiant golden light within the magic circle, many could not help but shout in excitement. No one sought to restrain them, for even those upon the high platform were rendered speechless with astonishment. Clatter! Su Guo's thermos slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground and spilling tea everywhere. Oblivious to the chaos, he stood with his mouth agape and eyes wide, fixated on the resplendent golden glow. Could it truly be? The legendary class could not possibly appear in my third year, could it? The Golden Legend class was exceedingly rare. Every awakened individual of a legendary class invariably became a pillar of the great Xia Empire, and their schools, graced by their glory, transformed into prestigious institutions nationwide. At that time, both teachers and students alike flocked to them. Su Guo steadied his racing heart. This was the moment of his fortune. Within the magic circle, Su Wan seemed to be immersed in an ocean of light. Everything around him was enveloped in a shroud of white luminescence. A divine chant resonated through the air. 11 armored light knights knelt before him, and high above, a seraph with 10 wings descended slowly, bearing a crown to bestow upon him. The golden light gradually receded from Su Wan's body, revealing his form. He donned the attire of a medieval Western noble knight, a magnificent cloak billowing behind him. In his right hand, he wielded a lionheart sword, while his left hand cradled a holy light codex. The codex floated in midair, pages flipping autonomously, shimmering with golden brilliance. With a snap, Suwon closed the codex and faced the astonished teachers and students, offering them an elegant smile. "May the holy light be with you." His voice, imbued with a touch of magnetism, caressed the hearts of all present, soothing their tumultuous emotions. A paladin. As everyone regained their composure and recognized Suwon's awakened profession, a fresh wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Amidst the chaos, Suwon examined his attribute panel. Name, Suwon. Class, Paladin. Level, LV1. Constitution, 20. Mentality, 20. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Unique passive, Sun Knight. You are the favorite of the light. Perpetually bathed in the blessings of the God of Light. Regenerate 1 health point per second. Active skills, Holy Light, Level 1. Command, Unique, Level 1. Holy Light, Level 1 can heal a single unit or inflict holy damage on undead or demonic entities. Healing and damage values are augmented by one's own health. Command, Unique, Level 1 wherever the Sun Knight's sword points, there lies the path of the Templar Knights crusade. Summon 11 Templar Knights to fight for you, with their attributes being tenfold of your own. Staring at his attribute panel, Suwon was momentarily taken aback. According to the knowledge he had acquired at school, the unique passive, Sun Knight, and command were not skills attributed to a paladin. He had never encountered these two skills in any textbook. What was the meaning of this? The ability to summon Templar Knights through command, regenerating 1 health point per second. Ecstasy surged within Suwon's heart. Historically, the paladin class had faced criticism for its inadequacies, inferior healing compared to priests, weaker attacks than warriors, lesser defense than storm knights, and lower agility than assassins. Its 4 primary attributes grew at a balanced rate, rendering it devoid of the niche advantages offered by other classes with high growth in individual attributes. Ultimately, the paladin only found significant utility in large teams later on, relying on various auras for enhancement. However, in the early stages, during the period of small teams tackling dungeons, it was a class often scorned. Now, with the unique passive, Sun Knight, and command, everything would change. Commanding 11 Templar Knights to fight for him constituted a formidable knightly order. The passive ability that regenerated 1 health point per second could provide him with unparalleled healing. Presently, Suwon embodied a paladin capable of both offense and support. Did I not see correctly? This is indeed a paladin. Some in the crowd began to snap out of their shock, their faces filled with questions. The characteristics clearly indicated a paladin, but was not the class rank supposed to be high? Why then did it emit the golden radiance reserved for legendary classes? Indeed. I was just pondering this. I thought perhaps I was seeing things. Hey, I told you, there was no way he could transition into a legendary class. Exactly. I suspect the transmutation array must have malfunctioned. All the teachers and students began to murmur among themselves upon witnessing Suwon's class as a paladin. Sugwa, witnessing the imminent rise to fame and fortune, hurried over. Suwon, cast holy light on me. Oh, Suwon raised his hand, and a beam of light enveloped Sugwa. His emotions soared like a roller coaster, plummeting from the heights to the depths. He realized that it was indeed the paladin's skill. Holy light, but the healing amount was quite ordinary. Well, do not be disheartened. The paladin class has its indispensable moments. You must strive to level up in the future. You may step down now. Sugwa concealed his disappointment, speaking calmly. Suwon exhibited no discernible emotion, calmly descending from the high platform. After all, it was quite rare for a legendary class to emerge, and having 2 epic classes this year in the 3rd year was already commendable. Sugwa comforted himself internally and continued presiding over the transmutation ceremony. Seeing Suwon approach, Dongyi rushed over and embraced him. Good brother, please do not despair. Although the paladin class ranks a bit lower and has lesser impact, it's still far better than becoming a food god. What are you saying? Guashaiwans, who had just transitioned into a chef, shot him a fierce glare. Oh, my apologies. I'll keep my voice down. Dongyi laughed awkwardly, pulling Suwon a little further away. Your words have indeed lifted my spirits. Suwon smiled at the flustered Dongyi. Dongyi stared blankly at Suwon's smile. Had the newly minted paladin's smile taken on an added warmth and elegance? It must be an illusion. Dongyi shook his head, as if to rid himself of such fanciful thoughts. To comfort your wounded heart, let us indulge in a hearty meal at the cafeteria later. Suwon shot a sidelong glance at Dongyi. Are you planning to use my meal card again? Dongyi wrapped his arm around Suwon's shoulders and shamelessly declared. We're brothers, after all. Suwon chuckled at his tone. You've become an epic necromancer. Consider this my celebration for you. Only then did Dongyi remember his own class. He was a necromancer, while his dear friend was a paladin. He couldn't help but feel disheartened. Offering a wry smile. How did we become rivals? The transmutation ceremony finally came to a close. Sugwa surveyed all the students. The proportion of combat classes stood at 8, while support classes comprised 16, with the remainder being lifestyle classes. Overall, the The situation was satisfactory. Students, the assessment for the esteemed academy is set for 1 week from now. The school has opened the corresponding novice dungeon for you. Regardless of your class, level is the most crucial metric by which the esteemed academy will evaluate you. I hope you all strive to level up in the coming week. I wish for each of you to reach your desired institutions. Everyone, give it your all. Chapter 3, Soloing the Dungeon. Sugwa led the newly transitioned students of the 3rd year to the entrance of the novice dungeon. This novice dungeon was a resource for the entire Fengi city, catering to all transitioning students from various schools. At that moment, a multitude of students who had just transitioned gathered before the dungeon, freely forming teams. The students of the 3rd year were filled with curiosity and excitement about it all. Students, while the novice dungeon may have a lower difficulty, it does not guarantee absolute safety. Especially when an individual ventures into the dungeon, the level of peril will significantly escalate. Although solo players can accumulate the highest experience, the lack of a collaborative team makes it challenging to sustain such gains. I strongly recommend that you form a party before entering the dungeon. You are now free to assemble your teams. Sugwa explained to his students. I am a shield warrior and require 2 damage dealers. Those interested, please gather around me. Wang Fuguwei proclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than the majority of the crowd gravitated towards him. A sturdy class member in the team is invaluable for enhancing leveling efficiency. Hurry over, Dong Yi exclaimed, pulling Su-Wen along to Wang Fuguwei's side, anxious about missing out on a spot. Su-Wen smiled wryly. He possessed the command ability and had initially intended to tackle the dungeon solo. Now, being drawn along by Dong Yi, he felt reluctant to voice his reservations. With so many eager participants, Wang Fuguwei had an abundance of choices and began to select members, clearly adopting the role of captain. You, necromancer. You, archer. You, shaman. Lastly, let us have a priest. How about you? Wang Fuguwei designated several individuals for the team, with the chosen necromancer being Dong Yi. Dong Yi, somewhat anxious, pointed at Su-Wen. Shouldn't we have a paladin in our team? A paladin? Wang Fuguwei scoffed, dismissing them as useless in the early stages. What need had they for one when a priest was already available? If you don't include him, then I want to join your team. Dong Yi's expression darkened. You. Wang Fuguwei was taken aback. He had not anticipated Dong Yi would act so impulsively at this moment. Among the 3, only he and Dong Yi were of epic class. Their collaboration would undoubtedly yield far greater efficiency than any other team, significantly increasing their chances of entering the prestigious Summer Capital Academy. It was surprising that Dong Yi did not recognize this opportunity. Wang Fuguwei hesitated. The necromancer could summon skeletons to absorb damage for the front lines, alleviating the burden on the priest. If Dong Yi withdrew from the team, it might necessitate recruiting an additional warrior or adding another priest, which would evidently be less efficient than the current composition. Never mind. Su-Wen placed a hand on Dong Yi's shoulder. You should focus on leveling up. Once you reach a higher level, you can take me along for the grind. Su-Wen had initially hoped to engage in the dungeon alongside Dong Yi. Yet lacking experience in dungeons, he was unsure how efficient it would be. Observing Dong Yi join Wang Fuguwei's team, he felt it was a suitable arrangement and thus encouraged him to seize the opportunity for leveling. All right. Dong Yi pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in Su-Wen's words. Only by leveling up myself can I have the chance to guide others. You go ahead and form your team. Once I'm at a higher level, I'll come back to assist you. Okay, go on, Su-Wen replied. Seeing Dong Yi come around, Wang Fuguwei let out a sigh of relief. The party is entering the dungeon. He deliberately lagged behind, taunting Su-Wen. I hope your level doesn't fall too far behind mine. Su-Wen shot him a cold glare and retorted. You as well. What are you so proud of being a paladin? Wang Fuguwei sneered dismissively as he followed the team into the dungeon. Subsequently, the remaining students began to form their teams once more. Unsurprisingly, no one extended an invitation to Su-Wen. Team formation was inherently a voluntary endeavor, and Sugwa was reluctant to intervene. However, witnessing the auxiliary classes struggling to assemble, he felt compelled to remind them. Support classes are also crucial within a team. A well-coordinated party is often built upon a foundation of support roles cultivated from the outset. Only those who have journeyed together can confidently entrust each other's lives in the face of danger. Otherwise, when you find yourselves in need of support, be wary of potential abandonment in times of peril. Now, I shall designate your teams, Sugwa declared with a serious expression, commencing the process. Soon, Su-Wen was allocated to a team. Su-Wen, you will join this party. Upon hearing that Su-Wen was part of the team, the designated members exchanged glances, their expressions sour. Adding a paladin is less advantageous than including another priest, one murmured quietly. No need, I'll solo it. Su-Wen promptly declined. You're a paladin. How can you tackle the dungeon alone? Sugwa was taken aback. I have my methods. Prepared, Su-Wen offered no further explanation and directly entered the Akihabara dungeon. Today's students are increasingly challenging to manage. Sugwa shook his head. However, he harbored no excessive concern. At least the paladin possessed formidable survivability. And being in a novice dungeon, he would soon realize the importance of teamwork when faced with adversity. Entering the Akihabara dungeon, Su-Wen was engulfed by a void of energy. Sturdy trees dotted the expansive plains, their desiccated leaves fluttering in the breeze. Wild hares, boars, and gray wolves wandered leisurely across various territories. Perhaps to accommodate novice adventurers, the Akihabara dungeon exuded a bright and uplifting atmosphere, devoid of any oppressive darkness. Suwon employed detect on a wild hare. Monster, wild hare. Level, LV1. Physique, 8. Mentality, 3. Strength, 5. Agility, 8. A fitting adversary for newcomers. To become the supreme ruler, one must first vanquish the wild hare. Now is the time to witness the might of my Paladin order, Suwon proclaimed grandly, invoking command. 11 beams of golden light simultaneously illuminated the skies of Akihabara, manifesting 11 paladins, each resembling the other yet unique in detail, before Suwon. They raised their right fists to their hearts, their iris flower insignia shimmering faintly upon their chests. Then, in unison, they performed a knightly salute to Suwon. Suwon's perception shifted as he felt his horizons expand. A mysterious force seemed to connect him spiritually with the 11 knights. In that moment, he perceived through the eyes of the other paladins. They coalesced into a singular entity, a formidable paladin brigade. Sensing this connection, Suwon extended his left hand, causing the tome of holy light to materialize from the void and hover before him. As the tome opened, its pages began to turn autonomously, revealing silhouettes of the 11 paladins on the once blank pages. Their stances varied, yet each exuded a gallant presence. Suwon flipped to the first page, which contained the introduction of the Judgment Knight. Name, Judgment Knight. Physique, 200. Mentality, 200. Strength, 200. Agility, 200. Suwon quickly perused through the attributes of the other paladins, noting their similar statistics. Such high values meant that even summoning just one could allow him to stride confidently through the Akihabara dungeon. And he possessed 11. A confident smile spread across Suwon's face as he raised his Lionheart sword. Attack. The sword pointed toward the area swarming with monsters. The 11 paladins radiated golden light as they charged toward the creatures. Wherever the sword of the Sun Knight points, there lies their charge. Successfully defeated a wild hare, earning 5 experience points. Successfully defeated a wild hare, earning 5 experience points. Successfully defeated a wild hare, earning 5 experience points. The level 1 wild hares were all dispatched in an instant by the paladins. Suwon glanced at his experience, witnessing it rapidly increase to 10 within just a few minutes. To ensure the safety of novices, the monsters in the Akihabara dungeon would not actively attack, and the number of monsters in any given area remained limited. This design prevented the gathering of aggro, which could lead to a wipeout scenario for inexperienced players. If all the monsters in the dungeon were to congregate, Suwon's leveling speed would undoubtedly accelerate even further. Suwon remained unhurried in his advance. He aimed to eliminate every monster within the Akihabara dungeon. Chapter 4, Rapid Leveling. Successfully defeated a wild boar, earning 10 experience points. Acquired a damaged wild boar hide. Successfully defeated a wild boar, earning 10 experience points. Acquired a wild boar tusk. Suwon's experience points surged rapidly. Occasionally, items dropped from defeated foes would automatically be absorbed into his storage space. The pelts, bones, and crystal cores obtained from monsters could be traded in the free market for gold coins. These materials also served as essential components for crafting equipment and potions. In the early stages, selling these dropped materials became the primary source of income for novice class changers. After merely a few minutes, Suwon leveled up. Name, Suwon. Level, LV2. Class, Paladin. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 30. Strength, 30. Agility, 30. Unique passive, Sun Knight. You are a favored child of light. Constantly bathe in the blessings of the God of light. Regenerate 1 health point per second. Active skills, Holy Light, Level 2. Command, Unique, Level 1. Holy Light, Level 2 heals a single target or inflicts holy damage on undead or demonic entities. Healing and damage values are augmented by 2 times one's own health. Command, Unique, Level 1 where the Sun Knight's sword points is the direction of the Holy Knight's battle. Summon 11 Holy Knights to fight for you, with their attributes being 10 times your own. Upon reviewing his attributes, Suwon noted that leveling up to LV2 did not bring about significant changes. However, due to the increase in his own attributes, the attributes of the 11 Holy Knights also transformed, their 4-dimensional attributes escalating from 200 to 300 points. The power of command was astonishing. Without this skill, soloing dungeons would be an insurmountable challenge. Now, all Suwon needed to do was kindle a bonfire, roast a wild rabbit, and leisurely observe as the 11 Holy Knights cleared out monsters for him. As the 11 Holy Knights dispersed to slay foes, a map of their path formed in Suwon's mind, as they shared a common vision. This shared sight greatly enhanced his safety, allowing for risk-free exploration of the map, which was immensely gratifying. Satisfied, Suwon turned the roasting rabbit over. Successfully defeated a bubble frog, gaining 15 experience points. Successfully defeated a gibbon, gaining 30 experience points. Successfully defeated a money mouse, gaining 40 experience points. Suin's experience points continued to rise. The monsters in the Akihabara dungeon did not initiate attacks. When the Holy Knight's great swords descended, it was always a swift execution, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. The 11 Holy Knights sustained no damage whatsoever, which left Suin, eager to test Holy Light, feeling rather frustrated. Meanwhile, on another front, Priest, heal me. Wang Fuguwei shouted as he braced himself against the charge of a wild boar with his shield. The priest and the team fumbled in a panic, finally managing to stabilize his health with healing. Donya, distract the other boars with your skeletons. There are too many monsters this time. With his health somewhat restored, Wang Fuguwei commanded Donya to draw the aggro. Donya directed his skeleton to slash at the wild boar a few times, drawing its attention away. However, the low-level skeletons were quite fragile. As the boar pursued, it shattered one into pieces with a single charge. Donya summoned another skeleton, but his spirit points were quickly dwindling. The team eventually collaborated to defeat the creature before them. Phew, fighting continuously is exhausting. Everyone's spirits are depleted. Let us sit down and meditate for a bit before continuing, Wang Fuguwei suggested, settling onto the ground to restore his mental energy. The other team members sighed in relief and, feeling utterly drained, took a moment to rest. Dungeon runs weren't as easy as they had anticipated. If our team is struggling this much, I wonder how Suin's group is faring, Donya mused quietly. Successfully defeated a spotted snake, gaining 50 experience points. Successfully defeated a spotted snake, gaining 50 experience points. Obtained a snake gallbladder X1. Back in the dungeon, Suin was leisurely enjoying his roasted rabbit. At this point, he had reached LV4. The distance of the paladins has reached the maximum of 500 meters. They cannot stray any further. Upon receiving this notification, Suin was taken aback. It seemed that summoned entities had distance limitations. His dream of constructing a treehouse and leveling up while lounging was evidently unfeasible. Well, I suppose I should take a few steps to stretch my legs, he said, rising with his roasted rabbit in hand. Outside the dungeon, Sugwa paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. Old Su, what are you wandering about for? There's still time. Come have a cup of tea. Zhang Yuan, the principal of Yizhong, chuckled as he observed Sugwa. Humph, Sugwa grunted, a hint of annoyance in his tone, yet he still approached to sit down. Old Su, do I not know you well enough? You're hoping to wait for the 2 epic class changers from Sanzhong to come out first so you can gloat over me, aren't you? Zhang Yuan remarked with a grin. Sugwa took a sip of tea but did not refute it. He had been in a competitive relationship with Zhang Yuan for half a lifetime, no longer bothering to conceal his thoughts. For all these years of rivalry, Sugwa had never emerged victorious. Although he could find solace in the excuse of Yizhong's superior allocation of educational resources, seeing Zhang Yuan's smug expression made him feel as if he could not swallow his pride without winning at least once. I know that this time, Sanzhong has 2 promising candidates, Zhang Yuan said with a self-satisfied smile. Do you think you will definitely outperform me this time? What? Sugwa's expression darkened. Are the epic class changers from Sanzhong inherently weaker than those from Yizhong? Haha, Zhang Yuan chuckled, relishing the banter with Sugwa, particularly savoring the sight of his glum expression whenever Yizhong's team was the first to complete a dungeon. Just thinking about it made Zhang Yuan unable to suppress his laughter. What are you laughing at? Sugwa shot him a glare. Nothing, nothing, Zhang Yuan replied, attempting to maintain the demeanor of a victor while stifling his laughter. Have you forgotten that there is a tier above epic class? Legendary class? Sugwa paused, then suddenly realized, disbelief washing over his features. Could it be, having dealt with Sugwa for many years, Zhang Yuan could read his expression and discern his thoughts. Sugwa had begun to suspect that Yizhong had produced a legendary class changer this time. Zhang Yuan smiled mysteriously. By dusk, you will know. As the sun began to set, the moment would arrive when the novice dungeon would forcibly close its doors. Regardless of whether the class changers within had completed the dungeon, they would all be teleported out. Could it be that this time, we too will not surpass Yizhong? Sugwa's countenance grew grave. Once everyone is teleported out, who will have the highest level among them? Chapter 5. I have cleared all the monsters in the dungeon. Zhang Yuan and Sugwa were locked in a stalemate. Sugwa, tired of the conversation, fixed his gaze intently on the dungeon's exit. Zhang Yuan, meanwhile, appeared quite relaxed, casually sipping his tea. Old Su, it's still early, Zhang Yuan began, ready to tease Sugwa again. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated the dungeon's exit. They both turned their heads in unison. Suin emerged from the dungeon. Is this your student? Zhang Yuan inquired of Sugwa, not recognizing the individual who had just exited. Yes, Sugwa replied, observing Suin stepping out alone, contemplating that he likely exited because he could not defeat any monsters. He recalled Suin as a paladin who had chosen a solo run, raising questions about whether this choice indicated naivete or overconfidence. In front of Zhang Yuan, Sugwa did not wish to lecture, allowing the situation to speak for itself. Suin, wasn't he it? You did very well, Sugwa affirmed, then earnestly continued. You possess a commendable spirit of exploration. Rather than rushing to level up without understanding the dungeon, you chose to enter alone and familiarize yourself with the environment. It matters not if you could not level up on the first day. to understand the adage that sharpening one's axe does not hinder the woodcutter. The camaraderie you exhibit will undoubtedly pave a more prosperous path for you in the future. Zhang Yuan, who had just grasped the meaning of these words, nearly burst into laughter. A paladin opting for solo play? Surely, it must be due to the lack of a team to join, compelling him to venture into the dungeon alone. It is quite amusing to witness Su Guo, with such audacity, earnestly praising his student. Beside them, Su Wen could hardly contain himself and interrupted, saying, I have cleared all the monsters in the dungeon. It is entirely normal that you cannot defeat them. The foes within are not something a single paladin can handle. Su Guo's mindset remained stubbornly fixed. I have cleared all the monsters in the dungeon. Su Wen had to repeat. What? Su Guo was taken aback. Zhang Yuan glanced sideways, puzzled. Is that so difficult to comprehend? Su Wen carefully chose his words. What I mean is, I have eliminated all the monsters in the Akihabara dungeon. With nothing else to do, I exited early. You mean you soloed the Akihabara dungeon? Indeed. Su Wen sighed. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine as Su Guo cast detection. Zhang Yuan followed suit with his own detection. Su Wen LV5 Paladin, already at level 5. How could that be possible? Zhang Yuan's composure shattered upon seeing Su Wen's level. Subconsciously, both had assumed that a lone paladin could not level up, hence they did not employ detection on him. Now, upon confirming his level, they were utterly astounded. Level 5. Even for a legendary class, it would be unfathomable to reach level 5 on the first day. Su Wen, you have done remarkably well. Su Guo struggled to suppress the tumult within, striving to maintain a serene expression. He pretended to check his watch. Frowning slightly, your completion time was 0.5 seconds slower than I anticipated. You still have room for improvement. Uffed. Zhang Yuan nearly spat out his drink. 0.5 seconds slow. Legendary classes would not dare claim such a time in completing Akihabara. Su Guo is really putting on a show. Yes, Su Wen sighed inwardly. He could see through the silent rivalry between the two principals and could only comply meekly. Excellent. You are neither arrogant nor impetuous. My students from the third school are truly exceptional. This solo leveling has essentially met my expectations. Zhang Yuan, with a face full of skepticism, inquired. Was this student's solo run of the Akihabara dungeon part of your deliberate arrangement? Su Guo wore an expression of strategic mastery. Indeed. I believe you are beginning to see my point. You were more astonished than my mouth was agape when I detected that the student had reached level 5. While Zhang Yuan internally scoffed, he remained half convinced. If it were not for the school's intervention, how could a mere paladin reach level 5? How did you achieve this? Despite knowing it pertained to the secrets of the third school, Zhang Yuan could not suppress his curiosity. Su Guo remained nonchalant. I merely offered a few pointers before they entered the dungeon. Zhang Yuan turned to Su Wen, his face alight with inquiry. You are the budding flower of our nation. Honesty and kindness are your virtues, so do not mislead me like this old man. Please provide me with a truthful answer. I beg you. Su Wen tilted his head in recollection. Indeed, the principal had offered a few motivational, albeit somewhat useless, platitudes before they entered. But that was precisely what occurred. Yes, just as the principal mentioned, Su Wen affirmed. Zhang Yuan's face was awash with tears. Heh. Su Guo relished the sight of Zhang Yuan's discomfiture. Su Wen, shaking his head inwardly, was disinclined to witness the antics of these two clowns and prepared to leave. Principal, if there is nothing for me here, I shall take my leave. Su Guo, with a swift motion, seated Su Wen back on the nearby bench. No, you cannot leave. There are more pressing matters at hand. We shall wait for the dungeon's completion time together. They drained pot after pot of tea, and Su Wen felt as though he might suffer from water intoxication. Just then, the exit of the dungeon radiated with light. The trio emerged, a berserker, a fire mage, and a cleric. High-tier classes, the high physical damage of the berserker, the brutal area damage of the fire mage, and the ample healing capacity of the cleric. Such an exquisite combination explained their swift clearance of the dungeon. Leading the charge, the fire mage was a girl who clearly assumed the role of captain. With wavy hair, a charming face, and wild eyes perfectly befitting her class, she approached Zhang Yuan with poise and confidence, her smile radiant. Principal, I promised I would not let you down. I have reached level 4. Zhang Yuan, with a look of certainty, exclaimed, I knew it. You are a legendary class, of course. You would achieve level 4 before the end. Sun Hongxue, you have performed admirably. It was then revealed that she was indeed a legendary class. Su Wen appraised Sun Hongxue's physique. She certainly appears to possess considerable strength. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's praise, Sun Hongxue's smile widened. Yet that was the extent of it. She had sailed through effortlessly, believing all glory to be her due. Such accolades had rendered her somewhat numb. Li Bo and Chu Ming have both reached level 3 and are on the verge of attaining level 4. Su Wen recognized from Sun Hongxue's gestures that the berserker was Li Bo and the cleric was Chu Ming. Sun Hongxue, taking on the captain's stance, announced their achievements. Then declared with enthusiasm, Principal, I will continue to hold the top rank tomorrow. I must enter the Summer Capital Academy with the best results. How did you achieve the top rank? Su Guo straightened his posture, smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothing, and cleared his throat twice. Zhang Yuan, seemingly oblivious to Su Guo's presence, gazed at Sun Hongxue and her companions with admiration. Very well, I believe you can achieve it. This old rascal, deflecting the important matters and pretending to forget the previous conversation, right? Su Guo cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, turned to Su Wan. Su Wan, you are exceptionally gifted, having advanced to a high-tier Paladin class. How is it possible that you only reached level 5 in a day? Chapter 6, the level 5 Paladin. Zhang Yuan's face turned sour. Su Guo appeared exasperated. Sun Hongxue and her companions looked utterly bewildered. All eyes turned to Su Wan. Principal, while you possess such a talent for drawing ire, why must I be the victim? So this wait was all for this. Please, do not be so childish. Shouldn't a sense of superiority be earned by oneself? Despite his inner turmoil, Su Wan maintained a stoic expression. Principal, I will strive to do my best tomorrow. He replied cooperatively, though his face betrayed no sincerity. Very well, I await your good news. Su Guo was unconcerned about Su Wan's attitude. He aimed to draw Sun Hongxue's attention to Su Wan. Haha, Zhang Yuan, you slippery old fox. Let us see if you can evade this. Sure enough. Sun Hongxue cast detection on Su Wan. Level 5. Sun Hongxue's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Upon seeing Su Wan's information, Li Bo and Chu Ming were equally incredulous. His level was even one tier higher than Sun Hongxue's. Sun Hongxue looked at Zhang Yuan, seeking a reasonable explanation. Zhang Yuan, with a wry smile, shrugged, his expression mirroring, as you can see. This truly has allowed Su Guo to put on a show. Sun Hongxue approached Su Wan, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him. Have you discovered a more efficient method for clearing dungeons? Listening to her condescending tone, Su Wan replied coolly. Why would I divulge that to you? You. Sun Hongxue was taken aback by Su Wan's audacity. Coming from a prominent family and being exceptionally talented, she was accustomed to the adoration of her elders, envy from her peers, and admiration from passers-by. She had never encountered such treatment. Suddenly, his face flushed with anger. Su Wan, you are from the same cohort. After all, she is a legendary fire mage. You needn't be so indifferent, Su Guo said with a serious expression. Wow. Old Su, look at your insincere demeanor. Are you implying that my legendary class from Class 1 is inferior to your Paladin from Class 3? It's utterly infuriating. I can endure it. Do not provoke my talented student. Zhang Yuan silently cursed Su Guo in his heart, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable but unable to argue back. Hehe. You have today? Su Guo observed the change in Zhang Yuan's complexion, delighting inwardly. As they conversed, a multitude of job changers emerged from the dungeon. Time was up. Oh. It's finally over. I'm utterly exhausted. No. Tomorrow I must assemble a high-level team. I battled a monster so fiercely that my blade was nearly dulled before I defeated it. Healing. I absolutely need healing. Without a healer, it's nearly impossible to progress. The job changers from various schools gathered to report back, some fatigued yet invigorated by the novelty of the experience. Students from classes 1 and 3 approached in droves. As they drew nearer, a peculiar atmosphere became apparent. Look, Sun Hongxue has already reached level 4. Truly impressive. I Haven T even hit level 3. And she has already leveled up to 4. Woe is me. You should consider her profession. If you were to become a fire mage, you could level up just as swiftly. But wait, why does Sun Hongxue look so upset? Even the principal seems to have a sour expression. Who is the person she is glaring at? Oh my goodness, look. That person is already at level 5. A level 5 paladin. They can't be from this cohort, can they? Quickly look. The students from class 3 are approaching. They must be together. At that moment, Dongya, oblivious to the surrounding crowd, squeezed through and threw an arm around Su Wan's shoulder. Hey, good buddy. Guess what level I've reached? He noticed Sun Hongxue was staring at Su Wan and, with a mischievous grin, playfully punched Su Wan's arm. A new girlfriend? Upon checking Sun Hongxue's level, Dongya was taken aback. Level 4. You sly dog. While I toiled away in the dungeon, you were out here cozying up to a wealthy woman. You little rascal, don't blame me tomorrow if I don't bring you along to level up, got it? Dongya then checked Su Wan's level. His expression akin to seeing a ghost. He patted Su Wan's chest, which esteemed predecessor has returned to this world through your body. As a necromancer, shouldn't you have consulted me first? Did you seize the opportunity to become a paladin in such haste? Su Wan swatted his hand away, feeling exasperated by his theatrics. Seriously, buddy, you actually reached level 5? Joking aside, Dongya still found it hard to believe Su Wan had genuinely leveled up to 5. Did you stumble upon a river god while wandering in Akihabara? Were there 2 mythic bosses battling it out in the dungeon? And you snatched the spoils at the last moment? Did you assemble a brutal team and secretly alter the experience distribution to a 90-10 split? Huh. Dongya pondered seriously. That last theory is quite plausible. Su Wan considered it for a moment. Indeed, a fierce team had assisted him in farming monsters. Though the experience wasn't T-split, but rather all accrued to him. Is it true? Your paladin must have maxed out luck, right? Dongya exclaimed dramatically, then elbowed Su Wan with a sly grin. Quick, tell me, when teaming up with a big shot to clear dungeons, is there anything I should pay special attention to? Timing. Su Wan mused, recalling that the only time he had to intervene was to flip a roasted chicken. You mean my skills must possess a certain level of proficiency? Dongya pondered seriously, stroking his chin. Was he truly this dense? Sun Hongxue could no longer contain herself. She had originally thought Dongya might extract some useful information, but instead, she watched them jesting for what felt like an eternity. To her, their banter seemed utterly dismissive, and the fact that he was genuinely contemplating it was infuriating. Yet, she could understand. Such crucial leveling strategies were not easily divulged, especially with so many bystanders present. Perhaps they had known each other for a long time and had developed a tacit understanding, deliberately feigning ignorance. But did that even matter? I am a legendary fire mage. Tomorrow, I will surely surpass Su-1. Sun Hongxue gazed at Su-1 earnestly, declaring, Su-1, tomorrow, I will definitely outlevel you. Do you dare to compete with me? One should not be overly competitive. If a comparison must be made, then. How curious, I suddenly recalled this. Could this be considered a renaissance of sorts? Su-1 replied nonchalantly, no need for a comparison. He had no interest in indulging a child in make-believe. You. Sun Hongxue was furious, but soon her determination surged again. I will undoubtedly surpass you. I'm the one who entered Shedu Academy with the top score from Fengyi City. Good luck, Su-1 replied coolly. Sun Hongxue felt as though all her fighting spirit had lost its target. Akin to expending her strength against cotton, there was no point of impact. Su-1's indifferent response made her feel belittled, yet he hadn't crossed any lines. Leaving her with a pent-up frustration she found exceedingly difficult to bear. Chapter 7. Real Men Venture into the Wilds. It turns out that the level 5 Paladin is Su-1. Could it be that Paladins have an experience bonus? How is he leveling up so rapidly? Regardless, who would have expected that Class 3 would overshadow Class 1 this time? Just look at their expressions. Haha, finally, the tables have turned. They too have their day? Indeed. Witnessing their dismay brings me immense satisfaction. The students from Class 3 relished their rare moment of triumph, reveling in their victory. While no one seemed to care how Su-1 had leveled up so swiftly. Look at Sun Hongxue's expression. It's the first time I've seen her like this. She's a legendary fire mage, yet she's overshadowed by a high-tier paladin. Anyone would feel disheartened. Not just her, even the principal seems troubled. The atmosphere in Class 1, conversely, was one of despondency. Hee. This time, it's Class 3's turn to gloat. Old Zhong, you have your day now. Su-1 smirked. After taking a few steps forward, he said solemnly, classmates, please settle down. Today, Su-1 has imparted a vivid lesson to us all. That is, there is no strongest profession, only the most diligent individuals. As long as you are willing to strive, a radiant future awaits you. Praise the holy light. Let us applaud the beacon of light, Su-1. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted. Incredibly inspiring. I want to learn from Su-1. An excited classmate exclaimed. Yes, in the next life, I shall be a paladin. Dongya clapped fervently, tears streaming down his face. You're a necromancer. What are you talking about being a paladin in your next life? Su-1 silently mocked Dongya in his heart, but refrained from voicing it. No one noticed the inappropriateness of Dongya's comment. They were all captivated, intently focused on Su-1, applauding enthusiastically. In that moment, centered around Su-1, the entire Class 3 felt a profound sense of unity. Sun Hongxue clenched her fists. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth. Su-1, that old rascal. How much preparation did he undertake for this moment? It's all my fault for being so casual with my speeches. Oh. Only after losing do we learn to cherish what we had. Su-1 too applauded for Su-1. The exhilaration sweeping through Class 3 was entirely thanks to Su-1's achievements, and his applause was genuine. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, the Codex of the Holy Light materialized quietly, hovering in his left hand, fluttering without a breeze. Su-1 raised the Lionheart sword, casting Holy Light upon himself. A beam of white light enveloped his figure, imparting an aura of sanctity. Within the holy radiance, Su-1 wore an elegant smile. May the holy light be with you. Oh, the entire class erupted in excitement, raising their arms in unison. Sun Hongxue, her complexion as pale as a ghost, fixed her gaze on Su-1. Meanwhile, outside the crowd, Wang Fuguei gripped his shield tightly, his eyes scanning his status. Wang Fuguei LV, 4 shield warrior. He felt a surge of resentment. It should have been him basking in the glory at the center. Performing was far more exhausting than grinding monsters. Upon returning home, Su-1 immersed himself in a warm bath, allowing his body and mind to unwind. He splashed water on his face and began to check his information. Class, Paladin. Level, LV5. Constitution, 60. Spirit, 60. Strength, 60. Agility, 60. Unique passive, Solar Knight. You are the favored child of light. Perpetually bathed in the blessings of the God of light. Regenerate 1 health point per second. Active skill, Holy Light, level 5. Command, unique, level 1. Holy Light, level 5 can heal a single unit or inflict holy damage on undead or demonic units. Healing and damage values are augmented by 5 of one's health. Command, unique, level 1 where the Solar Knight's sword points. There lies the path of the Holy Knight's battle. Summon 11 Holy Knights to fight for you, with their attributes being tenfold your own. The command, level remains unchanged. My 4 primary attributes are rather unremarkable. Yet, the level of holy light has grown alongside my own. Thanks to the passive Solar Knight, after just one day, my health has surged to over 50,000. This renders the rather mundane skill, Holy Light, significantly more powerful. The number of monsters in the novice dungeon is fixed, limiting the full potential of command. Perhaps tomorrow, I should venture into the wilds outside the city to test my strength. Ding ding, ding ding. The melodious chime of his phone interrupted Su-Wen's thoughts. He picked it up to find it was Dong Yi. Su-Wen answered the call. What's up? Dong Yi's voice came through, brimming with excitement and flattery. Boss, shall we grind the dungeon together tomorrow? Su-Wen chuckled softly. Are you so eager to take me along already? I initially wanted to show off in front of you tomorrow, but now it seems you've surpassed me in level. It's your turn to lead. Dong Yi lamented bitterly. All right, I plan to level up in the wilds. Are you coming? Dong Yi expressed surprise. The wilds? Those monsters are much more dangerous. What if we run into a boss? We'd be doomed. Is it really necessary to go that far? Wild monsters respawn. And there's no limit to their numbers, Su-Wen reasoned. Where does your confidence come from? Is there really a big shot backing you? You'll find out soon enough. Will you come or not? Su-Wen asked directly. Absolutely. I'm keen to see what tricks you have. Dong Yi replied eagerly. Let us meet at the outskirts of the city first thing tomorrow. Got it. Su-Wen hung up the phone. Outside Fini City, in areas not covered by the safety system, numerous wild monsters roamed. These creatures were scattered across the vast terrain in great numbers, with elite monsters and bosses lurking in the depths, making the wilds all the more perilous. Ordinary citizens never dared to venture into the wilds alone, yet it served as an excellent training ground for advanced job changers. Just outside the city lay the Green Valley. Outside the valley, Dong Yi paced anxiously, glancing back frequently. Beside him sat a young girl, her beauty delicate and graceful, resting her chin on her hands, her large eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. What is Su-Wen up to? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Dong Yi complained, unable to spot Su-Wen's figure. Dong Yi, did you really invite Su-Wen? The girl inquired. Of course. An epic necromancer, invited him to team up. It would be his honor to join. Dong Yi patted his chest with pride. But his level is higher than yours. The girl chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with amusement. I'm the damage dealer. What does it matter if he's a higher-level paladin? Let him take the hits while I deal the damage. Dong Yi asserted confidently. Just then, Su-Wen appeared, approaching the two. Su-Wen, why did you take so long? Time is of the essence. Dong Yi exclaimed, giving Su-Wen a light punch. I bought a few things, which delayed me. Su-Wen did not flinch from the punch. His gaze fell upon the girl, momentarily surprised. Du-Sini? Hello, Su-Wen. Du-Sini stood to greet him. Dong Yi grinned. So what do you think? Surprising. ISNT it. Chapter 8. Why are the monsters in the wilds so fierce? Du-Sini and Su-Wen were classmates with Dong Yi. Although they greeted each other casually when they met, they were merely acquaintances with little depth of friendship. Seeing her here truly caught him off guard. Du, the beautiful priestess, only agreed to come after hearing I was bringing you. Dong Yi boasted with pride, as if it were all due to his influence. I guarantee her healing abilities are astonishing. Dong Yi added, beaming with confidence. Dong Yi, watch your language. What do you mean by astonishing healing abilities? Du-Sini shot him a glare, correcting him. Dong Yi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, it's just a habit. Du-Sini sighed, knowing that job changers often referred to priests as healers, but she had only recently changed jobs and wasn't quite accustomed to it yet. Perhaps, in time, she would come to accept it. It was unavoidable. Du-Sini reassured herself in her thoughts. As I said, Dong Yi draped his left arm around Su-Wen's shoulders, his right hand patting Su-Wen's chest. I believe you can see it for yourself. Yes, indeed. Quite the capable healer, Su-Wen discreetly acknowledged. Dong Yi. Du-Sini crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at him as if ready to explode. Dong Yi's insinuations were subtle, and while she understood, being a girl made it difficult for her to confront him openly. This makes you appear even more formidable, Su-Wen remarked impassively, casting a glance at Du-Sini. After a moment of waiting for Dong Yi to react, he swatted away Dong Yi's hand and addressed Du-Sini. We plan to enter Green Valley to grind monsters. Are you sure you want to join? Dong Yi, eyeing her nervously, added, we'll be a trio of warrior, mage, and healer. A perfect triangle. I invited you for that reason. As for the shield warrior, he'll take the hits. All right, Du-Sini nodded. Primarily curious about how Su-Wen had leveled up so quickly, she felt a bit more adventurous now that she had seen him. Dong Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Then let us go? Su-Wen led the way into Green Valley. Just the three of us. Dong Yi called out. What other option is there? Su-Wen replied over his shoulder. What about the brothers who helped you level up last night? Aren't they coming? Dong Yi asked. They'll be joining us later. You'll see, Su-Wen said, exasperated, continuing into the valley without looking back. As they prepared to grind monsters, he knew they would soon understand. He had no desire to explain further. Dong Yi lamented, having lost hope when he saw Su-Wen arrive alone. After one round of teaming up, it became clear who the burden was. In this pivotal time for advancement, who would want to carry a dead weight? Su-Wen had likely pleaded with them for quite some time. Now, he felt a pang of sympathy, deciding it was best not to confront him about it. If they wouldn't come, so be it. Today, the damage output would be his responsibility. The truth rapidly crystallized in Dong Ye's mind. A shrewd smile crept across his lips, his determination solidifying as he called to Du Cini. Let us move. Du Cini, her mind racing, gazed at Su Wen's retreating figure, increasingly intrigued. He remained remarkably calm. After all, he was merely a paladin. What exactly was his secret? Soon, she would find out. With a sense of curiosity, Du Cini matched the pace of the two individuals. Within the confines of Green Valley, the lowest level of wild creatures was 5. At the edge of the valley, a group of iron-skinned pigs leisurely foraged for food. Their tusks, nearly a meter long, effortlessly uprooted the roots of plants, revealing tender, white tubers beneath. They feasted voraciously. The iron-skinned pigs, known for their tough hides and formidable tusks, should not be trifled with lightly. Let's hunt a lone one. A gentle breeze rustled through Dong Ye's hair as he fixated intently on the iron-skinned pigs, articulating his strategy. However, time was of the essence. Opportunities were fleeting. Dong Ye interrupted Su Wen's words as one of the iron-skinned pigs, drawn by food, unwittingly strayed from the group. He took the lead, inviting the two into his team. Revive, my beloved, Dong Ye shouted, and a black vortex materialized, from which emerged a skeleton wielding a knife. Stay close to me, we're going in. The skeleton led the charge, with Dong Ye following closely behind, racing toward the isolated iron-skinned pig. Su Wen exclaimed, Du Cini, you're a mage, aren't you? He silently scoffed, keeping pace with Du Cini. He refrained from hastily activating command. Since his class change, he had never participated in a team hunt. He yearned to experience it at least once. A mere level 5 iron-skinned pig posed no significant threat. Roar! The iron-skinned pig, noticing the approaching skeleton, assumed a defensive stance. The skirmish erupted instantly. The skeleton's dagger struck the iron-skinned pig, splattering blood. The pig retaliated fiercely, its tusks landing a brutal blow on the skeleton, diminishing its health by a third. Not good. Quickly heal my skeleton, Dong Ye called out. Without needing his prompt, Du Cini's healing spell illuminated, casting a radiant glow upon the skeleton and restoring its health. At that moment, Su Wen had already positioned himself before the iron-skinned pig, raising his Lionheart sword and delivering a powerful strike. Due to his level advantage, the damage he inflicted surpassed that of the summoned skeleton. After all, Dong Ye was still only at level 3. Roar! The iron-skinned pig executed a combo with its tusks, reducing the skeleton to half health. Quick and astute, Su Wen activated Holy Light. A beam of light descended, enveloping the skeleton. To their surprise, the skeleton's health did not increase. Dong Ye and Du Cini paused in confusion, realizing simultaneously, the Paladin's Holy Light cannot heal undead. Du Cini exclaimed, while simultaneously channeling healing spell to bolster the skeleton's health. The theoretical knowledge from their studies was being put to the test in this practical scenario. Fortunately, within a team context, it would not harm allies. Otherwise, that Holy Light would have obliterated the skeleton. Su Wen awkwardly delivered another strike to the iron-skinned pig. The creature's health was nearly depleted. Roar! In a desperate struggle, the iron-skinned pig unleashed Death Charge. Unfortunately, Dong Ye stood within its attack range. Be careful, Su Wen warned, but it was too late. The iron-skinned pig surged forward, its tusks glowing red, piercing through the skeleton and striking Dong Ye. He collapsed to the ground, his health bar plummeting significantly. Su Wen swiftly dispatched the iron-skinned pig to prevent it from pursuing further. Are you alright? Du Cini panicked as she helped Dong Ye to his feet. She had never anticipated the wild creatures would inflict such high damage and possess such aggression. The monsters in novice dungeons were incomparable. Supported by Du Cini, Dong Ye raised his staff, weakly declaring, retreat. Let us go home. Had he known the wild creatures were this ferocious, he wouldn't have come even if he were killed. Was this a suitable place for a level 3 mage like him? A beam of light descended, illuminating Dong Ye. The pure white light, imbued with divine radiance, was cast upon him by Su Wen's Holy Light. Chapter 9. Hurry up, let us do it again. A beam of light enveloped Dong Ye, as if an angel were singing amidst the sanctity. The divine glow surged into Dong Ye's body. Ugh! Dong Ye's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. The intensity of the light was overwhelming. His body seemed unable to contain it, with some of the brilliance escaping from his orifices. How do you feel? Su Wen inquired with concern. Though Dong Ye was a necromancer, he remained human. Holy Light could indeed heal him. Su Wen and Du Cini were perplexed by Dong Ye's reaction. Su Wen, your healing is incredibly potent. Dong Ye gazed up, dazed. You've made me sick from your healing. Su Wen's expression darkened. After a day of health accumulation, his health had surpassed 90,000. Though Holy Light only added an extra 5, the base of such a staggering health value meant the healing was at least 4,500 or more. Dong Ye, being a mage, was fragile. Now at a low level, he likely had less than 1,000 health points. The radiance of Holy Light emanating from him was merely a manifestation of excess energy dissipating, having no substantial effect. It certainly shouldn't have any negative repercussions. You shouldn't be feeling anything adverse. How do you feel now? Suwon queried, perplexed. He had spent 5 years in this world, acquiring knowledge of different classes. Although he couldn't compare to those raised with local education, he believed he had grasped the fundamentals. The current situation was unexpected. Could it be related to Dong Ye's class? As the light faded, Dong Yi returned to his previous state, albeit with a slight flush on his cheeks. He suddenly hugged Su Wen's leg, rubbing his face against it, overwhelmed by a sensation of utter bliss. That beam of light surged into my body. It felt as if I were being expanded from within. All my pain vanished in an instant, replaced by boundless comfort. It was an experience like no other. Dong Yi reflected, touched to the point of tears. If possible, please let that happen again. He tightened his grip around Su Wen's leg, contentedly nuzzling against it. Su Wen, taken aback, kicked Dong Yi away. Observing Du Sini's peculiar gaze, he awkwardly remarked, "You know, those who can become necromancers often have a few screws loose." Du Sini nodded in agreement. Everyone, upon class change, was somewhat influenced by their respective professions. Assassins became more perceptive, warriors more ferocious, and priests more compassionate. It was as if certain traits from their classes infused with the nature of the class changers, aligning them with specific characteristics of their professions. However, it remained unclear whether Dong Ye's peculiarities stemmed from being a necromancer, or if his role as a necromancer had shaped his eccentricities, or perhaps both mutually reinforced each other. Nevertheless, Du Sini was more concerned about Su Wen's holy light. The healing growth of a paladin was far inferior to that of a priest. His role was to provide significant buffs to the team through auras. Otherwise, if a paladin with full auras had stronger healing than a priest, the latter would have been rendered obsolete. What team would need a priest then? Yet, this paladin, who had not yet developed his auras, had astonishing healing capabilities with a single holy light. Du Sini, a priest herself, knew that her healing spell could only restore half of Dong Ye's health, while Su Wen had managed to completely heal him, even exceeding his maximum capacity. If she hadn't misread the numbers. The figure floating above Dong Yi's head was 4,500. A level 8 shield warrior might not even possess that much health. Was Su Wen still considered a paladin? Su Wen, how is your holy light healing so remarkably high? Du Sini finally voiced her perplexity, glancing at the impressive figure. Convinced for a moment that her eyes were deceiving her. Perhaps it is due to the favor of the holy light, Su Wen explained. He was not mistaken. It was indeed the passive enhancement of health from the Sun Knight that significantly amplified his healing abilities. However, articulating this in detail posed a challenge. Let us swiftly level up, he declared, gesturing towards the throngs of wild boars behind him. Can you withstand this? Du Sini voiced her concerns, suggesting they recruit another Storm Knight. In her perspective, Su Wen's paladin was not a true tank. Given his prowess in healing, it would be most prudent for a sturdy shield to absorb damage while he stayed back to heal. Their current party, with Dong Ye's necromancer, had already proven incapable of enduring the onslaught. As a priest, she too could not stand at the forefront. Perhaps an additional Storm Knight would enhance their chances of vanquishing the foes. At that moment, Dong Yi rushed over, urging him not to overreach. Trust me. A gentle breeze tousled Su Wen's hair as he slowly raised the Lionheart sword, activating command. A brilliant radiance erupted, and the paladins, holding their swords, rose in humble unison. They stood in perfect formation behind Su Wen, enveloped in silence. At that moment, they had transformed into the Holy Knights Order. Without glancing back, he pointed his sword towards the armored boar herd. Attack. Thus, the paladins charged forth. The wind from their advance billowed Su Wen's cloak as he turned slightly, revealing a perfect profile, and beckoned, "Follow me." He strode confidently ahead, leaving Dong Yi and Du Sini in a state of stunned disbelief. Successfully defeated a level 5 armored boar, earning 40 experience points. Successfully defeated a level 5 armored boar, earning 40 experience points. The notifications of gained experience jolted them from their stupor. No way. Could it be that the paladin is actually a summoner? Dong Yi rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed the paladin's relentless slaughter, each foe falling in an instant. What kind of damage is this? His mind spiraled into chaos. In comparison, his summoned skeleton seemed utterly adorable. An epic necromancer utterly crushed by high-ranking paladins. Perhaps he truly was favored by the holy light. Regaining her composure, Du Sini observed the valor of the Paladin Order and found herself gradually at ease. Life is inherently unfair, is it not? Some are destined for greatness from birth. Let's catch up and provide support for Su Wen. She called out to Dong Yi, who followed suit. Su Wen, I'm here to assist you. Dong Yi shouted, returning with a summoned skeleton. The skeleton, wielding a battered sword, charged at an armored boar. Yet, before it could reach the beast, a great sword cleaved through, dispatching the boar in an instant. Dong Yi exclaimed, what a pathetic armored boar, it crumbles like paper. Seemingly forgetting his previous encounter with the boar, he incredulously cast, Identify. Monster, armored boar. Vitality, 70. Spirit, 20. Strength, 60. Agility, 40. Skill, rampaging charge. Dong Yi was left utterly speechless upon seeing the boar's attributes. Even standing still, his skeleton would require over a dozen strikes to fell it. Yet Su summoned paladins dispatched each foe with a single blow. Such absurdity. I'll assist you. Dong Yi urged his skeleton to join the fray. However, before it could approach, the monsters were already slain by the paladins. The skeleton flitted about aimlessly, searching for a target. Meanwhile, Du Sini, staff aglow, stood ready to cast heal. Yet, she found herself at a loss for a target to heal. The paladins had annihilated their foes so swiftly that no one in the party had sustained any injuries. Dong Yi and Du Sini remained rooted in confusion. It seemed this team could manage just fine without them. Their prospects appeared dismal. Feeling dejected, Dong Yi sank to the ground. The captain's position is yours. Su took the captain's mantle from Dong Yi, allocating the majority of the experience points to them. Their levels were too low. They needed to catch up quickly before delving deeper into the valley. Successfully defeated a level 5 armored boar, earning 60 experience points. Obtained 1 armored boar tusk. Wow, leveling up so rapidly. Seeing his experience soar, Dong Yi's spirits lifted, dispelling his earlier despondency. Du Sini's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Su won. This must be the secret to your swift leveling. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened herself, her curiosity was quelled, and with such high monster-slaying efficiency, joy filled her heart. Indeed. Su nodded with a smile. I had initially planned to lead you in leveling up, to display my prowess. Yet it seems you've stolen the spotlight. Dong Yi shrugged. Now it's your turn to shine. Su told Dong Yi, quickly gather some firewood. For what purpose? Dong Yi asked, puzzled. You'll find out soon enough, Su replied mysteriously, but don't wander too far. Dong Yi eagerly set off to collect firewood. Meanwhile, Su approached the carcass of an armored boar and severed a hind leg with his sword. Are we going to roast meat? Du Sini inquired cautiously. If they were in a city, gathering firewood and butchering a pig leg, she would be convinced they were preparing to roast meat. Yet, they were currently upgrading in a perilous wilderness. Well, after such a busy time, it's time to prepare a meal, Su stated, beginning to clean the meat. Du Sini countered, it is your paladins who are doing all the monster slaying. How could you be so busy? Once Su finished his work, Dong Yi returned with an armful of firewood. Is this for roasting meat? His tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Yes, we're starting a fire, Su directed, taking a slender stick to skewer the pig leg. Roasting meat in such a dangerous wilderness? It actually seems quite interesting. Dong Yi busied himself, filled with enthusiasm. Soon, a fire blazed, and Su secured the meat on a makeshift grill. The three of them fell into a quiet reverie as they watched the meat roast. At that moment, Du Sini felt a sense of absurdity. Were they truly here to level up? In this perilous wilderness, some monsters could actively attack. After all, a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. She glanced around anxiously, yet her worries seemed excessive. Su's paladins had cleared a substantial area. Any monsters that approached had been mercilessly dispatched. As for the experience points, they continued to surge wildly. It seemed their efforts were not in vain. With such a paladin order, they found themselves somewhat superfluous. Rather than standing idly by, watching the paladins clear monsters, perhaps sitting down to roast meat would make them feel more normal? Du Sini found herself bemused by her thoughts. By the fire, Dong Yi gazed intently at the roasting meat, as if pondering something profound. Suddenly, he turned to Du Sini and earnestly asked, if you cast heal on the roasted meat, would it make it more tender? Huh, what kind of logic is that? There must be a reason you chose to become a necromancer. Observing Dong Yi's serious expression, Du Sini cautiously replied, my heal cannot compare to Su's holy light. Perhaps you should let him try? Dong Yi turned to Su. Su picked up a stick to poke at the fire, deliberately avoiding Dong Yi's hopeful gaze, and replied coolly, do not disturb the repose of the deceased. Dong Yi was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly nodded, returning to his quiet watch over the roasting meat. Huh, do not disturb the repose of the deceased. What a preposterous response. While this answer perfectly matched the paladin's demeanor, did he genuinely believe that holy light could resurrect an armored boar? Moreover, this was merely a pig's hind leg. What on earth is that expression on your face? Donya? It's no wonder you two have become such good friends. This is simply unbelievable. Given this, it appears that Su's transition to a paladin is quite the anomaly, which makes it all the more normal. What a chaotic mess this is. What am I even thinking? How can my mind be filled with so many sarcastic remarks? Normally, I am a gentle and demure girl. Calm down. I need to restore my persona. While Du Sini was engaged in a brainstorming session, Su retrieved a seasoning pack from his pocket. Upon opening it, he found an assortment of salt, cumin, and spicy sauce. A seasoning pack. This time, Donya could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, the reason you arrived so late wasn't to wait for some big shot, but rather to buy seasonings. Now they all understood the secret behind Su's rapid leveling. There was no big shot at all. Donya quickly deduced why Su was delayed. Well, I noticed the flavor was a bit bland yesterday in the dungeon. This time, I came prepared for the upgrade, Su replied calmly, as if he had thoroughly researched strategies for this outdoor level up. I was just pondering how meat would taste without any seasonings. Donya became excited and remarked, you really think ahead. Su waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no big deal. Huh, so you, Donya. Spent all that time in silence, contemplating the flavor of meat without seasonings? And what else with your serious discussion about seasonings? Shouldn't we be hastily eating something to replenish our energy, then swiftly formulating a plan for monster hunting before diving into intense combat? And your takeaway from yesterday's dungeon experience is simply to remember the seasoning pack? Ugh, I want to retch at your supposed gentleness right now. Suin snapped, swiftly sprinkling various seasonings over the meat. He then produced several small plates, and even knives and forks from his pocket. With deft skill, he sliced the grilled meat, placed it on the plates, and handed a set of cutlery to Donya and Dusini. Donya skewered a piece of grilled meat and raised it high. To our future. No one paid him any mind. After a moment, Donya retracted his arm and silently began eating. Dusini took a bite as well, and to her surprise, the meat tasted remarkably good. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, perfectly seasoned with a hint of spiciness. Absolutely delectable. Holding the small plate, Dusini glanced around at the paladins tirelessly battling monsters, then looked at Suin and Donya, and an absurd yet blissful feeling welled up within her. A smile crept onto her lips. Perhaps this little team isn't so bad after all. Chapter 11. Encountering the mercenary group in the wild. After enjoying the grilled meat, the three of them lay contentedly on a large rock. As the sun set, they leisurely gazed at the sky, watching the evening glow paint the horizon. They appeared relaxed, but they were far from idle. Behind every leisurely day, there are always those who bear the burden of progress. After a day of hard work with the Paladin group, Donya and Dusini had reached level 5, with their experience bars more than halfway full, since most of the experience had been allocated to them. Suin's growth had been rather slow. At last, he finally reached level 6. The Holy Light bestows blessings. The Judgment Knight awakens the skill, Judgment. A notification sound jolted Suin upright. The Judgment Knight has awakened a skill. He opened his left hand, revealing the Holy Light Codex. Flipping to the Judgment Knight page, he noticed the information had changed. Name, Judgment Knight. Constitution, 700. Mentality, 700. Strength, 700. Agility, 700. Skill, Judgment. One of the 12 Holy Knights, capable of judging all earthly sins. Inflicts damage on a single target, with the power determined by one's strength attribute. Judgment? Suin summoned the Judgment Knight. What is this? Donya and Dusini stood up involuntarily upon seeing the Judgment Knight. The Judgment Knight's appearance had transformed. His sword had become a two-handed greatsword, and his previously lightweight armor was now exquisitely crafted. At that moment, the Judgment Knight held his sword with both hands, planting the greatsword into the ground. The mountain breeze billowed his cloak, and his towering figure stood resolutely like a fortress, exuding an aura of authority. Suin, it seems your summon has undergone a new transformation. Donya curiously circled around the Judgment Knight, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Several times he attempted to reach out and touch the knight's armor, but hesitated. Intimidated by his imposing presence, the Judgment Knight merely stood silently, indifferent to Donya's presence. Suin, has your paladin evolved? Dusini gazed at the Judgment Knight in disbelief, exclaiming. With her level rapidly approaching Suin's, a flicker of comfort arose within her, only to be ruthlessly shattered now. Well, you could say that. Suin replied with a slight smile. Your levels are quite comparable now. We should continue deeper into the Green Valley. Just the three of us? Isn't that a bit too risky? Dusini expressed her concern, feeling somewhat apprehensive about the unknown depths of the valley. Don't worry, Suin reassured her. The ones who should be afraid are the monsters. Now that the Judgment Knight has awakened a skill, he needs to test his power against higher-level monsters. Relax. If anything happens to you, I'll just turn you into a skeleton, and you'll still be part of the team. Donya patted his chest. Thank you for the comfort. Dusini rolled her eyes at him. Let us go, Suin declared. With their levels now comparable, he adjusted the experience distribution to an even split and led the paladins deeper into the valley to slay monsters. Successfully killed a level 6 rampaging black bear, gaining 60 experience points. Acquired a complete black bear hide. Successfully killed a level 7 valley giant python, gaining 70 experience points. Acquired a damaged snakeskin. Successfully killed a level 8 great gale, gaining 80 experience points. Acquired several drops of elemental essence. As Suin and the others ventured deeper, the monsters' levels increased correspondingly. Yet, under the relentless advance of the Paladin group, they were still dispatched in seconds. Dusini, initially filled with apprehension, gradually relaxed. Suin, your Paladin group is simply extraordinary. No wonder even Sun Hongxue, who has transitioned to a legendary class, cannot compare to you. Dusini exclaimed sincerely. Suin smiled faintly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Donya, feeling invigorated, proclaimed proudly, of course. Suin and I are like the dragon and phoenix. This team-up is truly a powerful alliance. Since I am an epic-class profession, he certainly must not fall short. Though I admit he is slightly stronger than me. Suin chuckled bitterly, as the term dragon and phoenix had become a less than flattering expression in Blue Star. Uffed. Dusini scoffed lightly, amused by Donya's audacity, leading her to chuckle once more. As the three chatted and laughed, they suddenly stumbled upon a cave. The entrance was shrouded in white mist. Approaching the cave, They began to investigate. Spider Cave LV10. It is a level 10 outdoor dungeon. Spider Cave. Should we go in and take a look? Let us hold on. Let the Paladin group enter first to scout the situation, Suin suggested. Having fought their way here, he had not encountered suitable monsters to test the Judgment Knight's skill. Now that they had found a wild dungeon, he decided to enter. A dungeon of this level would surely have a boss. However, it was essential to clear a safe area before entering. Suin commanded the 11 paladins to enter the dungeon and scout ahead. Successfully killed a level 8 poison spider, gaining 80 experience points. Successfully killed a level 7 spitting spider, gaining 70 experience points. Acquired spider silk X1. Successfully defeated an 8th level black spider, earning 80 experience points. The Paladin Order ventured into the spider cave to commence their relentless slaughter. However, the intricate terrain within the spider cave featured numerous winding passages that extended into the depths. Let us pause here for a moment and recuperate, suggested Suwon, directing the Paladin Order to explore further into the cave. There are people here. A voice of surprise echoed from afar. Suwon and his companions exchanged startled glances, instinctively adopting a defensive stance as a small party approached. As the group drew nearer, it became evident they were a well-structured 6-member team. Suwon scrutinized them one by one. Storm Knight LV-15. Archer LV-15. Mage LV-14. Priest LV-14. Assassin LV-16. Warrior LV-15. A formidable ensemble, boasting damage dealers, healers, and assassins. Their synergy could prove to be a formidable challenge. Each member bore the insignia of a mercenary guild, indicating they were all mercenaries. Suwon's vigilance heightened further. The mercenary guild comprised free agents who thrived on slaying monsters for materials. Stronger teams primarily focused on hunting wild area bosses. Lacking the formal training of the esteemed academies of the Great Xia Empire, they were more untamed in nature, coupled with the perilous nature of their work. Their beliefs often revolved around seizing the moment, leading to a generally lower moral compass among many mercenaries. This reputation had earned the mercenary guild infamy. A level 5 priest, a level 5 freakish mage, and a level 6 paladin. The leader of the party, a warrior, chuckled upon assessing the levels and classes of the trio before him. What kind of pathetic team dares to enter the wild? The other mercenaries joined in the derision. Hey, who are you calling a freakish mage? Dong Yi seethed with rage, summoning a skeleton in response. Summoning a skeleton? And you dare claim you're not a freak? The mage exaggeratedly exclaimed. What respectable mage would summon a skeleton? TSK. The archer, already knocking an arrow, sneered. You just graduated from the academy, didn't you? Didn't your teachers teach you about manners? This is bad. While they pose no threat to me, both Dong Yi and Du Sini are vulnerable. If they focus their fire on them, there will be no opportunity for healing. Suwon lamented internally. I was careless. I should have kept some paladins close by. I must learn from this experience. He discreetly signaled for the Paladin Order to return, but given their deep penetration into the cave, it would take some time to reach the entrance. Chapter 12. Found you. Suwon cast a glance at the distance to the entrance of the spider cave. We are somewhat far from the cave entrance now, and the opposing archer is already poised to strike. It is customary to eliminate the priest and mage first. And with a 10-level disparity between us, we cannot afford to take risks. Suwon sought to buy time, gripping his sword with both hands. The Lionheart sword embedded in the ground as a gesture of non-hostility. Internally, he held the hilt tightly, ready to unleash a strike against the enemy at a moment's notice. You didn't come here to engage us in a verbal spar, did you? He subtly signaled for Dong Yi and Du Sini to draw closer. Should the adversaries decide to attack, Suwon would strive to secure their entry into the spider cave. The atmosphere grew tense. The warrior captains seemed to recall their objective. Right, we came to slay a boss, not to bicker with these 3 novices. They wielded novice weapons, evidently lacking in resources. Better to spare them and prioritize the task. The captain commanded, the boss should not be far from here. Hurry, we mustn't let anyone steal it from us. Boss, I fancy that girl. The archer, enhanced by Eagle Eye, found Du Sini increasingly attractive, and his thoughts turned sinister. Let us go slay the boss. They're only level 5, and this area is deep in the valley with dense wild monsters. Given their clearing speed, they won't be able to exit before we finish off the boss. The warrior declared, after we dispatch the boss, we can help you pursue them. At that point, you can do as you wish. The warrior sighed. His archer's bad habits had resurfaced again. They seemed oblivious to the importance of priorities. Satisfying the archer this once after defeating the boss would be considered an extra reward. As for eliminating the 3, they had done it before. They would toss the bodies into the valley, and in no time, there would be nothing left to find. The greatest danger in the wilderness had never been the wild monsters, but rather humans. This would serve as a vivid lesson for the 3 novices freshly out of the academy. Unfortunately, it would also be their final lesson. I advise you to leave quickly. Suwon's gaze turned icy as the paladins rushed towards the cave entrance, nearing their arrival. Boring. The archer slowly retracted his bow, disinterestedly following his departing team. A confrontation has been avoided. Suwon relaxed his grip on the sword hilt slightly. At that moment, The archer suddenly turned back, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow in one fluid motion. The vibrant arrow sped toward Ducini. This is bad. Suwon swiftly positioned himself before Ducini, raising the Lionheart sword in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Ducini had edged closer to Suwon, allowing him to deflect the arrow at the last moment. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up. The warrior chastised as he noticed the archer's delay. Here they come. Here they come. The archer, observing Suwon, pretended nonchalance. I merely intended to mark my prey, but your reflexes are surprisingly quick. Let us leave it at this. Once I finish my business, I'll let you experience my arrows. He waved his hand lazily and rejoined his team. This is the second lesson. One must never let their guard down until the enemy is thoroughly defeated. A murderous intent spread in Suwon's eyes. He maintained his defensive stance, hands firmly gripping the Lionheart sword, motionless. What girl doesn't harbor romantic feelings? No matter how many novels she reads or how often dramas depict such narratives, when it transpires in her own life, she still feels a rush of emotion. It is a sensation that one can only understand through experience. Ducini gazed at the back of Suwon, who stood protectively in front of her, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. Suwon, are you all right? She asked anxiously, gripping his arm. The soft touch eased the murderous intent in his heart, and he turned to smile. I'm fine. You scared me. Why did you run over to block the arrow for me? You're not a shield warrior, after all. Ducini felt relieved upon seeing he was unscathed, though her tone carried a hint of reproach. Suwon continued to smile. Because you are my teammate. Seeing Suwon's smile, Ducini's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and softly said, Thank you. Wah. Did I just see that right? That guy shot an arrow at us. Suwon was interrupted by Dong Ye's exclamation before he could respond. Right. Do you have such a slow reaction time? Suwon replied, somewhat exasperated. Thankfully, the arrow hadn't been aimed at Dong Ye. Otherwise, with his current reflexes, he might not realize it until he reached the bridge of forgetfulness. Damn it. I want to let them off. Dong Ye brandished his novice staff, ready to chase after them. Wait. You stay here and protect Cini. I will go settle the score with them. Suwon stopped Dong Ye. Can you handle it alone? I should go with you to support you, Dong Ye insisted. Rest assured, you are my greatest flaw. Without you by my side, I can fight with unbridled freedom. Suwon chuckled. Dong Ye's face flushed slightly, and he fell silent. As they spoke, the Paladin Order arrived at the cave entrance. You take Cini into the spider cave, and wait for me at the entrance, Suwon instructed. Suwon, please be careful. Ducini expressed her concern. Suwon met her gaze, his eyes resolute. Trust me. Ducini's face flushed a deeper shade, her eyes lowered, unable to meet his gaze. Dong Ye led Ducini into the spider cave, while Suwon assigned 9 paladins to ensure their protection, regardless of whether they were human or monster. Anyone who approached would be mercilessly slain. He only summoned the Judgment Knight and the Earth Knight before striding away. Roar! Deep within the valley, a feral beast roared, startling the birds into a frenzied flight. The mercenary group that had previously clashed with Suwon finally located their target, the boss, the rampaging bear. Attention to aggro. The warrior directed the Storm Knight to draw the boss towards the edge of the valley. The Storm Knight launched the first attack against the rampaging bear. Enraged, the boss roared, its massive paws sweeping down upon the Storm Knight. The priest kept a watchful eye on the knight. The warrior continued to command, urging the rest to eradicate the surrounding minions. The other team members coordinated seamlessly with the warrior to clear the area. They created a safe space around the boss to prevent interference from other wild creatures while attempting to slay the boss. In this life and death battle, every adverse factor must be eliminated. Good. The area is nearly cleared. Let us join the fight. All 6 members of the mercenary group plunged into battle, commencing the hunt for the rampaging bear. The current boss had been lured to the foot of the cliff by the Storm Knight, who alone bore the brunt of the boss's assaults. The other team members followed closely behind, unleashing their full power. Priest, dispel the bleeding status from the knight. Assassin, be mindful of your attack timing. Others maintain a safe distance to prevent the boss from entering rage. The warrior supported the knight while commanding the squad. Captain, you are being overly cautious. It's merely a level 15 rampaging bear. The mage casually cast a fireball, dismissing the roaring boss as inconsequential. Caution is the mother of safety. The warrior's expression remained grave. The archer chuckled. This is not your usual demeanor. The warrior remained silent. Their mercenary group averaged a level 15, and defeating a level 15 boss posed no challenge. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Atop the low cliff, a figure gradually emerged. He stood at the edge, his garments fluttering in the wind. His gaze swept over the mercenary group in the valley, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. Found you. Chapter 13. Accept judgment. Look, is there a person standing on the cliff? The warrior was the first to spot the figure above. It was his keen awareness that had earned him the position of captain in this mercenary squad. The cliff was relatively low, allowing him to easily discern the silhouette. The archer, possessing eagle eye, glanced up at the cliff. Momentarily stunned, it was that paladin they had encountered earlier. That level 6 paladin? What could he possibly want? The Storm Knight in front voiced his confusion. His distraction allowed the rampaging bear's claws to strike the assassin, reducing his health significantly. The priest hurriedly healed him. Stay focused. Concentrate on the boss, commanded the warrior. Ignore him. If he dares approach, he shall be slain. A mere level 6 paladin was of no concern to him. Standing on the cliff was indeed Su-1. He was in no rush to descend, merely leaning on his sword, leisurely watching the mercenary group besiege the boss. The mercenary group, however, did not relax their vigilance against Su-1. Having someone observing them made them feel uneasy, as if needles were pricking at their backs. What does that kid want? One of the mages grumbled, having been disrupted several times due to distraction. It's psychological warfare. His aim is to unsettle our rhythm. The warrior calmly analyzed, then commanded. Do not let him distract you. The boss has lost a third of its health. Be wary of its rage state at half health. Think he can steal the last hit on the boss? Impossible. A level 6 paladin lacks any real offensive capability. The warrior rationally deduced that the enemy must feel hopeless. Resorting to psychological tactics to disrupt them, intending to use the boss's power to annihilate their group. Naive. Kid, you'll soon learn what cruelty is. The warrior vowed fiercely. At that moment, Su-1 raised his sword. What is he doing? The archer keenly noted Su-1's unusual behavior. Feigning mystery. He wanted to stir up any real trouble. The warrior scoffed, yet prudently arranged. Fragile members, be mindful of your positioning. The unknown is the most fearsome of all. And the mercenary group involuntarily held their breath, awaiting Su-1's next move. A beam of light descended, pure white radiance enveloping the boss, the rampaging bear. The mercenary group watched in disbelief as the boss's health bar slowly began to regenerate. Boss. Mercenary group. He is healing the boss. The Storm Knight gaped in disbelief. Not again. How many more hits must I endure? The priest, astonished, dropped his staff as he exclaimed. How can he have such healing power? Is he truly a level 6 paladin? So this is his advantage. The warrior's face turned grim. With such a potent healer among them, they could never hope to defeat the boss. He must possess some amplifying equipment. He must be eliminated. Thus, he issued the command. Knights and priests, hold the boss. Archers and mages, target that kid from a distance. Leave it to me. They had long been irked by Su-1, and upon receiving the order, they rushed toward the cliff to find a suitable angle for their assault. Kid, you were lucky before. This time, let me show you my true archery skills. The archer found an ideal position. Just as he was about to draw his bow, Su-1 made his move. Be careful. Get out of the way. The warrior shouted, rushing over to provide support. Su-1, harnessing the momentum of his descent, plunged the Lionheart sword deep into the earth. A tremendous force erupted, stirring up a whirlwind that enveloped the surrounding dust and sand, creating a sandstorm. Fortunately, the warrior's warning allowed the archer and mage to evade disaster. How dare he leap from the cliff? Is he not afraid of injury? The mage watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend the audacity of such an act. Does he possess some treasure? He shows no signs of injury. The archer's keen gaze pierced through the dust. The paladin's health bar seemed completely intact. Jumping from the cliff would still incur damage, but after nearly a day, Su-1's health had reached 130,000, rendering any damage he sustained nearly imperceptible on his health bar. The mercenary group could not see Su-1's health value and assumed he must have some treasure that protected him from harm. With his current health, he appeared more akin to a boss than the rampaging bear itself. As the dust settled, Su-1 forcefully withdrew the Lionheart sword from the ground. Opportunity knocks. The warrior seized the moment as Su-1 withdrew his sword, charging forward with a charge. Die, you brat. The warrior leapt high, his blade aimed downwards towards Su-1's head. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. The Judgment Knight positioned himself, raising his greatsword to deflect the blow from below. The airborne warrior, taken aback and unable to evade, was swiftly cleaved in two. Blood mingled with small fragments, raining down like a macabre shower. Another golden gleam flickered as the Earth Knight raised his broad shield, shielding Su-1 from the cascading blood. Su-1, with a mere thought, commanded the paladins as extensions of his will. He felt a profound connection with the paladins. The Earth Knight became his shield, while the Judgment Knight served as his sword of judgment. With sword and shield at his side, Su-1 continued his advance without faltering. He treaded through the pool of blood, advancing towards the astonished mercenary group. Each step he took in the sanguine puddle produced a faint splashing sound, reverberating like the drums of war against the hearts of the mercenaries, echoing the ominous presence of death. A wave of terror washed over them. How could this be possible? The priests staggered back in fear. Their captain was slain in an instant. This was a warrior, though his defenses might not rival those of the Storm Knight. To be cleaved in half by a single blow spoke of unfathomable damage. What manner of being was this? A summoned creature? The Storm Knight's hand gripping the shield began to tremble. This paladin was no ordinary foe. We must unite and eliminate him. The mage, hiding behind the knight, shouted loudly. Indeed, he is but of low level. There is nothing to fear. The priest echoed, urging cooperation, with the knight taking the lead. Stay behind me. The Storm Knight, shield raised, swiftly approached Su-1. A slight movement of Suwin's fingers caused the great sword of the Judgment Knight to rise ominously. In the next moment, the judgment was unleashed. The golden blade descended from the heavens, its blinding radiance slicing through the firmament, crashing down upon the Storm Knight. The great sword vanished, leaving only a pool of crimson remnants, as though the heavens had delivered their wrath. Chapter 14. Annihilate them all, leave none behind. The knights fell before him. It was impossible for him to be merely level 6, absolutely impossible. We cannot contend with him, we must flee. The mercenary group, witnessing even their most resilient knight fall, was instantly engulfed in a paralyzing dread. They had intended to escape, but Suwin obstructed their path. Charge forth. The remaining 4 members of the mercenary group scattered, preparing to flee. Whoosh! The agility of the Judgment Knight soared to 700, his speed eclipsing theirs, as he arrived before them in an instant. The great sword swung down, cleaving the mage in twain. The priest was left dumbfounded, having been utterly deprived of the chance to cast healing. There was no residual health. A mere touch meant instant annihilation. In the next heartbeat, the priest too was severed. Aya, the archer, horrified by such bloodshed, screamed and ran even faster. At that moment, the assassin's figure abruptly vanished. He activated invisibility, preparing to deliver a lethal strike to Suwin. Die! The assassin unleashed backstab, a skill exclusive to his class, dealing terrifying additional damage from behind. Yet, no sensation of piercing flesh met his dagger. Clang! The shield of the Earth Knight intercepted his blade. The towering figure loomed like a mountain, casting a shadow over the assassin. The assassin, trembling in fear, slowly raised his gaze to meet the golden-eyed stare of the Earth Knight. No! Before the plea for mercy could escape his lips, the Earth Knight's sword had already descended, severing him from existence. Aya! The archer screamed in terror. Mere moments ago, their party had been joyfully slaying the boss. In the blink of an eye, he found himself utterly alone. He began to frantically unleash arrows at Suwin. Yet, all were deflected by the shield. In the next instant, the Earth Knight charged forth, his remarkable agility rendering him faster than a warrior's charge. In a heartbeat, he was beside the archer, swinging his shield to knock him to the ground. It was Suwin who controlled the Earth Knight, bringing him down. At that moment, he approached slowly. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. As Suwin drew nearer, the archer recoiled in terror, as though he were gazing upon a demon. With a fierce stomp, Suwin pressed his foot against the archer's chest, raising the Lionheart sword. Please, do not kill me. I do not wish to die yet. The archer begged, tears streaming down his face. Gripping the hilt of the sword, Suwin declared, You have truly sought death. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the sword plunged mercilessly into the archer's chest, pinning him to the ground. Execution. With an expressionless countenance, Suwin withdrew the Lionheart sword, wiping the blood upon the archer's garments. He turned to regard the ferocious bear, shivering against the cliffside, murmuring, Since I have come this far. Inside the spider cave, time passed slowly. Du-Sini expressed her concern. Do you think Suwin might be in danger? He merely went to intimidate the mercenary group. There should be no peril, right? Dongyi, lost in thought, recalled yesterday when he had hidden behind a large tree, directing the skeletons to frighten the young girl, nearly chuckling aloud. The mercenary group must have been terrified when confronted by 2 hulking figures. It was unfortunate that Suwin did not allow us to follow. We missed the expressions on their faces. Dongyi imagined the astonishment of the mercenary group, lamenting his inability to witness it firsthand. Yet, those individuals were of a significantly higher level. It would still be dangerous if they were discovered, wouldn't it? Dongyi's words did little to diminish Du-Sini's apprehension. Dongyi pictured a scenario where Suwin was fleeing while healing himself. It must be difficult for him to slay them, right? As they spoke, a flash of golden light enveloped both Dongyi and Du-Sini. They simultaneously reached level 6. What is happening? How did we level up? Dongyi exclaimed in surprise. We are still in Suwin's party. Could it be that he was farming monsters? Du-Sini speculated. But wait, there has been no kill information. What monster grants such high experience? Dongyi, checking the kill notifications, read, successfully defeated level 15 boss, Ferocious Bear, earning 5,000 experience points. What? Dongyi gasped in astonishment. He stole the boss from the mercenary group. Du-Sini, equally astonished and puzzled by the kill notification, wondered if Suwin's Paladin could summon infinitely. How could that be possible? Dongyi leapt up in disbelief. I, who am reputed for winning through sheer numbers as a necromancer, cannot even achieve infinite summoning with my current mental power. How could he, a mere paladin? Dongyi shook his head vehemently. I refuse to believe it. Yet Suwin appears to be quite extraordinary. His class seems far superior to yours, Du-Sini remarked. The secrets surrounding Suwin continued to multiply. After a while, the mist at the cave's entrance stirred, and Suwin stepped inside. Suwin, are you alright? Upon his return, Dongyi and Du-Sini finally breathed a sigh of relief. What could possibly happen to me? Suwin smiled, retrieving 2 weapons from his storage space. He handed a staff to Dongyi. Though its design leaves much to be desired, its quality is acceptable. He then offered another staff to Du-Sini. This staff provides a healing bonus, making it ideal for you. Wow. Dong Yi exclaimed in delight upon examining the attributes. Magic Staff LV 10, blue quality, Constitution 10, Spirit 30, passive effect. Increases mental recovery speed by 10. It's a blue item. Dong Yi cherished it, exclaiming, "Wait until I reach level 10. Who would dare to challenge me?" Dusini also inspected the staff in her hands. Healing Staff LV 10, blue quality, all attributes 20. Passive effect, increases healing effect by 15. Dusini beamed with joy. This staff truly suited her. She excitedly asked Suin, "Blue weapons are quite rare. Where did you acquire these?" Weapons are categorized by color into 5 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Suin had unexpectedly produced 2 blue weapons, leaving them astonished. From the mercenary group, Suin replied, "What?" Dusini was even more taken aback. In her impression, they were not the type to behave this way. "Well, they handed the equipment to me without a second thought. You encountered them without any friction?" Dong Yi inquired, as that mercenary group did not seem like the amicable sort. After a brief exchange, they quickly realized their mistake. Suin explained, these weapons were their compensation. Dong Yi pressed on, "And the boss?" "Oh," Suin replied nonchalantly. To express their apology, they even gifted me the boss. This is utterly surreal. Dong Yi was left speechless. "It certainly seems sincere," Dusini remarked, shaking her head. Let this matter rest. I do not wish to associate with them any further." "Indeed, I have no intention of pursuing their accountability," Suin agreed. "Since you all have chosen not to pursue the matter further, and considering the circumstances of Dongye's gentle caress of the staff, I shall also let them be." Suin nodded, indicating that all was well, and suggested they return to the city. "Are we not going to grind monsters anymore?" Dongye inquired. "The sun is about to set, and the dangers of the night wilderness are far greater. Let us resume our endeavors tomorrow," Suin replied. Dusini noticed that Suwin's level was still at 6, and asked, "Suwin, why have you not leveled up?" "Oh, I'm merely 6 experience points away," Suwin explained. Dongye, with a gleeful expression, remarked, "Now we all share the same level of 6. I wonder what levels others have attained by now." Suwin smiled. "Shall we not find out?" Chapter 15, Provocation. Outside the novice dungeon within the city, the time for the dungeon had expired, and the students were being teleported out one by one. Suguo was surrounded by a throng of students, conversing with Wang Fuguei, who stood at the forefront. Su-won and his companions leisurely strolled into the crowd, where students from various schools bustled about, oblivious to the fact that the three had just returned from outside the city. "Wang Fuguei, you performed exceptionally well today. Maintain this level, and it will give you an advantage in the assessments of higher institutions," Su Guo encouraged, patting Wang Fuguei on the shoulder. "Principal, I have already surpassed half of the experience required for my current level. Tomorrow, I shall strive even harder," Wang Fuguei exclaimed excitedly. "Wow." The surrounding classmates cast envious glances at Wang Fuguei. He had not only reached level 6 today, but had also surpassed the halfway mark for experience. Incredible. Truly deserving of an epic class. If only he would team up with me tomorrow, I would gladly accept a smaller share of the experience. Wang Fuguei basked in the accolades from his peers, his expression radiating pride. "Exactly. This is the glory that rightfully belongs to me. What does a paladin like Su-won have to compare? By the way, where is Su-won?" Wang Fuguei suddenly realized that he had not seen Su-won since exiting the dungeon, a curious occurrence given that all students should have been teleported out by now. He began to search the crowd. He was not the only one seeking Su-won. Su-guo was also covertly glancing around. Having been overshadowed by Su-won the previous day, he was naturally eager to witness Su-won's achievements today. Eventually, he spotted Su-won, who was mingling among the crowd. "Su-won, come here." Su-guo waved at him. "It's Su-won." The students in front parted to allow him passage. Upon reaching Su-guo, Su-won noticed that Wang Fuguei had indeed reached level 6. Quite diligent," Su-won remarked. "You've also reached level 6, Su-guo noted. Surprised but not entirely so. It was commendable that a paladin like Su-won could maintain his level without falling behind. "Yes," Su-won nodded. Wang Fuguei felt a surge of excitement, having caught up to Su-won's level, but also a hint of arrogance. "Of course, a paladin has no reason to level faster than me." He cast a disdainful glance at Su-won, saying, "For a paladin, achieving this level is already impressive. Tomorrow, I will surely surpass you." Su-won regarded him with a calm expression, saying nothing in reply. Why bother responding to a barking dog? Wang Fuguei, competitive spirit is admirable. But mind your tone among classmates. Su-guo admonished Wang Fuguei sternly. "Yes, principal," Wang Fuguei replied, lowering his head in a show of contrition. Su-guo then turned to Su-won. "Is your experience nearing the halfway mark for the next level?" "Yes, just 6 points shy of level 7, Su-won answered honestly. The surrounding students erupted in a buzz of excitement. So, Su-won was on the brink of reaching level 7. Clearly, he was still leading in levels. However, with Wang Fuguei's rapid advancement, would he surpass Su-won by tomorrow? Levels become increasingly difficult to gain as one climbs higher, even if they share the same level. Surpassing one another is no simple feat. All eyes were riveted on Su-won and Wang Fuguei, while no one noticed Dongye and Dusini, who were squeezed at the back of the crowd. both at level 6 as well. Make way, make way. How infuriating. I can't get through. Donya abandoned his attempt to push forward, sighing, my level isn't low either, yet I receive no attention. He lamented, all the spotlight has been stolen by Su-1. Du Sini chuckled softly, be content. Let us not forget how we contributed to his leveling. Without us, Su-1 might have already reached level 8. Oh right, Donya said, scratching his head in realization. It seems we have been a hindrance to him. He pondered, recalling Su-1's aspiration to enter the Summer Capital Academy. If this continued, his advantage in levels would diminish. Indeed, Du Sini nodded gently. Perhaps it would be wise to seek another team tomorrow. Su-1 progresses fastest when alone. They had witnessed Su-1's grinding methods today, which required no assistance from them. Their initial plan to support him had transformed into Su-1 propelling them to rapid advancement. Although the experience gains felt exhilarating, the thought of hindering Su-1's own leveling prompted them to consider leaving the team. After all, given Su-1's prowess, he stood a strong chance of gaining admission to the Summer Capital Academy, while they had no illusions of qualifying for such an esteemed institution. At that moment, the crowd parted instinctively, as if sensing an imposing presence. Sun Hongxue strode forward with an air of arrogance, coupled with her striking physique and domineering demeanor. She inspired both admiration and trepidation. Sun Hongxue halted beside Su-1, having come specifically to seek him out. Upon seeing Su-1's level, she first sighed in relief. Then a smug expression spread across her face. Now this is more like it. Why should he surpass me? I expected you to astonish me today, but it seems you have left me disappointed. Sun Hongxue fixed her gaze on Su-1, a hint of mockery playing at her lips. I am already at level 7. Wow. The crowd buzzed again, but under the pressure from the students of First High, it was not a jubilant reaction. They whispered among themselves rather than shouting. Su-1 regarded Sun Hongxue with an impassive expression. You came all this way just to say that? Is it distressing to have been surpassed by me? Sun Hongxue sought to provoke Su-1, hoping to elicit a reaction. Childish, Su-1 replied coolly, turning his attention to Su-Gua. Principal, shall we head back? I still have my daily Hearthstone grind to complete. Sun Hongxue stood in shock. She was accustomed to being revered, and no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Su-Gua, momentarily at a loss for words, thought to himself how infuriating Su-1 could be at times. However, he did not wish to see the students from First High overshadow the Third High. So he found amusement in the fact that Sun Hongxue had failed to gain the upper hand and was now flushed with anger. As the principal, he could not openly display favoritism in student banter. Therefore, he feigned seriousness, nodding, it is getting late. Let us return and rest. We shall continue our efforts tomorrow. Let us go. Su-1, tomorrow I will leave your level far behind. Sun Hongxue shouted angrily as she watched Su-1 nonchalantly follow Su-Gua away. Su-1 did not look back, merely lazily waving his hand in farewell. Upon returning home, Su-1 luxuriated in a bath. Reviewing his personal information, name, Su-1, class, Paladin, level, LV6, 94, Constitution, 70, Mentality, 70, Strength, 70, Agility, 70, Unique Passive, Sun Knight. You are a child of light. Forever bathed in the blessings of the God of Light, regenerating 1 health point every second. Active skills, Holy Light, level 7. Command, Unique, level 1. Holy Light, level 7 capable of healing an individual unit, as well as inflicting holy damage upon undead or demonic entities. The healing and damage values are augmented by an additional 7 of one's own health. Command, Unique, level 1. The direction indicated by the Sun Knight's sword signifies the path of the Paladin's battle. Summon 11 Paladins to fight on your behalf. Their attributes are tenfold of your own. The Paladin is truly an unremarkable class, with no distinctive qualities in its 4 primary attributes. My Holy Light has reached an impressive 7, bringing my total health to a staggering 150,000. The healing effect thus amounts to an additional 10,000. This is my advantage, along with my cohort of Paladins. Their attributes remain unchanged, still 10 times that of my own. However, the Judgment Knight has grasped the skill, though the specific requirements for this understanding are still unclear and will require further study. Su-1 then inspected his storage space, which held an abundance of materials, along with several pieces of blue equipment. All the gear had been scavenged from the mercenary corps, with the exception of a staff gifted to Dong Yi and his companions, as the rest were of no use to anyone else. I should rise early tomorrow and find a trading post to sell these off, he mused. His level had been closely pursued by others, and he needed to grind through the spider cave several more times to catch up. With a deep breath, Su-1 gathered his thoughts and submerged himself in the bath, releasing a flurry of bubbles. Chapter 16. The friendship boat capsized. As the sun rose once more, it heralded another splendid day. Su-1 awoke and commenced his preparations for breakfast. After a satisfying meal, he ventured out early, intending to first visit the Class Change Merchant Association to sell his materials before heading to the wilderness to level up. This association was established by the Great Xia Empire, with numerous branches scattered throughout various locales. These associations disseminate information regarding class changers, allowing for secure transactions at any location. Moreover, the Great Xia Empire prohibits the existence of unofficial associations, mandating that all class changers conduct their trades exclusively through this platform. The unification of the platform has undoubtedly yielded significant advantages. The Class Change Merchant Association has rapidly evolved into a colossal entity, developing a highly efficient trading service. The association not only sells and purchases goods, but also offers consignment and free trading services, facilitating easier transactions for class changers nationwide. The association in Fengyi City boasts a magnificent structure, and as Su-Wen passed through the grand revolving doors, he entered the opulent trading hall. The hall teemed with people, bustling with numerous class changers engaged in transactions. Fortunately, the spaciousness of the hall mitigated any sense of overcrowding. Su-Wen approached the trading counter, prepared to sell his items to the association. The association maintains standardized pricing for materials and equipment, with most class changers opting to sell their materials directly to the association for convenience and speed. Only rare materials or equipment with established value but no market would be consigned for sale. Good day, sir. How may I assist you today? A charming female staff member greeted Su-Wen with a professional smile as he approached. I wish to sell some materials and equipment, he replied, laying out the items he had acquired from his battles upon the platform. Very well, please hold on for a moment while I calculate your total, she said, deftly donning white gloves. Complete rabbit hide, 3 gold, shattered wild boar hide, 5 gold, iron tusked boar tusks, 10 gold. She swiftly tallied the materials, their values generally ranging from a few gold coins for these lower tier items. The materials, once dropped by wild creatures, are transformed into various potions by the association's alchemists for profit. The total for these materials amounts to 260 gold. Now, let us assess your equipment. The staff member picked up a piece of gear, a green quality robe of level 10, with standard attributes, valued at 200 gold. She then evaluated a pair of green quality boots of the same level, which also bore ordinary attributes, fetching another 200 gold. The association appraises equipment based on its level, quality, and attributes. A blue quality silver bell breastplate, slightly superior to others of its level, regrettably only rated at level 10, was valued at 600 gold. Your total has been calculated, 2,100 gold, the staff member announced, presenting a fingerprint scanner. Please confirm your identity. Confirmed, Su-Wen responded, satisfied with the price. Your information could not be found, the staff member remarked, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her professional demeanor. I see you do not possess an account with the Class Change Merchant Association. I will assist you in setting one up. Very well, Su-Wen acknowledged, realizing this was indeed his first transaction at the association. The staff member efficiently processed his account setup and handed him a card emblazoned with the association's emblem. Your gold has been securely deposited into your account. Thank you. Su-Wen accepted it graciously. You're welcome. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Nothing more, he replied politely, preparing to take his leave. Thank you for your visit, and farewell. The service was commendable, and Su-Wen felt quite pleased as he strolled towards the sales area of the association. The display cases showcased an array of potions and equipment. Beginner's Recovery Potion instantly restores 300 health points, regenerating 50 health points per second for 6 seconds, priced at 10 gold. Beginner's Spirit Potion instantly restores 300 spirit points, regenerating 50 spirit points per second for 6 seconds, priced at 10 gold. Antidote Potion removes the poisoned status, granting immunity to poison effects for 1 minute, priced at 100 gold. Berserk Potion increases one's strength by 15 for 30 seconds, priced at 60 gold. The potions range from beginner to advanced, with effects varying significantly. Su-Wen glanced over the descriptions of a few potions before wandering to the equipment section. The association offered a diverse array of gear, categorically organized by class, quality, and level, making selection exceedingly convenient. His level remained too low to equip anything of better quality. The prices were rather steep. Typically, blue quality equipment of level 10 starts at over 800 gold, with prices doubling as levels increase, easily soaring into the tens of thousands. It's best to focus on leveling up, he concluded, as neither potions nor equipment were essential to him at this moment. Exiting the Class Change Merchant Association, he pulled out his phone. So quiet, he mused, observing the unlit screen devoid of notifications. Why is Dong Yi so calm today? The sun was already high. Just yesterday, Dong Yi had been clamoring for him to join in monster hunting at this hour. Su-Wen scrolled through his call history to find Dong Yi's number and dialed. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, the call connected. A medical miracle, Su-Wen. You actually called me first. Dong Yi's voice boomed through the line. It's time to tackle some dungeons, Su-Wen announced, pulling the receiver slightly away from his ear. The early bird gets the worm. While you were still asleep, I was already forming a party, Dong Yi proclaimed with pride. A party? Su-Wen was taken aback. Surprised? Dong Yi chuckled. I've realized that teaming up with you doesn't allow me to showcase my full potential. Brother, let me join your party. No, wait. I'm a necromancer. Very powerful. What? The party is full? Oh, fine. Take care then. Dong Yi abruptly muted the call, his voice fading as he spoke rapidly to those nearby. Yes. I can't demonstrate my prowess. I've decided to reform my party. Dong Yi's voice returned clearly to Su Wen's ears. Surely you're not struggling to find a party? Su Wen inquired. Are you joking? I, the epic level necromancer, am being sought after by every team out there. It's I who am doing the selecting, do you understand? And in which dungeon are you selecting? Su Wen asked. Of course, in the Jersen Plains. Oh, Wang Fugawei. Yes, indeed. Surprised, aren't you? I'm also level 6. Hee. Naturally, it's due to my own prowess. You should consider my rank. Join your party? Well, under the pretense that we teamed up before, I'll reluctantly agree. Dong Yi's voice emerged from the haze, becoming clear once more. All right, Su Wen. I won't say much more. I need to go lead. You'll level up on your own and surely surpass Sun Hongxue in no time. Since your goal is the Kyoto Academy, put in your best effort. The top position in Fengyi City is yours for the taking. Before he could finish, Su Wen hung up the phone. Dong Yi stared incredulously at the phone screen. The fragile vessel of friendship, capsized just like that? Chapter 17, Esteemed Leader. Please take me along to level up. Grand Plains houses the level 5 and level 8 dungeon resources of Fengyi City. Unlike the Akihabara dungeon, although both are novice dungeons, the varying levels of beginner class changers necessitate a shared dungeon space to accommodate higher level players. This design allows novice class changers to adapt to the wild monster hunting mode ahead of time. Within the dungeon, Dong Yi summoned a skeleton, frantically battling a saber-toothed tiger. Dong Yi, watch your skeletons aggro. It's alerted other monsters. Captain Wang Fugawei shouted, raising his shield to block the charging, saber-toothed tiger, aimed at the party's mage. Oh, my mistake. I'll be more careful. Dong Yi quickly replied, maneuvering the skeleton to stay beside Wang Fugawei. What are you doing? Keep your skeleton away from me. It's blocking my position. Wang Fugawei yelled incessantly. How could you have no sense of teamwork? How did you even level up to 6? Tears streamed down Dong Yi's face. He yearned for the days spent leveling up alongside Su Wen. The joyful memories of 3 friends leveling up while feasting on barbecued meat felt like they had just happened yesterday. With Su Wen around, his only concern was whether the pepper was suitable for the barbecue. Now, however, he was being scolded by Wang Fugawei for his lack of skill. Dong Yi, with a sense of poetic melancholy, gazed skyward. Perhaps this is the path of growth one must endure. Dong Yi, what on earth are you doing? The party's archer is about to be devoured by monsters. As the rear line came under attack, Dong Yi remained oblivious, lost in thought, nearly provoking Wang Fugawei to launch a leap attack at him. Get your skeleton to the front now. The healer can't keep up with the healing. All right, stop yelling. I'm on it. Dong Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and summoned another skeleton to intercept the attacking monsters. I'll gather the aggro. Everyone else, unleash your full power. Wang Fugawei used provocation to draw several saber-toothed tigers firmly to himself. The shield warrior, renowned as the strongest frontline tank, not only boasted remarkably high defensive growth, but also possessed a passive ability that allowed him to block damage without consuming any mental energy, significantly reducing the harm inflicted upon himself. This was the true reason Wang Fugawei could remain unperturbed while surrounded by several saber-toothed tigers. With the full offensive capabilities of the rear-line mages and archers, the saber-toothed tigers quickly fell, yielding experience for the team. Wang Fugawei himself received minimal damage, as the healer only needed to cast heal on him once to restore his health entirely. As he basked in the envious glances from his teammates, a sense of superiority swelled within Wang Fugawei. This was the advantage bestowed by one's class rank. However, he dismissed their admiration, viewing them merely as low-tier class changers. The only one who could compare to him was Dong Yi, the epic-level necromancer. Wang Fugawei believed that even among epic-level classes, there existed a hierarchy. His shield warrior was infinitely superior to Dong Yi, who merely summoned skeletons. Feigning casualness, he turned to Dong Yi and asked, "So, what do you think?" Dong Yi looked at him, bewildered. "What do you mean, what do I think?" Wang Fugawei, momentarily at a loss for words, attempted to maintain his composure, saying, "How do you view my performance as a shield warrior?" "Well, it's a bit lacking, but I suppose it will do," Dong Yi replied, scratching his head, recalling how, while teaming up with Su Wen, entire swathes of enemies were dispatched in mere moments. How he missed those times spent with Su Wen. But who could possibly measure up to Su Wen's extraordinary prowess? It wasn't that Wang Fugawei was weak, it was merely that Su Wen was exceedingly strong. Dong Yi patted Wang Fugawei on the shoulder, earnestly reassuring him, "Don't feel disheartened. This is not your fault, and I won't hold it against you." Hold it against you? Wang Fugawei forcefully swatted his hand away, fuming with expletives. This guy was utterly shameless. To become a necromancer, his mental state must indeed be a bit off. Dong Yi scratched his head in confusion. He merely stated the truth. Why was Wang Fugawei so upset? Was the shield warrior's heart truly that fragile? Oh dear. The team seems a tad discordant, a voice chimed in, prompting Dong Yi to turn abruptly. In the distance, Su Wen approached with a smile, strolling leisurely through the Grand Plains. He bore no items in hand, yet radiated the faint, ethereal glow characteristic of a paladin, imparting an almost sacred air to those who beheld him. Dong Yi turned his head away, his voice dropping in melancholy. "You shouldn't have come. Suin, slightly exasperated, recognized Donya's tendencies. When he was in a mood, it was best to humor him. Why shouldn't I come? You were looking for me to team up, right? Not anymore. Donya gazed into the distance. His voice still heavy. I have made up my mind. I'll level up alone. You should continue on your own. Leveling up alone is a bit dull, Suin shrugged. Hey, can you take teaming up a bit more seriously? You're only seeking me out because you're bored? While you may be speaking the truth, it's still rather hurtful. Donya's lips twitched, maintaining his calm demeanor. Perhaps the strong are destined to walk solitary paths. We ultimately tread different roads. Suin replied. Is this going to go on indefinitely? With an expressionless face, Suin added, Today, we shall feast on bear paws. Donya's ears perked up. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Let us not speak of useless things. Before he could finish, Suin produced a jar of tomato sauce from his pocket, stating nonchalantly, This time, I brought your favorite tomato sauce. Donya fell to his knees with a thud, clutching Suin's leg, wailing, Esteemed leader, please take me along to level up. All right. Suin shook his leg, realizing he couldn't shake off Donya. He helplessly said, I came to find you to team up, after all. Donya, still clinging to Suin's leg, looked up at him with pitiful eyes. Why are you so kind to me? Suin smiled, helping him up, because we are friends. Donya's eyes brimmed with tears as he suddenly lunged into Suin's embrace, sobbing, Suin, from now on, you are my brother from another mother. Hey. Suin forcefully pushed Donya's face away from his chest. Don't dirty my paladin robes. Wang Fugui and the other party members stood in stunned silence. What on earth was happening? A paladin teaming up with an epic-level necromancer, and the necromancer appeared to be genuinely grateful? What was this about bear paws and tomato sauce? Wang Fugui, incredulous, exclaimed, Donya, you can't possibly be considering teaming up with a paladin, right? Donya's expression had returned to calm. He placed his hands on Wang Fugui's shoulders, gazing seriously into his eyes. Fugui, though your aptitude may be lacking, do not be disheartened. Believe in yourself. With effort, there is still hope. I must take my leave. I will wait for you ahead. Strive to follow my silhouette, but do not let me outpace you. With that, Donya voluntarily left the party. What the hell? Wang Fugui found himself at a loss for words, unable to express his feelings. How did he even manage to say such things? The other team members, witnessing Donya's departure, could no longer contain their astonishment. He truly has left the team. I wonder if he has lost his senses? To abandon such a formidable squad and team up with a paladin. It is often said that one's class can somewhat influence a player's abilities. Surely a necromancer wouldn't be as brainless as his skeleton minions, would he? You all are quite something. Wang Fugui was so incensed that he almost laughed. A feeble paladin and a fragile mage. Let's see how you manage to grind monsters. Upon hearing this, Suin and Donya exchanged glances, clapped their hands, and simultaneously exclaimed, Ah, indeed. We are still in need of a priest. Chapter 18, The Quirky Squad. Wang Fugui was taken aback to see Donya genuinely following Suin, watching their departing figures. He furiously summoned an assassin. Chun-Li, tail them and see where they hunt monsters. But brother Fugui, I still need to level up. The selection for the academy is approaching. Chun-Li's face was a mask of despair upon hearing Wang Fugui's command. Have you looked at your level? Even with hard work, you won't make it into a prestigious academy. Chun-Li's expression grew even more despondent at Wang Fugui's words. Yet, one cannot simply give up, can they? He protested. Wang Fugui softened his tone. Rest assured, I will look after you. Once I enter the advanced academy, I will help you level up to compensate. He tossed Chun-Li a piece of green-quality leather armor, promising, in the future, if you encounter any challenging dungeons, I will assist you. Thank you, brother Fugui. Upon receiving the equipment, Chun-Li's face brightened instantly. I promise I won't fall behind. Very well, go ahead, Wang Fugui nodded. Chun-Li vanished from sight and pursued Suin's departing figure. All right, let us continue leveling up, Wang Fugui addressed his teammates. However, I would like to alter the experience distribution within the team. During these exceptional times, I require 60% of the experience. No objections, I hope? The team leader possesses the authority to allocate experience and loot. His level was now quite close to Suin's, and to create a distance, he needed to claim a larger share of experience. 60%. The team members displayed expressions of distress. Wang Fugui taking 60% of the experience would significantly impede their leveling progress. Yet, Wang Fugui was an epic-level shield warrior, undeniably powerful in combat, making it difficult for them to part ways with him. Who said I was an epic class? There are many who would gladly take my place. Where would you go without me? Wang Fugui felt assured of their dependence on him, and was too lazy to reassemble the team with new members. Thus, he reassured them. This distribution is a necessity. Only by leveling up and standing firm can I lead you to higher level areas for monster hunting. He spoke with fervor, assuring them, you need not worry. I will ensure you do not suffer losses. The materials and equipment dropped from monsters will be prioritized for you, alright? Fine then. The other team members ultimately acquiesced, and they resumed grinding monsters for experience. The creatures within the Jersen plains were all at least level 5. Those hunting monsters within the dungeon were the creme de la creme among the newly transitioned players. Although all transitioning players shared the same space within the Jersen Plains, only a minority had reached level 5. As Suin and Donya traversed the area, they observed scattered teams distributed throughout the Jersen Plains, each engaged in their own monster hunting without interference. They were searching for Ducini, glancing at each team that passed by. "Look over there. It's Sun Hongxue," Donya exclaimed in a hushed tone, intrigued by this legendary transitioning player. Sun Hongxue's team was comprised of 2 mages, a configuration that promised a brutal offensive. Sun Hongxue's Fire Mage and the Team's Elemental Mage unleashed their attacks simultaneously, their dual area skills causing hordes of monsters to collapse. Those that survived were quickly dispatched by the other members of the team. Support classes ensured that Sun Hongxue maintained her optimal state. Legendary classes are indeed extraordinary, Donya remarked enviously. Suin nodded in agreement. Once she fully developed, she would indeed be formidable. However, compared to you, she is still lacking. Donya suddenly gazed at Suin, eyes sparkling with admiration. Suin smiled gently. "Let us move on. If we dawdle, we'll be overtaken." At this critical stage of leveling, it is difficult not to attract attention by simply wandering within the dungeon. Suin? Sun Hongxue recognized him and paused in surprise. It was hard to believe he would be here loitering. "Oh." Suin responded lightly, preparing to pass by Sun Hongxue's team. Hee. Sun Hongxue suddenly laughed, her eyes glinting with condescension. "You're not still without a team, are you?" "Indeed, I am currently seeking teammates," Suin replied nonchalantly. "What teammates?" Sun Hongxue was taken aback. "Look over there, is that not one?" Sun Hongxue followed Suin's gaze and spotted a team roughly 50 meters away, appearing to be a makeshift group, clumsily hunting monsters at a slow pace. They seemed like a second-rate squad. Is Suin really considering joining that team? "Are you planning to join that team?" Sun Hongxue questioned, perplexed. "We are in search of our main force," Donya replied mysteriously. "That team hardly seems to possess any powerful transitioning players." Sun Hongxue looked towards Suin for support. Suin raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow and smiled in affirmation. "Enough with your nonsense." Sun Hongxue felt as though she was being mocked, crossing her arms in indignation. "I believe you simply lack a team. How about you plead with me, and I shall allow you to join my team. I beg you. Please let us join your team," Donya exclaimed immediately. "Huh." Sun Hongxue was taken aback. She could not have anticipated that they would so readily utter such words. Anyone could discern that this was a jest, a mockery of the two of them. A paladin and a necromancer joining a team would be utterly useless. However, having spoken the words, Sun Hongxue turned to her team. The team members shook their heads in unison. They would indeed be of no use. Sun Hongxue's expression turned awkward, the atmosphere growing tense. "TCH, Donya smirked. I thought you were an absolute authority. It seems your standing in the team is rather limited." "You." Sun Hongxue was left speechless, her anger flaring. "All right. We have matters to attend to. Let us not waste time here." Suin patted Donya on the shoulder and strode towards the distant team. From afar, he could see Ducini among them. It was not that they had intentionally passed by Sun Hongxue's team to provoke her in a war of words. It would be foolish to take a detour simply because Sun Hongxue was present. Suin had never shied away from a challenge. "All right, my paladin." Donya cheerfully followed Suin, adopting a devotee's demeanor. A necromancer becoming a follower of the holy light appeared both comical and absurd. What an unusual combination. Sun Hongxue's team members could only watch in bewilderment. "Healer, please tend to me. I've lost half my health." "Step back first. Let the healer assist you." "I'll hold the line for a bit." "Assassin, exert yourself. We've been holding our ground for ages." "I can't, my arms are sore from swinging. My daggers are dull." "I told you, assassins are not suited for sustained damage output. You must believe in yourself." Shaman cast Bloodlust on him to speed up his attacks. "Hold on, my mental energy is waning." As Suin and Donya approached, they were astonished by the peculiar composition of this team. There were 2 Storm Knights within the squad. The main damage dealer was an assassin. Assassins are inherently burst damage dealers. Expecting sustained output from them was quite the challenge. Even with the shaman enhancing his Bloodlust state to boost attack power, the rate was still painfully slow. The monsters were being painstakingly taken down, one slow slice at a time. Yet, it was somewhat understandable. Insufficient manpower leaves little room for coincidence. It is unlikely that every team achieves the optimal class configuration. Inevitably, there are those who cannot find a group and must band together haphazardly, leading to an uncertain efficiency. Each member of such a team bears their own burdens. Observing Ducini flustered as she attempts to heal the party, Suin chuckled lightly. "Our mainstay appears to be rather overwhelmed." Chapter 19. You are quite the oddballs. Please join my team. Priest, give me another heal. I'm not feeling well. All right. Ducini wiped her brow and cast healing spell on one of the Storm Knights, restoring some of his health. "Another heal. I'm in the red. I feel so insecure." "You, Knight, hold on a moment. I'm an assassin. Heal me first." "Is a knight's life not valuable?" "I'm the primary damage dealer." "Then you go first." "Easy now, one at a time." Ducini's healing was relentless. Suddenly, a beam of light descended, enveloping the frontline knight with low health. His health bar filled instantly, and a radiant glow emanated from his mouth. Su Wen's health was nearing 200,000, with the Holy Light spell adding thousands and healing. Even a tanky knight had more than enough to be fully restored. What? The knight, bewildered by his sudden recovery, looked around in confusion. Priest, you've struck gold. Your healing output has skyrocketed. Get lost. Ducini playfully chided. She was all too familiar with the effects of this light. Turning in surprise, Ducini saw Su Wen and Dong Yi approaching. Hi, Dong Yi waved at her. Then addressed the knight. This is all thanks to your healer. No need for thanks. He continued with a mischievous grin. Isn't it delightful? If you want another round, just shout, Daddy, love me again. The knight ignored Dong Yi's jest, staring incredulously at Su Wen. What is this? A healing knight? Su Wen paid him no mind. Smiling at Ducini. Joining this team is to hone your skills, I presume? Ducini's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, hesitant to meet his eyes. What brings you here? To team up with you, Su Wen replied. Whether for damage or healing, you don't need me. Teaming up with me would only slow your progress. Why not level up solo instead? Having witnessed Su Wen's capabilities, Ducini knew his team required no priest. Nevertheless, her curiosity compelled her to inquire further. Her heartbeat quickened. Perhaps she merely sought an answer, one she herself did not understand but eagerly anticipated. Just as Su Wen was about to respond, Dong Yi interjected, stepping in front of him with a serious expression. Because we are friends. Ducini felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Seeing Dong Yi's earnest face, she couldn't help but chuckle. She playfully brushed his hand away, laughing. Where did you learn such lines? Dong Yi scratched his head, puzzled. What? Isn't it touching? When Su Wen said it to me, I was so moved I hugged him and cried like a baby. Haha, so you learned that from Su Wen. Ducini laughed heartily, pointing at Dong Yi. It was quite moving, but coming from you, it feels so out of place. Huh. Dong Yi looked at Su Wen, earnestly questioning, am I not handsome enough? You're a bit lacking in that regard, Su Wen replied, ignoring him and turning to Ducini. You are the mainstay of our team. Of course, we need you. It's getting late. Let us go hunt monsters. Ducini gazed at Su Wen, a smile permanently gracing her face. She voluntarily left her team to join Su Wen's. The selection for the prestigious academy was just around the corner. Given the disparity between her and Su Wen, in a few days they might find themselves worlds apart. Never to meet again in this lifetime. So let her be selfish just once more, to savor this final moment of happiness. The other team members observed the priest leave. Exchanging glances. A paladin, a priest, and a necromancer form a team? 2 healers and a fragile class. This team is quite bizarre. The assassin nodded. They align perfectly with my tastes. Why not invite them to join our party? Huh, a paladin. What do you mean? That paladin seems to be a healing knight. We need 2 healers for our 2 frontliners, and with a rather unconventional mage, I see potential. Wouldn't that be too odd of a team? Aren't we already odd enough? True. The team reached a consensus, and the assassin extended an invitation to Su Wen. Join our party. Let us level up together. Next time for sure, Su Wen replied nonchalantly, leading Dong Yi and Ducini away, leaving the other team members in disarray. As Su Wen's trio passed by Sun Hongshue's team, she widened her eyes. The mainstay you mentioned is just a priest? Sun Hongshue was incredulous. She had expected a formidable damage dealer. Aren't priests everywhere? Why travel so far to find one? Su Wen ignored her and continued on. Only Dong Yi. Unable to resist, retorted, warriors, mages, and priests. The classic triangle. What else would you call the mainstay? Did you not pay attention in class? You. Sun Hongshue's blood pressure skyrocketed. She was a top student at the first school, excelling academically and boasting the legendary title of Fire Spirit Mage. How could anyone question her attentiveness in class? Sun Hongshue found herself at a loss for words. By the time she regained her composure, Su Wen and his companions had already moved far ahead. Where are we going to level up? Ducini asked, noticing Su Wen showed no sign of stopping. To the wilds. There are more monsters and greater experience there. It's also rather dangerous. Ducini thought to herself, but refrained from voicing her concerns. With Su Wen around, it hardly seemed perilous. As the trio joked and chatted, they reached the entrance of the dungeon, departing from the Jersen Plain instance. Once they left, Chun-Li cancelled his invisibility, revealing his presence. He stared blankly at the dungeon exit before suddenly turning and rushing toward Wang Fugue's team. Brother Fugue, bad news. Su Wen and the others have left the dungeon. Before Chun-Li could reach Wang Fugue, he shouted urgently. What? Wang Fugue was taken aback. If they're not leveling here, where else could they go? Did they mention where they were heading? Chun-Li gasped. I feared they'd discover I was following them. So I didn't dare get too close. However, I vaguely heard them mention going to the wilds. The wilds. Wang Fugue was stunned. The wilds were far more dangerous than here, with many monsters that actively attack adventurers. What kind of team configuration dares to venture into the wilds? There are just 3 of them. Su Wen the Paladin, Dong Yi the Necromancer, and a priest. That's it. Huh. Wang Fugue felt his mind was overwhelmed. What an odd combination. I heard Dong Yi call it the warrior mage priest, the classic triangle. Where does the warrior come from? Chun-Li scratched his head, perplexed. Paladin? You mean the paladin tanks the monsters? Paladins can tank too. Chun-Li helplessly threw up his hands. You know Dong Ye's performance, Brother Fuguei. He can't possibly be the one to take hits, right? Wang Fuguei stared blankly into the distance, murmuring, I find him increasingly incomprehensible. Chapter 20, Spider Cave, Instance. Successfully killed a level 5 Iron Skin Pig, gained 40 experience points. Successfully killed a level 6 Rampaging Black Bear, gained 60 experience points. Successfully killed a level 7 Valley Giant Python, gained 70 experience points. Successfully defeated an 8th level Great Wind, earning 80 experience points. Su Wen and his companions once again ventured beyond the city into the wilderness. Among the mobs, the paladins struck down every creature with the prowess of deities. This time, Su Wen had the Judgment Knight remain close to him to slay foes, ensuring against any unforeseen circumstances. The other 10 paladins wreaked havoc, amassing a considerable amount of experience for the trio. As Su Wen led the Knights Templar deeper into the wilds, a trail of corpses marked their passage. They soon arrived at the entrance of the Spider Cave dungeon. At this moment, Su Wen had already attained level 7. Are we really going in? I think we can gain plenty of experience fighting wild monsters outside, Dong Yi nervously inquired, gazing apprehensively at the Spider Cave. The wilderness also harbored dungeons, which were considerably more perilous and fraught with uncertainty than those within the city. Both Dong Yi and Du Sini had never ventured into a wilderness dungeon before. Despite their awareness of Su Wen's formidable strength, a flicker of unease lingered within them. The experience from the dungeon is much greater. Fear not, with me here. We shall be fine, Su Wen reassured them. He had previously led the paladins to explore the outskirts of the Spider Cave. Had it not been for the interference of the mercenary group, they could have cleared the dungeon yesterday. The dungeon's difficulty was categorized into 5 tiers: normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and abyss. As the difficulty increased, the attributes of the monsters escalated correspondingly, naturally yielding greater experience, as well as higher drop rates for equipment and materials. The Spider Cave was a low-level dungeon, with the highest difficulty set at Nightmare. As the leader of the trio, Su Wen directly opted for the Nightmare difficulty, and the team entered the Spider Cave. Dong Yi, Du Sini. Dong Yi glanced around, incredulous. Su Wen, did you really choose Nightmare difficulty? Yes. You didn't accidentally select the wrong option, did you? Du Sini cautiously added. Certainly not. The experience is substantially higher at Nightmare difficulty, Su Wen replied calmly. Well, we still need to survive to gain that experience. Dong Ye's face contorted into a grimace as he seized Su Wen by the neck, shaking him while roaring, Su Wen, have you lost your mind? Come to your senses. Su Wen broke free from Dong Ye's grasp, pushing him away, and retorted, I think you're the one who has lost it. Du Sini chuckled, amused by the antics of her 2 companions. It was her first time witnessing such banter before entering a Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Although she too was entering a dungeon of this level for the first time, Su Wen's unwavering composure quelled her initial trepidation. For some reason, she always felt at ease with Su Wen by her side. Hey, Dong Yi turned to Du Sini. What are you laughing at? Just because my studies aren't great doesn't mean I can't enlighten you on the dangers of our current situation. If your studies aren't great, then there's no need for you to enlighten us, Du Sini playfully replied. I'm a priest, so you wouldn't expect me to take the front lines, would you? Dong Yi paused, realizing the truth in her words. Indeed, as a priest, she was meant to be protected, and as long as the team endured, the priest would remain unharmed, which naturally eased the tension. However, while it's true you're safe in the rear, I'm also a mage. Surely you can't expect a mage to take on the front lines, can you? Dong Yi exclaimed. Dong Yi and Du Sini exchanged glances before directing their attention to Su Wen. Su Wen shrugged, don't look at me. I'm a support class paladin. Dong Yi, Du Sini. Typically, paladins were designated as support characters, positioned safely within the team to provide continuous auras, ensuring a higher degree of safety. Dong Yi sighed. All 3 of us are individuals who require protection. If we cannot hold our ground, we might as well run. Du Sini shook her head in the Nightmare dungeon. I fear we won't be able to escape. Dong Ye's expression grew solemn as he spoke earnestly. It seems we will need to leave one person behind to cover our retreat. His gaze darted between Su Wen and Du Sini, clearly undecided about whom to sacrifice. Let us leave the priest behind, Su Wen suggested with a serious tone. In any team, the priest typically draws the highest aggro, ensuring all monsters will focus on them. Hey, Du Sini exclaimed, laughing despite herself. You can't just leave me behind. That is too cruel. That makes sense. Dong Ye's eyes lit up, and he threw an arm around Su Wen's shoulder, exclaiming, what a true friend, willing to sacrifice the stunning Du Sini rather than lose a good buddy. Su Wen looked at Dong Yi with confusion. Aren't you a dead mage? Can you really die again? What do you mean dead mage? Dong Ye's features scrunched in irritation as he punched Su Wen lightly, shouting, I'm a necromancer, not a dead mage. Please don't abbreviate. Ha. Du Sini chuckled, her earlier unease dissipating entirely. Their little team was truly peculiar and entertaining. Let us get moving. With the tension lifted, a smile crept onto Su Wen's face as 11 beams of golden light erupted, heralding the arrival of the Knights Templar. Su Wen commanded the 10 paladins to line up in formation ahead, retaining the Judgment Knight by his side to prevent any unexpected incidents. The presence of the Knights Templar instilled a profound sense of security within the team. Now this is our true meat shield, Dong Yi proclaimed, brimming with confidence as he followed behind. Leave the damage output to me. He projected an air of being the strongest damage dealer in the team. Du Xini smiled softly. She had come to understand Dong Ye's audacity quite well. Su Wen chose to ignore him, directing the paladins to scout ahead. Having previously explored parts of the outer map before the altercation with the mercenary group, he now had the paladins dispersed to continue their scouting. Successfully defeated a 9th level poison spider, earning 180 experience points. Successfully defeated a 10th level variegated spider, earning 220 experience points. Acquired spider silk X1. The paladins swung their great swords, obliterating the monsters and continuously earning experience points. It appeared that the experience gained in the nightmare difficulty dungeon was significantly heightened. Su Wen took a moment to gauge the experience points before leading the team further. As they delved deeper, the terrain of the spider cave became increasingly intricate, branching into numerous pathways that meandered like rivers into the depths. The cave's entrance was shrouded in darkness, resembling the gaping maws of monstrous serpents, silently waiting for prey to enter. What shall we do now? Dong Yi scratched his head, looking to Su Wen for guidance. The textbooks indicated that most dungeon pathways led to the space where the final boss resided. Although the ultimate destination remained the same, the difficulty of the pathways varied, as did the distribution of monsters. Unless one had considerable experience, teams would usually pause at intersections to carefully select the optimal route forward. Su Wen scrutinized the myriad cave openings ahead and provided his answer: we will slay them all. Chapter 21. The Marvelous Application of Holy Light. Slay them all. Su Wen's response took Dong Yi by surprise. Yes, the experience within the dungeon is invaluable. We must not waste it, Su Wen asserted. With that, he dispersed the Knights Templar into different cave entrances, leaving only 3 paladins by his side. That makes sense, Dong Yi observed the departing paladins, feeling that with each one that left, their safety diminished. He voiced his concern: if we only have 3 paladins left, won't we be in danger if we encounter an elite boss? There are 4, Su Wen corrected, selecting one of the caverns and leading the 3 paladins alongside him. Du Xini obediently followed. What kind of paladin are you? Hearing Su Wen emphasize his own status as a paladin, Dong Yi rolled his eyes and muttered as he trailed behind. Sun Knight, Su Wen replied without turning around. That class doesn't exist. I might not be the best student, but don't try to fool me. Although Dong Ye was skeptical, he pondered that Su Wen's paladin class was indeed rather unique. Capable of summoning such a formidable order of Knights Templar, far surpassing his own prowess as a necromancer renowned for summoning. Perhaps this was a title Su Wen had bestowed upon his vocation? As they spoke, the team ventured into the dark entrance of the cave. The passage was even darker than outside, rendering it nearly impossible to see even one's own hand. Faint rustling noises echoed in the darkness, the sound of multi-limbed creatures crawling. The darkness was far more terrifying than the monsters themselves. The human mind concocts various horrifying imaginations in the absence of light. It's so dark, Du Xini instinctively drew closer to Su Wen, gently grasping the hem of his garment. It's so dark, Dong Ye, too, felt a tinge of fear, mimicking Du Xini as he edged closer to Su Wen, softly clasping his right hand. Su Wen pushed Dong Ye away forcefully. Damn it, Su Wen, you prioritize beauty over friendship, Dong Ye lamented. Though his expression was obscured, his tone was rife with grievance. Su Wen, with a hint of exasperation, explained, I need my right hand to draw my sword. Then, the Lionheart sword materialized in his right hand from his storage space, raised high. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, its holy radiance filling the entire passage. Dong Ye and Du Xini, startled by the intense glow, tightly shut their eyes, only slowly reopening them once their palms shielded their sight. What greeted their eyes was Su Wen, wielding the Lionheart sword enveloped in sacred light, resembling a beacon amidst the darkness. Dong Ye, Du Xini. Wow, the Paladin's Holy Light spell can be used like this? Dong Ye realized that Su Wen had utilized Holy Light through the Lionheart sword to create a condensed yet potent effect, leaving him utterly astonished. Skills are static. It's the person who must be adaptable. Su Wen held the luminous sword and remarked nonchalantly. Dong Ye. Du Xini regarded the brilliance emanating from Su Wen's sword with a contemplative expression. Dong Ye, interpreting Su Wen's words as jest, circled around him, marveling. Have you become a walking torch? Goodness, it seems you've truly grasped the essence of being a paladin. This is a tremendous contribution to the Paladin's role in the team. After witnessing Su Wen's display, Dong Ye was surprised to discover that the Paladin was not entirely useless in the early stages. Enough chatter, let us move on. This will also drain our mental energy. Holding back without action can be detrimental. Su Wen led the 3 paladins forward. The passage was swarming with clusters of spiders. The blinding light caused the spiders, adapted to the darkness, to retreat slightly, yet their inherent ferocity compelled them to charge again. The 3 paladins stood at the forefront, swiftly eliminating the attacking spiders, converting them into experience points. Other paladins within the passage also engaged in slaughtering monsters. They required no illumination, as they annihilated everything in their path. Suin advanced rapidly with the paladins, during which Donya summoned a few skeletons to join the fray, only to find one of them swiftly dispatched by the spiders. The spiders in this dungeon possessed surprisingly high attack power. With this comparison, Donya finally grasped just how formidable Suin's paladins were. Such terrifying monsters were effortlessly dispatched by them. The feeling of having a strong ally was simply exquisite. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded through the passage, as a massive hole opened above, and a colossal figure emerged from within. It was a gigantic spider, exceeding 5 meters in size, its agile limbs clinging to the walls of the passage, blocking their path. Donya, Dusini. They finally had the opportunity to employ their skills, using the Identify spell. Corrupted Spider, Elite Boss. Level, 12. Constitution, 300. Spirit, 200. Strength, 300. Agility, 500. Skill, Acceleration. Donya lamented, with so many paths available, why did we have to encounter an elite monster? Suin chuckled, you jinxed us. He too examined the attributes of the Corrupted Spider. Its statistics were unremarkable, not particularly strong, considering it was merely a low-level dungeon. Despite his teasing of Donya, encountering it here was rather convenient. The experience gained from elite monsters was substantial. Regardless of where they encountered it, it would be a guaranteed kill. Although there were only 3 paladins here, they were more than capable of slaying an elite monster, while the passage was still teeming with ordinary spider monsters. The narrow terrain made it quite defensible. Suin commanded the 3 paladins to form a line and advance, but there remained a slight gap in their formation. A swarm of spiders surged forward, and the paladins struggled to eliminate them all in time, nearly allowing a couple to slip through their defenses. Stay back and don't move, Suin instructed, stepping forward to physically block the gap. Dusini gasped, Suin, are you insane? You'll die if the elite boss hits you. She prepared to heal him at any moment, urging him to return quickly. Suin turned back, don't worry, after all, a paladin is still a knight. Both Dusini and Donya were momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, they understood Suin's implication. As the swarm of spiders charged, a few of them attacked Suin. Damage indicators appeared, yet his health bar remained utterly unchanged. What? Dusini and Donya were left speechless with shock. Suin's implication was that the paladin's defensive growth was as formidable as that of the Storm Knights. How have you become an all-round knight? Suin's health had reached 200,000, resembling that of a minor boss. Donya and the others could not see Suin's health directly. Only the visual representation of his health bar, which showed no signs of damage, leading them to mistakenly believe his defense was on par with that of the Storm Knights. Now, with Suin holding the glowing sword, unable to attack, he merely served as a shield, allowing the other paladins to fend off the horde of spiders. He didn't even need to attack. In the next moment, all the surrounding spiders were slain. The clustered spiders in front fell in droves, clearing the way for the Corrupted Spider, which let out a hissing sound as it lunged forward to attack. Its strike landed on the Judgment Knight, barely causing a dent in its health bar. The Templar Knight boasted a staggering constitution of 900 points. Even facing the elite boss's assault, it posed no threat. Immediately, the paladins swung their great swords down upon the Corrupted Spider, inflicting massive damage that sent blood splattering. Chapter 22. Boss Spider Leader. Hiss. Under the paladin's relentless assault, the Corrupted Spider emitted a low, mournful wail and activated its skill, Acceleration. Its agility stat surpassed its other attributes, and after using Acceleration, its speed surged even further. Like a wisp of smoke, it darted into the rear of the spider horde, distancing itself from Suin. Suin hadn't anticipated that a skill initially intended for charging would be used by the Corrupted Spider to flee. It seemed the Corrupted Spider realized that Suin's paladins were formidable opponents. It struck the ground with its limbs, commanding the spider horde to attack, while it followed behind, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Suin, leading the paladins, moved forward steadily, effortlessly dispatching every spider that came within reach. With the spider horde absorbing damage, the Corrupted Spider would occasionally strike, but it was akin to assaulting a rock face, yielding minimal results. Instead, it found itself grievously wounded from the paladins' counterattacks. Witnessing Suin and his paladins erecting an impregnable defense while continuously compressing the space of the spider horde left all in utter astonishment. Previously, they had encountered only ordinary monsters, unable to discern the true might of the paladins summoned by Suin. Now, even the elite boss from a nightmarish difficulty dungeon was unable to contend with them, showcasing their overwhelming strength. Donya looked at the few dim-witted skeleton warriors beside him and silently mused, in my next life, I wish to be a paladin. In a moment of serendipity, the seemingly inconspicuous Dusini finally seized the opportunity to heal Suin's paladins. Although the damage sustained was negligible and hardly warranted treatment, she diligently fulfilled her clerical duties. The skills she cast would enhance her proficiency, and opportunities to heal injured paladins within the party were scarce. As Suin advanced, The swarm of spiders was annihilated. The confined terrain of the corridor hampered the agility of the demonized spider, ultimately cornering it where it met its demise at the hands of the paladin's relentless strikes. Despite being a nightmare difficulty dungeon, the attributes of the elite boss were not excessively daunting. A party of 6 elite players, all above level 16, could attempt this challenge. The corridor's layout also restricted the demonized spider's agility, preventing any rear-line members from being overwhelmed. Successfully killed a level 12 demonized spider, gaining 3,000 experience points. Acquired powerful spider silk X3. Acquired blue quality shield X1. Did it drop equipment? Suwon examined the fallen shield. Knight's shield, blue quality, LV 10, Constitution 30. Strength 10, trait. Enhances own defense by 15 points. It was rather mundane equipment. Suwon dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Pondering who would desire such an item, Dong Yi and Du Sini slowly shook their heads. The knight's gear was of no use to them. Well then, I shall keep it to sell for coin before we divide it, he concluded without much fuss, tossing all the loot into his storage space. Indeed, the experience gained from an elite boss at nightmare difficulty was substantial. Dong Yi exclaimed joyously, noting that his experience had surged from 20 to 67 in a mere span of time. Du Sini's experience mirrored Dong Ye's, both reveling in their swiftly rising numbers. Suwon glanced at his own level progress, now reaching 60, owing much to the other paladins in the corridor. They were continuously slaying monsters, accumulating a vast pool of experience. Even when divided among 3, the advancement was remarkably swift. Onward, Suwon declared with unwavering confidence. With the Order of the Knights, leveling up felt as effortless as drinking water. The path ahead was fraught with ordinary monsters, easily dispatched by the 3 paladins as they exited the corridor with ease. At the end of the corridor lay a vast subterranean expanse. Suwon was the first to emerge, the cramped confines of the corridor giving way to a sense of liberation. At the terminus, 7 paladins stood in formation, awaiting Suwon's arrival, their shining silver armor glimmering under the radiance of holy light. Due to the delay caused by the elite boss, Suwon and the Templar Knights had lagged behind their counterparts. Once reunited, they pressed forward. Suwon brandished his glowing sword, with Dong Yi and Du Sini trailing a safe distance behind. Their caution was warranted as Suwon noted 6 crimson beams of light illuminating an area beyond the reach of the glow. Be cautious, ahead lies the boss, Suwon warned. The paladins swiftly cleared the surrounding scattered spiders before advancing towards the source of the crimson light. As the ominous glow flickered, a tremendous force seemed to crash upon the ground, sending powerful shockwaves that pushed the approaching paladins back several meters. Suwon stepped forward, positioning himself at a safe distance where the light barely illuminated the boss. At the edge of the glow, the source of the 6 crimson beams revealed itself, its 6 eyes glaring ominously. Spider Lord boss, level 15, Constitution 600, Mentality 300, Strength 600, Agility 300, Skills, Shockwave, and Tangle. Fatal Strike. Is this boss's attribute truly so terrifying? Dong Yi exclaimed in disbelief as he absorbed the information. With his own constitution at a mere 80 points, he would surely perish with the slightest touch from the boss's formidable 600 strength. Du Sini's complexion also paled, the overwhelming disparity instilling a sense of dread. Can we truly defeat such a creature? Without the Order of the Knights, with their current levels, attributes, and equipment, even conquering the ordinary difficulty of the Spider Cavern would be a monumental challenge. Not to mention the attributes amplified several times over in nightmare difficulty. Given the boss's attributes, it seemed prudent to wait until they surpassed level 20 before attempting this dungeon again. However, with the Order of the Knights by their side, everything changed. Despite the boss's high 4-dimensional attributes, they still did not exceed those of an individual paladin. With 11 paladins facing the Spider Lord, their only disadvantage was in health. It was akin to 11 bosses assailing a single boss. What was there to fear? Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, Suwon kept the Earth Knight close. The other 10 paladins charged towards the boss, surrounding it, and unleashing a flurry of attacks. Hiss! The sound emitted from the Spider Lord echoed like an enraged roar as the paladin's strikes forced it to stagger back. Its 6 crimson eyes widened menacingly, locking onto one nearby paladin, as it raised its pitch-black, spear-like claw to deliver a devastating thrust. Chapter 23, Swiftly Slay the Boss. With a sickening thud, the Spider Lord, S. forlum, akin to a dark spear, plunged into a paladin's side. The paladin's movements faltered, and his health visibly diminished. Although the boss's attributes were not as formidable as the Templar Knights, the difference was marginal, and the damage inflicted upon the paladins remained significant. Suwon narrowed his gaze. This was the first time he witnessed a paladin suffer such grievous harm. It was evident he needed to expedite his leveling. Only by enhancing his own level could the combat prowess of the Order of the Knights rise accordingly. The injured paladin hesitated momentarily, then swung his great sword, striking the Spider Lord's leg. Hiss! The Spider Lord recoiled in pain, retracting its limb. Nearby, the Judgment Knight unleashed judgment upon the boss. A colossal sword, accompanied by a spectral figure, descended with force, striking the Spider Lord, and causing a significant portion of its health to vanish in an instant. The Spider Lord, in agony, unleashed the skill Shockwave. Its mountainous body leaped high, crashing down onto the ground. A tremendous shockwave sent the surrounding paladins reeling back several meters, with those closest sustaining considerable damage. It appeared that at the onset, the boss had employed the shockwave skill. Suwin directed the Judgment Knight to approach the boss, preparing to unleash judgment once more. The Spider Lord, wary of the Judgment Knight, reacted swiftly, opening its maw to spew forth a mass of spider silk. The silk ensnared the Judgment Knight, immobilizing him. It was the Spider Lord's skill, Entangle. My paladins cannot resist control skills. This is somewhat troublesome. Suwin commanded the other 9 paladins to converge, wielding their blades even without the ability to cast skills. Sheer numbers could ensure the boss's demise. As long as their attributes were high enough, all maneuvers became mere embellishments. Surrounded by such a multitude of paladins, the Spider Lord's health plummeted rapidly, dropping to half in under a minute. Abruptly, its limbs began to turn red, the tips glowing like burning spears. The entrapment effect on the Judgment Knight dissipated, allowing him to rejoin the fray. The Spider Lord had entered a frenzied state, its wrath focused on the Judgment Knight, unleashing the skill, Fatal Strike. Its claws resembled lethal crimson spears, piercing through the body of the Judgment Knight with a single thrust. Blood splattered, and the knight's health plummeted below half in an instant. Critical Strike inflicts a terrifying blow on a single target, dealing damage equal to 50 of the target's maximum health. Do not move from your positions, Suwin commanded, swiftly advancing forward, casting Holy Light upon the Judgment Knight. As the spell was unleashed, the radiance from the Lionheart sword flickered momentarily, plunging the expansive space into darkness. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment before the light surged forth once more, and the Judgment Knight's health was fully restored. Suwin coldly glared at the Spider Leader. Is my paladin one you can slay? His healing drew the Spider Leader's ire, prompting it to charge towards Suwin with the intent to eliminate him. However, it found itself ensnared by the surrounding paladins, unable to break free. Suwin, not foolish enough to engage directly, remained at a distance, healing the paladins from afar. After all, with his current health of 200,000, a critical strike could cost him 100,000 health points in an instant. Nonetheless, this skill exhibited a tendency to strengthen against the strong and weaken against the weak. If it had struck Donya, it would have likely deducted only a few hundred health points. This skill primarily targeted frontline tank classes. With Suwin's healing, the Spider Leader could no longer pose a threat to the paladins, and within 5 minutes, this rookie Slayer boss fell beneath a flurry of swords. Successfully defeated the level 15 Spider Leader boss, earning 10,000 experience points. Simultaneously, a radiant glow enveloped Suwin as he leveled up to level 8. Donya approached, gazing at the boss's carcass in disbelief. Such a formidable boss was just vanquished? What did you expect? Suwin replied, exasperated, casting a glance at Donya. Should we have wiped out completely for it to be considered normal? Donya chuckled awkwardly. Your strength is quite unsettling. Sini's eyes sparkled with excitement. The combination of paladin, mage, and priest had conquered a nightmarish dungeon, even surpassing their level. No one would dare believe it if they told. Yet, they had indeed achieved it. Or rather, it was Suwin who had accomplished it. With this in mind, there was no need to worry about his admission to the Summer Capital Academy. Oh. Sini curiously observed the spot where the boss's corpse had vanished, revealing a glimmering golden treasure chest. A treasure chest dropped? And it's golden. Donya exclaimed with delight as he approached the chest. Defeating a boss within a dungeon always yielded a treasure chest, the quality of which depended on the dungeon's difficulty. As it was their first encounter with such a phenomenon, Sini and the others were understandably astounded. Who will open it? Suwin inquired, glancing at them. You should. Suwin, without further ado, stepped forward and directly opened the chest. Acquired blue quality armor, wisdom robe. Acquired green quality weapon, bloodied spear. Acquired beginner skill scroll. Acquired 300 gold coins. Among the various materials, Suwin paid little mind, instead examining the wisdom robe, which was level 10 equipment suitable for priests, boasting decent attributes. He promptly handed it to Sini, who accepted it joyfully, though she would have to wait until reaching level 10 to equip it. Another item of interest was the beginner skill scroll. Beginner skill scroll, usable at level 10, with a chance to comprehend a basic skill of the respective class. The textbook had mentioned the probability associated with skill scrolls, so Suwin was not particularly surprised, though the drop rate for such scrolls was notoriously low. He hadn't expected to acquire one this time. Typically, a beginner skill scroll would fetch a price exceeding 100,000 gold coins, making it quite valuable. This was likely the reason the chest was golden. Who wishes to comprehend a skill? Suwin asked. It should be you, as you are the backbone of our team. Donya's eyes gleamed with excitement. He understood that Suwin's strength would expedite their team's advancement. Indeed, it is only fitting for you to take it, Suwin. Sini concurred, recognizing that Suwin had graciously guided them to level up without any expectation of reward. Yet, Suin generously distributed equipment, warming their hearts. It's usable at level 10. So I'll hold on to it for now, Suin said, placing the skill scroll into his storage. Alright, let us depart the dungeon. The trio exited the dungeon. Arriving at the entrance of the spider cave. What shall we do next? Donya queried, somewhat perplexed. Suin smiled gently. Continue leveling up. Chapter 24. The Joy of Leveling Up. Regardless of difficulty, this spider cave dungeon offered 3 shared entry opportunities within a single day. After emerging from the dungeon, Suin and his companions once again selected the nightmare difficulty and re-entered. Unlike other teams that required time to recuperate after a dungeon run, the Paladins led the charge against the monsters with minimal toll on the trio. As for Suin's mental energy expenditure, he simply consumed a couple of mental potions along the way to replenish it. Armed with the experience from their first run, progress in the second dungeon was markedly swift. The Paladins cleared a path effortlessly, with only the final boss requiring Suin's healing support from the rear. Suin had suggested that Donya and Du Sini remain at the entrance while he handled the monster clearing alone. However, Du Sini, fearful of the pitch-black surroundings, felt safer by Suin's side. Donya agreed. With a resigned shake of his head, Suin allowed them to accompany him. Fortunately, their playful banter alleviated the monotony of the tedious monster-slaying process. They subsequently decimated the spider leader, twice more, elevating Suin's level to 9, with his experience nearing half. With no remaining dungeon entries, Suin sought a suitable spot in the wilderness for monster grinding and began roasting meat. The prepared materials could not go to waste. No one would relish roasted spider, after all. Upon reaching the wilds, the trio felt hunger pangs and found a picturesque location to set about their task. Roasting meat during monster hunting sessions had become a staple activity for their team. The 3 joyfully feasted on roasted meat while the Paladins vigorously battled surrounding monsters. Successfully defeated a level 10 white-horned rhinoceros, gaining 130 experience points. Acquired rhinoceros horn X1. Successfully defeated an 11th level jumping frog, gaining 150 experience points. Successfully defeated a 12th level long-armed ape, gaining 170 experience points. Du Sini, savoring the roasted meat while watching the steadily rising experience points, felt a peculiar sense of absurdity. Only Suin's team could experience such a leisurely and enjoyable method of leveling up. Time flew swiftly in joyous moments. In the blink of an eye, the sun began to set in the west. As twilight descended, Suin reached level 10, acquired the class skill, Sacred Ground. Observing the dimming sky, he summoned the Paladin Order back. Alright, that will be all for today. It is time for us to return to the city. Donya and Du Sini nodded cheerfully. They too had achieved level 9 and felt immensely satisfied. Let us meet at the usual place tomorrow morning. Back in the city, Suin arranged a meeting time with them before turning to depart. Hey, where are you going? Donya shouted after Suin's retreating figure. Of course, I'm heading home. Donya was taken aback. Aren't you coming to the meeting? Not anymore. If the principal inquires, I shall say I feel unwell and am returning home. Suin waved his hand and vanished around the corner. Alright then, Donya sighed, glancing at Du Sini. Shall we go? I won't be going either. If the principal asks, I will say I feel unwell too. Bye. Du Sini giggled, swiftly darting away. So it seems I'm the only one feeling fine. Donya fumed, then suddenly remembered his level and chuckled. Well, that's alright. He hurriedly made his way to the designated meeting point at the third school. Surrounding Principal Su Guizhou were students emerging from the dungeon. The Jerson Plain is quite challenging. I have only managed to reach level 6 today. Do not boast too much. I have just ascended to level 5. Tomorrow, we shall finally venture into the Jerson Plain dungeon, and I cannot afford to lag behind you. Hehe. Let us adopt a Zen-like approach to leveling. Our efforts may be futile, as the profession level remains a steadfast barrier. Look at Wang Fugui, who has already attained level 8. We are no match for him, no match at all. Alas, I can scarcely find a suitable team. I implore you to assist me tomorrow. The others should be returning soon, right? Su Guo surveyed the surrounding students, but he could not spot Su Wan. Wang Fugui, still basking in the glory of Su Gui's praise, suddenly remembered the purpose of his wait upon hearing the principal mention Su Wan. I refuse to believe you can keep up with my level today. He scanned the crowd, attempting to locate Su Wan to deliver a blow to his confidence. After a fruitless search, he recalled the information he had the assassin gather and uncertainly stated. They seem to have gone to the wild area outside the city to level up. Su Guo was taken aback. What? Just then, Dong Yi came rushing over, confirming Wang Fugui's assertion, having just returned from the wild area outside the city. Dong Yi, where's Su Wan? Su Guo quickly inquired, noticing only Dong Yi's return. He felt a bit unwell today and went home early. Dong Yi replied vaguely. Oh, Su Guo, relieved that Su Wan was unharmed, then asked sternly. Did you all go to the wild area to level up today? Yes, Dong Yi acknowledged, realizing he could not keep it a secret any longer. Do you not understand how perilous the wild area is? With your low levels, you could be in grave danger at any moment. It is sheer folly. What danger could there possibly be in the wild area? It's merely us 3 dominating the place. Dong Yi shrugged off Su Guo's admonishment. Feeling a bit inflated after being swiftly leveled up by Su Wan, Hee, though the wild area is dangerous, the experience points are substantial. High risk, high reward. Just look at my level. The others finally took the time to assess his level. Dong Yi LV9 Necromancer. Wow. This is astonishing. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. No one expected his level to be so high. Even Wang Fuguei was taken aback, having just managed to suppress Su Wen, only for another contender, Dong Yi, to emerge. In disbelief, he queried, "You leveled up entirely in the wild area? What do you think?" Dong Yi smirked, reveling in his triumph. "Just a mere necromancer." "You say? What do you mean by mere necromancer?" Dong Yi retorted, feeling indignant. "I am an epic class profession. Our team only had a paladin and a priest today. We dominated the wild area. Of course, it was Su Wen doing the dominating, a fact Dong Yi chose not to disclose." Wang Fuguei's eyes widened as he recalled that Dong Yi was also an epic class profession, just like him. After all, a mage's damage output surpasses that of a shield warrior. Could he have already reached a peak performance so swiftly? Impossible, impossible. I have teamed with you before. How could you possibly manage with your frail skeleton warriors? Wang Fuguei was utterly perplexed. When Su Wen's team left, there were only 3 of them. If Dong Yi was not grinding monsters, 1 paladin and 1 priest were utterly inconceivable. How can one even speak of such matters? After today's deliberate practice to enhance his proficiency, Dong Yi's summon skeleton skill had reached level 3, allowing him to instantaneously summon 3 skeletal warriors. "Do you wish to test the sharpness of my skeleton's greatsword?" Dong Yi confidently proclaimed. Were these summoned minions truly the reason for Dong Yi's rapid leveling? Wang Fuguei's expression fluctuated, suddenly realizing that those skeletons appeared far more imposing. In truth, Dong Yi's skeletons had indeed grown stronger with his level, though not excessively so. As for Wang Fuguei's perception of their newfound strength, it was merely a case of his mindset being thrown into disarray. Observing Wang Fuguei's astonishment, the classmates cast envious glances at the skeletons, and Dong Yi felt a surge of satisfaction within. "I seem to be grasping the joy that Su Wen experiences." Chapter 25. Comprehending a new skill. Most of the students from Class 1 had dispersed, leaving only a few lingering to await their friend's return from the dungeon. Among those remaining was Sun Hongxue, who had made it her daily ritual to check on Su Wen's leveling progress. She had now reached LV9, a top-tier profession, and her formidable strength instilled a sense of awe in her classmates, causing them to keep their distance. She stood there, somewhat solitary, her demeanor unchanged. The opinions of others mattered little to her. Her focus was solely on Su Wen, determined to trample that insufferable paladin beneath her feet. She would not allow herself, a legendary profession, to be outpaced by a mere paladin. After waiting for a considerable time without sight of Su Wen, she perked her ears to listen, paying close attention to the conversations within the crowd from Class 3. The commotion brought by Dong Yi captured everyone's attention, leaving no one to notice the presence of an additional individual at the edge of Class 3. The wild area, he certainly had courage. Sun Hongxue's gaze turned cold as she made her decision. After a refreshing bath, Su Wen comfortably reclined on his bed. At last, he had reached level 10. Level 10 marks a small threshold for novices. Only upon surpassing this level can one utilize skill scrolls and comprehend professional skills. Moreover, each level increase grants a corresponding enhancement to one's attributes. He had yet to thoroughly examine the skills acquired through leveling. Su Wen began to scrutinize the description of his newly acquired skill with diligence. Holy Ground, level 1 with the power of Holy Light. Create a holy ground with a radius of 24 meters, inflicting damage equal to 1 of one's health points per second to enemies within the area. This is splendid. It is indeed an area skill. Su Wen felt elated. While the single target damage of the paladin was quite high, their efficiency suffered when faced with hordes of monsters. The acquisition of Holy Ground significantly remedied this inefficiency in dealing with groups of adversaries. As for the damage, with the unique passive skill, Solar Knight, his health points were exceptionally robust. Once the skill levels up, the damage output will surely be formidable. Why does it feel as if my paladin is becoming somewhat like a mage? Su Wen chuckled, retrieving a beginner skill scroll from his storage space. Beginner skill scroll, usable at level LV10, with a chance to comprehend a basic skill of this profession. A chance, you say? Well, it doesn't matter. I have already gained a group attack skill, so whether I can acquire a new skill at this moment is of little consequence. Su Wen adopted a calm demeanor and confidently activated the skill scroll. Comprehended profession skill, Guardian Aura. Guardian Aura, level 1 increases the defense value of all team members by 1 and provides a protective armor that grants 1 health point. Only 1 aura may be activated at a time, and effects of the same type do not stack. The armor value refreshes every 10 minutes. This. A divine skill. Su Wen nearly leapt from his bed in exhilaration. An increase of 1 to all members' defense value is commendable. The actual enhancement depends on each team member's innate defense. The crucial aspect is the provision of 1 health point as armor. Once this skill levels up, the additional armor value will reach terrifying heights. At that point, every member of his team will become a formidable bulwark. To think I have just acquired a group attack skill and now grasped a defensive skill, My Paladin is truly versatile in both offense and defense. Su-Wen gleefully reviewed his current attributes. Name, Su-Wen. Profession, Paladin. Level, LV10. Constitution, 130. Spirit, 130. Strength, 130. Agility, 130. Unique passive, Solar Knight. You are a child of light, perpetually bathed in the blessings of the God of Light. Regenerate 1 health point per second. Active skills, Holy Light, level 10. Sacred Ground, level 1. Guardian Aura, level 1. Command, Unique, level 2. Holy Light, level 10, capable of healing a single unit or inflicting holy damage upon undead or demonic entities. The healing and damage values are augmented by 10 of the caster's own health points. Command, Unique, level 2. The direction indicated by the Sun Knight's sword signifies the path of the Paladin's battle. Summons 11 Paladins to fight on your behalf, with their attributes being 20 times that of the caster's own. Sacred Ground, level 1. By harnessing the power of Holy Light, creates a sacred area with a radius of 24 meters, dealing damage equal to 1 health point per second to enemies within the vicinity. Guardian Aura, level 1, increases the defense value of all team members by 1 and provides 1 health point of armor to the caster. Only 1 aura may be activated at a time, and effects of the same type do not stack. Armor values refresh every 10 minutes. As he reached level 10, his 4 core attributes had increased by 20 points. The Holy Light skill is foundational and can be enhanced with level progression. It appears that the other skills require frequent usage to improve proficiency before they can be upgraded. Has Command leveled up? Perhaps it automatically upgrades every 10 levels? With a flicker of thought, Su-Wen summoned the Codex of Holy Light into his hands. What is this? He sensed a difference and flipped to the page of the Blade Knight. The stance of the Blade Knight shifted, revealing 5 war spears that floated in a fan shape behind him. The Blade Knight had acquired an additional skill, Throw. Blade Knight. Constitution, 2,600. Spirit, 2,600. Strength, 2,600. Agility, 2,600. Skill, Throw. Throw. Hurl a war spear at an enemy, with damage determined by the caster's strength attribute. Another Paladin has attained a new skill. Excellent. Now they possess the ability to engage foes from a distance. The Paladin's core attributes have reached 2,600 points. Truly impressive. Su-Wen could not ascertain the current standard of his Paladin's attributes, as each class has its own growth patterns. The Paladin, being a support class, does not exhibit significant disparities in core attributes. However, the Storm Knight, whose growth is primarily defensive, the Mage, who develops through spirit, and the Assassin, who thrives on strength, should display notable differences in their attributes. Nevertheless, it is certain that below level 20, his knightly order can march forth with confidence. It seems prudent to inquire about Dong Ye's growth tomorrow. Gaining insights into other classes is indeed necessary. Resolving this in his mind, Su-Wen smiled and closed his eyes, eagerly anticipating the dawn of a new day. Chapter 26, The Power of New Skills. Only 4 days remain until the assessment at the prestigious academy. Su-Wen continued to meet with Dong Yi and Du Sini as they ventured outside the city. Today felt different. A noticeable increase in novice class changers heading to the wilderness caught his attention. What is happening? Why are there so many people leveling up in the wild today? Su-Wen pondered. Dong Yi, with a distant gaze, suggested, perhaps this cohort of students is particularly enthusiastic. He suspected it was likely tied to his words from the previous day. With so many people around, let's find a secluded spot to grind monsters. Su-Wen, unfazed, led them toward a high-level area in the wilderness. Upon reaching the gathering place of level 10 whitehorn rhinos, where monsters were densely packed, he noted that these creatures were tough-skinned and rarely approached by players for leveling. This time, Su-Wen refrained from summoning the Paladin Order proactively. He turned to Dong Yi and inquired, what attribute does your necromancer primarily develop? As a mage, my growth is naturally focused on spirit, Dong Yi replied matter-of-factly. And you? Su-Wen asked Du Sini. I also focus on spirit, Du Sini responded. How much have your core attributes increased upon leveling? Su-Wen queried. My spirit attribute increased by 100 points, while the others rose by 10 points. Dong Yi answered, puzzled. Isn't that the case for you too? No way. Du Sini exclaimed in surprise. My spirit attribute only increased by 80 points, with the others at 10 points. How is your spirit growth so much higher than mine? Su-Wen pondered briefly and concluded that it was likely related to the class tier. Dong Yi, suddenly beaming with pride, declared, exactly. I am of an epic class. Having followed Su-Wen for so long, he almost forgot how formidable his own class was. Du Sini's priest class, being of lower tier than Dong Ye's necromancer, indeed had a slower growth curve. Yet my paladin's growth only adds 20 to all core attributes, which hardly seems advantageous. Su-Wen mused. However, this was expected, as the paladin's role is to support the team through auras, which enhance based on the attributes of those being buffed, rather than on the paladin's own core attributes. Consequently, the paladin's attribute growth is among the lowest of all classes, which explains why early parties are often reluctant to include them. Without auras, they are of little use in a team. Fortunately, my skills do not rely solely on base attributes. Su-Wen silently wiped his brow, Without the passive Sun Knight, he would have faced dire straits. Upon reaching level 10, what skills have you learned? Dong Yi eagerly inquired. I have learned Summon Enhancement, which doubles the current summoning capacity. Show me the effect. Without needing Su Wen to prompt, Dong Yi was already inclined to demonstrate, beginning to summon skeleton warriors. His Summon Skeleton skill was now at LV3, enabling him to summon 3 skeleton warriors at once. With his Summon Enhancement passive, he could now summon 6. Instantly, 6 skeleton warriors materialized before Dong Yi. Charging at the Whitehorn Rhinos, Dong Yi did not pause, continually summoning skeleton warriors until dozens appeared, joining the fray. Though their base attributes may not be high, their sheer numbers were impressive. Why do I feel a twinge of envy? The relentless summoning could form an army in no time, regardless of combat effectiveness. The visual impact was certainly fulfilling. While Su Wen patiently awaited Dong Yi to summon more, he suddenly stopped, remaining still. Continue. Su Wen urged. That was merely a handful. Not satisfying at all. Dong Yi sheepishly replied, I have run out of spirit. Su Wen paused, having not considered this aspect. Casting skills consumes spirit points. And despite Dong Yi being a spirit-focused mage, summoning dozens of skeleton warriors had exhausted him. Observing the skeleton warriors' attack power against the level 10 Whitehorn Rhinos, he noted that even a few skeletons tackling one would take some time. Comparing them with his paladins, he suddenly felt that Dong Yi's skeletons seemed somewhat lacking. Merely an impressive sight? Dong Yi, your mass summoning of skeletons is visually striking. Yet why do I feel that a single paladin summoned by me is more effective? Du Sini laughed, having raised her standards after grinding alongside Su Wen. Dong Yi's skills had only briefly astonished her during their initial summoning. Dong Yi, speechless, retorted, Sini. What about you? Su Wen inquired. I have grasped Mind Fire. An enhancement skill? Su Wen expressed interest, eager to see it in action. It was essential to understand the skills within their party. Du Sini softly responded and then cast Mind Fire on the skeletons engaged in battle. A flame ignited atop the skeleton warriors' heads, significantly enhancing their attack power. Boosting their attack? Dong Yi observed the change in his summoned creatures, excitement bubbling within him. Priest, you are finally proving useful. Quickly, bestow buffs upon my skeleton army. Uffed. Du Sini shot him a disdainful glance, but promptly began to apply enhancements to the skeleton horde. Although her mental strength may not be as formidable as Dong Yi's, the spirit fire she possesses is an auxiliary skill with significantly lower consumption than Dong Yi's abilities. Wow, look at my skeleton army. It's quite a spectacle. Dong Yi exclaimed, gazing at the fiery skeletons above him, bursting into laughter. It's just average, Du Sini teased. Yet, she understood that among ordinary job changers, Dong Yi's necromancer was indeed quite powerful. Unfortunately, their team had Su Wen as a comparison. You're just jealous of me. Dong Yi retorted nonchalantly, turning to Su Wen. What skill have you comprehended? The skill I have grasped is called Holy Ground, Su Wen replied, eager to demonstrate his newfound ability. Without waiting for their request, he directed Holy Ground at a herd of white-horned rhinoceroses. Boom. A circular area with a diameter of 24 meters materialized, radiating holy light. And the rhinoceroses caught within were instantly obliterated. After days of continuous health regeneration, Su Wen's health now soared to an impressive 250,000. The additional damage was far beyond what these level 10 creatures could endure. What? This. Dong Yi and Du Sini, who were accompanying Su Wen to hunt monsters, initially thought they were seasoned enough not to be astonished. They soon realized their mistake. They had never witnessed such a devastating large-scale instant kill skill, and what crushed them further was that it was wielded by a paladin. Are you still an auxiliary class? How are you more like a mage than I am? Dong Yi felt somewhat disheartened. A vast area was swiftly cleared of the white-horned rhinoceroses, leaving Dong Yi's skeleton warriors without any targets, staring blankly. Looking at his oblivious skeleton army and then at Su Wen's holy ground, he suddenly felt disheartened. Chapter 27. It's better to go home and sleep early. Su Wen quietly reveled in his newly acquired skill, Holy Ground. This skill was sustainable. As long as the area existed, it would continuously consume mental energy. However, as a paladin, an auxiliary class, the skill's consumption was not excessive, and Su Wen could manage it. He aimed at the herd of white-horned rhinoceroses once more and unleashed Holy Ground. Buzz. A vast area filled with holy light appeared again. But the zone created during the first casting dissipated. It seems the holy area can only exist in one place at a time. That makes sense, otherwise it would be too overpowering. The rhinoceroses within the area were once again annihilated. Now that he understood the skill's characteristics, Su Wen voluntarily canceled the area. He smiled gently. It seems our leveling speed can accelerate again. Dong Yi was in tears. This is simply outrageous. With Su Wen mastering Holy Ground, he transformed into a mobile artillery platform, leading the team to seek out densely packed monsters. When encountering a group of wild creatures, he annihilated them all. Higher-level wild monsters could merely endure an extra second within the holy area. When facing elite wild monsters, he summoned the Paladin squad and resolved the battles within mere seconds. It was undeniably efficient. Dong Yi's skeleton warriors had no role to play, and he even sobbed, pleading with Su Wen to leave some of the monsters for him to slay. Reluctantly, Su Wen allowed a few monsters to remain for Donya to enhance his skill proficiency. Meanwhile, Du Sini diligently cast Spirit Fire on the skeleton warriors to elevate her own skill proficiency. Regrettably, she discovered that her Spirit Fire could not be cast on Su Wen's Paladin squad. Perhaps his summons were unique. Su Wen felt equally helpless about this. During the downtime, while waiting for wild monsters to respawn, the trio completed the Spider Cave dungeon 3 more times. As they neared the end, Su Wen had already reached level 13, while Donya and Du Sini climbed to level 12. This time, Donya did not return to the gathering point. After a day of skill practice, the 3 felt somewhat fatigued. Thus, they unanimously decided to head home directly. At the gathering point, Su Wen noticed that fewer students emerged from the dungeon than usual. He glanced over at the gathering point of Class 1, which was even more sparsely populated. "Old Zhang, did your students all go to the wild area today? That's quite excessive," Su Guo remarked, glaring at Zhang Yuan, the principal of Class 1, with dissatisfaction. Zhang Yuan shrugged. "Isn't it because your students set the precedent? Otherwise, your class wouldn't have sent so many." Su Guo was left speechless. "Hey, they all volunteered. What can I do when my class is so exceptional?" Zhang Yuan boasted. Whether from Class 1 or Class 3, based on past experiences, it was not yet the time for students to venture into the wild area. Unexpectedly, this cohort was impressively driven. Just 4 days in, so many had already gone to the wild for leveling up. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. The next day, they gathered again to continue leveling up. "Have you heard? Yesterday, Sun Hongxue didn't return to the city. She was grinding monsters in the wild," Du Sini said, gossiping while casting her skills. The gossip among young girls travels swiftly. "No way. She fought monsters all night in the wild," Donya exclaimed in disbelief. Even Su Wen was taken aback. "What was this? A sleepless night? Hee, didn't he expect that, did you?" Du Sini was quite pleased with their reactions. Leveling in the wild is unlike dungeons in the city, which close at night, monsters can still be fought and leveled up outside. She wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip by. Truly a genius from Class 1, not only is her profession top-notch, but she is also incredibly diligent. Why is she working so hard, leaving no chance for others to catch up? Donya lamented. She shot a sidelong glance at Su Wen, saying mysteriously, "It's all because of a certain someone. She is unwilling to be surpassed in levels by someone else, so she is doubling her efforts. The night is a perfect opportunity for a comeback." Su Wen was speechless. If it truly was a competition to surpass him in levels, that would indeed be rather dull. Du Sini's deliberate gossip about Sun Hongxue was also a subtle reminder for Su Wen not to be unwittingly outpaced in levels. Observing Su Wen's silence, she felt that he too would stay out in the wild to level up tonight. Who would have thought? Before night fell, Su Wen was already organizing to wrap up. "I reckon even if you don't become a job changer, you'll still fare well in society." Du Sini chuckled at Su Wen's eager demeanor to finish work and avoid overtime, finding him quite amusing. On the way back to the city, they coincidentally encountered Wang Fugui's team, still diligently battling monsters. "Oh, busy are we?" Su Wen casually greeted them as he strolled by, like an old acquaintance. After all, they were classmates. "What are you up to?" Wang Fugui turned around upon seeing Su Wen, instinctively asking. "It's dark out. What else would I do but head home?" Su Wen replied nonchalantly, continuing on with Donya and the others. Wang Fugui was left bewildered. What was happening? Didn't he know that Sun Hongxue had already switched to nighttime grinding mode? To avoid falling behind, many teams had to follow suit and stay awake all night. Why was Su Wen leaving at this hour? Coming to his senses, Wang Fugui wore a sinister smile. "Su Wen, you're going to regret being out of the loop." He suddenly announced loudly to his team members, "From now on, I'll take 70% of the experience points. I will surely trample Su Wen, Sun Hongxue, and the others underfoot." Team members. Wang Fugui indeed worked hard to grind monsters in the wild all night. The next day, as Su Wen and his group returned to the wild, they passed by Wang Fugui's team. He merely stared blankly with his panda eyes and continued lethargically hacking at the wild monsters before him. "Oh, good morning. Have you eaten?" Su Wen casually inquired as he walked past. Wang Fugui jolted awake, breaking free from his numb, mechanical state. The sun rose as usual. It was another beautiful day. After a night of effort, his level had reached 12. Of course, this also benefited from devouring the experience of his team members. Upon encountering Su Wen once more, he confidently cast Examination. The previous evening, Su Wen had departed in haste, leaving no opportunity to assess his level. Now, his gait resembled that of a reluctant office worker, meandering slowly as if to prolong his arrival. Su Wen LV-13 Paladin. Wang Fugui? What on earth is happening? Surely, I must be mistaken. I toiled diligently throughout the night, yet his superior level surpasses mine despite his early return to slumber. This is utterly unjust. Wang Fugui's eyes, now inflamed with fury, burned even brighter as he gazed at Su Wen's departing silhouette, hollering in a hoarse voice, "I shall claim 90% of the team experience. Let's hunt more formidable foes." Chapter 28, The Goblin Tribe. With a determined heart, Wang Fugui led his team towards the Goblin Tribe. He understood that only by vanquishing higher-level monsters could he hope to surpass Su-1. The Goblin Tribe, situated within a valley outside the city, served as a hunting ground for level 15 adventurers. Goblins, by nature treacherous and cunning, possessed a modicum of intelligence. They fashioned makeshift tents, providing shelter for the Goblin King. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Goblin Tribe, Wang Fugui employed examination on a Goblin Warrior. Goblin Warrior, level 12, Constitution 150, Mental 100, Strength 300, Dexterity 200. The attributes were manageable. Time to strike. Wang Fugui felt a sense of relief upon inspecting the stats, confident in his capacity as a tank. The team charged forth, and in a matter of moments, the Goblin Warrior was reduced to mere experience points for Wang Fugui. Excellent. Let us maintain this momentum. Wang Fugui felt invigorated, shaking off the fatigue of his late-night endeavors. Within a few hours, they pressed onward, delving deeper into the Goblin Tribe. Brother Fugui, something feels amiss, cautioned the returning assassin, who had been concealed. I scouted the area and sensed a significant lack of defenses within the tribe. Could it be that the Goblin Tribe has been breached by us? Wang Fugui pondered, perplexed. Logically, the challenge posed by the level 15 area should not be so trivial. Initial encounters with the Goblin Warriors offered some resistance, but as they ventured further, the opposition seemed to wane. Many Goblin Warriors even fled during battle. Brother Fugui, if we proceed further, we will encounter the Goblin King. Facing him now would be overly ambitious. We should retreat to the entrance, regroup, and await the respawn of monsters, suggested the concerned assassin. Indeed, it's wise to exercise caution. Let us withdraw to the valley mouth and focus on clearing the Goblin Warriors, Wang Fugui agreed, content with the experience gained from slaying the Goblin Warriors. Just as they prepared to leave, an ominous cackle echoed through the air. A larger green-skinned creature, clad in cloth armor and wielding a wooden club, emerged before them. Goblin King Boss. Level 15. Constitution 500. Mental 250. Strength 500. Dexterity 300. Skill Taunt. It's the Goblin King, someone in the team exclaimed. The attributes revealed were beyond their immediate capacity to handle. We need to escape, Wang Fugui decisively ordered. Cackle, cackle. The Goblin King chuckled menacingly. Suddenly, a horde of Goblin Warriors surged forth, blocking Wang Fugui's team's escape route. The Goblin King had cunningly lured them deeper into the fray. The assassin, astonished, remarked, a mere wild creature has utilized tactics? Wang Fugui found himself schooled by the wild monsters, trapped between the Goblin King ahead and Goblin Warriors behind. Any engagement would lead to a dire fate of being overwhelmed. Let us find a strategic position and prepare for combat. Ultimately, they discovered a shallow cave that barely accommodated the entire team. Wang Fugui positioned his shield at the entrance, rendering the Goblin King's forces ineffective. However, Wang Fugui felt a sense of despair. They had unwittingly trapped themselves. As the standoff continued, the Goblin King approached the entrance, casting Taunt at Wang Fugui. Taunt compelled the target to attack the caster. Wang Fugui, unable to resist, lowered his shield and struck the Goblin King with his weapon. Seizing the opportunity, the Goblin King retaliated with a swing of his club, causing Wang Fugui's health to plummet. The healer behind him scrambled to provide aid. As a wilderness boss, the Goblin King's health was far beyond Wang Fugui's capabilities, and this exchange would ultimately lead to their demise once the healer's mana was exhausted. Assassin, you are our only hope to escape. Quickly seek support outside the valley, Wang Fugui urged without looking back. Understood. The assassin, initially startled by Wang Fugui's command, thought he was being sent to backstab the Goblin King. Upon understanding the true intent, he felt a wave of relief and stealthily slipped past the Goblin horde. Fortunately, the monsters in the Goblin tribe lacked any skills to detect stealth. The assassin sprinted to the valley entrance, fortuitously encountering Su-1 and his companions en route to the Goblin tribe. They had just cleared several large monster gathering points and were ready to level up in the level 15 Goblin tribe. Rescue is at hand. With 2 healers and a mage joining the team, we can surely withstand this. The assassin rushed towards Su-1. Who goes there? An assassin suddenly materialized, startling Dong Yi, who instinctively summoned 6 skeletons to encircle him. Su-1, 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 do not attack, it's me, The assassin suddenly realized something, muttering, Su-1, Su-1, Su-1. He even twisted his neck and chuckled involuntarily. Su-1 and his companions regarded him with incredulous expressions. This assassin was familiar to them. Dong Yi had teamed up with him during Wang Fugui's party. Su-1, quickly save Wang Fugui. He is besieged by the Goblin tribe. The assassin finally remembered his purpose. Coincidentally, we too are here to level up. Whether we can save him is a matter of chance, Su-1 replied nonchalantly. Am I particularly close to Wang Fugui? Why should I feel compelled to assist him? Su-1, I implore you for assistance. I fear they cannot hold out much longer. The assassin's plea faltered as he witnessed Su-1 casting his spell. Sanctuary instantly obliterated a dozen Goblin warriors at the valley entrance. Wah! The assassin was left dumbfounded. The current Su Wen bore no resemblance to a mere paladin, but rather resembled a violent mage. Dong Yi and Du Sini exchanged glances, feeling a sense of vindication. See, I am not exaggerating. Anyone would be astonished. Before the assassin could regain his composure, Su Wen had already advanced into the valley, unleashing another sanctuary upon the approaching goblin warriors. Thus, every encountered monster was swiftly dispatched. Observing Dong Yi leisurely following Su Wen, the assassin finally realized that the true powerhouse of their team was Su Wen, the paladin. Tears streamed down the assassin's face. How utterly contrary to all expectations. Watching the nonchalant progress of Su Wen's group, the assassin felt a sense of relief. With such a pace of monster clearing, he no longer worried about how long Wang Fuguei could endure. After all, they would soon reach the location where Wang Fuguei was ensnared. His current concern was how long the Goblin King could withstand their assault. Chapter 29, Piercing the Goblin King. Swish. The Goblin King's club descended once more, and Wang Fuguei raised his shield, straining to withstand the blow. The numbing sensation coursed through his arm, rendering it increasingly heavy when he attempted to lift it. He gasped, struggling to regulate his breathing. At this rate, succumbing to the Goblin King was merely a matter of time. Was it indeed too ambitious to challenge the Goblin tribe with merely his 12th level prowess? Despite having dispatched an assassin for help, Wang Fuguei harbored little hope. In this region, he had already reached the pinnacle of his level. Who could possibly come to his rescue? A shroud of despair enveloped the entire team. The Goblin King raised his wooden club once more. Just then, a swift whoosh cut through the air, as a spear tore through the void, hurtling toward him and embedding itself deeply in the Goblin King's back. Instantly, the Goblin King's health plummeted, and he spun around in terror. At that moment, Wang Fuguei caught sight of the spear lodged in the creature's back. Someone had come to rescue him. Elation surged within him as he strained to see outside. What he beheld would be etched in his memory forever. Standing at the periphery were 12 holy knights clad in gleaming silver light armor, their capes fluttering gracefully in the wind. Su Wen leaned on his sword, while the Blade Knight, beside him, brandished a spear, its tip glinting ominously. The spear embedded in the Goblin King's back was hurled by none other than him. Bagulu Balu. The Goblin King, incensed, stomped in fury, issuing frantic commands. A throng of goblins, responding to his orders, brandished their weapons and charged at Su Wen with a cacophony of shrieks. In the sacred ground, Su Wen calmly drew his sword, and a divine area spanned between them, creating an insurmountable chasm. Every goblin warrior that dared to enter this zone was annihilated in an instant. Not a single one managed to escape. Instinctively, the goblin warriors recoiled in fear, skirting around the area before charging again. The holy knights assumed their attacking stances, commencing the slaughter of the approaching goblin warriors. Cupidrew, witnessing his warriors fall in droves. The Goblin King raised his wooden hammer in a fit of rage and charged at Su Wen. The Blade Knight lifted his spear and hurled it. The spear pierced deep into the Goblin King's chest. Despite the pain, the Goblin King roared angrily and continued his advance. The Blade Knight, unfazed, retrieved the spear once more and threw it. 3 consecutive spears struck true, all embedding themselves into the Goblin King's chest, depleting his health to near zero. Before the Goblin King could react, the fatal spear surged forward, piercing through his skull. With a resounding crash, the massive form of the Goblin King collapsed before Su Wen. The gust of wind ruffling his hair successfully defeated the Goblin King boss, earning 6,000 experience points. Acquired a blue-quality weapon, the Goblin King's Great Club. Obtained the Goblin King's Crystal Core. Received. The dropped items were mundane materials, perhaps to be sold later. Overall, the experience gained was substantial. Frequent visits for farming seemed promising. Su Wen briefly assessed the spoils of his conquest, beckoning to the astonished Dongye and the others to prepare for departure. Dongye and Du Sini exchanged bewildered glances, each taken aback. They believed they had a thorough understanding of Su Wen's capabilities, yet were now schooled anew. When had this holy knight acquired such skills? More astonishing were Wang Fuguei's team. This was their first encounter with Su Wen's true power, setting aside how a single holy knight could summon others, or the fact that he possessed an area of effect skill more devastating than that of a mage. Merely the act of 5 spears slaying the 15th level Goblin King was unfathomable. Was this truly a summoned creature? Whose summon was this powerful? Furthermore, Su Wen was only at level 13. Had he truly obliterated a tribe of 15 level goblins with such ease? Though they could not comprehend, the spectacle of Su Wen's prowess was undeniable. This was the chasm that lay between them. Even if they caught up to his level, what would it matter? A wave of helplessness washed over Wang Fuguei. Altering his usual demeanor, he gratefully addressed Su Wen. "Thank you for saving us." Su Wen waved dismissively. "We merely came here to level up." What a contradictory fellow. Du Sini chuckled inwardly, recognizing the reluctance to incite trouble reflected in Su Wen's expression. Regardless, it was indeed he who had saved them. Without him, they might have all perished here. Wang Fuguei gazed solemnly at Su Wen. "I am unworthy to be your rival." Su Wen smiled gently. "I have never considered you a rival." How surprising it was that despite Wang Fuguei's earlier animosity, Su-Wen exhibited such magnanimity. Wang Fugui, filled with gratitude, remarked, Su-Wen, you are truly remarkable. Su-Wen, unwilling to linger on idle chatter, turned to leave. The Holy Knight Order automatically arranged themselves behind him. Du-Sini chuckled lightly. Having spent some time with Su-Wen, she understood his temperament. His words implied that Wang Fugui was still unworthy of being his opponent. The scene was so poignant that she refrained from breaking the moment, preparing to follow as Su-Wen made his exit. Su-Wen, Wang Fugui, witnessing Su-Wen depart without even requesting a reward, called out excitedly, you must surpass Sun Hongxue from number 1 high school and become the best in the city. Su-Wen halted momentarily, not looking back. What is rightfully mine, no one can take away. Let us see when her level exceeds ours. Donya laughed heartily. Brimming with confidence, Sun Hongxue had always been overshadowed by Su-Wen. Now that Su-Wen had grasped an area of effect skill, his leveling speed had increased dramatically. How could he possibly lose? You are overly optimistic. Wang Fugui countered urgently. I admit Su-Wen is formidable, but do you know Sun Hongxue's background? Oh. Su-Wen awaited his elaboration. Sun Hongxue's father is the president of the Jialan Guild, in the race for the top in the city. The Jialan Guild has dispatched underlings to assist her, tirelessly grinding monsters day and night, with all experience funneled to her. Wang Fugui recounted the intelligence he had gathered. Understanding one's opponent is essential to overcoming them. His perilous ventures into the goblin tribe to farm were partly motivated by the need to keep pace with Sun Hongxue. Without such efforts, surpassing them would remain an impossibility. Donya was left in shock upon hearing this. Could this be considered cheating? Du-Sini shook her head. A family background also constitutes a part of strength. It is not cheating. Su-Wen nodded in agreement. People begin their races from different starting lines. There is no such thing as absolute fairness. If one possesses such advantageous resources, why not utilize them? If you have the capability. Enlisting a few god-tier classes to assist you in grinding monsters is nothing to criticize. Heavens! Donya exclaimed. How are we supposed to compete now? Initially, our team lagged behind due to the time lost at night, and now Sun Hongxue's team has transformed into an efficiency machine, with all experience directed to her. Are we to leave the team and let Su-Wen solo it? Upon hearing this news, Su-Wen's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he offered reassurance to Donya. Do not worry, I will show them what the Holy Knight Order is truly capable of. Chapter 30. The Return from Leveling Up. Time flew by, and the 7-day deadline had swiftly arrived. Outside the city, in the wilderness training grounds, Sun Hongxue gazed up at the setting sun in the west. The final day was drawing to a close. On this day, all transfer students must return to the assembly point and use the teleportation array to proceed to the provincial capital for their assessment. The end was finally in sight. Sun Hongxue extinguished the last monster with a fiery spell, feeling a mixture of fatigue and pride. The sleepless nights spent leveling up were arduous. Although her guild provided support allowing her to rest, the intensity still left her utterly drained. Yet, she took pride in her hard work not being in vain. For she had ascended to level 16. Su-Wen, what expression will you wear upon seeing my level? Sun Hongxue sneered. Her exhilarating accomplishment temporarily dispelling her fatigue as she strode toward the city with her head held high, like a queen approaching her coronation. At the assembly point within the city, most of the transfer students had returned one after another, gathering beside their respective principals. Su Gua examined the levels of his students, noting that the average hovered around level 10, with only a handful of key individuals surpassing level 12. The proficiency of this year's students was comparable to that of previous cohorts. He then turned to briefly observe Zhang Yuan's students, whose average level exceeded his by 1, with some even reaching levels 13 and 14. Indeed, it was evident that it would not be so easy to surpass the first high school. Su Gua sighed inwardly, year after year harboring hopes only to be met with disappointment. As he scrutinized the students from the first high school, Zhang Yuan was likewise observing his own pupils. Their eyes met, and Zhang Yuan chuckled, the implications clear between them. Just then, Sun Hongxue entered the collective gaze of the crowd. In an instant, everyone began to assess her level. Sun Hongxue LV-16 Fire Mage. Upon seeing her level, a collective gasp echoed, raising the surrounding temperature several degrees. Zhang Yuan, witnessing her level, felt his fingers tremble with excitement. Was this the might of a legendary profession? Even at the first high school, only a select few had ever reached level 16. He cast a triumphant glance at Su Gua, as if to say, you may as well give up. Su Gua's lips curled into a bitter smile. She was a legendary profession, while he had only 2 epic-level students. Wang Fugui's ascension to level 14 brought him some comfort, but it paled in comparison to Sun Hongxue's prowess. Should he now place his hopes on a necromancer? What of Dongyi? What of Su-Wen? Sun Hongxue, under the spotlight of thousands, walked directly to Zhang Yuan's side, met with a chorus of admiration and awe. Her expression remained impassive. She had experienced such moments countless times before. This glory, she believed, was her due. Principal, I'm back, she announced. Zhang Yuan replied excitedly, child, you have done remarkably well. Sun Hongxue offered a faint smile, her gaze drifting to the throng of students from the third high school. What of Su-Wen? She envisioned the spectacular expression that would adorn Su Wen's face upon witnessing her level. Su Wen. Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the paladin who had overshadowed Sun Hongxue on the first day, Su Gua had made quite an impression with his display of power. This girl certainly held a grudge. How could she still be harboring resentment from that initial encounter? Upon hearing Sun Hongxue's inquiry, a buzz of conversation erupted among the students. Su Wen, who's that? Don't you remember? He was the paladin with the highest level on the first day. Oh, it's him. That little paladin has probably fallen far behind after so many days. Indeed, how could a high-tier profession compete with a legendary one? I vaguely remember him. Where is he? He's likely still out in the wild, battling monsters, striving to gain even the slightest edge in experience. Their unabashed discussion reached Su Gua's ears, striking him as particularly jarring. Who is discussing me? The voice of Su Wen emerged, and Su Gua turned to see him striding confidently alongside Dong Yi and Du Xini. They had returned. Although he held little hope, Su Gua promptly assessed Dong Ye's level, considering he was another epic-level profession. Dong Yi LV-16 Necromancer. 16. In disbelief. He scanned Dong Ye's level again. It was indeed 16. My son Dong Yi, you have truly brought me pride. As an epic-level profession, Dong Yi surpassed Wang Fuguei by 2 levels. Regardless of the means he employed, what mattered to Su Gua was the outcome. He chuckled inwardly, filled with an array of unspoken thoughts, and then casually glanced at Du Xini's level. Du Xini LV-16 Priest. Du Xini had also reached level 16. Had she encountered some fortuitous event? Su Gua struggled to control his trembling hands, striving to maintain his composure. So, did the third high school now boast 2 students with levels rivaling legendary professions? Su Gua's gaze landed on Su Wen, and a sudden realization struck him. The 3 of them had returned together, likely forming a small party, and given their elevated levels, they must have siphoned experience from a team member. Observing the determination in Su Wen's eyes, Su Gua sighed inwardly. No wonder he was a paladin. He truly possessed a spirit of selflessness. Poor Su Wen. His level must have dwindled to around 10 at this rate. With a hint of sympathy, Su Gua cast Examine on Su Wen. Su Wen LV-17 Paladin. What? The result exceeded Su Gua's expectations. Su Wen's level was an astonishing 17, surpassing everyone else's. The once proud Sun Hongxue from the first high school was now overshadowed. How had he achieved this? It hardly mattered. The facts were clear. The third high school now had 2 students at level 16 and 1 at level 17. A wave of exhilaration coursed through Su Gua, more thrilling than encountering a dragon. He pressed firmly against his chest, speechless for a long moment. The unparalleled shock brought a brief silence, soon followed by an eruption of excitement, filling the crowd with a cacophony. 16, 16, 17, 16, 16, 17. All the students from the third high school had discovered their levels, and overwhelmed by astonishment, they could only exclaim their levels repeatedly. Are you serious? Zhang Yuan felt as though the students from the third high school were akin to gamblers at a card table, eyes wide with anticipation for the dealer's reveal, vociferously clamoring for the desired outcome. He cast a disdainful glance at the levels of the trio. Chapter 31. The best in the city. What? This is impossible. Zhang Yuan gazed incredulously at their levels, finally grasping the meaning behind the crowd's cheers. He pressed his hand tightly against his chest, mirroring Su Gua's expression. Though the implications were vastly different, the students of the first high school, upon witnessing Su Wen and his companions' levels, erupted into an even greater uproar. Hee. Dong Yi chuckled, quite pleased with the expressions of the crowd. Achieving such levels had even startled him at the time. Hence, he had eagerly anticipated the reaction of others. While a significant part of this response was attributable to Su Wen, it still felt immensely gratifying. Su Wen. Sun Hongxue's face turned pale upon seeing his level. She could only grit her teeth and hiss in frustration. Oh, you've reached level 16? Quite the effort, keep it up. Su Wen replied nonchalantly, as if detached, and made his way to report to Su Gua. His tone floated like cotton, leaving Sun Hongxue feeling powerless to retaliate, her anger stifled by an overwhelming sense of defeat. As a legendary profession, to be outdone by a paladin that no one wanted on their team, who could accept such a reality? Sun Hongxue fought back tears, determined not to let them fall. Principal, we're back. Su Gua excitedly grasped Su Wen's arms, exclaiming, Su Wen, well done. Hee. Su Wen smiled gracefully, feeling the grip on his arms tighten painfully. Why are you holding on so tightly? Dong Yi had already melded into the crowd, receiving loud praises from male classmates, their tones brimming with envy. Not at all. Dong Yi waved his hand dismissively, though his expression belied any semblance of modesty. Du Xini was similarly surrounded by female classmates, their compliments far more sophisticated than the boys' enthusiastic exclamations of wow, you're amazing, that's impressive. She had never experienced such adoration, feeling slightly overwhelmed, and could only respond with a subtle smile of gratitude. Su Wen's remarkable display of prowess instilled a sense of trepidation among his peers, making them hesitant to approach him. Only Su Gua remained by his side, enthusiastically showering him with praise. Su Wen silently endured, grimacing at the relentless attention. Du Xini observed his expression, her smile growing more radiant. She mused to herself that all of this glory stemmed from Su-won, had he not led them to level up. Their current standings would likely be far lower. Su-guo pulled Su-won over to Zhang Yuan, asking haughtily, "Old Zhang, who is the top of the city this time?" Zhang Yuan, visibly irked, turned his head away and replied, "It's your Sanzhong, Su-won." Su-guo, sensing Zhang Yuan's unwillingness to concede, felt elated and pointed at Su-won, questioning again. Zhang Yuan had never lost in the annual competition led by his Izhong, and this sudden defeat was more unbearable than swallowing a fly. Yet, he had to admit that Su-won was exceptionally strong. No freshman had ever reached such a record. "Don't get too cocky, old Su. Just wait for the next cohort. I will show you," Zhang Yuan said fiercely, hoping to regain some face, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Su-guo. "Old Zhang, spare me the useless talk. How dare you call me old Su? Have you forgotten our agreement?" Zhang Yuan's face turned pale, his hand resting on his chest, unable to let go. Under Su-guo's relentless gaze, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Su-guo, old brother." "Yes, yes, my dear Zhang Yuan." Su-guo laughed heartily. The more unwilling Zhang Yuan appeared, the more delighted Su-guo became. When Zhang Yuan begrudgingly called him old brother, Su-guo could no longer contain his laughter. The students of Sanzhong exchanged glances. It was the first time they had witnessed their stern principal laugh so heartily. So this was the nature of their wager. The loser had to call the other old brother? Those two old rascals, how childish. Su-won remained expressionless, silently scoffing. Sun Hongxue, beside Zhang Yuan, stared intently at Su-won, her face growing paler. Zhang Yuan's heart sank. He realized the gravity of the situation. He could brush off Su-guo's taunts, but Sun Hongxue, with her lofty aspirations and being a legendary class, would likely be plagued by doubts after being overshadowed by Su-won. Don't get too complacent. A momentary victory means little. What truly matters is the academy assessment. Our Hongxue is a legendary class. I need not elaborate on her advantages in the assessment. Level does not signify everything. Just watch how our Hongxue becomes the provincial top scorer, Zhang Yuan hastily said. Though his words were directed at Su-guo, they were meant for Sun Hongxue's ears. As expected, Sun Hongxue's expression gradually softened, and her gaze towards Su-won rekindled with determination. "In the academy assessment, I shall surpass you." Zhang Yuan relaxed slightly. The assessment was set to commence the next day, and he hoped these trivial squabbles wouldn't affect their performance. Upon hearing these words, Su-guo felt a sudden unease. The significance of the academy assessment was self-evident. Although the content varied yearly, all principals understood one thing. Main battle professions had a clear advantage in scoring during assessments. Moreover, Sun Hongxue was a legendary class. He was somewhat anxious about what results Su-won might achieve. Nevertheless, what did it matter? Regardless of the outcome, he would accept it. For Su-won's contribution to the glory of Sanzhong had already brought him immense joy. Relishing this moment was paramount. "What is that you say?" Su-guo seized upon a flaw in Zhang Yuan's words. "Have you forgotten how to address me?" Zhang Yuan's briefly restored confidence wavered, and after a moment of silence, he weakly called out, "Su-guo, old brother." This old Su was simply relentless. Had he ever been so unreasonable before? Ha ha ha, how lonely it is to be invincible. Su-guo laughed heartily a few times, then turned to his students with hands behind his back. "Let us go, to participate in the academy assessment." With that, he led the way toward the location of the teleportation array. Oh, the academy assessment is finally starting. I must get into the higher institution I desire. Inspired by Su-won's example, the students of Sanzhong were elated, closely following Principal Su-guo. The students of Izhong looked at one another, ultimately casting confused glances at Zhang Yuan, awaiting his command. Ahem. Zhang Yuan cleared his throat, striving to maintain composure as he said, "Let's go as well." He then led the students of Izhong toward the teleportation array. Watching Su-won's departing figure, Sun Hongxue suddenly called out loudly, "Su-won, see you at the academy assessment." Chapter 32. The academy assessment officially begins. The Transcenders are the future of the Great Xia Empire. The nation places immense importance on the training of Transcenders, investing vast resources into education. During these days, the teleportation arrays in every city are open to schools free of charge. As the light shone brightly, the students of Sanzhong, led by Su-guo, were teleported to the site of the Provincial Academy Assessment, completing a remarkable teleportation experience. At the square, officials were already present to guide them, arranging accommodations. Transcenders eligible for the assessment arrive at the site a day in advance. This is to familiarize themselves with the environment and to alleviate any anxiety that might arise from a hurried arrival. The site takes care of all arrangements, allowing the Transcenders to rest well in anticipation of the next day. With numerous participants in the academy assessment, the students were accommodated in collective dormitories. The fervor surrounding Su-won's level had not yet completely dissipated. That night, classmates gathered around Su-won, animatedly discussing their levels. Dong Yi, who relished lively gatherings, exaggeratedly recounted his experiences, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Meanwhile, it was a struggle for the quiet Su-won, who could hardly endure the noisy environment. Seeking an excuse to slip away for some fresh air, The assessment site boasted beautiful scenery, with a winding cobblestone path leading to an artificial lake. Su-won strolled leisurely along the path to the lakeside, where he spotted Su-gwa standing on the observation deck. The round moon hung high, casting a silvery glow on Su-gwa's back, merging his features with the darkness, making them indistinct. Only the cigarette he lit flickered uncertainly in the shadows. He seemed to be lost in thought. Principal, Su-won approached Su-gwa and spoke softly. Ah, Su-won. Su-gwa, startled by the sudden voice, turned to see it was Su-won and extinguished his cigarette. He never smoked in front of students, as it would influence them. Why are you still awake? Su-gwa inquired, his tone now calm. The classmates are quite excited and can't sleep at the moment, so I came out for some fresh air, Su-won replied. Indeed. The vigor of youth is remarkable. Su-gwa engaged in conversation with Su-won, merely exchanging pleasantries typical of a teacher-student interaction. After a while, Su-won said, Principal, it's getting late. I should head back to rest. Ah yes, the assessment is tomorrow. You must return to rest, Su-gwa urged. Su-won descended from the observation deck, preparing to return along the path. Watching his retreating figure, Su-gwa hesitated momentarily, then gently called out, Su-won. Su-won turned back in the moonlight. Perhaps the hazy moonlight softened Su-gwa's expression. He carefully chose his words before slowly speaking. The academy assessment is extremely rigorous, and there may be casualties. The fervor of youth is admirable, as it drives your progress, but one must also discern circumstances. Do not act recklessly due to a momentary impulse. Regardless of the outcome, strive to do your best. Above all, living is the most important thing. Do you understand? Su-won fell silent. So the principal is worried about me. He fears that I might be provoked by Sun Hongshua's words and act impulsively during the assessment. This truly left Su-won both amused and warmed. His silence made Su-gwa somewhat anxious. If he spoke too lightly, he feared Su-won would not grasp his meaning, but if he spoke too sternly, he worried it might affect Su-won's performance, making it difficult to strike the right balance. Just as Su-gwa pondered whether he had been too vague, Su-won spoke. I will heed your advice, Principal. I knew it. Such an outstanding student cannot possibly misunderstand. Su-gwa felt a sudden lightness in his heart and softly remarked, Do your utmost, and seek only to be at peace with your conscience. Now do rest well. Indeed. You should also retire early, Su-won replied with a bow before turning to return to his dormitory. The following day marked the commencement of the academy's assessment. In the expansive square, all the transitioning candidates stood in anticipation of their evaluations. The officials in charge of the assessments were elucidating the rules to them. The light array behind me serves as the entrance to the assessment grounds. Upon entering, you will receive a teleportation stone. Shattering it will transport you out, signifying the conclusion of your assessment. The nature of the challenges will only be revealed once you step inside, but one certainty remains. With each level you conquer, a red halo will appear alongside a blue halo. The red halo signifies the relinquishment of forthcoming challenges, while the blue halo represents the choice to continue. It is imperative to note that the difficulty of each level will escalate incrementally, thereby significantly enhancing the probability of casualties. I must reiterate, should you encounter peril, do not hesitate to utilize your teleportation stone. Life is not to be trifled with. Now, please enter the light array in an orderly fashion. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. With a succinct explanation of the rules, the official began guiding the candidates into the light array. The solemn atmosphere enveloped every candidate. None dared to whisper, hastening into the array instead. Once all the candidates had entered the assessment grounds, the light array at the entrance suddenly burst forth with brilliance, projecting into the air and forming an expansive luminous screen. The scenes within the assessment grounds were vividly displayed upon this screen. Although the instructors from various schools had witnessed such occurrences each year, they were still taken aback when the luminous screen appeared. The entrances to the assessment grounds distributed across the provinces of the Great Xia Empire are, in fact, nodes of a grand formation. Each node converges at the Academy of Summer Capital, establishing a colossal system of formations. This intricate framework is the handiwork of Tao Wenyuan, acclaimed as the foremost master of formations in the Great Xia Empire. His visionary concept of encompassing the nation with formations to construct a unified assessment system has met with resounding success, elevating Tao Wenyuan to great renown and securing his position as the dean of the esteemed Academy of Summer Capital. After years of experimentation and reform, formations have evolved into the most stable and primary method for assessments in higher education institutions. Consequently, Tao Wenyuan, whose contributions have profoundly influenced the assessment system of the Great Xia Empire, is revered by the populace as the god of formations. This system of formations, while determining the content of the assessments, can tailor tasks that align with the characteristics of the transitioning candidates based on their professions. For instance, within the same scenario, a priest may receive a healing task, while a mage might be assigned a task to eliminate foes. During assessments, the invigilators are granted supervisory authority over the formations, ensuring fairness in the evaluations. Meanwhile, the instructors outside can monitor the performance of the candidates through the luminous screen created by the formations. A flash of light signaled a change in scenery, and Su-Wen found himself on a forest path within the formation. Beside the path, a ragged and battered young swordsman sat cross-legged by a campfire. Upon noticing Su-Wen, he rose anxiously and exclaimed, "Holy Knight, you have finally arrived. This message is urgent and cannot be delayed. Quickly escort me to the nearby town." Simultaneously, a prompt appeared before Su-Wen. Escort the young swordsman to the town at the fastest speed. The assessment proceeds in a narrative fashion. How intriguing. Upon reading the prompt, Su-Wen quickly discerned the key information. Speed was of the essence. This assessment was straightforward, safeguarding the young swordsman to the designated location, with the candidate utilizing the least amount of time to earn the highest points. Su-Wen followed the young swordsman. Observing the bloodied state of his attire and noting that his health bar was reduced to 1/3, his complexion pale. Yet, he pressed on toward their goal with determination. Su-Wen cast a detection spell, but was unable to glean any information. "I fear there might be wild monsters along the way," he speculated, recognizing that a protective mission would undoubtedly encounter obstacles. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the forest as a swarm of goblins brandishing clubs lunged at the young swordsman. "Enemy attack. Stand behind me," the young swordsman commanded sharply, drawing his sword to engage in combat with the goblins. The goblin's ire was fixated on the young swordsman, who valiantly fought back, dispatching one goblin after another. However, the sheer number of goblins proved overwhelming. Despite his prowess, the young swordsman was ultimately ambushed by one, incurring yet another wound. Blood spilled forth, yet his gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. As if driven by a noble conviction, he wielded his sword anew. Yet, as his health gradually waned, his strikes became slower, and his efficiency in dispatching foes diminished. Now the situation is clear, Su-Wen mused. The young swordsman's health directly impacts his damage output. The lower his health, the less damage he inflicts. Should his health reach a critical low, the task may very well fail. The primary objective of this assessment lay in maintaining the young swordsman's condition and carving a path through the horde to reach their destination. Watching the goblins relentlessly target the young swordsman, Su-Wen could only chuckle wryly. "It seems they are treating me as a support class for this assessment." Yet, it was within reason, for was not the Holy Knight's role to bolster health from the rear with auras? However, when it comes to healing, I am not without my strengths. A beam of light suddenly descended, enveloping the young swordsman. After 7 days of health increase, Su-Wen's health had reached a staggering 600,000. The Holy Light spell, which restored 17 of his current health, instantly revitalized the young swordsman to full health. The young swordsman, now fully rejuvenated, felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through him, and his sword became ever more lethal, swiftly dispatching goblins with each strike. In the blink of an eye, the goblins were obliterated. Blood dripped from the sword's tip as the young swordsman turned to Su-Wen with exuberance. "Holy Knight, you are surely favored by the light. With your assistance, I am truly fortunate." Su-Wen smiled gently. "Let us proceed at full speed." Indeed, the young swordsman grinned back. Onward. Together, they advanced rapidly, fending off wave after wave of goblins, all felled by the young swordsman's blade. Su-Wen was astonished by his offensive capabilities and cast a detection spell on the goblins. Goblin, level 10, vitality, 200, mentality, 50, strength, 100, agility, 100. They appear rather weak, even inferior to the ordinary monsters in the wild. Yet, Su-Wen quickly comprehended the rationale behind their frailty. The average level of candidates undertaking the assessment was 10, and the initial challenge was designed to align with the capabilities of the majority. Otherwise, many would be eliminated in the first round. While the attributes of the monsters seemed inconsequential to him, they would not appear so to most. One unexpected revelation was the sheer ferocity of the young swordsman's attacks when at full health. His strikes came like a tempest, swiftly annihilating the goblins. On the 10-mile route to the target town, the young swordsman swept through all foes like a whirlwind. Under such efficient circumstances, Su-Wen hardly needed to intervene. He leisurely trailed beside the young swordsman, reaching their destination with ease. Upon arriving at the town, the young swordsman breathed a sigh of relief. "Once again, I express my gratitude for your assistance. It is thanks to your help that I could arrive at the town safely." His face beamed with joy as he spoke sincerely. Su-Wen waved his hand dismissively. "I did not exert much effort." He had only cast the Holy Light spell once throughout the entire ordeal. "You are far too modest. You are the strongest Holy Knight I have ever encountered." The young swordsman, eager to find the town mayor, bid farewell. "I look forward to our next encounter." "Farewell." As the young swordsman departed, 2 halos appeared in the open space. One red, one blue, awaiting Su-Wen's choice. With a gentle smile, Su-Wen stepped decisively into the blue halo. The examination grounds across various provinces illuminated, forcibly teleporting numerous job changers who had failed the initial test. Although the difficulty of the first stage was not particularly high, the participants varied greatly in skill, with a notable presence of underperformers. Their instructors, unfazed, gazed at the luminous screen suspended in midair, pretending not to notice their students being ejected. It was truly unthinkable to admit failure in front of so many teachers. Such embarrassment. The students, aware of the situation, gathered awkwardly in a corner to share their experiences of the challenge. Hey, you guys are out too? Ahem, I was careless. I faced off against a dozen goblins by myself, but alas, the NPCs were utterly useless. Who can argue with that? I diligently healed him, yet he still succumbed to their blades. This stage is poorly designed. The monsters are far too strong, and there are so many of them. Who could possibly prevail? Exactly. I was so close to making it through. Such a pity, such a pity. As they lamented their failures, a profound sense of camaraderie arose among them. Lamenting their ill fortune, after much discussion, they came to realize that despite the identical challenges, different professions possessed unique combat methodologies. Within the enigmatic space of the Summer Capital Academy, enormous luminous screens floated in midair, displaying the progress of each candidate in a matrix format. Ding! The Paladin Su has successfully passed the first stage, taking 8 minutes and earning 200 points. A notification sound caught the attention of the proctors. Wow! Someone has successfully cleared the stage already, and in just 8 minutes. The chief proctor wore an incredulous expression. The fastest record for this stage had been 15 minutes. To think someone could achieve it in half that time, especially a support class like a paladin, was astonishing. Quickly, extract his progress for analysis. We must understand how this occurred, commanded the chief proctor. Suwin's footage was swiftly extracted and reviewed. His entire performance appeared unremarkable until he employed the Holy Light spell. Initially, just a basic skill of the paladin, its effect left everyone astounded. Did I just see that correctly? He restored the swordsman's health completely with a single cast of Holy Light. Is there a flaw in the formation? Even a level 30 priest could not fully heal a swordsman in one go. Moreover, he was merely a paladin. The subsequent swordsman, entering his dual-wielding mode, plowed through enemies. Much to the proctor's indifference. This design was intentional to enhance support classes. The swordsman's health and status directly bolstered his attack power. A support class with such formidable capabilities should not lag behind in clearing stages compared to primary combat classes. However, the current scenario was beyond their expectations, given the candidates' levels. It was utterly implausible for the swordsman to be fully healed, especially not in a single cast. This prompted doubts regarding the formation's integrity. Should we report this anomaly to Lord Tao Wenyuan? Proposed one proctor. The chief examiner paused momentarily, then shook his head slowly. There is no need to alarm Lord Tao over such a trivial matter. Let us observe how he fares in the second stage. As time progressed, the scores of those who had cleared the stage appeared on the leaderboard. First place, Su 1. Time, 8 minutes. Points, 200. Second place, Sun Hongxue. Time, 20 minutes. Points, 90. Third place, Xiao Ran. Time, 24 minutes. Points, 70. Fourth place, Long Qi. Time, 26 minutes. Points, 60. The leaderboard's revelation caused an uproar among the gathered teachers and students. Which city does the first place, Suwin, hail from? How is he so formidable? Just look at his class. He is a paladin. The second place, a legendary primary combat class, still took 20 minutes. How did the first place, being a paladin, achieve such a feat? Could it be an issue with the evaluation system? Don't be absurd. The evaluation system was established by Lord Tao himself. How could there be an error? What do you propose to explain the current situation? Their attention was fixated on their own students, neglecting to observe the performances of others, leading to rampant speculation. Zhang Yuan scrutinized Sun Hongxue's footage from start to finish. Witnessing her seamless collaboration with the young swordsman as they vanquished foes, an exhilarating sight. Initially, Zhang Yuan had assumed Sun Hongxue would secure first place, but upon seeing the leaderboard, he was taken aback. Not only had Su Wen claimed first, but he had done so in a mere 8 minutes, leaving everyone trailing far behind. His expression darkened as he approached Su Gua, poking the astonished Su Gua, asking, "Old Su, you didn't lend him any cheating devices, did you?" Su Gua snapped out of his shock. He had witnessed Su Wen's entire progression, and it was precisely this that left him astounded. The beginning had seemed ordinary. But when Su Wen's holy light spell fully restored the young swordsman's health, the scene shifted dramatically, evolving into something beyond comprehension. How could Su Wen's healing abilities be so extraordinary? Although Su Gua was filled with questions, he masked his uncertainty in front of Zhang Yuan, adopting a demeanor of confidence. With hands clasped behind his back, a mysterious smile adorned his face. Cheating? Oh Zhang, how naive of you. Stop with the nonchalance. Quickly explain how a paladin could achieve such results. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth. Ah, so you, old Zhang, can be impatient too? Delightful. Su Gua was in high spirits. To be frank, we at Third High have devised a new training program for support classes. In just a few months, this training will empower support classes to be as formidable as Su Wen. Oh, Zhang Yuan gasped in surprise. If Third High had indeed developed such an impressive training program, wouldn't they soon surpass First High? He fell silent for a moment before casting a suspicious glance at Su Gua. Old Su, that's rather unkind of you. If that were true, shouldn't your school's priest be the one to secure first place? In terms of healing, a priest of equal strength should invariably outperform a mediocre paladin. Su Gua faltered, his expression momentarily awkward. Yet, In an instant, he regained his composure, cryptically stating, "The program is still in the experimental phase, thus far. It has only been trialed with Su 1. Is that so?" Zhang Yuan remained skeptical. If he didn't believe it, how could he explain the current results? "Don't blame me for being untrustworthy, but in light of your previous claims, I extend an invitation for all First High teachers to visit Third High for observation and learning." Su Guo patted his chest proudly, presenting himself as a benefactor aiding a struggling institution. Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless. If he indeed led First High's teachers to Third High for observation, the news of First High's inferior faculty would swiftly circulate throughout Fengyi City. However, if the program proved legitimate, failing to learn from it would leave them lagging behind Third High. After all, the proportion of support classes among job changers was greater than that of primary combat classes. If Third High could truly elevate support classes to rival or even surpass primary combat classes, their reputation would extend far beyond Fengyi City, resonating throughout the entire Dixia Empire. What a vexing dilemma. Humph. Zhang Yuan scoffed, remaining non-committal, deliberately leaving room for negotiation. Su Guo chuckled, adopting a demeanor that suggested it was Zhang Yuan who sought him out, thereby maintaining his composure. Knowing Zhang Yuan well, he was unperturbed by any tricks. With the first stage of the examination concluded, the majority of candidates entered the blue halo, signifying their intent to continue with the test. The second stage was imminent. And this time, Zhang Yuan fixed his gaze intently upon Su Wen's screen, ignoring Sun Hongshue's scene entirely. He had been the fastest to level up within the city, and now he was the first in the examination. Zhang Yuan was determined to uncover the secret behind this paladin's astonishing performance. Within the formation, Su Wen stepped into the blue halo, the scene shifting to a sprawling military camp. "It's you, the great paladin." A delightful voice echoed through the air as Su Wen felt a firm grip on his arm. It was the young swordsman. Su Wen was momentarily stunned, surveying the boy before him, who was none other than the swordsman from the first trial. His face bore a newfound determination, the innocence of youth replaced by the maturity that comes with growth. For Su Wen, the transition from the first to the second trial had merely taken a few minutes. Yet for the young swordsman, it seemed as though years had elapsed. His features lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "What a surprise! I never expected to see you here." Su Wen glanced at the insignia on the boy's shoulder, second lieutenant. It appeared that the young swordsman had accrued significant military accomplishments during this interval. How intriguing that the narrative is interconnected. This evaluation method is truly innovative. With a smile, Su Wen nodded at the youth, aware that the second trial had commenced. "We are saved. Quickly, come with me to meet the major." The boy eagerly tugged Su Wen into the military tent. Inside, a middle-aged man with a furrowed brow and the insignia of a major greeted them. "Report, Major. A revered paladin has arrived," the boy excitedly proclaimed. "Years ago, he assisted me in delivering a message to the town. With his assistance, we shall undoubtedly vanquish the two-headed ogre." The major's troubled expression vanished in an instant, replaced by one of elation. "Welcome, great paladin. Our forces are poised to engage the abyssal entities, but our supply route has been obstructed by these vile creatures. Could you lead a six-man team to eliminate the two-headed ogre blocking our path?" The narrative seamlessly transitions, bypassing superfluous dialogue and heading straight to the core of the trial. It seems that slaying the two-headed ogre is the essence of this assessment. Such a straightforward narrative approach must surely be the handiwork of Lord Tao Wenyuan. Indeed, he deserves the title of a divine being. However, is it truly appropriate for you to place such trust in me based solely on the word of a boy and assign me this critical task? Su Wen could not help but silently critique this, yet he resolutely replied, "Rest assured, Major, I shall fulfill this mission." How curious it would be to decline and witness the consequences. Yet, such a thought was impractical. To be eliminated would be catastrophic. This trial pertains to one's destiny. It cannot be treated lightly. Thus, he opted to accept the mission. "Excellent. Second Lieutenant. Select 4 more individuals to form a team with the paladin and assist him in completing the task." The young swordsman promptly complied, soon returning with 4 other professionals to join Su Wen. The major clasped Su Wen's hand firmly, stating earnestly, "Great paladin. The success of our mission to eradicate the abyssal creatures hinges entirely upon you. Our fate rests upon this endeavor." Chapter 35, Another Instant Kill. The major spoke as if the greatest challenge in defeating the abyssal creatures were merely the two-headed ogre standing in their way. "Await my good news," Su Wen replied, leading the team away. This time, the young swordsman acted as Su Wen's guide, leading him to the location of the two-headed ogre, situated 10 miles away. If it's so close, why doesn't the major lead the army to annihilate it instead of brooding? Su Wen mused as he observed the ogre, foolishly standing in the middle of the path. Though he made light of the situation, Su Wen understood that this was merely the format of the mission. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the young swordsman ignited a sense of camaraderie within him, an exhilarating feeling of fighting alongside comrades. One must admit, this immersive trial truly exudes a sense of engagement. "Charge!" Su Wen bellowed, leading the charge against the two-headed ogre. Upon sensing their approach, the beast unleashed a roar, its eyes turning crimson, and the wooden club it wielded glowed ominously red. During the confrontation, Su-Wen cast a reconnaissance spell on it. Two-headed ogre. Health, 2000. Spirit, 2000. Strength, 2000. Agility, 1000. Skill, Bloodthirst. The attributes revealed it to be akin to a minor boss. It was no wonder the Major had dispatched a team to assist him. This trial evidently assessed the synergy of the transferees within the squad, significantly raising the difficulty. However, such levels did not intimidate Su-Wen. He charged forth, undeterred, swiftly closing the distance to the two-headed ogre. Everyone, spread out and attacked the two-headed ogre, shielding the great Paladin from harm. The young swordsman commanded the others with the composure of an officer. No sooner had he spoken than a golden radiance erupted, and the two-headed ogre collapsed to the ground. The squad halted their advance, bewildered, gazing at Su-Wen. Su-Wen nodded in satisfaction. This was a technique he had devised during his monster hunting escapades, swiftly summoning a Judgment Knight through command, controlling it to unleash the Judgment skill, and promptly recalling the night before the golden light dissipated. The blinding brilliance obscured their vision, creating the illusion that Su-Wen had executed a one-hit kill on the two-headed ogre. An instant kill. The two-headed ogre, requiring teamwork to defeat, had been vanquished by Su-Wen alone. The squad, though not composed of real humans, stood momentarily stunned before erupting in jubilant cheers, celebrating their victory. Incredible. Great Paladin. You are truly remarkable. With the two-headed ogre defeated, we can launch a full-scale assault against the abyssal creatures. Let us relay this good news to the Major. The young swordsman eagerly pulled Su-Wen back toward the encampment. While the NPCs within the trial remained unfazed, the proctors observing Su-Wen's performance were anything but indifferent. He annihilated the two-headed ogre of the second trial? If I am not mistaken, it appears so. But is it really such a monumental feat to dispatch a two-headed ogre? We could all manage it. You are nearing level 40, of course you can. He is merely a 17-level examinee. Wake up. Have you overlooked something significant? He is a paladin. A brief silence ensued. I humbly inquire. Has this level of paladin mastered any damage skills? That's secondary. Even if he has, how could his damage be so high? The proctors fell silent, exchanging glances with the head proctor, whose face had turned pale, exclaiming hoarsely, "Hurry and inform Lord Tao when you on." This phenomenon defied explanation. There must be an issue with the formation, the head proctor mused. Outside the formation, Zhang Yuan, who had witnessed the entire event, was equally astonished. He stood agape, staring blankly at Su-Wen. Su-Wen is a paladin. Su-Wen responded with a look of shock. Is it true? Does a paladin possess such formidable attack power? Zhang Yuan inquired again. Perhaps this is the outcome of the new training program? Su-Wen suggested tentatively. What is with your uncertain tone? Zhang Yuan bellowed. Su-Wen began to sweat. You know, the new training program is highly classified. It's so secretive that even the principal is unaware. Zhang Yuan nearly exploded. Su-Wen's gaze began to dart around. This is how it is at our school. Gasping for breath, Zhang Yuan was at a loss for words. As the second trial approached its conclusion, a large number of examinees were teleported out. Unlike the instructors who could glean insights from the luminescent screen, these examinees congregated to discuss their experiences, akin to students confirming the correctness of randomly generated answers after a humanities exam. Did anyone else find this trial's difficulty unreasonable? The attributes of the two-headed ogre seem excessively powerful. Two-headed ogre? What two-headed ogre? Is this assessment limited to a single boss, the two-headed ogre? You were eliminated without even encountering a monster. Oh, so you were referring to the mission assigned by the Major? Out of curiosity, I outright declined. The execution of the task truly depends on you, my friend. I wouldn't dare to attempt such a thing. Did the plot change thereafter? Upon seeing my refusal, the Major, without a word, plunged a sword through me. Brother, don't be too disheartened. That youth is not overly curious. At worst, I'll just repeat the year. But next time, please don't act like this. Sigh, forget it, I want to continue. I shall accept reality and return home to inherit my billion-dollar fortune. Nearby, the venue supervisor inadvertently overheard this and couldn't help but twitch his lips, muttering under his breath, what a bunch of characters these students are. In the course of their conversation, the second round of assessments concluded, and the leaderboard reappeared. First place, Su-Wen. Time taken, 1 second, total points, 1,200. Second place, Longqi. Time taken, 3 minutes, total points, 260. Third place, Sun Hongxue. Time taken, 3 minutes 50 seconds, total points, 220. Fourth place, Wang Dali. Time taken, 4 minutes 20 seconds, total points, 180. The leaderboard witnessed slight alterations. The berserker named Longqi performed exceptionally, surpassing Sun Hongxue. Su-Wen remained firmly in first place, achieving a mere second in time and garnering a remarkable 1,000 points. No way. 1 second. Is this a mistake? And he is a paladin. An ordinary class achieving such extraordinary results caught the attention of more and more people. As the number of eliminations increased, the space on the luminous screen expanded, allowing for a greater proportion of the leaderboard to be visible. More individuals observe this steadfast paladin holding the top position. Chapter 36. Previously dismissed, now meticulously analyzed. Retrace the paladin's assessment process for me. Tao Wenyuan arrived yet again, lazily seated beside the chief examiner, seemingly indifferent. As the dean of the Summer Capital Academy, he was perpetually engulfed in unending tasks, and past assessments rarely piqued his interest. Had it not been for the chief examiner sending someone to inform him of potential issues with the formation, he would not have come. The formation was crafted by his own hands. How could there possibly be a problem? Tao Wenyuan personally came to witness what transpired that led the chief examiner to make such an absurd judgment. Slurping, Tao Wenyuan sipped the fine tea prepared for him, casually watching the footage of Su Wen's first challenge. This paladin seems rather ordinary. He smiled and shook his head lightly. These examiners, having supervised assessments for years, must have seen countless geniuses. How could they still be so astonished? Until the first holy light spell illuminated the screen, he paused momentarily. He then turned to the chief examiner. The paladin's fundamental skill, holy light. The chief examiner, observing Tao Wenyuan's puzzled expression, nodded firmly. Fearing he might miss critical details due to his casual demeanor, he grit his teeth and added, health restored to full. Of course, Tao Wenyuan understood that this referred to the swordsman's health. However, how could that be possible? All the data for these challenges was meticulously crafted by him, and the swordsman's health value was significantly high. Given the examinee's level, a full restoration was impossible. Even continuous healing would not yield such results. This paladin possesses some remarkable abilities. Tao Wenyuan couldn't help but sit up straight, attentively observing the ensuing footage. The subsequent scenes depicted the swordsman rampaging through foes, while Su Wen trailed behind like a slacker. Well, there's nothing amiss in the ensuing events. A fully healed swordsman effortlessly dispatching monsters is entirely plausible. These were all intricately designed details to assist the assessment of support classes. The crux was that holy light spell that restored the swordsman to full health. Could it be that this examinee named Su Wen had awakened the healing specialization talent? Tao Wenyuan speculated, a healing specialized paladin, perhaps that is indeed a possibility. The chief examiner silently nodded. It might very well be the case. In the Great Xia Empire, the prodigies are as plentiful as the fish in the river, emerging one after another. Many geniuses awaken as professionals for the first time, endowed with astonishing talents. From then on, they shine brilliantly, swiftly becoming pillars of the nation, laying a solid foundation for the prosperity and strength of the Great Xia Empire. Not to mention the likes of the divine Tao, who comprehended formation specialization, and the one far at the border who grasped sword intent. Both are formidable bulwarks for the Great Xia Empire. With them, the empire stands resilient against the dual pressures of abyssal forces and hostile nations. Throughout past assessments, many new professions and immensely powerful talents have emerged. They became the lifeblood of the Great Xia Empire. Thus, the Great Xia places immense emphasis on the selection of professionals. Only in this way can the empire's strength be perpetuated for millennia. Perhaps this paladin named Su Wen is such a genius, a prodigious paladin. Tao Wenyuan murmured. Though he was fully aware that even with healing specialization, one couldn't instantly restore a swordsman's health. Yet, in the absence of a better explanation, that was all he could conclude for now. Now, let us retrace the events of the second round. Tao Wenyuan stated seriously. Perhaps upon viewing the second round, we shall comprehend why this paladin possesses such formidable healing capabilities. Quickly, let us rewind the second round. The chief examiner, eager, urged. Tao Wenyuan's analysis was quite sound. But there was a flaw that the chief examiner couldn't fathom, that being the events of the second round. Perhaps the well-informed Lord Tao could provide a reasonable explanation. The footage of Su Wen's assessment in the second round began to rewind. Tao Wenyuan also began to observe closely, perhaps to alleviate the tension from before. He started to expound on the insights behind the design of the challenges. You see, by discarding unnecessary scene transitions and placing the examinee directly in critical locations, eliminating superfluous dialogue and emotional transitions upon entering events, we enable the examinees to promptly receive their tasks. Although this sacrifices the logical continuity of cause and effect, it instills a sense of urgency in the examinees. This is the brilliance of this challenge's design. The chief examiner remained silent. The entire space echoed only with Tao Wenyuan's voice. His silence stemmed from the fact that Su Wen was now present in the scene with the two-headed ogre, and the battle was about to commence. He needed to alert Tao Wenyuan. Lord Wenyuan, the battle is about to begin. Please pay close attention. Tao Wenyuan fell silent, his gaze fixed on the rewinding footage. In the visuals, Su Wen charged forth, golden light flashing, the two-headed ogre collapsing. The battle concluded. Tao Wenyuan blinked. That's it? How did he dispatch the two-headed ogre in an instant? This is precisely the question I wish to pose to you. Tao Wenyuan gasped in astonishment. This round was also meticulously designed by him. The attributes of the entire team were quite balanced, making it impossible to achieve a one-hit kill on the boss. Though the damage output of some swordsmen was raised, it was also to facilitate the support classes. The support classes could treat the swordsman as the primary damage dealer, working in tandem with the team to slay the two-headed ogre. However, regardless of the circumstances, achieving a one-hit kill was unfathomable. Defeating the boss would inevitably be a protracted endeavor. This design was intended to assess team cooperation. Yet, the current situation left even Tao Wenyuan bewildered. How could a paladin annihilate the boss? The deduction from the previous round, based on healing specialization, was now overturned. Where exists a support class with healing specialization that inflicts such outrageous damage? Lord Wenyuan, do you believe there's a flaw in the formation? The chief examiner finally expressed his viewpoint. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tao Wenyuan waved his hand resolutely, stating, I have established this assessment formation system for decades. The formation had been in operation for many years without a single issue. So how can we explain the current situation? Tao Wenyuan's gaze sharpened. As if he had grasped some extraordinary skill, a brilliant light emanated as a colossal sword descended from the heavens, reminiscent of a warrior's technique, yet distinctly different. Do you recall anything about the manifestation of this skill? Absolutely not. Tao Wenyuan suddenly stood up, commanding, rewind to the beginning of the battle. I wish to analyze it frame by frame. Chapter 37. Unhesitatingly proceeding to the next challenge. Moments later, Tao Wenyuan slumped back into his chair. After meticulous analysis, there were still no new discoveries. It appeared that Su Wen had simply unleashed a skill that instantly eliminated the two-headed ogre. My lord Tao Wenyuan, look. The assessment for the third stage is about to commence. Tao Wenyuan declared suddenly. This paladin named Su Wen is exceptionally formidable. He will undoubtedly continue to participate in the subsequent assessments. Let us observe his next performance. We are sure to uncover some clues. Within the formation, the third stage had already begun. Su Wen stepped into the blue halo, and as the scenery blurred, it became clear once more that he was now on the battlefield. The setting sun hung low in the west, and the yellow sand swirled ominously. The entire battlefield was bathed in a crimson hue, evoking a sense of tragic grandeur. The army of the Great Xia Empire faced off against the Abyssal Fiends, with the impending clash palpable in the air. Leading the Great Xia Empire's forces was the young swordsman, now matured into a young man and holding the rank of major. The major's gaze fixed upon the distant abyssal creatures, his eyes and the curve of his lips reflecting unwavering determination. He had evolved into a figure of trust. At this moment, Su Wen stood beside him. The major displayed no surprise, as if Su Wen had always been at his side. After years of fighting side by side, we have finally arrived at the moment of our decisive battle against the Abyssal Fiends. The major flashed Su Wen a smile, his tone reminiscent of longtime comrades. Let us vanquish our foes with vigor. Ding, current task, combat the abyssal monsters. The more you slay, the higher your score. Do you accept this task? Su Wen replied softly, indicating his acceptance, simultaneously responding to the major. The major laughed heartily, drawing his sword and proclaiming, Brothers, follow me into battle. Oh, a resounding cheer erupted, and the spirit of battle surged through every soldier of the Great Xia Empire. Even Su Wen felt the infectious fervor. As if he were truly immersed in the fray, he slowly unsheathed the Lionheart sword. Charge! Both sides launched into a fierce charge, soon clashing in a cacophony of violence that shook the heavens. Abyssal Warrior, LV 15, Health, 300, Mentality, 100, Strength, 300, Agility, 200. Su Wen activated his detection spell, revealing the monster's information before him. The difficulty of this stage had significantly escalated. However, Su Wen remained undeterred. Sanctified grounds. Su Wen raised the Lionheart sword, and in an instant, a sacred area spanning 24 meters appeared amidst the horde of abyssal fiends. This zone not only inflicted his health damage, but also dealt holy damage. The abyssal fiends, naturally opposed to the sacred attributes, suffered amplified harm from this confrontation. Every monster within the sanctified area was obliterated, and those that dared to enter afterward had no chance of survival. Successfully defeated Abyssal Warrior, gained 500 experience points. Successfully defeated Abyssal Warrior, gained 500 experience points. Successfully defeated Abyssal Warrior, gained 500 experience points. The notifications of gained experience flooded in, and Su Wen joyfully realized that this stage offered experience points for slaying monsters. If Tao Wenyuan were aware of his current thoughts, he would surely take pride in explaining that only those with courage and strength made it to this stage, destined to become the backbone of the Great Xia Empire. Such generous experience points were a reward for these individuals. Candidates undergoing the assessment could not see the leaderboard, a design intended to prevent external factors from influencing their mindset. Su Wen was unaware of his score or ranking. Initially, he had planned to slay numerous monsters to enhance his results. Now, seeing the abundance of experience available, he had yet another reason to continue hunting. Thus, he fought with fervor. While he found this combat effortless, the other candidates faced a different reality. The renowned Wang Dali struggled against the overwhelming number of abyssal fiends, gradually becoming encircled despite his best efforts. His health dwindled, and fear began to envelop him. Will I die? He recalled the rules explained by the overseer before entering the assessment. In this testing ground, death was a genuine possibility. No, I refuse to die here. Wang Dali ceased his struggle and decisively used a teleportation stone. A flash of light revealed his escape. Many others made similar choices, sensing their lives in peril. They opted for the teleportation stone, and a series of lights flickered as their figures materialized outside the formation. Yet, no one mocked them. Their ability to endure to this point was commendable. At the same time, Sun Hongshue's Flamestorm ravaged through the ranks of abyssal warriors. Her level 10 mastery of the burn passive skill imbued her abilities with substantial ongoing burn damage. Despite this, she found herself struggling, beads of sweat trickling down her temples. Suwon, I will show you the might of a primary combat class. This time, I will see how you can surpass me. I hope you haven't been eliminated. With her leading performance shocking everyone, reclaiming her rightful glory was the driving force behind Sun Hongshue's relentless perseverance. As time ticked away, the number of abyssal warriors remained overwhelming. What are the conditions for passing this stage? Could it be that annihilating all the monsters is the only way to succeed? That seems implausible, as it would be nearly impossible for others. What could it be? Just as Suwon pondered the criteria for passing, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Dark clouds as black as ink suddenly appeared, spreading ominously like spilled ink, blotting out the sun. Kik-kik. Accompanied by a sinister laugh, a monstrous hand emerged from the clouds. Reaching for Suwon. Standing still, Suwon found himself unable to move, as an unseen force bound him. My Lord Paladin. The Major, witnessing Suwon's capture, gasped in alarm and rushed forward to rescue him. Yet an invisible wind began to wreak havoc across the battlefield, forming an unseen barrier that prevented anyone from approaching Suwon. The hand seized Suwon and began to retract. The sharp sound of wind echoed in Suwon's ears as the hand withdrew into the dark clouds. Silence enveloped the battlefield. No sounds, no light. Darkness engulfed Suwon's vision. This continued for several seconds. Suddenly, the darkness faded, and he found himself back on the battlefield, now deserted, the yellow sand swirling around him, leaving him alone on the desolate expanse, amplifying the sense of desolation. Before him appeared a red halo and a blue halo. Did I pass? Is this a scripted demise? So it turns out this stage was a timed assessment. Even without slaying monsters, one could still succeed by merely surviving. However, only by defeating monsters could one earn points. And abstaining meant forfeiting that opportunity. Suwon grasped the nature of this stage as assessment. These narrative-based challenge levels were intriguing, piquing his interest. At this point, acquiring points no longer held the same significance. He was filled with an insatiable curiosity. Where had that enormous hand taken him? The answer lay just beyond the next threshold. With a gentle smile, Suwon stepped confidently into the azure halo. Chapter 38. This is also part of the new training regimen. As the third assessment concluded, the rankings were as follows. First place, Suwon. Monsters slain, 13, 629, total points, 156,000. Second place, Sun Hongshua. Monsters slain, 1, 896. Total points, 21,000. Third place, Sujishin. Monsters slain, 1, 620, total points, 18,000. Fourth place, Shuelingyun. Monsters slain, 1, 590. Total points, 17,500. The announcement of the leaderboard sent shockwaves through the crowd. In the first two rounds, Suwon had indeed claimed the top spot. Yet the margin between him and the others had not been substantial. However, with the release of the third round's results, Suwon's score soared to over 150,000, while Sun Hongshua trailed with just over 20,000 points. Suwon had put an insurmountable distance between himself and the rest, creating a chasm of difference. At this juncture, even if Suwon were to withdraw from the assessments and enter the Summer Capital Academy, it would be a foregone conclusion. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to the despair that had gripped his fellow competitors. Unbeknownst to them, the current rankings had plunged to a disheartening state. It was precisely this ignorance that allowed them to maintain a calm demeanor and confidently proceed to the next challenge. Conversely, the teachers and students outside the arena were far less composed. Suwon's dominance in the initial rounds had drawn considerable attention, and many were eagerly anticipating his performance in the third round. As he ruthlessly decimated the demonic soldiers, the spectators were left in utter astonishment, sensing impending doom. When the leaderboard was revealed, the disheartening total points delivered a crushing blow to their spirits. All the instructors congregated, fervently discussing which institution this remarkable candidate hailed from. Marveling at his ferocity, Zhang Yuan's gaze fell into a state of bewilderment as he observed Sun Hongshua's score of over 20,000 points. In his extensive experience of witnessing assessments, he recognized that this score exceeded the average of previous first-place candidates. Thus, with this performance, Sun Hongshua should have comfortably secured the top position had it not been for the insurmountable mountain that Suwon's score now represented, obstructing everyone else's path. Zhang Yuan's mind was in disarray as he cast a somber glance at Sugua, his voice hoarse as he queried, "What do you have to say about a support class paladin exhibiting such prowess in this round?" Sugua covered his face. acknowledging that this was indeed part of the new training regimen. Zhang Yuan could barely contain himself. Had it not been for the prohibition against the use of force in this arena, he would have erupted in fury, struggling to rein in his emotions. He clenched his teeth and forced the words from his throat. I am woefully ignorant. If he were a legendary primary combat class fire mage, I might reluctantly believe it. But pray tell, how can a support class paladin be trained to surpass even the legendary classes in ferocity? Su Guo, still covering his face, did not relent, stating that the specifics of the new training program remained highly confidential. It was not that Su Guo was intentionally dismissing Zhang Yuan, but rather that he, too, was witnessing such a situation for the very first time in his life. The shock reverberating within Su Guo's heart was no less than that of Zhang Yuan's. It felt akin to a family of modest means suddenly receiving news that their son had taken a company public. Stunned, perplexed, and utterly incredulous, it all felt so surreal. Not only were Su Guo and Zhang Yuan at a loss for words, but Tao Wenyuan and the proctors shared in their silence. All the proctors had gathered around Tao Wenyuan, silently gazing at him. As Tao Wenyuan emerged from his stupor, he surveyed the proctors surrounding him and suddenly sprang to his feet, shouting, "Why are you all staring at me? Quickly, retrieve all the data from within the formation. Hurry." Only then did the proctors awaken from their daze and hurriedly spring into action. The chief proctor, standing off to the side, could not suppress a faint, sly smile. Thinking to himself, I told you there was an issue with the formation, didn't I? Now do you believe me, Taoshin? The Holy Land. Tao Wenyuan slowly returned to his seat, his brow furrowed. He was well aware of the Holy Land skill, which indeed belonged to the Paladin class. It was one of the few area of effect attack skills available to them. In its initial stages, the damage output was modest, and it consumed mental energy over time, rendering it somewhat underwhelming. Only in the later stages of class advancement could it empower allies within the holy area to deal additional holy damage, thus becoming more useful. Overall, it leaned more towards a supportive role. Yet, how could such an ostensibly lackluster skill wreak havoc in the third round? He had designed the attributes of the abyssal demonic soldiers to be exceedingly high to reflect the difficulty of the challenge. How could such formidable attributes be vanquished by Su when so effortlessly? It seemed that there truly was a flaw within the formation. Tao Wenyuan murmured to himself, if that is indeed the case, what aspect could have gone awry? Lost in thought, the proctor who had received instructions efficiently compiled the relevant data. Lord Wenyuan. The chief proctor has a gentle reminder. Oh, Tao Wenyuan snapped back to reality. The relevant data had been organized. Let me see, he urged as he began to examine the information. The core of the formation had been crafted by his own hands, and the implications of these data points were second nature to him. However, the more he scrutinized, the tighter his brow became. Lord Wenyuan, what precisely is the issue? The chief proctor inquired, observing the deepening furrow of concern on his forehead. The greatest problem is that there is no problem. Tao Wenyuan's brow remained knitted in concentration. What? The chief proctor was left bewildered. I have reviewed the data. Everything appears normal. All the indicators point to a singular conclusion. This phenomenon is entirely a manifestation of Su Wen's own strength. Tao Wenyuan declared with gravity. He did not relax merely because the formation had not malfunctioned. Rather, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Su Wen was far too formidable. If he exhibited such astonishing prowess in his early stages, what kind of prodigy would he become as he matured? Su Wen has chosen to enter the next round, correct? Tao Wenyuan asked. Indeed. Su Wen stepped into the blue halo for the third round. It was witnessed by all, came the reply. The assessment is about to commence. Let us focus on his subsequent performance. Tao Wenyuan's demeanor regained its composure. The fourth round is merely an evaluation phase. Should we continue analyzing the data? The chief proctor suggested. No, you are mistaken. Tao Wenyuan replied earnestly. For others, the evaluation phase may seem inconsequential, but for a genius like Su Wen, its significance is paramount. Whether he becomes a pillar of the nation or a harbinger of disaster hinges entirely upon his convictions. The proctors fell silent, understanding the weight of Tao Wenyuan's words. The great Xia Empire was not lacking in talent. Some geniuses shone like the rising sun, brilliant and dazzling, yet succumbed to the seduction of demons, sowing seeds of personal sorrow and enmity. It was a lamentable fate. Tao Wenyuan's gaze turned inscrutable, laden with meaning. In that moment, all the proctors sensed that the man before them was no longer the amiable dean they had known, but rather the embodiment of the great Xia Empire's burdens, Tao Shun. His gaze burned fiercely as he fixed it upon the luminous screen, murmuring, Su Wen, what kind of answer will you provide me? Chapter 39, The Intense Interrogation Phase. As Su Wen stepped into the blue halo, he once again plunged into darkness. Faint rustling sounds echoed around him, and amidst the indistinct whispers, there seemed to be cries of anguish. As the darkness receded, transitioning from obscurity to clarity, Su Wen gradually discerned his surroundings. He found himself in a confined space, awash in a sanguine hue, with walls that appeared to be composed of the flesh and blood of some inexplicable creature, occasionally writhing. Bound by runic chains upon a colossal bone, Su Wen was rendered utterly immobile. In the depths of the space, a shadowy figure stood out in stark contrast. Its gaunt hands resembling the talons of a bird of prey as it seized a human warrior's leg and dragged him towards the corner. The blood spilling from the warrior merged seamlessly with the hues of the ground. With an indifferent flick, the dark figure discarded the warrior's lifeless body as if it were mere refuse, then turned abruptly. Half of its face was shrouded in blood-stained bandages, the exposed side grotesquely hideous. A waxen, yellow eye glimmered with a chilling, tyrannical glint. By the heavens, you startled me. The sudden turn of the shadow made Su Wen's heart race. In Blue Star, he had played numerous horror games, and despite his vigilance, he often found himself startled by unexpected scenes. Whoever designed this assessment scenario is truly malicious. Su Wen could not help but scoff internally. Meanwhile, the architect of this ordeal, Tao Wenyuan, stood before the luminous screen, his expression grave as he observed Su Wen's predicament. The chief proctor beside him gasped at the sight of the shadowy figure. A deceptive demon? Master Wenyuan, is this assessment too harsh? The deceptive demon, a type of abyssal fiend, was innately treacherous and cruel, reveling in the torment of living beings. Those unfortunate souls ensnared by them often wished for death. Yet, Tao Wenyuan continued to fix his gaze on the screen, aware that those who had made it this far were the cream of the crop among the candidates. They were destined to become the backbone of the Great Xia Empire. It was time they encountered the darker aspects of demons. This was an essential part of their growth. The chief proctor's expression twitched. Even so, these candidates are still quite young, and their mental fortitude may not be fully developed. I hope this encounter does not leave any psychological scars. On the screen, the deceptive demon locked eyes with Su Wen, emitting a chilling, toothy cackle. Gagaga. It approached slowly, a malevolent glimmer in its eyes. Human Paladin, you have awakened. Faced with such a visage up close, Su Wen furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of physiological discomfort wash over him. He instinctively attempted to utilize a skill, only to realize that his abilities were sealed by the runic chains binding him. Foolish human, bound by the abyssal power, and yet you still think to struggle. The deceptive demon laughed raucously. Spare your efforts. Tell me, what is the next plan of the human assault on the abyss? Su Wen was taken aback. Is this the part where I am tortured for information? Is the key to passing to die rather than divulge the human strategy? But the truth is, I have no knowledge of any plans. Did they mention something in the previous rounds? I have no recollection. Outside the scene, the chief proctor was equally bewildered. Master Wenyuan, it appears we did not provide the candidates with any relevant hints regarding plans. Tao Wenyuan shook his head gently. There is no plan to disclose. Without answers, how can the candidates weigh the pros and cons and respond? The chief proctor pondered. The essence of this assessment did not lie in what they answered, but in testing whether they could maintain their convictions under such interrogation. Was it true that whatever they said would lead to torment? The chief proctor suddenly understood, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Yet, he quickly grasped the intention behind Tao Wenyuan's design. These candidates would likely ascend to mid-level positions in the military, encountering core secrets. If captured by demons and coerced into revealing confidential information, the consequences would be dire. The assessment was thus to determine if these candidates possessed the resolve to sacrifice themselves for humanity. A candidate's excellence was measured not merely by the points they earned, but also by their evaluation. The top 10 higher learning institutions of the Great Xia Empire placed significant weight on candidates' evaluations, even more so than on scores. This was why the final 2 rounds were deemed critical for entering the highest academies. Yet, could these young candidates withstand such trials? The chief proctor mused. Without formidable psychological resilience, it would be challenging to endure. Indeed, in the same scenario, other candidates began to babble incoherently under the deceptive demon's relentless questioning. Some female candidates, unable to endure the demon's grotesque appearance, shrieked and activated teleportation stones. Others displayed a bit more fortitude, but were already being lashed by the deceptive demon. The damage inflicted was not severe, yet their health points dwindled slowly. It felt akin to being held captive in darkness, listening to the dripping of one's own blood. The psychological terror was far more unbearable than physical pain. Before the assessment commenced, the overseer had clearly stated that if health points reached 0, the candidates would perish. Not long after, a wave of candidates, gripped by terror, opted to use their teleportation stones. Was this merely a replication of the deceptive demon's tactics? The chief proctor observed the scene, his expression relaxing. Of course, Master Tao Wenyuan would never allow a real deceptive demon to torment the future of the Great Xia Empire. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret. It was a pity that they had not held out longer. On the screen, Su Wen was likewise enduring the deceptive demon's torment. I didn't expect you to be this resilient. No matter how much I beat you, you refused to speak. The deceptive demon was exasperated, its bone whip raining down upon Su Wen. However, the damage inflicted was trivial compared to Su Wen's current health points, remaining virtually unaffected. Is this all you can muster? Since you cannot harm me, I shall simply outlast you. After all, the effort is not mine to expend. I know nothing, so what do you want me to say? As he observed the increasingly frustrated demon, Su Wen wore a relaxed expression, even tinged with mockery. Hurry up and hit me. Stop wasting time. Such spirit. I shall enjoy breaking you. The deceptive demon seethed. Suwon chuckled, finding this to be the easiest trial he had faced thus far. The only downside was the demon's appearance, which was quite off-putting. If only a succubus could interrogate me instead. Tao Wenyuan, observing Suwon's relaxed demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Turning to the chief proctor, I didn't expect Suwon to display such courage. He faces the demon's torture with such composure. Is he truly unafraid of death? The chief proctor was taken aback. Is Suwon's fearlessness due to the fact that you were watching his health bar? Only then did Tao Wenyuan notice that despite the deceptive demon's onslaught, Suwon's health bar had not diminished. This lad possesses such high defense. It cannot break through his defenses. The chief proctor, now unfazed, shrugged. I do not know. After witnessing the Paladin's capabilities in the previous assessments, I have grown numb to surprises. Now, adding high defense seems merely par for the course. His mind could no longer function normally, and he was too weary to contemplate further. After all, Tao Wenyuan was present. Tao Wenyuan felt puzzled as well. I set the damage quite high. It shouldn't be like this. However, recalling Suwon's performance in earlier rounds, he soon found relief and burst into hearty laughter. This is no paladin. He is a versatile warrior. A talent such as Suwon cannot be measured by ordinary standards. I dare assert that in a few short years, he will undoubtedly become the brightest star within the great Xia Empire. Chapter 40. Slaying the Demon in an Instant. The Academy assessments were conducted uniformly by province, with each node's luminous screen displaying only the candidates from that province. As the number of eliminated candidates grew, Suwon's assessment screen began to dominate the display. Those who had previously overlooked Suwon's footage were gradually drawn in. He is truly brave, smiling in the face of demons. Is he genuinely unafraid of death? Look at his health bar. Does this paladin possess such high defense? Not a single point lost. If only I had such defense. My health is plummeting, and I feel as though I might die from fright. Where can one find such a carefree expression as his? Something feels amiss. Here I am, a proud storm knight, being mercilessly toyed with by a demon, and yet a paladin's defense surpasses mine. By what right does he remain unscathed? Upon hearing someone belittle his profession, a paladin's demeanor swiftly shifts to indignation. You should have witnessed Suwon's performance in the earlier rounds. A paladin can heal, can strike, can defend, and can even eliminate foes in an instant. In short, it is the epitome of a perfect class. The Storm Knight, taken aback, inquires, "May I ask which round you were eliminated in?" "The first round," the paladin replies, slightly disheartened, but quickly regains his composure. "My failure does not reflect on the class itself. Suwon embodies the glory of our paladins. Come on, don't inflate your class with unnecessary buffs. I've seen my fair share of scenes." Time passes quietly, and in Suwon's view, the deceptive demon is bent over, panting heavily as it takes a brief respite. "Why have you stopped? Is it customary to pause in the midst of interrogation? What sort of demons are you? Get moving." Suwon taunts, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regards the deceptive demon. You. The deceptive demon, enraged, leaps up, its sallow eyes bloodshot with fury. "Wretched paladin, you seek your own demise." A dark radiance begins to coalesce in its frail hands, forming a sphere imbued with an aura of death. "Since I cannot extract information from you, then you shall perish." The demon is filled with murderous intent. Suwon regards it coldly. Is this the transition to the next phase? Halt. Just as the deceptive demon is about to strike, a thunderous voice reverberates through the sky. Immediately, a gaping hole splits open in the crimson dome above, and a tall figure, sword in hand, descends from the heavens. With a thud, the long sword plunges into the ground. And had the deceptive demon not evaded in time, it would have been pinned to the earth. Who goes there? The demon stares at the figure, panic-stricken. Suwon locks eyes with the newcomer and smiles gently. It is the swordsman, now risen to the rank of major. The swordsman rises slowly, withdrawing his sword. And with a single stroke, he severs the chains binding Suwon. As the chains shatter, the swordsman tenderly embraces him, his expression softening as he says, "I have come to take you home." That gaze is akin to that of a brother who has ventured deep into enemy territory, barely clinging to life. At that moment, Suwon feels a flicker of emotion, mixed with a hint of embarrassment. Throughout their journey, they have fought side by side numerous times, and this brotherly rescue scenario is bound to evoke empathy. Yet, in his current vibrant state, it seems incongruous with the somber atmosphere. Should I feign a bit of weakness? Outside the scene, Tao Wenyuan pinches the bridge of his nose, murmuring, "I hadn't anticipated anyone standing here unscathed at this stage. The overall atmosphere feels slightly disjointed. I'll need to refine the details in post-production." His original design intended for the candidates to be left with but a sliver of health after being tormented by the deceptive demon, or to endure for 5 minutes. At which point the swordsman would descend from the sky, sever the chains, and cradle the weakened candidate in his arms. When the swordsman declares, "I have come to take you home," the emotional weight and visual impact would be maximized. The exhilaration of narrowly escaping death, the camaraderie between brothers, and the sense of honor worth fighting for would deeply imprint themselves on their hearts. Then, they would confront the enemy once more, but this time, the roles would be reversed. Such bonds of mutual assistance among teammates would ensure their journey continues further. Tao Wenyuan has a firm grasp on the trajectory of past assessments. Until this encounter with Su-Wan, I'm fine, no need to assist me. In the scene, Su-Wan awkwardly pushes the swordsman's hand away. Gaha. The deceptive demon, recognizing the newcomer, bursts into maniacal laughter. A mere human major? How dare you venture here alone? I shall send you on your way together. Humph, do you think you can stop me? The swordsman regards the demon with a cold gaze, assuming an offensive stance. Arrogant human. Today, I shall show you what true The deceptive demon's words are abruptly cut off by a blinding beam of light descending upon it. The sacred radiance envelopes its dark form, akin to the most potent sulfuric acid, swiftly dissolving it. Hurry up, I'm on a tight schedule, Su-Wan remarks nonchalantly, observing the vanishing demon like an unconcerned player. As the demon dissipates, the swordsman relaxes his stance, wiping his forehead as if he has just endured a fierce battle. Wonderful. We have finally vanquished the demon. Outside the scene, Tao Wenyuan chuckles wryly. It seems I need to optimize some dialogue based on timing. Letting the swordsman exclaim finally here feels rather foolish. Old buddy, knowing that I've altered your image to this extent must have you frowning even more. Yet, one cannot blame Tao Wenyuan. Has there ever been an instance where the deceptive demon was dispatched so swiftly? He truly just eliminated the deceptive demon. Surrounding proctors are left speechless. The chief proctor feigns calmness as he explains, the paladin's holy light spell, when employed against demons, inflicts healing effects equivalent to damage, theoretically. If the healing amount reaches a sufficiently high value, it can indeed obliterate a demon. But then the question arises, how does a level 17 paladin possess such a high healing output? The chief proctor feels tears welling up. I, too, wish to know. Not only is the healing output astonishing, but he employs the most basic holy light spell. Goodness, I have never witnessed a scene like this. At the examination site in Shindu province, the Storm Knight stares in shock as Su-Wan dispatches the demon, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Paladin brother, you were eliminated early. You've seen it all. Quickly tell me, has he always been this formidable? What is this? The paladin that was eliminated in the first round wears a smug expression, not offended in the slightest. Rather, he believes his early exit afforded him the fortune of witnessing such a dreamlike spectacle. I tell you, he was ferocious in the previous rounds. You simply have no idea. The paladin describes with enthusiasm, his gestures animated as he recounts the thrilling moments, as if reliving his own experiences. Others listen, astonished. Is it truly so astounding? Are we still speaking of a paladin? Chapter 41. Encountering Sun Hongxue. At long last, I have rescued you. Now I can finally rest easy and conclude this matter. However, I do not wish for you to follow me any longer. The battles to come are fraught with peril. You have already sacrificed too much for humanity. And I do not wish for you to meet your end on the battlefield. Go home, carrying your glory. A hero ought to return to their homeland. After the battle, the swordsman gazes at Su-Wan, speaking earnestly and sincerely. He then pats Su-Wan on the shoulder before turning and striding away. Su-Wan watches his retreating figure and suddenly asks, and what about you? Why must you go? The swordsman halts, not looking back as he replies, I will not abandon my brothers in arms. With that, he strides away resolutely. I will not abandon my brothers in arms, such a profound statement. Su-Wan ponders these words, which resonate with both the scene of the swordsman's rescue and his resolute motivation to battle. As the swordsman departs, a red halo and a blue halo appear in the scene. This time, no external prompts accompany them. All warnings meld into the swordsman's words. The next round is fraught with peril. Those candidates who have reached this point surely understand the meaning behind this phrase. Reflecting deeply, I will not abandon my brothers in arms. Su-Wan gazes at the halo before him and smiles gently, neither will I. Then, he strides confidently into the blue halo. As he steps into the halo, the scene transforms, and Su-Wan finds himself standing in a grand plaza. This is a city of monumental scale, with buildings stretching outward in a series around the expansive square. In the bustling square, the air was filled with the cheerful chatter of citizens leisurely strolling about, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles. Occasionally, a group of playful children would dash across the plaza, their laughter startling a flock of pigeons foraging on the ground. Su-Wan found a vacant bench and sat down, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. A sense of tranquility and serenity enveloped him. This was his most immediate impression. It was indeed a delightful sensation. Could the virtual realm truly surpass the tangible world in its perfection? Leaning gently against the backrest, Su-Wan allowed his arms to rest comfortably. In that moment, he savored the experience, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his visit. After a while, a radiant light illuminated the square, and several figures emerged. All of them transmuters. They were all candidates. A brief glance was enough for Su-Wan to ascertain their identities. Their uncharacteristic attire was complemented by the badges that marked them as examinees, leaving no room for doubt. More than a matter of appearance, it was an instinctive recognition. Their presence felt jarringly out of place, as if they were characters from a bygone era stepping into a faded photograph. They did not belong here. Only candidates were permitted to enter this realm. Nevertheless, this was Su-Wan's first encounter with fellow examinees within the examination grounds. Is the final stage set in a shared environment? Suin pondered. Hey look, is that a candidate sitting on the bench? Among the newcomers, one of the examinees had noticed Suin. At first glance, I thought he was an NPC. How did he clear the challenges faster than us? To be able to sit there waiting suggests he completed the previous stage in record time. Humph, just a paladin. He probably just died quickly, someone scoffed. Those who reached this point were the cream of the crop from their respective provinces, each unwilling to concede superiority to the others. After clearing the fourth stage, they understood the advantages of low health and defense. The quicker one depletes their health, the faster the subsequent narrative unfolds, resulting in a shorter completion time. Perhaps that Paladin managed to arrive here first due to this very reason. It must be said, luck plays a significant role as well. Unbeknownst to them, Suin had taken much longer. He had merely drawn out the time to trigger the next events, having annihilated the demon in a single blow. As he momentarily lost himself in thought, another burst of light erupted in the square, heralding the arrival of more candidates. No wonder I can sit here leisurely. It seems we must wait for all candidates to enter this scene before the official proceedings commence, Suin realized. The time taken by candidates in the earlier stages varied greatly. So to synchronize the start of this stage, a period of waiting was essential. This brief interlude of leisure could be seen as a reward for those who had cleared the preceding challenges first. As the other examinees came to the same realization, they each sought out comfortable spots to sit in the square. Yet, this was the final chapter, and even as the elite from various provinces, a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts as they whispered among themselves, speculating on the various possibilities. Their serious demeanor somewhat disrupted the serene and leisurely atmosphere of the square. Suin remained languidly seated on the bench, quietly awaiting the next developments. The other candidates did not recognize him, nor did anyone choose to sit beside him. There were ample vacant spaces, and he saw no need to invite awkwardness upon himself. Another series of lights flickered, drawing Suin's attention to a familiar figure. She was a graceful girl with long, cascading hair, fair as snow, and her strikingly cold yet radiant eyes scanned the surroundings. It was none other than the prodigious girl from Fengyi High School in Xindu Province, Sun Hongxue. Her presence captivated everyone's attention, instantly drawing the gaze of the crowd. Sun Hongxue appeared indifferent to the stares as her gaze swept past their faces. Suddenly, her eyes widened, locking onto Suin. Suin turned away, feigning interest in the pigeons as he whistled to coax them closer, to finally see a familiar face. Only to have it be Sun Hongxue, who considered him her rival. He decided it best to pretend he hadn't seen her to avoid any potential trouble. She approached him directly. Suin, hey, he replied, realizing he could no longer maintain the pretense of ignorance. There was no escaping it now, especially since the pigeons had scattered at her approach. He raised a hand slightly, as a gesture of acknowledgement. What a coincidence. With her arms crossed, Sun Hongxue looked down at him, her tone icy. I never imagined a paladin like you could reach this stage. What's wrong with that? Suin retorted, slightly annoyed. Sun Hongxue declared proudly. You can't win against me through mere luck. This time, I shall definitely become the top scorer from Xindu Province. Oh really? Suin replied nonchalantly, which only fueled her irritation. Let me be frank. The points I amassed in the third stage are something you could never surpass. And what can a paladin like you possibly compare to a fire mage like me? That's impressive. You. Observing Suin's indifferent demeanor, Sun Hongxue felt her blood pressure rise. As the prideful ace of her school, she had never felt so flustered, for reasons unknown. Suin's nonchalant attitude drove her to a simmering fury. The more he appeared unconcerned, the more she yearned to compete with him, to crush him beneath her heel. At this moment, she was most eager to witness his reaction after the examination concluded, when he would see her unattainable score and break down in tears. Chapter 42, The Dullard Donya. Imagining Suin begging for mercy on his knees, her anger simmered down a notch. Suin, oblivious to how lowly she perceived him, noticed her silence as she stood before him. Aren't you tired standing there? Why not sit beside me? He suggested, gesturing to the empty space beside him. Although he made the offer, he remained sprawled across the bench, showing no intention of moving. Sun Hongxue contemplated sitting next to him, but with his arms draped over the back of the bench, it felt a bit too intimate. It was as if he were trying to push her away. Her anger reignited within her. Suin, just you wait. She clenched her teeth, spat out a harsh retort, and stormed off to a nearby bench, leaving behind a trail of heated glances. Suin felt a weight lift from his shoulders, returning him to his leisurely demeanor. Hey, another burst of light caught his attention, and he noticed a lovely girl with a gentle demeanor, timidly surveying her surroundings. It was none other than his classmate from the third high school, Du Cinny. Hey Cinny, over here, he called out, drawing the attention of everyone around. Suin. Du Cinny's face lit up with joy as she hurried over. She had always believed in Suin's strength and expected him to reach the final stage, yet she hadn't anticipated it would be a shared scenario. Encountering him here was a delightful surprise. Suin, how did you end up here? Upon reaching him, Du Cinny's face beamed with happiness. Why wouldn't I be here? Suin smiled gently. He felt a sense of confidence in Du Cinny, yet reaching the final stage still caught him off guard, especially since she was merely a priest. However, Witnessing her arrive here through her own merit filled him with genuine joy. In a playful mood, Suwon teased. But I didn't expect you to make it this far. Wow you. Du-Sini exclaimed, pretending to be upset. If you, a paladin, can be here, why can't I as a priest? Uft. Ha. They both burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Sun Hongxue, who had been watching Suwon closely, found herself captivated by his playful interaction with another girl. A pang of jealousy surged within her. Why was he so warm with someone else while remaining cold toward her? It felt as though she had been cast aside. What a scoundrel. Sun Hongxue muttered under her breath, audible only to herself. All right. Stop dawdling and take a seat for a moment. Suwon smiled and lowered his arms. Du-Sini obediently sat down, inquiring, where's Donya? Suwon gazed into the distance and gestured with his lips. He hasn't arrived. Following his gaze, Du-Sini spotted Donya standing afar, looking around in bewilderment. While Suwon and Du-Sini conversed, Donya had already been teleported in, but Du-Sini, with her back turned, had not noticed. Upon seeing him now, a wave of joy washed over her, and as she prepared to call out to him, Suwon halted her. Don't. He placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture and then observed Donya's antics with keen interest. Du-Sini looked at Donya in confusion, seeing him standing there with a dazed expression, and she couldn't help but chuckle, finally grasping Suwon's intent. The two exchanged mischievous smiles. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many candidates? Donya scratched his head, staring at the multitude of examinees in the square, utterly perplexed. Could it be that the assessment is over, and everyone has been teleported out? He mumbled in panic. No way, no way, no way. Did I pass? That can't be right. Where's Suwon? I don't recognize anyone here. Could it be? Am I the only one who passed in the entire Shindu province? Am I the undisputed one? Oh. Donya straightened his back, his previous confusion replaced by a triumphant expression. Suwon, even if you are exceptionally strong, you still fall slightly short of my prowess. Don't blame me for seizing your provincial top spot. After all, I am an epic-level necromancer. He strutted across the square, not missing the chance to make eye contact with every candidate, believing he conveyed a message of camaraderie among heroes through his gaze. We are all favored children of the heavens. One day, we shall soar freely across the vast skies. The other examinees stared at him in astonishment, clearly unable to comprehend the deeper meaning behind his expression. As they noted his peculiar demeanor, they began to whisper amongst themselves. Is this mage unhinged? What's he so proud about? Look at his profession. A necromancer? That explains everything. It's no surprise for someone in that profession to be abnormal. Seeing the others whispering, Donya scoffed. Are you all intimidated by my gallant presence, mere mortals? He strode through the square with an air of arrogance until he spotted Sun Hongxue. Huh. Is that the genius Sun Hongxue from No. 1 high school? Donya was taken aback, then quickly realized, she got here before me. So does that mean I am now second? Feeling slightly disheartened, he sighed. Fine, second place is still second place. The first and second will meet. As he was about to approach Sun Hongxue to greet her, he noticed that her gaze had yet to land on him even once. Who could possibly capture the attention of the beautiful Sun? His curiosity piqued. He followed her line of sight and saw Suwon and Du-Sini not far away, seated on a bench and wearing mischievous smiles. Suwon, Du-Sini, Donya exclaimed joyfully, abandoning any thought of greeting Sun Hongxue and hurriedly rushing over to Suwon. You two made it here too. He cheerfully plopped down beside Suwon, delivering a playful punch to his chest. I told you. How could you possibly be eliminated? He then turned his skeptical gaze toward Du-Sini. And you, a little priest, managed to make it here too? Who do you look down on? Du-Sini retorted, laughing at the absurdity. I arrived before you, you know. Donya's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly replied, I got caught up in the scenery. Not caring whether they believed him or not, he quickly changed the subject. I was teleported here by the blue halo. Doesn't that signify there's another round to go? How come I ended up passing? Suwon chuckled heartily. Who told you this was a pass? Why are there so many candidates here then? Donya inquired. According to the swordsman's hints, this round is exceedingly challenging, which is why the candidates have been gathered together to face it collectively, Suwon speculated. Oh, so this must be the final round. Donya complained. I fought my way through, and now I'm starving. He looked at Suwon with a pitiful expression. Brother Suwon, do you have anything to eat? Suwon shuddered. No? We've been slaying demons all this time, even if I wanted roasted meat. There's no way to procure the ingredients, let alone bring them here. Oh no, this is dire. Life and death hang in the balance. Donya lamented upon realizing Suwon had nothing to offer. I do have some snacks. Would you like some? Du-Sini shyly pulled out a few lollipops from her pocket. I love strawberry flavor, Donya exclaimed, his spirits lifting as he grabbed a pink lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, savoring the taste. Childish. Suwon shot Donya a disdainful glance as he picked up a mango-flavored one. The yellow lollipop seems a tad more mature. The trio enjoyed their lollipops, reclining on the bench and continuing their previous conversation. I didn't expect you to reach this round. It seems the assessment isn't that difficult after all. Suwon remarked with a smile. Hey, I'm strong too, you know. While I may not be on your level, Du-Sini and I at least have the advantage of our levels. Donya retorted, somewhat indignant. That's true. Their levels are on par with Sun Hongshu's. So reaching this point isn't exactly surprising. Moreover, we possess a will that surpasses the ordinary, Du Cini chimed in, shaking her little fist for emphasis. Suwon chuckled softly. In this round, do ensure your willpower doesn't exceed limits. When danger arises, it's best to stay hidden behind me. Of course, I was anxious before. But now that I'm clinging on to your strong arm, you'll handle this. Dongya declared boldly. Suwon's presence reassured him. And he began to look forward to the details of this assessment, wondering why it had yet to commence. Since you arrived, no other candidates have been teleported here. They must all be gathered by now, and it's about to start, Suwon noted. So I was the last batch to arrive here? I wasted time pondering my status as the provincial top scorer. Dongya lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Provincial top scorer? You? Ha ha ha. Du Cini couldn't help but giggle. Dongya protested. Is it too much to laugh directly? That's quite hurtful. My heart is fragile. My apologies. Du Cini laughed uncontrollably. I simply cannot imagine you as the provincial top scorer. Who else could be more suitable than me? Dongya insisted defiantly. Clearly, it's me, the priest. Du Cini teased. Huh. Suwon smiled silently, observing their playful banter. At that moment, a dark cloud enveloped the square, shattering the tranquility and harmony of the scene. Suwon looked up at the ominous cloud and murmured, it's finally about to begin. He noted the number of candidates. Fewer than 100 had made it this far. The other examinees also noticed the peculiar change in the sky and began to look up. Ugh! A deep, gravelly voice echoed throughout the city, resonating like a military trumpet. The sound of thunderous hooves approached like a tempest, with several squads racing through the square. Leading them was the swordsman, now bearing the rank of a major general. Brave adventurers, the demons are breaching the city. Help me defend this city. The swordsman major general shouted, his voice lingering in the square even as he raced toward the city gates. Defend the city? Is this the content of the assessment? All the candidates suddenly grasped the nature of the challenge ahead. Abruptly, from within the shroud of dark clouds, 6 beams of green light plummeted like meteors, descending rapidly. In an instant, the ground of the square was struck, creating deep craters as shattered stones erupted in all directions. The sudden upheaval left the citizens in the square stunned, rooted to the spot in terror as they watched the green light plummet towards the earth. Due to the density of the crowd, many were caught in the chaos of flying debris, collapsing into pools of blood. A few unresponsive transcenders were directly hit by the green light, leaving no trace behind. From within the 6 enormous craters, a massive hand slowly emerged, grasping the edges as it climbed out. It was a colossal, humanoid demon composed of stone, its entire form radiating a chilling green flame. Emerging from the depths of the pit, it began to slaughter any humans in sight. Citizens who could not escape were instantly reduced to mere pulp. The air was filled with the echoes of terrified screams, saturated with despair. Although the examinees present were the elite from various provinces, it was their first encounter with such a gruesome scene, and fear gripped them all. Thus, they comprehended deeply why humanity referred to these beings as demons. Suwon gazed at the citizens lying in pools of blood, his eyes a fiery crimson. Whether from battle fervor or wrath, he could not discern. Though he understood that the scene before him might be an illusion, the emotions conveyed were overwhelmingly real. Whether true or false, all he desired was to eradicate them entirely. Hellfire Elite. LV 18. Constitution, 600. Spirit, 200. Strength, 600. Agility, 300. Suwon assessed the formidable demon. Its attributes far surpassed those of the previous demons. Be careful, he warned Dong Yi and the others, swiftly approaching one of the demons, followed closely by 11 Temple Knights. Upon reaching a certain distance, Suwon halted, raising his Lionheart sword, a beam of light illuminating the Hellfire's form. That beam served as a beacon. As the other Temple Knights surged forward, the Hellfire was an elite leader, possessing more health than the bosses encountered in the Spider Lair dungeon. Even with the assault of 11 Temple Knights, supplemented by Suwon's holy light spells, it took over 10 seconds to bring it down. As the examination progressed to this stage, the screens at all assessment locations across the provinces unified into a single scene. While they monitored their respective examinees, they could also witness the performances of others. At that moment, when Suwon summoned his Temple Knights, astonishment spread among the spectators. They had never witnessed a paladin capable of summoning. Am I seeing things? A paladin summoned a host of paladins. I'm utterly flabbergasted. Which diminutive paladin can explain this situation to us? This is extraordinary. Yet, I've never encountered such a spectacle. Truly, this is a national examination. I thought our province's Chong was impressive, but there are even more unfathomable talents out there. Remember, he is merely a paladin. The only one who has reached this stage as a paladin. In front of the examination site in the new capital province, Zhang Yuan gazed at the screen displaying Su when summoning 11 Temple Knights, instantly petrified. He stared blankly at Sugua. Is this the result of the new training program your school devised? Sugua did not respond immediately. His expression mirrored Zhang Yuan's disbelief, and after a prolonged pause, he managed to utter a single word, yes. Are you jesting with me? Zhang Yuan finally exploded. After all, he was a paladin. It was acceptable to claim that training could enhance a paladin's healing abilities. It was plausible that training could amplify their damage output. Even the assertion that training could fundamentally improve a paladin's defense was something he could accept. But now you tell me that training could enable a paladin to master skills from other professions. Are you kidding me? Zhang Yuan was panting. It was no small feat to provoke a well-informed principal to such a state. Su Guo wished to counter, but found himself speechless, as Zhang Yuan articulated the very thoughts that echoed in his own mind. The more one speaks, the more one errs. Allow me to ponder how to explain this. Not only was Zhang Yuan bewildered, but even Tao Wenyuan was taken aback. It was the first time he had ever seen a paladin capable of summoning. After keen observation, he noted that the Temple Knights summoned by Su Wen dealt explosive damage, dispatching a hellfire in mere seconds. It was important to note that all the examinees who reached this stage were the creme de la creme, and this was a meticulously designed challenge. With nearly 100 examinees, only 6 hellfires had appeared, highlighting the challenge's difficulty. However, witnessing Su Wen's incredible prowess, Tao Wenyuan felt a surge of joy. As long as it benefited the Great Xia Empire, he would not mind if the paladins could even turn invisible. In Chapter 44, the swift extermination of hellfire commenced. Under the relentless assault of Su Wen's Temple Knights, the hellfire crashed to the ground, injecting a dose of calm into all the examinees. Where did so many paladins come from? How did I miss this earlier? It seems that paladins summoned them. What are you saying? A paladin summoning paladins? This must be some trick involving items. The hellfire could even slay paladins, illustrating how mediocre it truly is. We were deceived by its facade. The demon that fell in mere seconds was insignificant, daring to slaughter citizens before me. I shall make them pay dearly. Everyone charge. Inspired by Su Wen, the other examinees broke free from their terror of the demon's arrival and rushed forward. It can't be, it can't be, it can't be. Sun Hongxue gazed in disbelief at Su Wen's Temple Knights. What is that? Is it truly an item? Is this truly your real power? She recalled how Su Wen had consistently overshadowed her since their ascent, and an ominous premonition began to take root. In her eyes, Su Wen now held an air of mystery. Shaking her head fiercely, she regained her haughty demeanor, declaring, regardless of your power, I shall not be defeated. Sun Hongxue joined the fray, unleashing a fiery tempest that engulfed the hellfire. Then she froze. The hellfire's health bar barely flickered, barely noticeable. Not only her, but all the examinees realized something was amiss. This is strange. Why isn't the hellfire sustaining any damage? With so many of us attacking, its health isn't dwindling at all. This must be the health pool of a major boss. How long must we fight? Is that hellfire the only weak monster? Or is it the paladin's attack power? How can this be possible? A multitude of thoughts flooded their minds, and before they could sort through them, a deep voice suddenly boomed. Roar! The hellfire's fist, ablaze with green flames, fell with a deafening crash. Several examinees could not evade in time and were obliterated instantly. We will die? Fear once again enveloped the examinees, reminding them of the repeatedly emphasized rules before entering. Casualties would occur during the assessment. I don't want to die? This is beyond our capacity to handle. I withdraw. Overwhelmed by the pressure, several examinees produced their teleportation stones and shattered them. In a flash of light, they were transported away. Let us all leave. This is merely an examination. There is no need to perish here. The points we've already earned are sufficient for us to enter respectable institutions. There's no need to sacrifice our lives here. With one leading the way, a considerable number of examinees chose to surrender. Each remaining had their own reasons for persistence. Su Wen paid them no mind. His singular objective was to annihilate every last one of them. His knights once again approached another hellfire. Stand aside. Still, some examinees were attacking this particular hellfire, occupying positions that obstructed the knights' assault. The 11 Temple Knights advanced with an imposing presence, compelling the other examinees to instinctively part ways. As a vacant position emerged, the paladins swiftly converged upon the infernal fire, launching their assault. Such astonishing speed. The gusts generated by their movements forced the surrounding candidates to recoil, their minds reeling at the sheer swiftness displayed. Within mere seconds, another infernal fire collapsed to the ground. The candidates, still in disbelief, were engulfed by a tumult of astonishment. How could this be possible? They had just witnessed the formidable might of the infernal fire firsthand. Surely, it could not be vanquished in less than an hour. Yet, under Su Wen's relentless assault, the once indomitable infernal fire faltered and fell within mere seconds. This was utterly terrifying. Ignoring the thoughts of others, Su Wen resolutely chose another infernal fire to attack. In a matter of minutes, 6 fearsome infernal fires lay vanquished. How could this be happening? Sun Hongxue gazed at Su Wen's gallant figure, murmuring to herself. The pride she once held within began to waver. A legendary fire mage, reduced to a mere lackey before a high-ranking paladin. She found it hard to accept, as did the other candidates. Most of those present were of epic professions. Yet here they stood as mere background characters to a high-ranking, albeit initially lackluster, paladin. A pure, ethereal light enveloped Su Wen and the Paladin Order. rendering the surrounding blood-red blossoms incapable of tarnishing their sanctity. Let us depart, Su Wen gently instructed as he led the Paladin Order past Dong Yi and Du Sini. Among the many candidates, only Dong Yi and Du Sini maintained their composure, inquiring, "Where are we headed?" "To the city gate." To ensure Dong Yi and his companions could keep pace, he deliberately slowed his stride, yet each step remained unwavering. "All right, let's go," Dong Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Having grown accustomed to accompanying Su Wen on his ventures, a team without a priest cannot prevail, Du Sini remarked with a soft smile, falling in step beside Su Wen. Sun Hongxue stood dazed, watching their departing figures, reminiscent of valiant warriors embarking on a dragon-slaying quest. For the first time, she felt the ineffable emotions of camaraderie within a team. Compared to them, her group appeared foolishly stagnant, lost, and disheartened. These self-proclaimed prodigies found themselves overshadowed by a mere paladin. Gritting her teeth, she stepped towards the city gate. This was her final honor as a legendary fire mage. "What shall we do?" The other candidates exchanged glances, resembling a flock of sheep bereft of a leader. "This paladin possesses remarkable prowess. Perhaps we should follow and observe?" Someone proposed. There was an undeniable sense of security in trailing behind this paladin. Surely, watching from a distance would pose no danger. All candidates clutched their teleportation stones, prepared to activate them should circumstances take a turn for the worse. "I wonder what will unfold at the city gate. I cannot bear the thought of missing out," they urged. As they continued onward, the youthful curiosity of the candidates compelled them to follow along. At the city gate, an endless tide of demons surged through the shattered entrance, unleashing chaos upon the city. Human warriors and citizens fell amidst pools of blood, transforming the locale into a veritable battlefield. "Form ranks, reclaim the city gate," the swordsman general bellowed, leading the charge. He understood that only by reclaiming the gate could the city cling to any semblance of hope. "Attack!" At the general's rallying cry, the human warriors followed suit. Fearless in their resolve, bolstered by their morale, they bravely stood against the demonic onslaught, their bodies serving as a bulwark against the invading horde. The advance of the demons was temporarily halted, resulting in a fierce and bloody skirmish. Suddenly, a low, resonant hum emanated from beyond the city walls. It was as if an endless swarm of locusts descended upon the earth, followed by a foul, rancid breath of death that permeated the city, targeting the valiant swordsman general. Chapter 45, The Demon Lord. "What is that?" The swordsman general sensed the chilling aura of death, his expression turning grave as he gazed toward the exterior. Among the countless demons, a colossal figure emerged. In an instant, that figure leapt into the air. Its expansive, fleshy wings obscured the sky, and with its massive form, it descended upon the swordsman general. A scythe, reminiscent of the harbinger of death, was clutched tightly in its robust grasp, and it plunged violently into the ground. Boom! The long handle of the scythe pierced the earth, causing the ground to fracture and hurling nearby human warriors away. Even the swordsman general was forced back several meters. His eyes icy. Could this be the demon lord? Surrounding human warriors instinctively recoiled in fear. The creature known as the demon lord resembled a half-human, half-mammoth abomination. Its robust limbs supporting its immense bulk, wide, fleshy wings sprouting from its back, and its black-brown hands tightly gripping the scythe of death. Its grotesque maw bore two menacing tusks, instilling terror in all who beheld it. "Ha ha 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 ha." A deep, piercing laughter emanated from the demon lord, as it looked down upon the human warriors, arrogantly declaring, "Foolish and insignificant humans, you can only muster futile resistance. This city shall inevitably fall into my grasp, and those who attempt to obstruct me will be ground into a fine paste." With that, it swung its scythe, cleaving through the human warriors who dared to impede its path. "Stop!" the swordsman general roared, charging forward, his longsword barely managing to parry the downward strike of the scythe. "A human general, is it? You possess some strength. Let us see how many blows you can withstand." The demon lord's chilling voice echoed, and the scythe swung once more. Clang! The clash of metal rang out as the sword met the scythe, but the swordsman was unable to withstand such overwhelming force, stumbling backward. "Foolish humans." Still clinging to resistance, the demon lord advanced, forcing the swordsman general back again. "Sometimes I truly cannot comprehend what you are thinking. Why do you persist in seeking death?" With another swing, the scythe struck the swordsman general again, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. The demon lord intended to finish him off with its scythe. At that moment, Su Wen arrived. Whoosh! A spear flew through the air, piercing the chest of the demon lord and halting its advance. "Who dares?" The demon lord, taken aback by the sudden attack, looked around in fury. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of piercing air followed as multiple spears embedded themselves in its wings and limbs. Dark green blood gushing forth. "Someone dares to wound me." The demon lord instinctively raised its defenses in alarm. The swordsman general turned to cast a deep, grateful glance at Su Wen. Then, facing the demon lord, he wiped the blood from his lips. "You ask why we continue to seek death?" The general shook his head. "You heartless demons cannot possibly comprehend our resolve." He advanced step by step toward the demon lord. We fight for the duty of a soldier. The wind tousled his hair. We fight for our fallen comrades. A surge of valor surged within him. We fight for our beliefs. A fierce determination radiated from him. And most importantly, we fight for our homeland. The swordsman general roared, unleashing a powerful strike against the demon lord. The blow was so potent that it forced the demon lord back several steps, mirroring the swordsman's earlier experience. Standing with his sword drawn, the wind whirled around him. This strike transformed him. In an almost ethereal manner, it seemed he had transcended a metaphysical chasm, elevating him further. The essence of the sword. The chief examiner, watching the luminous display, felt his pupils constrict. Could it be that he is? Tao Wenyuan offered a faint smile as he gazed at the swordsman depicted on the screen, then glanced at Su Wen without uttering a word. The demon lord sensed the looming threat and spread its wings in preparation for flight. However, its fleshly wings, compromised by the spear's penetration, struggled to maintain balance and could only barely alight upon the city wall. After the swordsman general repelled the demon lord, he turned to Su Wen, declaring, "My lord Paladin, I shall hold off the demon lord. Please assist me in reclaiming the city gate." "Certainly," Su Wen affirmed with a solemn nod. It must be noted that the swordsman general's words and actions ignited Su Wen's battle fervor. Particularly, his insistence on fighting for their homeland elucidated the rage he felt upon witnessing the slaughter of innocent citizens, revealing the very essence of their struggle. Whether in Blue Star or the present Great Xia Empire, it was the defense of their homeland that compelled countless warriors to unsheath their swords. Residing in the Great Xia Empire, though the environment differed drastically, the resonance remained the same. With Su Wen's response, the swordsman general charged toward the city wall to confront the demon lord, while Su Wen led the Temple Knights toward the city gate. Different paths, yet a shared purpose. Su Wen's Temple Knights surged forth like a keen blade, driving deep into the demon's chest. He raised the Lionheart sword, and the sacred area unfurled amidst the horde of demons, voraciously consuming their lives. This action sent ripples of excitement through the gathered crowds in various provinces. No way. The Paladin is annihilating monsters in an instant. Good brother, the mushrooms you fed me last night aren't poisonous, are they? Am I hallucinating? This is too outrageous. How am I supposed to bully the Paladin now? I'm done for. I'm even less than a Paladin now, truly become worthless. Oh, come on. I dare say even legendary mages couldn't take down the monsters here. Is he truly a candidate? Could he be a formidable NPC? Unlikely. This was the first time candidates from other provinces witnessed Su Wen's prowess, and astonishment led them to question his authenticity. Meanwhile, the new capital province had already experienced Su Wen's might and could not help but feel exhilarated at his ability to slay demons. The youth's fervor, paired with the sight of demons mercilessly slaughtering innocent citizens, stoked their anger and frustration. Now, witnessing Su Wen vanquish their foes finally offered them a sense of vindication. Although they were surprised to see him summon the Temple Knights, such novelty quickly became irrelevant. As fellow humans, the stronger their allies grew and the more demons they felled, the more satisfaction they derived. As for the summoning of the Paladins, whether it was reasonable mattered little. What truly mattered was the thrill. Look at the leaderboard. First place, Su Wen. Total points, 230,000. Su Wen's score had surpassed 200,000 and continued to rise rapidly, while the second place contestant, Sun Hongxue, remained stagnant at 30,000. The disparity was astonishing. This Paladin is Su Wen. A delayed realization struck. Indeed, he is my classmate, Su Wen, a proud student from Fengyi City. No. 3 exclaimed. Yes, he is also my classmate, Su Wen. I know him. He is Su Wen from number 3. Candidates from the same city clamored excitedly, and in an instant, Su Wen's name spread throughout the examination grounds. Accompanying this was a surge of pride among the students from Su Wen's city, as they watched him slay demons, bringing honor to humanity. That sense of pride permeated every individual present in the new capital province's examination area. Su Wen. They gradually joined in, chanting his name. Amidst the cheers of those around him, Su Gua, the principal, found himself momentarily speechless. A profound sense of pride welled within him. Chapter 46, Teaming Up to Slay Foes. Su Wen. Candidates from the new capital province shouted in unison. Some even began to tear up. Su Wen. Annihilate all the demons and avenge my fallen friends. Yes, slay them all. Wait, how many friends do you have? Another candidate interjected. What does it matter how many friends I have? The first candidate turned to see the second, taking a startled step back. What the? Aren't you supposed to be dead? The other candidate, his features twisted in disbelief, retorted. How could I be dead? I saw you get crushed to a pulp by hellfire. Well, something like that happened, but for some reason, I was teleported out without a scratch. Oh, now I get it. The first candidate exclaimed, enlightenment dawning. So, dying during the assessment doesn't actually mean death. All those death rules are just a scare tactic. Makes sense. Candidates are the future of the Great Xia Empire. How could Tao Wenyuan truly let them perish? After the assessment, I will file a complaint. Just say the examiners deceived us. Hey, you're about to become a university student, you know? but I'm still a budding flower of the nation. Indeed, as they suspected. The false death rules were designed to observe how candidates reacted in the face of mortality. When a candidate received a fatal blow, the formation would teleport them out, marking them as eliminated without actual death. This was merely an assessment. Tao Wenyuan would not be so cruel. Once the candidates grasped the truth, the last remnants of their sorrow dissipated, leaving only exhilaration as they watched Su Wen obliterate demons. Within the scene, Dong Yi observed Su Wen's rampage and began to doubt the strength of the demons, prompting him to cast a detection spell. Infernal Demon Soldier. LV 18. Constitution, 300. Mentality, 150. Strength, 300. Agility, 200. Not overly powerful, yet certainly not weak, especially against candidates averaging below level 15. Of course, this was a relative assessment for Su Wen. Had Dong Yi attempted to engage, the scenario would be quite different. Nevertheless, having witnessed Su Wen's exploits, Dong Yi felt a surge of excitement to confront the demons himself. No way, Su Wen has stolen all the glory. I must slay a few demons too. Dong Yi summoned a squad of skeleton warriors to join the fray. A few of the skeleton warriors entered Su Wen's line of sight, prompting him to turn and see Dong Yi racing towards him, brimming with enthusiasm. This is perilous. What are you doing here? Dong Yi, unfazed, replied, fighting for humanity is not solely your prerogative. I must join in the excitement. Before Su Wen could respond, a fire of the mind descended upon him, to which he conceded, I agree with Dong Yi. Turning again, he spotted Du Sini's smiling face. What a nuisance. Dong Yi disregarded Su Wen, eagerly addressing Du Sini. It's a waste to cast fire of the mind on him. Quickly, ignite my skeleton warriors. Du Sini smiled gently and unleashed the fire of the mind upon his skeleton warriors. Flames erupted atop the skeletons' heads, significantly enhancing their power, allowing them to hold their own against the demons. I told you I'm formidable too. Dong Yi boasted, laughing heartily. Although their quality might be lacking, they could compensate with numbers. You too, join my party, but keep your distance. Su Wen extended an invitation to join his team. The two accepted, joining Su Wen's squad. Successfully killed an 18-level Infernal Demon Soldier, gaining 600 experience points. Successfully killed an 18-level Infernal Demon Soldier, gaining 600 experience points. Upon joining, they were immediately inundated with experience notifications. Well, so there's experience to be gained here. No wonder you didn't let us come over. You wanted to hoard the experience for yourself, right? Dong Yi exclaimed in delight. Su Wen, uninterested in this lively character, continued to dispatch demons with rapid efficiency. Coupled with the experience gained from previous challenges, he was on the brink of leveling up to 18. Slaying monsters in this round not only yielded experience, but also points. Although they remained unaware of this fact, how much power has he truly been concealing? Sun Hongxue and other candidates had arrived, and upon witnessing Su Wen's astonishing display, they found themselves speechless. As she beheld Su Wen's sacred area, she felt a profound sense of defeat. In comparison, her own flame storm seemed insignificant. Am I truly inferior to him? A wave of powerlessness surged within her, devouring her dignity. In retrospect, how ludicrous her grand declarations to Su Wen now seemed. The individual she had resolutely sought to surpass had left her far behind, out of reach. This blow was too much for Sun Hongxue to bear. She stood frozen in place. What the hell? How is this paladin so powerful? Not only can he summon, but he can also annihilate monsters in groups. Could it be that the minions are not particularly strong? Let us go test it out. All the other candidates, having come here to improve their scores, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing Dongya and the others engaging the monsters. Unable to resist, they called on their fellow candidates to join the fray. Am I really not as capable as Su Wen? No, I absolutely refuse to concede. The words of her peers rekindled a flicker of confidence in Sun Hongxue, and she charged into battle. How can I know if I don't try? Perhaps the minions really are weak. She rushed towards the demon warriors, unleashing her flamestorm. However, as the flames dissipated and the demons emerged, she realized her grave misjudgment. The strength of such demons was beyond her capacity to defeat. The other candidates quickly recognized the situation as well. Damn it, I can't deal with them alone. Let us form a team. Add me. Soloing is far too inefficient. My goodness, are we a bunch of people who can't even match a single paladin? This is so demoralizing. They began to issue team invitations, desperately trying to recruit stronger allies. As a violent mage, Sun Hongxue received numerous invitations immediately, but she ignored them. The pride within her was dissipating, igniting boundless fury. I will not lose. I will not lose. You face hordes of demons alone, and I can do that too. In her frenzy, Sun Hongxue disregarded her positioning and plunged into the midst of the demons, wildly casting her flame storm. The flames blossoming among the demons mirrored her current state of mind. Hey, you've crossed the line. Su Wen called out, turning to warn her. Sun Hongxue, lost in madness, paid no heed to his words. Irresponsible actions would inevitably demand a price. A demon warrior charged through the flames, raising its ominous greatsword, and struck Sun Hongxue down. Chapter 47. The examination concludes. Sun Hongxue fell, struck by the demon warrior, lying in a pool of blood, teetering on the brink of death. Although she was a legendary class, she was still a mage, unable to withstand the damage dealt by the demon warrior. Su-Wen's pupils constricted as he rushed towards her. Sun Hongxue lay on the ground, her gaze hazy as she looked up at the approaching Su-Wen, her heart heavy with bitterness. I can't even endure a single blow from a demon. How can I compare to Su-Wen, who fights among them? Ultimately, she was no match for him. Slowly, she closed her eyes, quietly awaiting death. Suddenly, she felt a warm light enveloping her, as if a sacred power entered her body, swiftly healing her wounds. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness began to dissipate, and the strength she had lost returned. Sun Hongxue opened her eyes. Not far away, Su-Wen gazed at her silently. The lingering glow of the holy light spell shimmering on the Lionheart sword. I told you, you've crossed the line. Sun Hongxue managed a bitter smile. Why did you even save me? When she recklessly charged forward, seemingly irrational, was it not also a deep-seated choice within her? When her pride was utterly consumed. Perhaps death was an easier fate to accept than this outcome. Su-Wen, with an indifferent expression, raised his hand to form a sacred zone before her. Each demon attempting to attack her turned to dust before her eyes. I will not allow anyone to fall before me. Join my team. He sent her a team invitation, arranging the Paladin Order in a formidable line, creating an insurmountable barrier. Everyone, fall back behind me. He commanded. His Paladin was incredibly strong, able to withstand swarms of demons. Let us quickly hide behind him. Without a tank, we would be slaughtered by the demons. The other candidates, seeing Su-Wen willing to shield them from the demons, hurried to follow him. Du Sini approached Sun Hongxue and gently helped her up. Being a woman herself, Du Sini sensed Sun Hongxue's delicate emotions. Some people are destined for greatness, and you must try to accept Su-Wen as he is now. More importantly, you must try to accept yourself as you are now. Du Sini softly said. Tears streamed down Sun Hongxue's face as Du Sini's words nourished her parched heart like gentle rain. Now let us join the team. Why bother with personal strength? We are all fighting for our kind. Sun Hongxue looked into Du Sini's eyes, feeling a thought emerge for the first time beyond mere strength. Indeed, fighting together against the enemy is the essence of a team. I assent it. Let us break out of the city and exterminate the demons. Su-Wen raised his sword and shouted, as the Paladin Order began to advance. They were now very close to the city gate, surrounded by many demons. Su-Wen activated Guardian Aura for the first time. A thick shield enveloped the health bars of the entire Paladin Order and their team members. Staying in Su-Wen's team feels quite secure, Sun Hongxue thought to herself. Kill, kill, kill. The other candidates, feeling secure behind Su-Wen, were inspired by his fighting spirit and began to shout in unison. In an instant, various skills were unleashed into the horde of demons, a vibrant display of colors. Regardless of their actual damage, the shared resolve united everyone. They all fought for the same goal, all striving to defeat the enemy. Under Su-Wen's leadership, the team swiftly reached the foot of the city wall, where the Paladin Order formed a line to block the demons from flooding into the city. Fantastic. We reclaimed the city gate. Let these demons witness the might of humanity. Kill, kill, kill. Let us exterminate them. Securing the gate lifted everyone's spirits. Su-Wen pressed on without pause, leading them out of the city. After some time, the demons outside dwindled rapidly under such relentless slaughter. Meanwhile, the battle between the Sword General and the Demon Lord atop the city wall was nearing its climax. Cough, cough. How did you become so strong? The Demon Lord spat forth gruesome green blood, gazing incredulously at the swordsman. Not every human is so easily dealt with. I hope you remember this lesson. Your life is the price for this education. The swordsman replied coldly, an invisible wind swirling around him once more. Ha ha ha, you think you can kill me? Catch me first. The Demon Lord sneered, unfurling its tattered wings and soaring into the sky. This attack on the city had failed, and it was preparing to flee. Did you expect that I could fly? The Demon Lord mocked as it glanced back at the swordsman on the city wall, only to find it empty. Oh really? A chilling voice echoed above the Demon Lord. Its hair stood on end, and in terror, it looked up to meet the swordsman's gaze from above. How is this possible? You can fly? The Demon Lord was utterly astonished. Die. The swordsman wasted no words, his longsword piercing through the Demon Lord's scythe, driving deep into its skull. The tremendous force sent its massive body crashing to the ground, shattering the wall and sending debris flying. The swordsman slowly descended upon the city wall, withdrawing his sword from the Demon Lord's head and shaking off the blood. He then turned to observe the candidates outside, who were mopping up the remaining demons. Su-Wen sensed something and gradually turned around, locking eyes with the swordsman. As their gazes met, the swordsman smiled and nodded slowly. Su-Wen gazed at him, and though their journey had been brief, he had witnessed the evolution of this swordsman. Now, he had ascended to the rank of Major General. Standing resplendent in the sunlight, a figure of reverence. This NPC was extraordinary, his character vividly portrayed. As Su-Wen looked at the swordsman atop the city wall, an inexplicable feeling surged within him, akin to recognizing an old friend. Warriors fighting for humanity. Congratulations on passing all the assessments. The countdown to exit the assessment has now begun. In the remaining time, let us sound the salute for all the valiant fighters. The sun swiftly dipped towards the horizon, casting shadows as fireworks erupted in the sky, providing a splendid farewell for these brave souls. Amidst the vibrant spectacle, Suwon turned his gaze back to the city wall, where the solitary figure slowly faded into the encroaching darkness, becoming increasingly indistinct. As the lights flickered, all the candidates were teleported to their respective assessment locations. Who would have thought, truly? They had successfully passed the assessments. The proctors were ecstatic, their faces alight with excitement as they realized they had vanquished the demons. What a flawless achievement. Indeed, I had always believed that exterminating the demons was impossible. Yet they achieved it. The key was that paladin named Suwon. Who would have anticipated such an extraordinary genius to emerge this year? The proctors engaged in animated discussions, and the head proctor turned to Tao Wen-Yuan with a beaming smile. My lord Wen-Yuan, are you satisfied with this outcome? Tao Wen-Yuan gazed at the screen until it turned completely dark, then nodded with a smile and stood up. I must personally meet Suwon. Chapter 48, An Exquisite Evaluation. I am going to meet Suwon, Tao Wen-Yuan declared as he rose. My lord Wen-Yuan, the assessments have concluded. What evaluation should we provide for the candidates listed? The head proctor inquired promptly. Let the evaluations follow the usual standards. I shall not intervene. Tao Wen-Yuan seemed to contemplate something, then added, yes. For all candidates who fought until the end, their evaluations will be marked as excellent. Those meeting the admission criteria for the Summer Capital Academy will receive priority admission. This remark underscored the appreciation for those who persevered until the final moments. Only those brave enough to confront the demons to the bitter end were the talents most sought after by the Summer Capital Academy. The head proctor nodded, understanding Tao Wen-Yuan's perspective. Then, he posed a challenging question. What do you think of Suwon's score? I have never seen such an exaggerated result. Should we announce his score nationwide and designate him as the national top scorer? Tao Wen-Yuan examined the list from various provinces, deep in thought. Each provincial list was independent, only accounting for the scores of candidates from that province. This was to ensure that the top Academy's admission slots were evenly distributed across regions, preventing excessive concentration in one area and genuinely achieving equitable opportunities. Yet now, Suwon's score eclipsed all others in the provinces, making his designation as the national top scorer entirely justified. However, it is merely a hollow title. Tao Wen-Yuan chuckled lightly, waving his hand. Suwon's current level is not high. His brilliance may pose a risk. I do not wish to lose such a genius. Let us designate him as the top scorer of the new capital province. Understood, my lord Wen-Yuan. The head proctor diligently noted this, then asked, and his evaluation? Tao Wen-Yuan, hands clasped behind his back, departed, leaving behind a single remark. Exquisite. At the assessment site in New Capital Province, the results appeared on the screen suspended in midair. First place, Suwon. Total score, 360,000. Evaluation, exquisite. Second place, Sun Hongxue. Total score, 40,000. Evaluation, excellent. Third place, Fanlang. Total score, 38,000. Evaluation, excellent. Fourth place, Limu Yuan. Total score, 37,000. Evaluation, excellent. Fifth place, Wu Chun. Total score, 35,500. Evaluation, good. The gap among the top 10 was minimal, with scores closely contested. Yet Suwon's score soared far above the rest. No way. Look at Suwon's score. Is it really that exaggerated? It's off the charts. The gap between the second and first place is astronomical. They cannot even be compared. I'll bet $10 that this score absolutely crushes the other provinces. Whoever dares to challenge will kneel. Hey, hindsight is 20/20. I knew Suwon would be the strongest in the nation when he conquered the third trial. Did you see his title? I've never heard of it before. Just look at his score. Can anyone achieve such an extravagant evaluation without that score? This truly deserves to be called exquisite. Suwon's admission to the Summer Capital Academy is as good as guaranteed, right? Is that even a question? Other candidates gazed at the leaderboard, filled with envy and resentment. The lights flickered as all candidates within the formation were consecutively teleported out. Zhang Yuan anxiously awaited Sun Hongxue, and at last, she emerged. Hongxue, you're finally out. How do you feel? Are you all right? He grasped her arm, concern etched on his face. Through the screen, he had seen her fall to the demons due to her recklessness, and it had terrified him. Sun Hongxue forced a smile. Principal, I am fine. Thank goodness. Zhang Yuan said with a hint of reproach. Regardless of whether the demons in the assessment were real or illusions, your safety should always come first. Being so reckless can only lead to disaster. The principals from various provinces had led assessments before and were aware that the warnings of death were mere intimidation tactics. Yet, they refrained from informing their students, hoping to instill in them the understanding that life is more valuable than achievements. If they failed to regard their lives seriously, when faced with real demons on the battlefield, they would be filled with regret. Yes, principal, I understand. Sun Hongxue replied obediently, aware that Zhang Yuan meant well. She was captivated by the screen suspended in the air, her focus drawn to the assessment score leaderboard. First place, Su Won. Total score, 360,000. Evaluation, exquisite. Second place, Sun Hongxue. Total score, 40,000. Evaluation, excellent. Instantly, Sun Hongxue's face turned pale, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry, Principal. I've disappointed you. What are you saying? Zhang Yuan quickly waved his hands. You were second. That is impressive. You were just a step away from first place. A step away? My score doesn't even compare to his decimal. Sun Hongxue said with a bittersweet smile. Although she had witnessed Su Wen's prowess during the final trial, she had still harbored a glimmer of hope before seeing the leaderboard. Perhaps her scores from the earlier trials had far exceeded Su Wen's. Now, seeing the total scores, the disparity between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth, leaving her utterly disheartened. Su Wen is simply a prodigy. This record will be difficult to break for a century. Let us not compare ourselves to him. Zhang Yuan, noticing his student's despondency, quickly explained, You must understand. Su Wen's strength is entirely due to the old man from Su country pouring all of the Third Academy's resources into nurturing him. Really? Sun Hongxue's curiosity was piqued. Indeed, Su country has gone so far as to utilize his pension to cultivate Su Wen. It said they even lavishly hired the 5-star general from the Eagle Nation, MacArthur, to tailor a new strategy for Su Wen. Now that old man is so poor he can only afford half a steamer of buns for breakfast. Such gambling behavior is not to be encouraged. Sun Hongxue remained skeptical. Hiring a general from the Eagle Nation? Aren't they our enemies? Zhang Yuan faltered, rubbing his nose. Who would turn down money? Sun Hongxue chuckled lightly. Although it sounded unbelievable, the principal's explanation eased much of her distress. Su Wen, the provincial top scorer Su Wen has arrived. A stir erupted in the crowd as they rushed towards a singular direction. Sun Hongxue and the others were drawn by the commotion, turning to see Su Wen emerging. Su Wen, what does it feel like to be the provincial top scorer? Su Wen, how can a paladin learn to summon? I'm a paladin too. Esteemed mentor. What insights do you possess about this profession? Su Wen, you are truly remarkable. How might I emulate your strength? The candidates gathered around Su Wen like fervent admirers, chattering incessantly, even drawing the attention of Dong Yi and Du Sini, who were also met with enthusiastic greetings. What secrets could there possibly be? My astounding achievements are solely attributable to my extraordinary mentor's innate talent. Hey, that male student, refrain from inappropriate touching. The sanctity of a paladin is not something you can tarnish. Oh, but the female students may approach. Make way, do not obstruct my mentor's path. Dong Yi stood beside Su Wen, diligently warding off the crowd and clearing a passage for him. As the throng parted, Su Guozhang stood at the forefront. He had arrived earlier but had been unable to push through the crowd, anxiously pacing at the fringes. Now, with a clear route, Su Guo hastily approached Su Wen, gripping his arm with palpable excitement. Overwhelmed, despite the multitude of words he wished to convey, he could only stammer out 2 words. Su Wen. Chapter 49. The Divine Announcement by Tao Wen himself. Su Wen regarded the fervent Su Guo with a gentle smile. Principal, I trust one have not let you down. Disappointed? Quite the contrary. This is an extraordinary surprise. Su Guo exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Before the assessment commenced, he would have never believed that Su Wen could achieve such an astonishing score. Principal, not only you, but we often team up with him. We were equally astonished by this outcome. Dong Yi chimed in. When the trio emerged and beheld the leaderboard on the luminous screen, even with Dong Yi's mental preparation, he was left stunned by Su Wen's remarkable score. Ah, it's you too. I did not expect you to also feature on the list. Commendable performance. Su Guo remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Dong Yi and Du Sini. Their collaboration with Su Wen during the final examination had significantly boosted their scores, propelling them into the top 50. Such an achievement would have previously delighted Su Guo immensely, yet in light of Su Wen's results, it felt rather mundane. Fortunately, this is all thanks to Su Wen's brilliance. Dong Yi admitted, a hint of modesty in his tone. At that moment, Sun Hongxue approached, capturing their attention. Could she still be unwilling to concede? With such a vast score gap between her and Su Wen, what could she possibly say? Dong Yi pondered, observing Su Wen's silence. Su Wen, even with the resources of number 3 middle school invested in your training, I must admit that I fall short in comparison. Sun Hongxue's opening words took everyone by surprise. With the backing of the guild, she too had received substantial support, yet ultimately, she found herself outshone by Su Wen. Investing resources into training? Su Wen inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Su Guo. Su Guo looked bewildered at Zhang Yuan. What on earth are you saying? Zhang Yuan nodded intently, his tone serious, yet his expression somewhat awkward. A silence enveloped the group as they contemplated the bizarre exchange. What's the matter? Is such an impressive achievement not worthy of joy? A steady voice interjected, as Tao Wenyin, surrounded by the exam venue's personnel, made his entrance. The crowd's attention shifted to Su Wen, oblivious to when Tao Wenyin had arrived. The Divine One. His presence incited an even greater uproar. This was the illustrious Tao Wenyin. Although his name had become almost ubiquitous, few had the privilege of witnessing him in person. Other candidates were so excited they could hardly contain themselves, eager to rush forward and embrace him. Only a few teachers, amidst their excitement, wondered what occasion could warrant the Divine One's personal appearance. "Ah, this atmosphere is quite invigorating," Tao Wenyin remarked, raising a hand to quell the raucous noise before advancing toward Su Wan. Upon seeing Su Wan, he was struck by the youth's striking appearance and warm demeanor, far exceeding the impression conveyed on the screen. Such a visage indeed aligned perfectly with his vocation, explaining his transition to a paladin. "Su Wan, your performance has greatly impressed me," he commended. "Thank you for your praise, Divine One," Su Wan replied with unflappable grace. Su Wan's poise in the face of such formidable presence earned him even more respect in Tao Wenyin's eyes. Rarely did anyone manage to maintain their composure in front of him, yet this young man displayed limitless potential. The more he observed, the more Tao Wenyin took a liking to him, engaging in conversation. Su Wan responded aptly, and as they conversed, he recalled the virtual swordsman from the instance, crafted by Tao Wenyin's own hand. Reflecting on the swordsman's journey, though only fragments remained, the valor he exhibited left a profound impression on Su Wan. "Divine One, not only do you master a myriad of techniques, but you have also intricately portrayed the emotions of virtual characters within the instances. My desire to persevere until the final stage is not solely driven by the quest for additional points, but is also deeply intertwined with that swordsman. Each battle alongside him ignites a fervor within me." Tao Wenyin chuckled heartily, his expression somewhat enigmatic. "Who said that swordsman is a mere figment of imagination?" "Huh." Su Wan was genuinely taken aback. "He is based on a real individual," Tao Wenyin revealed with a smile. "In that case, this individual must be quite esteemed. May I inquire, Divine One, who he is?" Based on Su Wan's speculation, if the swordsman had attained the rank of Major General in the final stage, then the reality must correspond to some notable general. "No rush. In time, you shall certainly cross paths with him," Tao Wenyin teased. Their conversation caught the ears of the surrounding candidates, who began to speculate quietly about the mysterious figure referenced by Tao Wenyin. "Silence, everyone," Tao Wenyin commanded again, suppressing the clamor. "I am here on official business." He turned his gaze towards Su Wan, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Su Wan is the provincial champion for this year's new city examination." A gasp echoed throughout the crowd. Although everyone had anticipated that Su Wan's score would rightfully secure him the title of provincial champion, it required the formal declaration from the assessment's overseer to make it official. This was the final procedural formality, the official announcement. Yet, no one expected that it would be the Divine One himself who would proclaim Su Wan as the provincial champion. What an honor! Su Wan, Su Wan, Su Wan. The candidates erupted into a fervor, chanting Su Wan's name. It was Su Wan who had afforded them the opportunity to behold the Divine One. It was Su Wan who had brought immense glory to New City Province. This honor resonated within every candidate, igniting their spirits. Su Wan stood amidst the throng, smiling. Suddenly, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he remarked, "This is all due to the diligent cultivation by number 3 middle school. Oh, we are the top in the province." Su Wan's classmates cheered exuberantly, reveling in their moment of triumph over number 1 middle school for the first time. "It's number 3? So, it turns out that no. 3 middle school is the most formidable in Fengyi City." The other candidates from different cities finally realized this fact. The students from No. 1 middle school in Fengyi City fell silent, acknowledging that they could not compete with number 3 this year. Su Gua felt his eyes brim with tears. For nurturing a provincial champion had been his lifelong dream. He never imagined that a dream once deemed unattainable would be so suddenly realized. This student, whom he had not expected to achieve such heights, had not only fulfilled his own aspirations, but had also bestowed immense honor upon number 3 middle school. Sun Hongxue gazed at Su Wan, her expression curiously serene. She suddenly recalled Du Sini's words. Some individuals are destined for greatness from birth. You must strive to accept the current Su Wan, and also strive to accept yourself in this moment. Indeed, some individuals are born to be extraordinary. No matter how hard she tried, she could never catch up. So why not attempt to embrace it? Embrace the strength of others, and accept her own ordinariness. The greatest achievement in life is not to surpass others, but to transcend one's former self. Sun Hongxue felt a sense of release. A faint smile graced her lips as she silently congratulated Su Wan. Zhang Yuan discreetly observed Sun Hongxue's expression, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. How splendid! She remains unaffected. The strength of an individual is rooted within, and only an indomitable spirit can propel one further along life's journey. Your lives are just beginning. What is the rush? Witnessing the stable mindset of his proud student, Zhang Yuan's demeanor softened considerably. He approached Su Gua, playfully nudging his arm with his elbow. "Oh? Are you so moved that you might weep?" "Get lost," Su Gua retorted, wiping his eyes, claiming that the harsh winds had blurred his vision. All right. Those winds have taken the blame enough times," Zhang Yuan replied with mock irritation, pausing momentarily before casually stating, "Congratulations on nurturing such a fine talent." "What?" Su Gua exclaimed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Did I hear you correctly? Enough. That was a meticulously crafted plan from the third high school. It may not be entirely your merit, Zhang Yuan said, observing Su Guo's proud expression and reluctantly conceding. Oh, as the esteemed principal of the first high school, would you care to visit the third high school for an observation? Su Guo, sensing Zhang Yuan's slight belief in his words, intentionally provoked him. Zhang Yuan scoffed, remaining noncommittal. Just as the two were exchanging banter, Tao Wenyuan suddenly approached. You are Su Guo, the principal of the third high school in Fengyi City, correct? He inquired with a light chuckle. Ah, Lord Wenyuan. Su Guo, as a school principal, had weathered many storms in social settings. Yet he felt somewhat flustered in front of Tao Wenyuan, especially when addressed with such reverence. However, he did not feel a shred of humiliation, after all. This was the revered Tao, the architect behind the entire empire's vocational training system. Anyone would display such demeanor in his presence, except perhaps Su Wan. Tao Wenyuan's tone was amicable, treating Su Guo as if they were old friends reunited after many years. Thank you for your years of dedication in nurturing talent for the great Xia Empire. Indeed, Tao Wenyuan's recognition of Su Guo's efforts was profound. The third high school's greatest achievement had undoubtedly been the emergence of the prodigy Su Wan. Yet, rather than singling Su Wan out, he honored Su Guo's years of hard work. His words, akin to a gentle spring rain, seeped into the heart, rendering any resistance futile. Faced with Tao Wenyuan's praise, Su Guo felt both exhilarated and awkward, his blood pressure surging to his head, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, he managed to utter, all glory belongs to the great Xia Empire. Uffed. Zhang Yuan stifled a laugh nearby. Su Guo shot him a fierce glare. Quite right, Tao Wenyuan replied, maintaining an unflustered expression, nodding in agreement. With you as the principal, it's no wonder that the third high school can produce such outstanding students. Would you mind if I visited the third high school sometime? The revered Tao wishes to visit the third high school personally? Has Lord Wenyuan noticed something different about the school? Su Guo exclaimed, eager to welcome the opportunity. I too must visit the third high school for observation. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, astonished by Tao Wenyuan's words and calculating the implications. Su Guo, equally taken aback, quickly responded, you are always welcome. Indeed. Tao Wenyuan replied with a gentle smile. Glancing at the time displayed on the luminous screen, he realized he had been there for a while and that Su Wan had already made his appearance. It was time to depart. Tao Wenyuan mused about Su Wan. Recognizing the immense accomplishments the young man had achieved while remaining humble and composed, deserving of the epithet extraordinarily brilliant. Su Wan, I shall await you at the Summer Capital Academy. Remember to come, he declared suddenly, his voice resonating. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was the revered Tao concerned that Su Wan might not choose the Summer Capital Academy, thus personally reserving his place? That institution was the premier academy in the empire, where candidates vied fiercely for admission. Such prudence from Tao Wenyuan was remarkable. Su Wan, with a humble gaze, felt as if a torch piercing through the throngs of people, met Tao Wenyuan's eyes, and replied with a gentle smile, I will certainly come. Chapter 50, a new chapter begins. The assessments for the higher education institutions concluded. Su Guo returned to the third high school in Fengyi City with his students. The typically serious and stern principal was unusually gentle today, indulging the students' playful antics. Watching this vibrant group of students, he felt a tinge of reluctance. It was time to bid farewell. In the classroom, he called for silence. Quiet down, please. Your results have been released, and the academy has sent out admission notices based on your scores. Of course, this is a mutual choice. Should you wish to change institutions, you may consult me to confirm your eligibility. I will now call your names in order to verify. Those with no issues may collect their admission certificates. Su Wan. Upon seeing Su Wan approach, Su Guo's expression shifted, and he endeavored to suppress his joy to maintain his authority. Su Wan, do you confirm your intention to attend the Summer Capital Academy? He inquired formally. The Summer Capital Academy is the foremost institution in the Great Xia Empire. Attending is a must. Even if Su Wan hesitated, he would persuade him otherwise. Yes, principal, I choose the Summer Capital Academy, Su Wan replied calmly. Phew. Although Su Wan's response was expected, Su Guo still breathed a sigh of relief. It was precisely his unpredictable nature that often left others guessing. He dreaded the possibility of another astonishing reply from him. Now that he had heard Su Wan's affirmation, Su Guo finally felt at ease. Excellent. Congratulations, Su Wan. Su Guo handed him the admission notice from the Summer Capital Academy. Su Wan's notice was specially customized and expedited for delivery. The cover glimmered with gold, exuding an air of exceptional grandeur. Thank you, Principal, Su Wan said softly as he accepted it and returned to his seat. Hey, Su Wan. What does it feel like to receive an admission from the Summer Capital Academy? His deskmate, Dong Yi, gazed enviously at the notice in his hands. Want to try it? Su Wan smiled, offering the notice to him. Oh dear, I dare not. Dong Yi turned away, waving his hands in a gesture of feigned incapacity. Su Wan chuckled as he tucked the notice into his bag and began organizing his belongings. Are you packing up already? You're not planning to run away, are you? Dong Yi asked. I have no business here anymore. It's rather dull. I might as well go out for a stroll, Su Wan replied. Classmates are planning a farewell gathering. You're the star of the show. How can you just leave like that? You know I dislike such gatherings. Please help me decline. Seizing the opportunity, Suwon discreetly slipped out through the back door. Having spent many years at the third high school, he had only made one friend, Dongyi, and felt little interest in gatherings. After exiting the third high school, he first visited the Vocational Practitioners Association to sell off items he and team managed to sell earlier, converting everything into gold coins. Suwon now possessed 6,000 gold coins. This sum constituted a considerable fortune, sufficient for an ordinary person's living expenses for a year. However, as a vocational practitioner, he deemed it far from adequate. Nevertheless, he was untroubled. He could contemplate earning money once he arrived at the Summer Capital Academy. With newfound wealth, he yearned for relaxation. Thus, he found a square, settled onto a bench, and savored a refreshing glass of orange juice. Today is a splendid day. All my wishes shall come to fruition. In this moment of contentment, his phone rang. Suwon checked to see it was Dongyi calling. He answered. Hey, Suwon. Where are you? Before Suwon could respond, Dongyi's impatient voice reached him. I'm at the city center square, Suwon replied casually. Dongyi always sounded frantic on the phone, but Suwon had grown accustomed to it. Oh, I'll be there shortly. I have a big surprise for you. Dongyi exclaimed before hanging up. Suwon sighed, pocketing his phone. Dongyi's style of not allowing others a chance to speak was still something he found hard to get used to. Before long, Dongyi rushed over, accompanied by Sinny, which surprised Suwon. Dongyi plopped down beside Suwon, snatching the juice from his hands and gulping it down. Suwon cast a silent glance at him, then turned to Sinny and asked, What brings you here? Sinny chuckled softly, offering no response, and sat beside him, her expression intriguingly mysterious. Hee. Dongyi drained his drink and thrust the empty cup back into Suwon's hand, whispering conspiratorially, Guess which prestigious university has accepted me? Xiaoxiang Technical Institute. Suwon jested. This obscure institution was typically the last resort for those transitioning into civilian careers. Someone of Dongyi's epic caliber and main combat specialization would never consider it. Am I really that unimpressive in your eyes? Dongyi lamented, hastily producing his acceptance letter. Discarding all pretense. I'm also going to Xiadu Academy. Suwon was taken aback. He certainly hadn't anticipated this. Had Xiadu Academy truly reached such heights? What a statement. As if I were the one diminishing Xiadu Academy's prestige. Dongyi retorted. At least I'm an epic tier professional. How could I possibly be that bad? Indeed. Not bad at all. Suwon assured him, attempting to console. Dongyi sighed. Forget it. I suppose I brought this upon myself. You are the top scholar of the province. What could possibly astonish you? No, this truly surprises me. Suwon said, eyeing Dongyi skeptically. Dongyi wore a wounded expression. Ha. Sinny laughed uncontrollably nearby, finding their banter thoroughly entertaining. After teasing Dongyi, Suwon turned to Sinny with a smile. If even Dongyi can get into Xiadu Academy, I assume you've been accepted as well? Dongyi grunted in annoyance, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. If you can speak, then say more. Sinny smiled. You're right. I too have been accepted into Xiadu Academy. She then produced her acceptance letter, her face aglow with excitement. Wait, why are your letters in red covers? Suwon inquired, noticing the crimson envelopes. Do you think we are on the same level as you? You are the province's top scholar. Naturally, your treatment is different. Sinny replied with a smile. Suwon, being the province's top scholar and the student most valued by Tao Wenyuan, received a unique golden acceptance letter, signifying their emphasis on him. Dongyi and Sinny were accepted under the standard procedures, hence their ordinary red covers. Nevertheless, they were elated to have been accepted by Xiadu Academy. To enroll at Xiadu Academy, one must meet two criteria, a score exceeding 10,000 points and an excellent evaluation. Those surpassing the enrollment cap were selected based on merit. What they were unaware of was that candidates who fought through the assessment to completion were granted priority admission by Tao Wenyuan. Thus, it was only natural that Dongyi and Sinny were accepted. Congratulations to you both. Suwon exclaimed, rising to his feet. I propose we celebrate with a grand feast. You must treat us since you've become the province's top scholar. We ought to feast lavishly at your expense. Absolutely. Suwon readily agreed, seizing the opportunity to share his gold coins with them. Yay! Dongyi leaped up in joy. Sinny was equally thrilled. She had initially thought that after the assessment, they would be separated forever, but now they would all attend the same academy. Fate is indeed marvelous. The melancholy of impending separation had vanished entirely. After a sumptuous meal, the trio exited the restaurant, having agreed on a time to report to the academy the following day. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. They all waved and then headed in separate directions home. Unlike the usual desolate conclusion of classmates' gatherings before parting ways, this time there was a sense of anticipation, looking forward to tomorrow and the shared journey into Xiadu Academy. In that realm, a new chapter of their lives would begin. Chapter 51, The Unruly Youth. Xiadu Academy, the foremost institution of the Great Xia Empire, sprawled across an expansive area, resembling a small city within the capital. Dozens of towering stone pillars made of white marble supported the grand entrance of the academy, inscribed with the 4 golden characters of Sia-Do Academy, exuding an air of magnificence. Today marked the day for students to report, and the gates of the academy buzzed with activity, teeming with students. Among the throng were Su-Won and his companions. Why are there so many people? Dong Yi exclaimed upon seeing 3 long lines of students queued at the academy's entrance. It's normal for there to be a crowd today. It's the day for students to enroll, Su-Won explained. Beside them, Du Sini gazed around with wide, curious eyes, marveling at the grandeur of Sia-Do Academy. This place is truly impressive, she exclaimed, glancing at the numerous enrollment guidance signs scattered around, which meticulously detailed the enrollment process. How thoughtful. Such guidance is not uncommon in public spaces, Su-Won replied, somewhat bemused, yet he understood Du Sini's innocent excitement in the face of such wonders. For her, standing before Sia-Do Academy felt like a surreal dream. The overwhelming joy seemed to cast a filter over her perception, allowing her to find beauty in everything. Dong Yi approached a sign, his face contorted in dismay as he read the instructions. All new students must line up to enter. He turned to Su-Won. Do we have to queue too? You're the province's top scholar. Make way, make way. Before Su-Won could respond, a series of sharp shouts drew everyone's attention. A defiant young man emerged from a luxury car, adorned in gold and dressed extravagantly. A dozen bodyguards in sunglasses flanked him, barking orders at obstructive newcomers. The arrogant youth strode confidently to the front of the line and addressed the senior student at the enrollment desk. I'm here to enroll. The senior student regarded him with an impassive expression. This junior must queue to enroll. What? The defiant youth removed his sunglasses, casting a sidelong glance at the senior student. Do you know who I am to speak to me in such a manner? Oh, the senior student remained unfazed. You are the vice president of the Mighty Bull Guild. Be cautious with your words. A bodyguard beside the youth interjected. The young man beamed with pride. The Mighty Bull Guild was somewhat renowned in Sia-Do, and few dared to offend them. I thought you had some significant status. The senior student smirked slightly, maintaining a courtesy-laden demeanor. No special treatment for anyone. This junior should proceed to the back of the line. Exactly. I, the top scholar of Linjiang province, have also waited in line for quite a while. A student in the front of the queue interjected impatiently. It's almost my turn. Don't waste my time here. Hurry up and queue. The senior student's lips twitched. What is so great about being a top scholar? I was the top scholar of Qingmu province last year, and here I am, processing your enrollments like the rest of you novices. The defiant youth, having encountered 2 setbacks, was instantly furious. Do you think the Mighty Bull Guild is easy to provoke? I'm about to lose my temper. With that, he brandished a formidable blade from his storage space, while the bodyguards behind him struck various poses, creating an imposing spectacle. Gasp. The students in line collectively inhaled sharply. Someone dared to cause a ruckus at the entrance of Sia-Do Academy? It seemed the Mighty Bull Guild indeed had some clout. Sighing, the senior student called out loudly. Seniors and juniors, someone is causing a scene here. Instantly, over 30 students emerged from within the academy, one of whom inquired. Who dares to disrupt the peace at Sia-Do Academy? The seated senior pointed at the defiant youth. It's him. This new student refuses to queue. Without a moment's hesitation, the inquirer, with a dark expression, marched straight towards the defiant youth, pulling a priest's staff from his storage space along the way, indicating his class as a priest. Seeing the priest approach without uttering a word, the defiant youth felt a twinge of apprehension. With a fierce demeanor yet trembling spirit, he proclaimed, I am the vice president of the Mighty Bull Guild. Let me make that clear. However, before he could finish his sentence, the priest had already approached, wielding his staff and sending the defiant youth flying. The boy's body collided with the black-clad figures behind him, who were posing in various stances, creating a chaotic tumble reminiscent of a bowling strike. The Mighty Bull Guild may have some prowess, but they lack substance. The priest struck the warrior with his staff? The new students were taken aback, realizing only then to use identify to check the priest's level. What? A formidable level 30 expert. Look, the seniors that just emerged all have levels above 30. Some freshmen discreetly scanned the information of others, their astonishment growing. After knocking the defiant boy to the ground, the priest dashed forward, swinging his staff with fervor. So you are the vice president of the Mighty Bull Guild. You think you can skip the queue just because you have bodyguards? The priest snarled, each strike of the staff eliciting cries of pain from the rebellious youth. The surrounding freshmen fell into a stunned silence. Even though he was merely a priest and using a basic attack, the average level of the new students was only 15, rendering them utterly incapable of withstanding such damage. The defiant boy's health bar plummeted with every blow. Gulp. One freshman nervously remarked, at this rate, he might actually die? The new students, all top-tier talents from various provinces, began to analyze the situation. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Look at those seniors, their classes are diverse. Yet they've only sent out the least aggressive priest. Plus, he hasn't used any skills, which indicates that the seniors are being measured in their responses. Once the boy's health drops below half, they should stop. Hearing this, the other freshmen felt a bit more at ease, anxiously awaiting the conclusion. However, Just when the defiant boy's health reached the halfway mark, the priest suddenly cast heal, restoring his health completely. The onslaught resumed. The priest continued his fierce demeanor, muttering incessantly. So you are the vice president of the Mighty Bull Guild. You think you can skip the queue? The surrounding freshmen gasped in shock, their hearts churning with disbelief. What? Is he disinfecting with iodine while he strikes? Are the rules at the Summer Capital Academy this strict? He merely wanted to avoid the queue. What wrong has he committed to deserve this treatment? It's absolutely terrifying. Mom, I want to go home. Goodness. From now on, we must ensure not to offend this batch of seniors. They are ruthless. The thoughts of the new students varied, yet none dared to voice their concerns. The seniors sitting at the desk processing the newcomers couldn't help but chuckle. With the discipline committee present, they still dared to cause trouble. Chapter 52. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Indeed, the group of seniors emerging from the academy's gates belonged to the discipline committee. Today marked the commencement of the new students' enrollment period. They were responsible not only for welcoming the newcomers, but also for maintaining order. Initially expecting a mundane task of greeting, they were surprised to find someone daring enough to cause a scene. This was far more entertaining than simply welcoming new students. They watched the priest swing his staff with a relaxed demeanor, as if enjoying a show. The defiant boy, stripped of his bravado, could no longer contain himself and cried out, "Please, senior, stop hitting me. I understand my mistake." The priest did not relent, continuing his strikes while inquiring, "Will you still skip the queue in the future?" Queue up, queue up. The boy hastily replied, "I will queue. I swear I won't do it again." The priest suddenly ceased his assault. The boy, still protecting his vital areas, eyed the priest with caution. The priest's cold expression transformed into a benign smile. Gently assisting the bruised boy to his feet, he chided lightly, "Dear Junior, how could you be so careless while walking? Look at the state you've gotten yourself into." Tears streaming down his face, the boy responded, "Yes, senior. It was all my fault." The priest nodded in satisfaction. "All right, be more careful in the future. As a punishment, you will be the last to enroll today." "Yes, senior." The boy felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Gingerly assisted by his trembling bodyguards to a secluded corner, awaiting his turn in silence. The priest smiled warmly, casting a friendly gaze over all the new students. He then spoke again, his tone as gentle as a spring breeze. "Welcome to the Summer Capital Academy, dear juniors. However, remember to queue properly." With a swish, the previously disorganized line of new students instantly aligned straight. In fact, all the new students stood at attention. "That is more like it." The priest nodded in approval. And he, along with the discipline committee members, re-entered the academy to continue welcoming newcomers. Suwon stared in astonishment as Dong Yi spread his arms. "See? This is the consequence of not queuing. Goodness, isn't this outcome a bit too severe? Is not queuing such a grave matter?" Dong Yi, feeling a shiver down his spine, patted his chest and solemnly declared, "Let us find the longest queue to join. We must demonstrate our spirit of humility." Suwon and Du Sini chuckled at his antics. Having just arrived at the Summer Capital Academy, they found everything intriguing and had no opposition to the rules. The trio playfully made their way to the end of the line, ready to queue, when suddenly, an announcement echoed. "Is Suwon present? If you hear this announcement, please come to the front of the line." "Is Suwon present? If you hear this announcement, please come to the front of the line." "Is Suwon present? If you hear this announcement, please come to the front of the line." The announcement repeated thrice. Who is this Suwon? The announcement seems to come every 5 minutes. As if they fear missing him. I don't know, I haven't heard of him. Could he be a top scholar from another province? But that doesn't make sense. This is the Summer Capital Academy. There are countless top scholars in the queue. How could he receive special treatment? Curiosity piqued. Many of the early arriving freshmen had heard the announcement several times and couldn't help but discuss it. Upon hearing his name, Suwon was momentarily taken aback. "They're looking for me." Had this occurred before the incident with the vice president, Dong Yu would have eagerly believed that Suwon had garnered special treatment and urged him to hurry. Now, however, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Could this be a good thing? "I don't know. Let us see," Suwon replied casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Hey," Dong Yu called out, panting. "I'm coming too." Suwon smiled. "What? Aren't you afraid? What if you really get into trouble?" "It wouldn't be right for me to stand so far away and watch," Dong Yu replied, hesitating. "At least as brothers, I should be closer." Du Sini chimed in. Jokingly, "I can heal you. Wouldn't that just prolong the time I spend getting beaten?" "I appreciate the thought." Suwon recognized their banter and exchanged a few jests before they all strode towards the front. Passing through the line, Suwon spotted Sun Hongxue standing among the students. Their eyes met, and they nodded slightly, acknowledging one another. Neither was surprised to see the other here. However, Sun Hongxue felt a tinge of surprise upon seeing Dong Yi and Du Sini also as new students of the Summer Capital Academy. The trio arrived at the front of the line, and Suwon spoke. "I am Suwon. Which senior is looking for me?" As soon as he spoke, all eyes were drawn to him. The senior at the desk, writing down the new student information, abruptly looked up. "You are Suwon? That should be me." Suwon affirmed with a nod. The senior suddenly stood up and cast Identify on him. "Class, Paladin confirmed." The senior muttered to himself before raising his voice. Calling out to someone behind him, Senior Chu Yun, Su-Wen has arrived for enrollment. As soon as these words were uttered, they immediately captured everyone's attention. Oh, is he Su-Wen? A professional paladin? He appears rather unremarkable, doesn't he? Though his level is quite impressive, already at 18. It seems he is a diligent type, utterly lacking in standout qualities. Why would the broadcast call for him? They scrutinized Su-Wen, their curiosity intensifying. Suddenly, a group of upperclassmen from the discipline committee rushed out. Hiss! All the new students gasped in unison. The hearts that had just begun to settle were now racing once more. Could this newcomer, Su-Wen, have offended the upperclassmen? What kind of beating would he receive for having angered them if summoned by the broadcast? The manner in which the seniors charged out suggested they might not hold back. If a life were lost at the Summer Capital Academy, would anyone intervene? Surely, someone would, right? Unlike the previous instance, this time the group from the discipline committee did not rush towards Su-Wen, but instead formed a line at the entrance, seemingly to maintain order for what was to follow. A young man, around 20 years of age, emerged from within the gates, surrounded by a throng, instantly capturing everyone's gaze. He was strikingly handsome, with an air of grace, exuding composure and poise, possessing the demeanor befitting someone of high status. Wow, this senior is incredibly handsome. Who is he? The female students in the newcomer-s group instantly forgot their fear of the discipline committee, succumbing to infatuation. He is none other than Chu Yun, the president of the student council at Summer Capital Academy. The senior responsible for processing the newcomers instinctively responded, his admiration for Chu Yun evident in his excited expression. As Chu Yun stepped out of the academy gates, his gaze quickly locked onto Su-Wen. He approached Su-Wen with quick strides, smiling as he spoke. Junior Su-Wen, you have arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 53. The Student Council President personally welcomes. Wow. Standing before Chu Yun, Su-Wen was equally handsome. It seems that handsome individuals are naturally drawn to one another. They are nearly overwhelming my senses. Whom should I marry among them? The choice is so difficult. Hee, what are you thinking, Peach? The commotion of the crowd did not in the least disturb the two locked in their gaze. Su-Wen raised an eyebrow. Senior, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Chu Yun chuckled lightly, his confidence unwavering. I cannot be mistaken. You are indeed Su-Wen. So certain? What sets me apart from others? Su-Wen inquired. There is a distinct feeling. Chu Yun replied cryptically, touching upon the metaphysical. Su-Wen smirked, deciding to cease teasing him. Still unaware of the senior's name. President of the Student Council at Summer Capital Academy, Chu Yun, he stated, his words resonating with authority. Wow, so charming. Such an impressive presence. The combination of his status and looks sent waves of admiration throughout the crowd. Oh, Su-Wen replied calmly. Then swiftly returned to the matter at hand. What does Senior Chu seek me for? Truly worthy of the dean's attention, Chu Yun silently commended. The younger students were all agog, their excitement palpable. A mere word from him could leave them elated for weeks. Such calmness in Su-Wen was virtually unheard of. When Su-Wen first met Chu Yun, he had made a small jest, appearing rather casual to onlookers. Yet, to Chu Yun, this junior exhibited an unconventional demeanor. He seemed carefree, yet possessed an unexpected maturity for his age. The dean specifically instructed me to assist Junior Su-Wen with his enrollment, Chu Yun articulated, revealing his purpose for seeking him. A thunderous wave of astonishment rippled through the hearts of all present. What was happening? Even if Su-Wen were the provincial champion, it would hardly warrant a personal welcome from the president of the student council, would it? There were several provincial champions in the line, yet they were merely waiting their turn. Had the status of provincial champions now been stratified, and that the dean had personally instructed this? The dean is none other than the illustrious Tao Wenyuan. Such a busy figure would concern himself with such a trifling matter. Who exactly is Su-Wen? Then I shall rely on you, Senior Chu. Su-Wen responded with calmness, glancing at his friends Dong Yi and Du Sini before inquiring, they are my friends. Is it acceptable for them to enroll alongside me? Hiss. The newcomers were rendered speechless. To have Senior Chu lead them was already an immense honor. How could he dare to make such a request? Su-Wen certainly had a bold heart. Of course not, Chu Yun replied with a smile. Greeting Dong Yi and Du Sini. Tao Wenyuan had previously stated to accommodate all of Su-Wen's requests as much as possible. Junior students, let us proceed, Chu Yun declared, taking on the role of a guide, leading Su-Wen and his companions through the gates of Summer Capital Academy. Wow, I am envious beyond measure. Not only do they not have to wait in line, but they also have Senior Chu accompanying them. If only I could have Senior Chu accompany me. I would gladly trade a luxury car or a villa for that. Have some dignity. As Chu Yun departed, the excitement of the senior responsible for processing the newcomers gradually settled. All right. No more noise. Form a line and continue. Next, the area returned to order and resumed its organized operations. The scenery of Summer Capital Academy was breathtaking, embodying both the elegance of the south and the grandeur of the north. Each building was uniquely designed, harmonizing beautifully with its surroundings, creating a seamless integration. Ancient trees were abundant, their thick canopies shielding against the elements of centuries. As they walked, Su-Wen and his companions marveled at the profound legacy that the academy had accumulated over the ages. Chu Yun walked beside them, animatedly discussing and referencing the scenery, proving to be an excellent guide. With his company, the journey was far from dull, and they soon arrived at the dormitory. Indeed, as the foremost academy of the empire, this brief stroll felt akin to visiting a dozen tourist attractions. Dong Yi exclaimed with genuine admiration. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Chu Yin replied with a smile. We have only traversed from the academy gates to the dormitory area. The more beautiful sights await your exploration in the future. Remarkable. It is no wonder everyone wishes to enter Summer Capital Academy. Dong Yi marveled, like an awestruck visitor in a grand garden, gazing at the magnificent dormitory buildings. Even the student dormitories are this luxurious. Chu Yin paused briefly, then continued. This place is somewhat special. Let me first give you a tour. He led Su Wen and his friends to the 8th floor, stopping before room 808. By the way, all rooms here require authorization. This is a perfect opportunity to instruct you on how to use them. Chu Yin produced an object resembling a bracelet and handed it to Su Wen, Junior Su Wen. Your enrollment procedures have been completed. This is your communicator. Su Wen accepted the communicator, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship and lightness. The communicator would bind to the student's information, making it exceedingly convenient for use within the academy. It can be worn on the wrist. Chu Yun revealed his own wrist, where his communicator rested like a watch. At that moment, one of Chu Yun's subordinates arrived with the communicators designated for Dong Yi and Du Sini. Having been assigned to assist Su Wen, he had preemptively completed the enrollment procedures, and the communicators prepared for Su Wen were also in his hands. However, Chu Yun had not anticipated that Dong Yi and Du Sini would accompany Su Wen. Since he had promised to assist Su Wen in processing their enrollment, he intended to fulfill that commitment. His actions were swift. Within the span of their walk, his subordinate had already returned with the communicators. Chu Yun handed the communicators to Dong Yi and Du Sini. Perfect timing. You should wear these as well. Otherwise, my explanations will be somewhat perplexing. The three donned their communicators. The communicator of the academy is crafted based on the dean's philosophy, endowed with formidable capabilities. It facilitates the execution of all quotidian activities within the institution, rendering it exceedingly convenient. You are encouraged to infuse your mental energy into it, thereby establishing a psychic connection with the communicator. Heeding this advice, Su Wen connected with the device, and suddenly, a translucent screen materialized before him. The displayed content evoked memories of the game interface he had encountered on Blue Star. It encompassed personal information, wealth data, friends, a public chat area, task panels, and much more. No wonder Chu Yun asserted that it could cater to all daily needs. This luminous screen remains invisible to others, ensuring the confidentiality of the information it contains. Those who gain admission to the Summer Capital Academy are far from foolish, and the details provided are sufficiently comprehensive for junior students to explore autonomously in the future. Chu Yun chuckled lightly, particularly noting the friend feature, which allows for fund transfers and private messaging once a friendship is established. The public chat area, however, is visible throughout the entire academy, and some matters are best kept discreet. Now, let us attempt to add each other as friends. Chapter 54, The Outrageously Expensive Dormitory. The four of them mutually added each other as friends. Dong Yi was elated to discover he had befriended the student council president, secretly reveling in his good fortune. In truth, Chu Yun only wished to connect with Su Wen. He was curious why a paladin garnered such esteem from the dean. However, as the student council president, he adeptly managed the social dynamics, ensuring Dong Yi and the others felt included. It was reminiscent of a certain product from a well-known tech company. Upon receiving a flood of garbled messages from Dong Yi, Su Wen casually responded with a smiley emoji, gaining a palpable perception of the situation. Dong Yi and Du Sini, both driven by curiosity, continued to enjoy their engagement. Chu Yun observed them with a smile, reminiscing about his initial encounter with the communicator, which had been equally exhilarating. He patiently explained, the Summer Capital Academy possesses a robust credibility, having established connections with all commercial associations and the academy system. You can effortlessly monitor your wealth and manage your finances through the communicator. As Su Wen examined his wealth information, he was taken aback to find an impressive figure of 6,000 gold coins. This sum represented their earnings from leveling up over the past week, which he had attempted to share with Dong Yi and Du Sini, who had adamantly declined. They felt that Su Wen's willingness to assist them in leveling up was a profound act of camaraderie, and were it not for him, they likely would not have gained admission to the Summer Capital Academy. Even Dong Yi, with his thick skin, felt embarrassed to take Su Wen's gold, let alone Du Sini. Su Wen, however, did not insist. After all, they were all part of the same academy, and it mattered not whose possession the coins resided in. Congratulations to the juniors for officially becoming members of the academy. Now, it is time to tour the dormitory. Chu Yin turned to Su Wen and said, Junior Su Wen, room 808 has already been linked to your personal information. Without your authorization, no one can access it. You can either place the communicator against the sensor on the door to unlock it or remotely open it through the accommodation panel on the communicator, provided you remain within the academy's premises. Now let us give it a try. Indeed, Su Wen noticed the information regarding the room on the accommodation panel. which included a remote unlocking option. Nevertheless, he chose to approach the door and held the communicator close to the sensor to open it. The room was well equipped, adorned with a touch of luxury, and the floor-to-ceiling windows ensured ample natural light, exuding an apartment-like ambience. "Wow, is this our dormitory?" Dong Yi exclaimed. Sitting on the bed and pressing down on the soft mattress, his excitement palpable. "This is truly remarkable. I've had my fill of bunk beds at the 3rd middle school. To be precise, this was merely Su Wen's room," Chu Yun calmly remarked. "Whether you reside in a bunk bed or not depends on your financial resources." Su Wen and his companions were somewhat taken aback. This implied that accommodation incurred costs. Chu Yun elaborated. "The dormitories are categorized into shared rooms, double rooms, single rooms, and luxury suites, with escalating prices accordingly. Currently, the majority of students opt for shared accommodations. But rest assured, even the shared rooms in our academy offer a significantly improved environment." He gestured horizontally, indicating, "This area is designated for single rooms, which is where Junior Su Wen will reside in the future." "How much is it?" Su Wen inquired. 200 points per month, Chu Yun replied. Realizing the newcomers had no concept of the academy's point system, he added, "which translates to 2,000 gold coins per month." Hiss. Dong Yi and Du Sini exchanged glances, aghast. "We can't afford it. Farewell," Su Wen declared, turning to leave. Given their current financial standing, residing here felt akin to being a solitary commander without an army, spending frivolously before amassing resources. Chu Yun stopped him. "Junior Su Wen, you are somewhat special. You can reside here free of charge, with no fees incurred. This arrangement has been made specifically by the dean." He added a further note. "Wow, Su Wen, you are receiving preferential treatment." Dong Yi lamented, torn between wanting his friend to enjoy comforts and feeling envious. Su Wen regarded him, asking, "Will you stay or not?" Dong Yi gritted his teeth. "I'm not worthy." Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he approached and playfully shook Su Wen's arm. "Su Wen Gij, can I stay with you?" "Pretty please?" With a swift motion, Su Wen pushed Dong Yi away and brushed off the spot where he had been touched, the disdain evident. Su Wen wished for Dong Yi to stay nearby, as he feared solitude would become tedious. He could accept having him live close, but not too close. Dong Yi cast a woeful glance at Su Wen, then turned to Du Sini. "Alas, I have been heartlessly eliminated. Du Sini, why don't you give it a try?" "Bah." Du Sini spat at Dong Yi, recalling his earlier plea to Su Wen, her cheeks reddening with embarrassment. Su Wen was left speechless by Dong Yi's antics. "Heh." Chu Yun chuckled at their playful banter. Indeed, residing here was exceedingly costly, particularly for newcomers. Once the juniors had accrued sufficient points within the academy, they could consider this option later. "I will now show you other dormitory areas. Should you find any satisfactory accommodations, I can assist you in processing your applications." Chu Yun timely offered. Su Wen raised an eyebrow and transferred 2,000 gold coins to Dong Yi via the communicator. "What about now?" "Well, the experience of transferring funds through the communicator feels reminiscent of a certain online marketplace from Blue Star," he mused. "If I genuinely send you money, would you accept it? Or not?" Upon hearing the notification sound from his communicator, Dong Yi hurriedly checked to find Su Wen had transferred him 2,000 gold coins. This amount was precisely enough for a month's stay. Dong Yi looked at Su Wen, a fleeting expression of gratitude crossing his face. He promptly transferred the funds to Chu Yun, declaring, "I'll stay. Let us secure a month's accommodation. First sweet, then bitter. That is how a true gentleman operates." This brought a smile to Su Wen's face, reminding him of their days at the 3rd middle school. Each month, when Dong Yi received his allowance, he would invite Su Wen to indulge in lavish feasts, but within a fortnight, their funds would dwindle to nothing. The remaining days would see them subsisting on instant noodles. Su Wen, having previously lived in solitude, reliant on charity, found Dong Yi's willingness to assist him forged a profound friendship between them. Though those days were tough, they were also filled with joy. With their bond strengthened, Dong Yi did not hesitate to wager all 2,000 gold coins, opting to relish a month of comfort first. Su Wen transferred another 2,000 gold coins to Chu Yun, smiling as he said, "Please arrange a room for our classmate Sini as well." With these two substantial transactions completed, Su Wen's eyes did not blink. He was unconcerned with such sums of gold. Given his current capabilities, he knew he would never lack for gold in the future. Dong Yi's unexpected behavior left Du Sini flustered and at a loss. Since we've come this far, we must experience it to the fullest. After all, this gold was initially meant for you, Su Wen reassured her. He understood that if he directly offered Du Sini gold, she might very well return it. So he opted to handle the payment for her to avoid any hassle. As for Dong Yi, it was a different story altogether. Su Wen was well aware of his penchant for flaunting his wealth in a rather ostentatious manner. "Su Wen, thank you," Du Sini expressed with heartfelt emotion. Su Wen merely smiled softly, opting for silence. Chu Yun regarded Su Wen with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. This junior possessed a certain charisma that explained the dean's particular interest in him. "Your friendship truly fills me with envy," Chu Yun remarked, all the while manipulating his communicator. As the student council president, he enjoyed certain privileges, allowing him to bypass numerous procedures to expedite tasks. Before long, The accommodation arrangements for Donya and the others were finalized and synchronized to their communicators. Alright, you may now proceed to explore your rooms. Chapter 55, The Academy's Instance Hall. Both Donya and Du Cini received notifications on their communicators simultaneously. Within their accommodation panel, the information regarding their rooms appeared. Donya's room number was 801, while Du Cini's was 805, both situated on the same floor as Su 1. The communicator contained a detailed map of the academy, and any inquiries could be addressed in the forum module, which featured pinned tutorials. It also housed numerous strategies compiled by senior students regarding various instances, which were certainly worth perusing. Well then, Su 1, you should tidy up a bit. I must take my leave, Chuyin stated. As the student council president, he was exceedingly busy, and it was quite unprecedented for him to spend this much time with Su 1 and the others. The three accompanied Chuyin downstairs, bidding him farewell with a wave. I'm utterly exhausted. Let us return to the dormitory to organize our belongings, Du Cini suggested after seeing Chuyin off. You all go ahead. I plan to explore the academy a bit, Su 1 replied, carrying minimal luggage and having little to arrange. Alright. Do remember to share any interesting discoveries upon your return, Donya said. They all felt somewhat fatigued and longed for a moment of rest. Following the guidance of the map, Su 1 made his way toward the Instance Hall. The Summer Capital Academy, renowned as the foremost institution of higher learning in the Great Xia Empire, was not merely celebrated for its expansive grounds and picturesque environment, but rather for its unparalleled instance resources. These resources were intrinsically linked to the profession of the Transcenders. Through instances, Transcenders could swiftly level up and exchange the materials they acquired for gold and points. Su 1, eager to grow stronger, could not circumvent the instances, which was precisely why he headed to the Instance Hall first. The Academy's map indicated that the Instance Hall was conveniently located near the dormitory area, facilitating the students' routines. The closer he drew to the Instance Hall, the more students he encountered. Upon entering the Grand Instance Hall, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices and bustling activity. Observing their industriousness, Su 1 couldn't help but admire their excellence and discipline. Truly, the strong would always remain strong. Elite team for Misty Valley. In need of a warrior, requirement, level 20 and above, fully equipped in blue gear, those who meet the criteria, come forth. Ordinary difficulty for the Night Forest instance. Civilian team collecting materials, anyone interested in joining? Speed run team challenging instance records, in need of high DPS, no support classes. Numerous parties were recruiting members at the entrance to the instance. In fact, the Academy's communicator featured a instance panel that displayed information about the Instance Hall. It allowed for the posting of recruitment notices and stipulating conditions, visible to all. However, most preferred to form teams in person, as it provided an immediate assessment of each other's strengths, allowing for more effective team configurations. Hey, Junior, do you need a team for instance runs? We are an elite team. I assure you, you can relax. A single run costs only 3 points. One individual, noticing Su 1 wandering alone in the Instance Hall, quickly approached him with an inquiry. Ignoring the person, Su 1 made his way straight to a luminous screen. The instances in the hall were categorized by level, with each area's screen displaying the instance levels and entry requirements. Su 1 scrutinized the screen, noting that it showcased instances for levels below 25. He began with the lowest level instances. Crystal Mine, level 16 instance. Entry level range, 15 to 19. Cost, 2 points. Mushroom Manor, level 17 instance. Entry level range, 15 to 19. Cost, 2 points. Goblin Tribe, level 18 instance. Entry level range, 15 to 19. Cost, 2 points. Su 1 furrowed his brow. Is there a cost in points to enter an instance? Are you a new student? The individual who had been trying to recruit Su 1 had not left his side, and upon seeing him approach the lower level instances with a frown, he deduced his status. No worries, new students can use gold in place of points for entry. In the Academy, 100 gold can be exchanged for 1 point. Similarly, if you wish for me to guide you through an instance run, it will only cost you 300 gold. This is significantly cheaper than guild teams, which also take a cut after the run. My team operates at a very reasonable rate. What do you say? Consider it. The atmosphere within the Academy seemed quite competitive. Su 1 remained silent as he continued to examine the instance information on the screen. The experience gained from instances within the Academy was substantially higher than in other locales. Gaining access to such instance resources for merely 200 gold could be deemed charitable. Typically, the materials acquired from defeating monsters within the instances would exceed the cost of admission. My team's fees are quite low as well. Nearly on par with the Academy's rates. We're just trying to earn a modest living. It's not easy for non-guild teams to earn points. So we 1T overcharge. What do you think? Will you consider it? The person continued to elaborate, attempting to dispel any reservations Su 1 might have. Though the individual was somewhat bothersome, he had provided Su 1 with a wealth of information, making it difficult for him to continue ignoring him. No, thank you. I am merely here to observe, he politely declined. Oh, very well. Should you need anything, remember to look for me over there. The person, seeing Su 1's lack of interest, opted not to linger and turned to leave. Su 1 resumed his examination of the instance information. he observed that each instance entry was accompanied by a completion record detailing the levels, professions, and completion times of the team members. Additionally, there was an explanation of the rules recorded alongside. After reading through the rules, Suwon gleaned an understanding of the specifics within the same difficulty level. The team with the shorter completion time would overwrite the record of the slower team. Conversely, for different difficulty levels, the record would be updated to reflect the highest difficulty completed. Thus, a team completing the instance on hard difficulty would overwrite the record for the normal difficulty, regardless of their time. Consequently, the instance records would only rise, never fall, ultimately reaching a threshold that would be difficult to surpass. At which point that team would become the record holder, consistently maintaining a top position. This was a symbol of strength and a source of pride for the students. Found it. How low it is. Suwon's gaze fixed upon a particular entry on the screen. Ant Queen's Nest, level 18 instance. Entry level range, 15 to 19. Cost, 3 points. Treant Grove, level 18 instance. Entry level range, 16 to 25. Cost, 3 points. On his way, Suwon accessed the forum module to review the pinned guide for new students. This was the very guide that even Chu Yun had emphasized. And he certainly wanted to take a look, for as the saying goes, heeding advice brings prosperity. It did not disappoint. This guide was a compilation of the experiences of senior students over the years, ranking the instances yielding experience for levels below 25. The top-ranked instance was the Ant Queen's Nest, followed closely by the Treant Grove. Had he not consulted this guide, with so many low-level instances, it would have taken him an eternity to discern the differences through personal trial and error. Chapter 56, Solo Instance Runs. Let us try the Treant Grove instance first. Suwon resolved with determination. Within the instance hall, a series of swirling entrances to instances were distributed among their respective level zones. Suwon arrived at the entrance of the Tree Spirit Forest dungeon. The information from the record keeper was prominently displayed above the entrance, the large golden letters gleaming with a striking brilliance. Suwon glanced up at the recorded information. The completion record for the Tree Spirit Forest dungeon was established 2 years prior, with a duration of 1 hour and 20 minutes. The difficulty level was classified as Nightmare, the highest difficulty for dungeons under level 20. The record was set by a 6-member team, with the captain's name highlighted in red for emphasis. Suwon noted that the captain's name was Han Mo, a berserker by profession. The design of the academy in Shidu was intended to provide other teams with a reference for the configuration of the successful team, allowing them to appreciate the advantages of such arrangements. After all, the effectiveness of a team varies significantly with the diversity of professions. This was also a means for the academy to enhance students' understanding of teamwork. The swirling entrance emitted a faint, flickering light, which would only shine brightly when a class changer confirmed their entry. The color of the light corresponded to the dungeon's difficulty. Suwon selected Nightmare difficulty on his communicator, making his payment in gold coins. The vortex-shaped dungeon entrance resonated with the communicator, beginning to rotate slowly in a clockwise direction while emitting dazzling light. Once the information was confirmed, Suwon vanished at the entrance of the dungeon. The light of the Nightmare difficulty flickered momentarily, inadvertently attracting the attention of a passing priest student. Oh, someone has chosen the Nightmare difficulty for a low-level dungeon? Nightmare difficulty? Perhaps a team is attempting to break the completion record, his warrior teammate casually responded. TCH, those low-level dungeon records have long since reached their limits. There are always some low-level teams foolish enough to try and refresh them. The wizard teammate scoffed. Low-level teams are mostly made up of new students. How else would they know of a genius's prowess without trying? The warrior chuckled mischievously. Their conversation caught the attention of a new student passing by. Why do you have to form a low-level team to break the record? If I assemble a high-level team, wouldn't it be easy to break it? You must be a new student, right? The wizard looked at him as if he were an idiot. Dungeons have level restrictions. If you exceed the level, you can't enter, rookie. The new student, having just enrolled today and not yet reviewed the new student tutorial in his communicator, felt embarrassed for asking such a foolish question and hurriedly ran away. Wait, did I just see only one person go in? The priest said uncertainly. Earlier, he had been drawn in by the light of the Nightmare difficulty and had only caught a glimpse of someone entering. Thus he was hesitant. Are you out of your mind? It takes a considerable amount of time for one person to clear even the normal difficulty, let alone the Nightmare difficulty. The warrior looked incredulous. One person clearing Nightmare difficulty? You must be joking. Is this a ploy to squander points? The wizard chimed in. You don't believe me. Let's wager 5 points. There's definitely only one person. The priest, now more confident for the sake of his pride, asserted. Huh, you're really a generous soul. We'll wait right here. If it truly is one person, it won't take long at all. If there's only one person inside and they can't handle the monsters, they'll be out in no time. Just wait and see. The Tree Spirit Forest dungeon was teeming with vitality. The ancient forest was alive with various beasts. The trees at the periphery were sparse, and different creatures roamed this area. As one ventured deeper into the forest, the trees became increasingly dense, their canopies thick and leafy, obscuring the sky. Suwon stood at the forest's edge, summoning the Order of the Paladins. Observing from the outskirts, This forest appeared to be the realm of beasts. However, Suwon was aware that the designation of Tree Spirit Forest hinted at far more than mere appearances. Exercising caution, he commanded the paladins to scout ahead. He resolved to clear the Tree Spirit Forest once, testing the difficulty of the Academy's low-level dungeons. With determination, Suwon advanced slowly into the forest, deeming it necessary to gather information on the monsters. The paladins ahead were already engaged in fierce combat with the creatures, and Suwon cast a probing spell on one of the monsters. Silver-toothed black ape. Level 17. Vitality 1200. Mentality 800. Strength 1200. Agility 1600. Skill alarm. The monsters in the Nightmare Dungeon boasted high attributes, even surpassing those of the elite monsters in the Spider Cave of the Wild. Nevertheless, Suwon felt no concern. In comparison to his paladin's attributes, they were still significantly inferior. Currently, Suwon was at level 18, with attributes totaling 290. The Order of the Paladins boasted attributes 20 times greater than his, amounting to 5,800. Slaying the silver-toothed black ape was thus a trivial task. Successfully defeated a level 17 silver-toothed black ape, earning 2,000 experience points. Acquired 3 silver teeth. The experience points here were substantial. The expenditure of 300 gold coins was indeed worth it. The strength of class changers was built upon accumulated resources. The silver-toothed black ape, upon being attacked, activated its alarm, emitting a shrill howl that summoned its nearby companions. Even a team caught off guard by such an ambush would find themselves in disarray, let alone a solitary individual. However, Suwon was an exception. The hordes of silver-toothed black apes posed no threat to his paladins. In fact, the density of the monsters made their extermination more efficient. Suwon was disinclined to utilize holy ground. This caliber of monsters could be handled by the paladins without any decline in efficiency. He strolled leisurely, as if taking a walk in the forest, completely oblivious to the terror typically associated with a nightmare difficulty dungeon. Jungle Tiger. Level 17. Vitality 1200. Mentality 500. Strength 1600. Agility 1600. Skill Pounce. After cutting through the throngs of silver-toothed black apes, Suwon encountered another type of monster. He examined it and found its overall attributes comparable to that of the silver-toothed black ape. The paladins charged forth, beginning to clear the area. Successfully defeated a level 17 jungle tiger, earning 2,200 experience points. Acquired 1 tiger skin. The jungle tiger appeared fierce, yet it was no match for the paladins, who dispatched it with a single strike each. Suwon noted its skill, Pounce, which would slightly enhance its damage output. However, it was of little concern, and he chose not to dwell on it. Continuing on, he encountered numerous other types of beasts. However, the fluctuations in their attributes were negligible, and Suwon saw no reason to pay them heed. It was not until he ventured deeper into the forest that he paused to observe. Chapter 57. Accidentally breaking the dungeon record. The trees ahead became increasingly dense. Jungle Guardian. Level 18. Vitality 1800. Mentality 600. Strength 1200. Agility 0. Skill Camouflage. Suwon scrutinized carefully and discovered the monsters hidden within the forest. Their appearance resembled that of trees, indistinguishable from the surrounding foliage. One would fail to notice them without close inspection. To walk unwittingly into the midst of them would be to leap into their trap. These must be the tree spirits. Observing their attributes, Suwon felt no fear. Rather, he was curious about how these tree spirits would lay their ambush. He directed the paladins to proceed into their midst. With a series of whooshing sounds, whip-like branches formed a net and lashed out towards the paladins. However, the paladins' vitality attributes far exceeded the strength of the jungle guardians. Sustaining minimal damage, Suwon maneuvered the Judgment Knight to evade, escaping the attack range of the jungle guardians. The agility attribute of the Treant is a mere 0. Rendering it immobile, it can only relinquish its current target if an enemy moves beyond its attack range and switch to another foe. Successfully slain an 18-level jungle guardian, earning 2,200 experience points. Acquired a tiger skin. Aside from possessing slightly more health, the Treant proved no different from the beasts inhabiting the forest periphery. Due to its inability to move, Suwon felt it was even easier to dispatch than those wild creatures. Naturally, only Suwon harbored such thoughts. The other members of the team found themselves struggling against the densely packed and camouflaged Treants. Suwon chose to relinquish control over the paladins, allowing them the freedom to slay monsters. Experience points flowed in continuously. He cleared the area and ventured deeper into the forest. The expanse of the forest was vast, and Suwon spent considerable time exploring. At last, he encountered the final boss in the heart of the woods. Treant King Boss. Level 18. Vitality 3000. Spirit 1000. Strength 2200. Agility 0. Skills Entangle, Whip, Earth Spike. The presence of this boss was unmistakable, and Suwon effortlessly recognized it. It was remarkably robust, with branches extending from its trunk like tentacles. For dozens of meters around the Treant King, no other trees stood. Any intruding beasts had been reduced to mere piles of bones at its roots. But now it had become Su Wen's quarry, and the knights of the temple charged forth. Thud, thud, thud. The earth emitted a cracking sound as dozens of roots shot up like earth spikes, aimed at the advancing paladins. No wonder the area around the boss was devoid of trees. Its roots sprawled beneath the ground, ensuring no creature could pilfer its nutrients. The paladins, swift as the wind, easily evaded the Treant King's earth spike. Upon realizing that its earth spikes failed to harm the foes, the Treant King swung its branch-like appendages, and dozens of roots again erupted from the ground. This time, the emerging roots were supple and resilient, wrapping around the paladins like serpents. The knights wielded their swords, effortlessly severing the entangling roots. However, their charge was momentarily hindered. Nevertheless, after a brief delay, the paladins reached the Treant King and began their assault. Plant-based monsters are known for their robust vitality, and this one had a notably high defense. Yet, it possessed a critical weakness. Its immobility rendered it unable to evade the knight strikes. The Treant King cried out in agony as it was cleaved by their great swords, green sap oozing down its trunk. Its branch-like appendages writhed furiously before lashing out at the paladins like whips. The paladins, endowed with high attributes, barely staggered from the blows, quickly returning to their positions to continue their onslaught. Meanwhile, Su Wen, who had remained seemingly detached from the battle, finally activated the skill, Guardian Aura. Instantly, a faint azure glow enveloped the paladins, augmenting their health with a substantial armor value. This transformed the confrontation into a spectacle of 11 humanoid bosses pummeling a single tree-like boss. Within mere minutes, the defiant Treant King succumbed, successfully defeated the boss Treant King, earning 80,000 experience points. Acquired green quality armor, Treant Vine armor. Acquired blue quality weapon, Ancient Root. Acquired rare material, Treant King Sprout. Ancient Root, staff equipment level 15, spirit 40, vitality 20, attack skill power increase 8. Treant Vine armor, equipment level 15, vitality 60, defense enhancement 5. Su Wen glanced at the boss's drops, which were predominantly materials that could be sold for gold. Among the drops was a blue quality staff, regrettably suited for attack and of no use to anyone, destined for sale. The dropped vine armor could be equipped by Dongya, but alas, it was of green quality, rendering it rather lackluster, so it would be sold as well. He then looked at the experience bar, noting that completing the dungeon had garnered approximately 1/3 of the total experience. Indeed, the experience from the Nightmare difficulty dungeon was substantial. At the entrance of the Treant Jungle dungeon, a small team lay in wait. They were the very team that had previously made a wager. I say, priest, just concede already. If it were only one person who entered, they would have come out by now, stated one of the warriors. I absolutely did not misjudge. I refuse to leave until he emerges. The priest countered. They had been waiting for nearly an hour, and even he began to doubt his initial assessment. Perhaps he had only seen the last team member entering, yet he could not bear to part with the hard-earned points. Insisting on waiting for a conclusion to assuage his doubts, the rest of the team, resigned, felt that after such a lengthy wait, abandoning the effort would yield no points and squander their time. The sunk cost was quite significant, since they had already waited so long. They might as well wait a little longer, reasoning that he should be out soon. Just then, a system announcement reverberated through the dungeon hall. Congratulations to Su Wen for setting a new record for clearing the Nightmare difficulty, Treant Jungle, dungeon in 56 minutes. Congratulations to Su Wen for setting a new record for clearing the Nightmare difficulty, Treant Jungle, dungeon in 56 minutes. Congratulations to Su Wen for setting a new record for clearing the Nightmare difficulty, Treant Jungle, dungeon in 56 minutes. The system's voice echoed 3 times, resounding throughout the dungeon hall. Did I hear that correctly? The Nightmare difficulty, Treant Jungle, record has been shattered? The announcement repeated thrice. There could be no mistake. Yet why did I only hear one name mentioned? The record announcement typically lists all team members. I don't know. It's been a while since I focused on lower-level dungeons. Let us go take a look. Upon hearing the announcement, many curious students made their way to the entrance of the Treant Jungle dungeon. At the entrance, the warrior exclaimed, "This dungeon name sounds so familiar." The priest suddenly looked up. "Isn't this the very dungeon we've been waiting for?" Chapter 58, Sensing a Business Opportunity. As if in unison, the priest's team raised their heads. The completion record at the dungeon's entrance had indeed been refreshed, displaying only one name, Su Wen. When a team comprises only one individual, the system defaults to naming that person as the leader, the name highlighted in red for prominence. 56 minutes. How is that even possible? The team's mage was struck dumb upon seeing the record. Look at the team information. There's only one name. I told you only one person entered the dungeon. The priest exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice. This is impossible. A single individual clearing a Nightmare difficulty dungeon and breaking the record. The reality was undeniable. They had lost, and he demanded their points. No way. I need to see him come out with my own eyes before I'll concede. As the team argued, Other students began to gather. Wait, has Hanmo's record really been shattered? He cut nearly half an hour off the time. A genius has emerged among the freshmen. Look at the team information. How can there be only one person? Wait. One person broke the nightmare difficulty record. This must be a joke. Could it be that the other team members voluntarily exited the dungeon, intentionally creating a solo record? Are you daft? The record information displays the members as they entered the dungeon. Leaving midway does not affect it. I'm a new student. At the dungeon entrance, a flash of light signified Su-Wen's emergence. He is out. He is really out. Wait, there's only one person. Look at his class, a paladin. The onlookers were so stunned by the completion time that they initially overlooked Su-Wen's class. It was only upon his exit from the dungeon that they began to take notice. A support class? Soloing a nightmare? Breaking records? Any single detail extracted from this scenario is enough to leave one utterly astounded. The simultaneous occurrence of all these events has rendered those around me utterly speechless. My mind has come to a standstill. Who can elucidate the situation for me? It is indeed worthy of the Summer Capital Academy. This problem is beyond my comprehension. Some individuals have abandoned contemplation altogether and approached Su-Wen directly, inquiring, "Fellow student, how did you achieve this?" Su-Wen, fixated on the recorded information in the interface, chose to ignore him. It was not out of arrogance, but rather because, upon his emergence, his communicator had received a notification. He was engrossed in examining it. Congratulations. You have set a new record for the Nightmare Difficulty Tree Spirit Forest Dungeon, earning 1,000 points. Note, this reward can only be obtained once per dungeon. Wow, 1,000 points? That equates to a staggering 100,000 gold coins. He promptly realized that this was a team reward. For a 6-member party, it would average to less than 20,000 gold coins per individual. Moreover, achieving a record refresh is no simple feat. Upon checking his wealth panel, he confirmed that the points had indeed risen to 1,000. Excellent. I finally have my first sum of capital. Su-Wen contentedly stowed away his communicator, only to notice a throng of people encircling him. What is the matter? Su-Wen gazed at the student standing so close, bewildered by his proximity. The student, assuming Su-Wen did not hear him, repeated his question. Fellow student, how did you accomplish this record? It dawned on Su-Wen that the crowd's interest stemmed from the refreshed dungeon record. Is it truly that difficult? Su-Wen nonchalantly tossed off a remark before opting to re-enter the dungeon, eager to avoid the incessant inquiries of this crowd. He ventured into the dungeon with effortless grace, leaving behind a multitude of bewildered onlookers in the hall. Is it that difficult? Is this even a matter of difficulty? Is it even remotely possible? No, I shall not engage in dungeon runs today. I must return to Penniforum Post. I shall title it Shocking. The Paladin achieves this in the dungeon hall. Remember to like it if you see it. I must make my exit. Waiting here yields no results. And I need to consult my guild. Inside the Tree Spirit Forest dungeon, Su-Wen advanced to the location of the Tree Spirit King. This time, he was not in a rush to slay the boss, but chose to let 2 paladins gradually whittle it down. To think that his inadvertent record refresh would attract such a crowd. This time, I mustn't clear it too quickly, lest those outside remain waiting. Su-Wen believed that if he dawdled for about an hour and a half, the people outside would likely disperse. In the academy, where every moment counts for leveling up, who would linger around a low-level dungeon, wasting time? He kindled a campfire in the clearing and commenced roasting meat. This is a traditional skill that must not be forsaken. As he awaited his meal's completion, he observed the boss's attack frequency and soon discerned its weaknesses. Normally, a party only needs the front line to approach and attack the boss, while ranged attackers can safely output damage from outside the reach of its branches. The only caution required is to maneuver skillfully to avoid spike damage or the boss's entanglement. The difficulty of a low-level dungeon is not particularly high. Its weaknesses are evident, and clearing it is merely a matter of time. Breaking these low-level dungeon records is not challenging. If I encounter such situations every time, it would be utterly vexing. How can I circumvent this issue? Su-Wen pondered the repercussions of record breaking while indulging in his roasted meat. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he recalled a certain good brother. Brothers are meant to be exploited in crucial moments, are they not? His spirits lifted. After finishing his roasted meat, Su-Wen checked the time and decided not to toy with the Tree Spirit King any longer, instructing the paladins to finish it off. Successfully defeated the boss Tree Spirit King, earning 80,000 experience points. Acquired a green quality weapon, Silver Sword. Obtained the Tree Spirit King's Crystal Core. Silver Sword, equipment level 15. Spirit 10, Constitution 20. After defeating the boss, a weapon dropped that Su-Wen could equip. However, its attributes were too low, and its appearance paled in comparison to the Lionheart Sword, so he promptly stored it away, planning to sell it. As Su-Wen exited the dungeon, he found that the crowd of onlookers had indeed diminished significantly, yet a fair number still awaited him. Look, he is out. This time, the duration exceeded an hour. Just as I suspected, it was a coincidence. Could it be that he has discovered the hidden completion method for this dungeon? Oh, esteemed one, could you possibly sell me your strategy for clearing it? I too desire to break a record. Is this trivial amount of points truly so vital to you? Suwon was at a loss for words. Judging by their attire, they did not appear to lack points, yet they insisted on pestering him. These points are of no concern to us. What we desire is to be recognized on the leaderboard. Indeed, fellow student, the record you set would likely remain unbroken for a century without your strategy. Sell me your strategy, and I shall break a record. I will offer you 1,000 points. I'll give you 1,500. Your strategy remains your secret. All I need is for you to assist me in breaking a record once. Suwon's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Chapter 59, 500 points each. Are you trying to compete with me? Such matters are inherently won by the highest bidder. Why should it only be you who acquires it? Two students, seemingly affluent scions, began to bicker, and it appeared that a physical altercation was imminent. Seizing the opportunity, Suwon slipped away from the dungeon hall. Upon exiting, he noticed it was already dusk. Suwon used his communicator to contact Dong Yi and Du Sini, inviting them to the cafeteria for dinner. Arriving a moment earlier at the cafeteria, he purchased a dozen hearty dishes, spending a total of 3 points, which drew the attention of other students. The academy cafeteria was not far from the dormitory area, and Dong Yi and the others soon joined him. Wow, such a feast. Suwon, have you sold your house? Dong Yi exclaimed, astonished at the array of dishes. As they sat down, Suwon urged them to take their seats quickly and explained, I ran 2 dungeon runs this afternoon and earned some points. You're truly industrious, Suwon. While we have yet to finish tidying our dorm, you have already completed 2 dungeon runs. Du Sini remarked in admiration. Suwon smiled gently and said, let us eat first. The 3 were quite hungry and wasted no time digging in. During the meal, Suwon exhibited an unusual eagerness, frequently serving Dong Yi food. This atypical behavior prompted Du Sini to steal glances at him, suspecting that he had something to discuss. However, since Suwon remained silent, she refrained from asking, trusting that he would not let his own people suffer. Initially, Dong Yi was quite the glutton, enjoying the meal wholeheartedly. Yet, as he became more aware of the situation, he gradually sensed something was amiss. Why is Suwon being so considerate today? Suwon, please don't do this. Sini is sitting right beside us. Dong Yi awkwardly protested. Du Sini suppressed her laughter, trying not to make a sound. Suwon's chopsticks trembled momentarily, almost causing the rib he was holding to drop to the floor. He composed himself, ensuring the chopsticks steadily delivered the meat to Dong Yi's bowl. He then said with a serious demeanor, Dong Yi, your class is an epic-level class with immense potential. And then, Dong Yi responded, somewhat perplexed. You have awakened as a relatively rare necromancer, and as you grow, you will surpass my paladin by leaps and bounds. What you say is indeed true. I share the same sentiment. Dong Yi replied boastfully. Why are you stating the obvious? Suwon's lips twitched as he resolved to stop beating around the bush. In our party, the position of captain belongs to the most capable. I have decided that henceforth, you will assume the role of captain during our dungeon runs. Suwon's proclamation took both Dong Yi and Du Sini by surprise. It must be said, your current strength is still slightly superior to mine. Why not take up the captaincy yourself? Dong Yi queried, puzzled. The authority of a team leader is significant, influencing the distribution of experience and loot within the group. Typically, the leader of a team is the strongest member. The position of captain is undeniably yours. So it has been decided. Suwon did not offer any explanation, simply confirming the decision. Their team has always adhered to an equitable distribution of resources. Thus, the identity of the captain is of little consequence. Suwon chose to appoint Dong Yi as the leader, considering the inevitable disturbances that would arise once their team gained notoriety for setting record times in dungeons. He figured Dong Yi could serve as a shield, given his fondness for attention. Suwon then broached another matter. He first shared his discovery. There are point rewards for setting a record in dungeons for the first time. I have decided to offer paid services to assist others in achieving these records, thereby earning points. However, won't this mean that a portion of the record's point rewards will be distributed to others? Du Sini inquired, her faith in Suwon unwavering. While she might dismiss others claiming to help with dungeon records as mere boasting, she believed in Suwon's capabilities. Her only concern was that if they assisted others, the rewards would be shared. No, the points will still belong to us. Helping them is merely a means to have their names attached to the record, Suwon clarified. Just for the sake of a name, without any substantial benefits? Would anyone truly engage in such an arrangement? Dong Yi questioned. Do not underestimate the allure of reputation. Suwon chuckled. This is the Academy of Summer City, a hub of brilliance. Who wouldn't want their name etched into the records of dungeons here for future generations of students to admire? Especially for the affluent young gentlemen, who care little for points and seek only the prestige you mentioned. Now that makes sense. I can believe that. The thought processes of the wealthy are beyond our comprehension. Dong Yi's eyes sparkled. Shall we promote our services in the dungeon hall? No, that would be too inefficient and would waste our time in the dungeons. Suwon shook his head, proposing another solution. You should post a pinned announcement in the Academy's forum module, detailing our services for helping others set records, inviting clients to seek us out. What a brilliant idea, Dong Yi exclaimed, connecting his communicator to the forum module to begin crafting the post. By posting here, it would be visible to the entire Academy, making promotion far more efficient. Remember to remain anonymous. Suwen cautioned. Why should we be anonymous? Dongyi asked, momentarily perplexed by Suwen's request. It's simple, Suwen explained. If your name aligns with the record information, it would reveal that we assisted in setting the record. What significance would there be for a client to pay for a record that is known to be assisted? Oh, Du Sini quickly grasped the implication. If Dongyi were to post under his real name, and someone approached them about the record, upon seeing his name among the team members, they would deduce that the record was indeed assisted. Even if Dongyi did not participate in the dungeon run, his connection to Suwen would be quickly uncovered. If we remain anonymous, we eliminate that point of exposure. Du Sini followed the reasoning, but her meticulous nature led her to identify a new concern. However, every new record would still bear our team's name. It wouldn't matter much in the early stages, but once we have several records, it could become apparent due to the commonality of names. Dongyi understood this point. That's easy to handle. After all, we're merely playing a supporting role. So let Suwen handle it alone, right? Suwen shook his head. If the team does not consist of 6 members, we must fill the vacancies ourselves to avoid drawing undue attention. 6 members setting a record is acceptable, but 2 would be utterly implausible. As for the consequences of a single person attempting to set a record, Suwen had already experienced that once. If it happened a couple more times, it wouldn't be long before people figured out it was he who was assisting. Well, doesn't that mean the more people we have in the team, the better our concealment? Du Sini pondered, catching on to the key element. If the team to clear the dungeon consists of 5 strangers put together by Suwen, and each new record features a different set of 5 strangers, it would indeed provide considerable discretion. Precisely, Suwen replied with a light smile. Thus I intend to charge by the head. Dongyi and the others readily understood this. The fee for bringing 1 person would certainly differ from that for 5. Although Dongyi didn't fully comprehend the intricacies, he was highly efficient. He created a post, tentatively describing the service while inquiring about the pricing with Suwen. How much do you intend to charge? Suwen mused, deciding on a price of 500 points per individual. 500 points. Dongyi gasped in astonishment. That's quite steep. Furthermore, we must add a stipulation. Our team will not jeopardize our own records. This ensures that the records we assist in creating will remain intact over time. This is a one-time transaction, and 500 points is already quite reasonable, Suwen asserted. 500 points per person, with a maximum of 6 members in a team, that means. Dongyi suddenly grew excited. We could charge up to 3,000 points for a single session. Suwen's mouth twitched. It's actually 2,500 points. Why? Dongyi asked. Bewildered. Suwen replied. Du Sini chuckled softly. If all 6 are other people, then wouldn't that mean it's just someone else's team setting the record? Oh, right. Dongyi realized, sheepishly scratching his head. It seems I'm not the most reliable classmate. Suwen, feeling concerned, assigned duties. Dongyi would handle business negotiations, while all matters of fees and financial management would be entrusted to Du Sini. Should Dongyi become careless, it would be manageable for other aspects. But if he forgot to collect payment, that would render all efforts futile. Oh sure, Dongyi didn't mind. He was more than happy to pass the burdensome task to Du Sini, enjoying his newfound leisure. Du Sini had no objections to Suwen's arrangement. She often benefited from Suwen's ideas, and now having responsibilities assigned to her made her feel a sense of presence. What if only 1 person seeks our assistance? Should we take that job? Dongyi inquired. Yes, we will accept any requests, regardless of the number of individuals. Suwen replied. However, wouldn't that still carry the risk of exposing our team due to our numbers? Du Sini was nearly bewildered. No worries, Suwen chuckled, as if he were already confident in his plan. In the beginning, our team's frequent visibility will actually enhance our reputation. As we accumulate more dungeon records, clients will naturally request to reduce our team size. A single team appearing multiple times in dungeon records will surely attract attention. With increased scrutiny, people will inevitably connect our team with the forthcoming anonymous posts. Such speculation will bolster the credibility of the post among clients eager to set records, prompting them to seek out our team. Meanwhile, the audience, lacking any concrete evidence, will remain highly observant, watching the subsequent developments of the records. Under such scrutiny, clients wishing to set records will need to increase their team size to ensure the authenticity of their records. In this manner, our team will gain recognition among insiders while diminishing suspicion from outsiders, creating a perfect cycle. Du Sini followed Suwen's logic and comprehended the crux of the entire plan. He merely intended to assist in a dungeon run, yet had devised such a meticulous scheme. She gazed at Suwen's sharply defined profile, suddenly pondering. He is truly remarkable. If I were to be his girlfriend, I would surely feel secure. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Realizing her thoughts, her cheeks flushed, and she discreetly averted her gaze. Fortunately, Suwen was engrossed in explaining his words to Dongyi, and no one noticed her unusual demeanor. Du Sini let out a sigh of relief, yet felt a twinge of disappointment. Dongyi finally grasped his words, but was the first to identify a blind spot. But even so, each record still bears your name. Suwen smiled mysteriously. Would you believe that a paladin was responsible for the dungeon record? Ah, right. The mere presence of a paladin in the team merely indicates their strong support capabilities. Who would ever consider the possibility of them leading the run? If Dong Yi hadn't known Su-won, he would certainly think himself mad for even entertaining such an idea. Su-won, you are truly a genius. With doubts dispelled, Dong Yi excitedly exclaimed, how did you become a paladin? I always thought you were born to be in sales. Indeed. If his profession level were to drop a bit more, he might just end up in sales. Su-won chuckled ruefully. I've got a plan now. I'll sort it out immediately. Dong Yi was quick to act, and soon he had drafted a post, ready to pin it, when suddenly his expression changed. Oh no. Pinning the post requires 10 points. As a newcomer, he was utterly broke. Where would he find such points? I thought it was something serious. Su-won was somewhat speechless at Dong Yi's dramatic reaction and promptly transferred him 200 points via the communicator. Go spend it. Whoa, a wealthy guy right beside me. Su-won, you're simply amazing. Dong Yi was overjoyed. Su-won smiled, raised a bowl of soup, and declared, from now on, we won TLAC points. Here's to our future success. That very day, 2 posts suddenly went viral in the Academy Forum module. One was titled, Shocking. A paladin actually did this in the dungeon hall. Upon its release, it immediately garnered immense views, and a flurry of comments ensued. Damn clickbait. This was about refreshing the dungeon record. You wasted 5 minutes of my life. This is the Academy Forum. What are you thinking? Want to see me post a link for you? Good bro. Send me a copy. DM me. Already met 1. The most liked comment was completely unrelated to the post's content. You bunch of perverts. Can't you stay on topic? The point of this post is that someone refreshed the dungeon record, right? Huh. You actually believe the clickbait title. Seriously, a paladin refreshed a dungeon record? You must be joking. I believe it. A level 40 elite managed to refresh the record for a level 15 dungeon. Laughing emoji. Stop talking nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. It was indeed a paladin who broke the record, and they looked like a newcomer. Right. I can vouch for that. That newcomer is actually the dean's nephew. Doge emoji. Confirmed. Spread the word. The dean personally went to the dungeon hall and broke the record for a low-level dungeon. Wow, who dares to slander the dean? I'm curious who you are. Upon noticing the comment slandering the dean, someone clicked on the commenter's profile, only to find the account had been silenced. Returning to the post, they discovered the comment had been deleted. Ha, what a fool. Daring to slander the dean? Do you really think the discipline committee is a joke? The number of comments continued to rise, covering all sorts of topics. Yet very few believed that a paladin had refreshed the record. Oh, I was careless. This loophole needs to be closed quickly. Su-won had forgotten the potential danger he left in the dungeon hall. That was his solo record, and now that this post had drawn attention, no one believed it. But in a few days, who could say for sure? The longer it took, the more people would be curious enough to verify the record in the low-level dungeon area. It seemed he needed to hurriedly form a 6-person team to refresh that record. He turned to Dong Yi and Du Sini. Are there any other students from our class in the academy? Dong Yi and Du Sini exchanged glances. They were the only ones from their class admitted to the academy. Although it sounded a bit boastful, they were facing the awkwardness of having no classmates available. Su-won paused, suddenly recalling someone. Does anyone have Sun Hongshua's contact information? Sun Hongshua. Dong Yi and Du Sini were even more embarrassed. They certainly didn't have the contact details of such a prodigious student from the first class. Oh, I have Principal Su's contact information. I can ask him to get Sun Hongshua's contact from the principal of the first class. Dong Yi suddenly had a brainwave, thinking of a roundabout way to reach out. That could work. Please contact him quickly. After Su-won arranged everything, he continued to check another trending post. Transitioning to Paladin. I'm refreshing dungeon completion records indefinitely. Turns out it's an advertisement. Written so exaggeratedly. I thought it was a feel-good story. Is this just capitalizing on the popularity of that viral post? Paladins are doing business now. How unreliable. Still an anonymous post. It's clearly just clickbait. I find it quite credible. Let us crowdfund to let me try it out. Laughing emoji. Haha. This post was the advertisement Dong Yi had just released. Since it was pinned and had the traffic from another post, it also received a fair number of views. After reading through, Su-won noticed that while the theme of the dungeon run was described clearly, the writing style was rather flamboyant, and most commenters held a skeptical attitude, which was quite normal. However, Su-won was quite satisfied. This was the absurdity he sought. Like Jiang Taigong fishing, those willing would take the bait, and those uninterested would find the absurdity amusing. Now that the hook was in the water, it was just a matter of waiting for the fish to bite. Done. While Su-won was engrossed in reading the posts, Dong Yi took a convoluted route and finally obtained Sun Hongshua's number. If it weren't for Su-won's name, it would have taken even more effort. Su-won took the number, which was a string of digits, and dialed it. Sun Hongshua's vaguely puzzled voice came through. Who is this? It's me, Su-won. Su-won skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Are you free? Want to run a dungeon? Now, Sun Hongshua was taken aback. It was the first day of school, and she hadn't even unpacked her luggage. Why was Su-won so eager to run a dungeon? What kind of leveling enthusiast was he? Yeah, are you coming or not? Why are you looking for me? She and Su-won didn't have any rapport, and previously she had even targeted him. It was hard to imagine why he would want her for a dungeon run. I'm forming a 6-person team, and honestly, I don't know anyone else in the academy. Suwon candidly replied, adding lightly, oh, and we still need one more person. You can bring someone with you. Wait, you're asking me to bring someone? You're acting as if I'm not an outsider. Sun Hongxue felt a mix of frustration and bemusement at Suwon's frankness. However, she quickly grasped Suwon's intent in recruiting her for the team, given his formidable strength. Perhaps he sought to maintain a low profile by teaming up with local partners. After all, many candidates from the same city had seen his Paladin, so it was hardly a secret. Furthermore, if someone from the same city were to share his performance, it would sound like a parent bragging about their child. Hardly credible. Humph. I do have another candidate in mind, but she's a priest. Do you want her? Sun Hongxue was aware that Suwon already had a healer in his group, and she deliberately mentioned her class to see how he would respond. Having 2 healing classes in one team? Let us see who you choose. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Suwon didn't hesitate at all. He was merely looking to fill a spot. Class didn't matter. Sun Hongxue. She couldn't help but consistently gauge Suwon based on conventional logic, forgetting that he didn't need to consider team composition at all. With Suwon's own strength, he could easily dominate any dungeon. Why would he care about a priest or a cleric? As he said, it was just about filling a spot. She probably thought of herself as just filling a spot too. To think that a legendary class would be reduced to merely filling a spot? How infuriating. Yet there was no alternative, after all. Suwon truly possessed that level of strength. Gather at the dungeon hall. Sun Hongxue abruptly hung up the phone. After all, they were both candidates from the same city, and she had decided to lend Suwon a helping hand. Suwon gazed at the disconnected call with a wry smile, thinking to himself that she truly had the temperament of a spoiled young lady. When Suwon and his companions arrived at the dungeon hall, Sun Hongxue was already waiting there. It must be said that despite her fiery temper, her execution was remarkably efficient. You arrived quite swiftly, Suwon greeted. He noticed a girl standing beside Sun Hongxue whom he had seen once before, Chu Meng, who had teamed up with Sun Hongxue. Chu Meng, priest, Sun Hongxue introduced. Dongyi, necromancer, and Du Sini, priest. Suwon briefly introduced himself as well. Why form a 6-person team? Sun Hongxue inquired. Given Suwon's prowess, such a large group seemed unnecessary. Let's enter the team first while we talk, Suwon suggested. Both Sun Hongxue and Chu Meng received the team invitation, and they were momentarily taken aback to see that Dong Yi was the team leader. Before they could ask questions, Suwon had already led them to the entrance of the Trant Forest dungeon. With only 5 members in the team, they needed one more to fill the roster. There's no choice. We don't know anyone else. Just grab someone randomly, Suwon remarked. Won't that expose us? Dong Yi asked. Having just one outsider is fine. We can find a freshman, and even if he spills the beans, no one would believe him. They had now arrived in the lower-level dungeon area. It was already dusk, and the number of people in the dungeon hall had decreased significantly. Dong Yi scanned the surroundings, hoping to find a suitable teammate. Just then, a newcomer with clear, bright eyes strolled by. Come over here, Dong Yi exclaimed, pulling him close. This fellow student, I see you're idling around. How about teaming up to run a dungeon? Me? The boy was taken aback by the sudden invitation. I just enrolled today. I merely came to take a look. That's absolutely perfect, Dong Yi thought to himself, pleased with his judgment. What is your name, and what is your class? He inquired while inviting the newcomer. Chai Juanhao, martial artist, the new student replied, somewhat confused as he joined the team. Thus, the 6-member squad was finally complete. Help me out here. Let's set a dungeon record. Suwon instructed Dong Yi to confirm the dungeon information on his communicator while casually explaining the situation. Set a dungeon record? What is the current completion time? Chu Ming asked, raising her head in confusion, her pupils suddenly constricting. Before she could voice her thoughts, the light at the dungeon entrance flared, and the team stepped inside. Within the dungeon, Chu Ming, with a look of astonishment, uttered her first words. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? The record for this dungeon belongs to Suwon, and he's the only one? Sun Hongxue looked at Suwon with curiosity. It didn't surprise her that Suwon had single-handedly set the dungeon record. His strength could indeed accomplish such a feat. What puzzled her was why, having achieved the record, he still opted to run the dungeon with a team. The trouble lies in the fact that I'm the only one, Suwon shrugged, acknowledging the obvious. So you didn't want to draw attention and formed a small team to cover it up? Sun Hongxue pondered. All right, time is of the essence. Let us begin. A flash of golden light illuminated the area as Suwon summoned the Holy Knight Order and commenced the monster clearing process. This was Chu Meng's first experience teaming up with Suwon, and witnessing his Holy Knights up close was far more thrilling than viewing them on a screen. Even more astonished was Chai Juanhao. As a new student at the academy, encountering such a situation on his first dungeon run left him speechless. Chapter 62. Why is your level so low yet your experience so high? What difficulty level is this dungeon? How is this Holy Knight so formidable? He can even summon. What the heck, a one-shot kill? This progress is too swift. Chai Juanhao's amazement knew no bounds. Even Chu Meng was internally reflecting. No wonder Suwon could become the provincial champion. Who could possibly rival such strength? The others had seen such scenes many times, and their faces revealed little emotion. Chai Juanhao, however, was even more bewildered. What is going on? Why do they look so calm? Am I the only one in shock? I thought entering the Summer Capital Academy made me exceptional, but now I feel like a mere mud in comparison. He noticed only Chu Meng seemed slightly off, and could no longer restrain himself from asking, why is this holy knight so incredible? He can summon. I've never seen anything like it. He's our provincial champion. Of course, he's impressive. Chu Meng forced a smile, attempting to conceal her astonishment. So he's the provincial champion. That makes sense. Chai Juanhao's fragile heart found a measure of solace. Provincial champions come with all sorts of talents. With Su Wen's Holy Knight Order, the dungeon's progress was remarkably swift. They soon approached the boss, yet Su Wen was in no rush to engage. Instead, he cleared the surrounding minor monsters. Aren't we supposed to be setting a record? Why aren't we attacking the boss? Sun Hongxue queried, puzzled. Su Wen glanced at the time and replied, just a little longer. The pace is a bit too fast. He intended to surpass the completion time by a few minutes. Being overly extravagant wouldn't he do? Sun Hongxue remarked, while others are racing against the clock to set records. Su Wen is worried about finishing too quickly. It's infuriating. Ultimately, Su Wen timed it perfectly, completing the Treant Forest in 55 minutes. Upon exiting, Chai Juanhao realized that the dungeon they had run was set to nightmare difficulty. The completion record for nightmare difficulty was broken so effortlessly. Why did it feel easier than clearing a wild area dungeon? He had merely passed by and had unwittingly hitched a ride on a powerful ally. What a dreamlike start. Su Wen surveyed the names of the team members displayed in the dungeon information and breathed a sigh of relief. This loophole had been adequately covered. With Dong Yi as the team leader, his name was highlighted in red, and Su Wen's name blended seamlessly within the team, making it inconspicuous. The only unfortunate aspect was that a member who had previously achieved a record score was present in the team, preventing them from receiving additional score rewards. However, the team members were immersed in the joy of having broken the dungeon record, completely oblivious to the lack of points. Let us add each other as friends. It'll be much easier with the Academy's communicator. Su Wen sent friend requests to Sun Hongxue and the others, including Chai Juanhao. Sun Hongxue hesitated upon receiving Su Wen's friend invitation. He just assumed I would agree and didn't he even bother to consult me first. Other students would only dare to send a friend request after securing my consent. A knot formed in Sun Hongxue's heart. She wanted to retort to Su Wen, yet she felt there wasn't much fault in his actions. Upon deeper reflection, she realized the root of her discomfort stemmed from the fact that she seemed ordinary in Su Wen's eyes, not considering her feelings at all. The truth was, she felt a slight unease and lacking any sense of superiority beside Su Wen. Despite her hesitation, she ultimately accepted the friend request. In stark contrast, Chai Juanhao was far more straightforward. He instantly accepted Su Wen's request. The idea that such a prominent figure would actively want to befriend him was beyond his wildest dreams. Good news, we broke the dungeon record. Bad news, there are no point rewards. Su Wen shrugged. So, everyone can return to rest. We can run the record again another time. Who cares about those few points? Sun Hongxue haughtily turned to leave. Chu Meng, seemingly accustomed to her demeanor, simply waved goodbye to Su Wen and the others before chasing after Sun Hongxue. Upon hearing that there would be another opportunity to team up with Su Wen, Chai Juanhao displayed immense excitement. When will we run the dungeon record again? Big shot. Dongya's cool response. Novice, wait for my notification. Although there was no definitive timeline, he felt a sense of relief having added friends, allowing for frequent communication. Chai Juanhao, not overly concerned, bid farewell to Su Wen and departed. Dongya crossed his arms over his chest, intently gazing at his name highlighted in red on the dungeon information, a growing delight swelling within him. As the team leader, his name stood out prominently. An overwhelming sense of honor blossomed in Dongya's heart, and he gradually comprehended Su Wen's earlier words. The glory derived from being on the leaderboard eclipsed any paltry points. Stop looking, Su Wen patted his shoulder. Let's go. The following morning, Su Wen awoke to the incessant buzzing of his communicator. Dongya's excited voice rang out. Su Wen, rise and shine. We have a job. Someone's looking for us to break a record. He hadn't anticipated business would come so swiftly. After freshening up and having breakfast with Dongya and the others, they made their way to the dungeon hall. For his first assignment, Dongya made an ostentatious appearance, clutching the blue staff that Su Wen had gifted him. Although he believed he had donned the finest equipment, his low level rendered him practically invisible to others. Su Wen cast a glance his way. It's time to upgrade your gear. While Su Wen's abilities did not heavily rely on equipment, Dongya and the others would see a significant power boost with strong gear. Upon reaching the low-level dungeon area, they found a figure already awaiting their arrival, dressed in a hooded cloak and wearing a mask. It was impossible to discern that this individual was a mage without using any detection spells. At first glance, Dongya mistook him for an assassin. Are you the team here to grind? The masked figure inquired, locking eyes with Dongya. Indeed, that's us, Dongya proclaimed flamboyantly. The masked individual utilized the detection spell to assess Dongya's level. Level 16. Are you capable? His tone bore an undertone of surprise, scrutinizing Dongya with skepticism. Clearly, Dongya's ordinary appearance and equipment offered no compelling evidence of his prowess. What do you mean, capable? I don't even need to lift a finger. I can just send them out. Donya bristled at the masked figure's condescension, preparing to boast about his capabilities, but was abruptly interrupted. If you can't fight, how can you expect the priest to carry the load? Are you a paladin? A low-level character trying to deceive us? How laughable. Your post is clearly a scam. The masked individual, seemingly affronted, stormed off in anger. Donya was left bewildered, unable to fathom that their first job had ended so abruptly, and in such an embarrassing manner. He looked to Suwon for guidance, seeking his opinion. Suwon turned to Donya, their eyes locking, and spoke. Why is your level so low? Chapter 63, Leveling Up the Team. Huh. Suwon's remark left Donya momentarily speechless. It was only the first day at the Summer City Academy, and he was a newcomer. Level 16 was hardly low. Nonetheless, the customer cared little for his circumstances. Upon seeing his level, they concluded that breaking records was impossible. Moreover, the team included a priest and a paladin. The masked figure didn't even bother to check their levels. Even if they were high, they were support roles. To break dungeon records, the focus rested on the damage dealer's class and level. Suwon overlooked the psychology of the onlookers. Although they would understand the team's strength after a single run, the crucial factor was that the masked figure had dismissed Donya due to his low level, denying them an opportunity. The frontman is indeed vital. However, this was not an insurmountable challenge. Leveling them up would be a breeze. Let us go. I'll take you to level up. Suwon applied to be the team leader and guided them toward the Queen Ant's Nest dungeon. The Queen Ant's Nest dungeon was designed for levels 18 and required players to be between levels 16 and 25. Fortunately, both Donya and Du Sini had reached level 16 and were eligible to tackle this dungeon. Dubbed the highest experience-giving low-level dungeon for players below level 25. It was ideal for grinding experience. This dungeon still fell under the low-level category, with the maximum difficulty set at nightmare level. Suwon paid close attention to the dungeon's completion record information. The current record holder was a 6-member team, which included 2 mages, with a berserker as the captain. They were a formidable team, completing the dungeon in 1 hour and 15 minutes at nightmare difficulty. Suwon noted the captain's name, Hanemo. He recalled that this same individual had led the team that refreshed the record for the Treant Grove dungeon before his own. Clearly, this was a noteworthy character. Silently taking note of the completion time, Suwon opted for nightmare difficulty and led the team into the dungeon. The scenery shifted from blurred to clear as they entered a cavern. The cave was dimly lit, reminiscent of the spider cave dungeon they had traversed in the wild. Thankfully, there were no bothersome spider webs here. Suwon concentrated the holy light upon his Lionheart sword, using it as a source of illumination. The radiance instantly filled the cave, prompting a flurry of rustling sounds as shadowy figures, startled, retreated into the dark crevices. After a brief adjustment, Suwon summoned the Order of the Holy Knights to scout and eliminate enemies. This was his first time in the dungeon, and he intended to clear the map while surveying the overall layout. The paladins moved swiftly within the cavern, soon encountering resistance. Numerous shadowy figures emerged from every corner, launching an assault on the knights. Black Armored Soldier Ant, level 17, Constitution 600, Mentality 300, Strength 600, Agility 600, Skills none. Suwon analyzed the attributes of the monsters. Their stats paled in comparison to the creatures in the Treant Grove. However, their numbers were exponentially greater. This quantity was well suited for mage classes, and the terrain favored area damage skills, explaining why the completion team had included 2 mages. Clearly, they had devised a strategy. The overwhelming number of black armored soldier ants surrounded the paladins. One swift strike from a paladin effortlessly dispatched a soldier ant, given their attributes. Any damage inflicted was more than sufficient. Yet, as paladins primarily dealt single-target damage, their advantage was not as pronounced against a horde of foes. Understanding that it was time for him to intervene, Suwon unleashed the Holy Ground skill, instantly creating a radiant area amidst the soldier ant swarm. Successfully defeated a level 17 black armored soldier ant, earning 300 experience points. Successfully defeated a level 17 black armored soldier ant, earning 300 experience points. Experience points continued to flow in as the team comprised 3 members, with experience evenly distributed. As the team leader, Suwon adjusted the experience allocation, allowing Donya and Du Sini to share it equally. Most low-level dungeons capped at a maximum level of 20. He had no desire to surpass that threshold before they even enjoyed their share of the spoils. After all, the objective was to level them up. Once Suwon unleashed the area damage skill, the advantages of the Queen Ant's Nest dungeon became apparent. Although the individual experience from the black armored soldier ants was not as high as that of the creatures in the Treant Grove, their sheer numbers compensated for it. With the area damage skills, hordes of monsters were rapidly eliminated, yielding a vast amount of experience for the team. Wow, this truly is the Summer City Academy. The experience here is far superior to that of the Spider Cave, Donya exclaimed in astonishment. Even Du Sini was taken aback, as this was their first time grinding in the Academy dungeon, and they had not anticipated such a bountiful reward. Their experience was skyrocketing. Little did they know, Su-Wen had already consulted the strategy guide, and the first dungeon he chose for them was indeed the one providing the highest experience among low-level dungeons. The terrain within the Ant Queen's lair is exceedingly intricate, with numerous passages extending in all directions. Su-Wen remained unhurried, leading the paladins in a thorough exploration of the map. Similar to the Spider Cave, the Ant Queen's dungeon also possesses an optimal route for completion. However, Su-Wen opted not to choose a route, as a potential reset of the records could pose complications. At the very least, he did not wish to significantly reduce the completion time. As the party ventured deeper, the attributes of the monsters began to strengthen, and a new creature began to intermingle within the ant swarm, the Black Armored Ant King. Level 19. Health 2000. Mentality 700. Strength 1800. Agility 1200. Skill Corrosion. The potency of the Black Armored Ant King was markedly higher, exhibiting a degree of intelligence that enabled it to evade areas covered by divine protection. Su-Wen directed the paladins to focus on slaying the Black Armored Ant King while he swiftly dealt with the soldier ants. He observed that any paladin attacked by the Black Armored Ant King incurred a lingering damage debuff, evidently the effect of its skill, corrosion. However, Su-Wen paid little heed to this damage. His paladins were all veritable tanks. Upon seeing the Black Armored Ant King's emergence, Su-Wen understood they were drawing near to the boss's location. Such formidable creatures typically serve to guard the boss. Indeed, after a brief advance, the party entered the boss's chamber. In the vast cavern, a colossal black ant loomed, radiating a sinister crimson glow. Its body measured 10 meters in length, 3 times that of the Black Armored Ant King. The black ant sensed the intruders and assumed an aggressive stance, casting an oppressive aura over the party. Black Armored Ant Queen Boss. Level 22. Health 4000. Mentality 1000. Strength 3800. Agility 2200. Skills Egg-laying, Frenzy, Corrosion. Upon glimpsing the boss's attributes, Dong Ye's pupils constricted. These 4-dimensional attributes represented the strongest monster he had ever encountered. A fierce battle loomed ahead. Chapter 64. Sun Hongxue joins the team. The moment Dong Yi laid eyes on the boss, his mind began to conjure images of a grueling battle against it, ultimately vanquishing the creature and triumphantly standing over it. Su-Wen, oblivious to Dong Ye's heroic fantasies, viewed the boss merely as untapped experience. With a commanding gesture, he sent his paladins charging at the Black Armored Ant Queen. The queen utilized her massive mandibles to deflect an incoming strike from a paladin, evidently sensing danger as her abdomen began to rhythmically undulate. In an instant, she laid thousands of white eggs, which rapidly hatched into swarms of black armored soldier ants. This was the Ant Queen's egg-laying skill, creating an army to defend herself. For a party encountering the Black Armored Ant Queen for the first time, being suddenly surrounded by such a horde upon launching their initial assault would spell disaster. The sudden influx of black armored soldier ants posed the greatest threat by disrupting formation, leading to attacks from all sides. Vulnerable backline classes would quickly succumb to the onslaught of the soldier ants. An experienced party would position frontline classes to draw aggro, allowing rear-line mages to eliminate threats from a distance. This would be the optimal strategy to confront the Black Armored Ant Queen. However, Su-Wen felt no need for such tactics. His team never engaged recklessly, with the Paladin Order always leading the charge. Currently, the Paladins found themselves encircled by the black armored soldier ants, hindering their output against the boss. Su-Wen raised his hand to cast Holy Ground, enveloping the Paladins within its protective aura. Any black armored soldier ant daring to attack within this sanctuary was instantly obliterated. Consequently, the Ant Queen's guards transformed into a source of valuable experience. Enraged by the Paladins' assaults, the black armored Ant Queen's crimson glow intensified. She unleashed her skill, Frenzy. Bolstered by this ability, her attack power surged, inflicting significant damage upon the Paladins. The Paladins' health visibly dwindled, though they could withstand this level of damage. Su-Wen felt a pang of concern upon witnessing his Paladin Order being harmed. Thus, he activated Guardian Aura. Instantly, a thick layer of armor value enveloped the Paladin's health bars. The ravenous bites of the frenzied black armored Ant Queen were rendered ineffective, producing a grating sound akin to metal scraping against stone. With her attacks becoming futile, the Paladins struck back with palpable force, causing the Ant Queen's health to plummet. Sensing impending doom, a ghastly green light began to emanate from the Ant Queen's mandibles. Her attacks now bore the corrosion effect when they struck the Paladins. Their armor value rapidly diminished, leaving a lingering green residue that corroded their protective gear with a hissing sound. Observing this, Dong Yi was jolted from his heroic reverie. Feeling grateful he hadn't engaged directly, a mere bite from the black armored Ant Queen would entail far graver consequences than mere smoke. He suddenly deemed it far more prudent to remain hidden behind Su-Wen and reap the experience effortlessly. Regardless of her struggles, the black armored Ant Queen's health continued to dwindle rapidly. Su-Wen cleared away the surrounding black armored soldier ants and further ensconced the Ant Queen within the Holy Ground's reach, hastening her demise. Successfully defeated the level 22 Black Armored Ant Queen, gaining 120,000 experience points. Acquired a purple quality weapon, Corrosion Staff. Acquired green quality armor, Knight's Armor. Obtained rare material, Ant Queen's Mandible. Corrosion Staff, purple quality, Mentality 120, Health 50. Increases mage skill damage by 10. Knight's Armor, green quality, Health 40. Enhances personal armor value by 8. The boss finally succumbed beneath the blades of the Paladin Order, dropping a purple staff. Although its attributes were not particularly suited to Dong Yi, Suwen nonetheless bestowed it upon him. Attribute compatibility was irrelevant. He urgently required a purple item to bolster their presence. The other drops were of little significance and were promptly placed into Suwen's storage for future sale. Upon completing the dungeon, Dong Yi and Du Sini both leveled up to 17. However, due to the extensive time spent clearing the map, the party exceeded an hour and 30 minutes in total duration. Nevertheless, Suwen was unconcerned. He would eventually revisit the dungeon to set a record. After all, the point rewards were only available once, and their timing was flexible. Suwen resolved to expedite Dong Yi's leveling process and led the party back into the dungeon. After a half day of effort, Dong Yi and the others finally reached level 18, matching Suwen's level. Following several successful dungeon runs, they acquired another purple robe, which Dong Yi equipped immediately. Now he appeared considerably more formidable. The staff in his hand and the robe adorning his body radiated a majestic purple glow, attracting the attention of fellow students in the dungeon hall. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Dong Yi reveled in his newfound status. Finally, in the afternoon, another party sought their assistance in clearing dungeon records. This time, the visitor was a forthright level 16 Storm Knight, resplendent in gleaming golden armor that was quite striking. Suwen recognized this armor from the shop. Its attribute bonuses were not particularly high, emphasizing style over substance. It seemed this Storm Knight was a rather vain second-generation wealthy heir. Yet, if vanity was absent, who would seek their help? You wish to clear the dungeon records? The knight scrutinized Dong Yi. Indeed, it is I. Dong Yi straightened his chest, now at level 18, adorned with 2 pieces of purple gear, exuding newfound confidence. To his surprise, the knight paid him no heed, but instead, his eyes shone with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon Du Sini. Wow, what a beautiful girl. You've captured my heart. My name is Zhang Chong, and what is yours? Du Sini chuckled lightly, ignoring him, and leaned closer to Suwen. Hey, are you here to set records, or to flirt? Dong Yi fumed at being disregarded. Zhang Chong, sensing Du Sini's indifference, felt slightly disheartened and reluctantly glanced at Dong Yi. Your gear looks decent, but you're a summoner, right? Seems a bit unreliable. What did you say? Enraged, Dong Yi summoned 3 skeletal warriors. As his skeletal warriors had grown in strength with his level, they now exuded a formidable presence. Your summons look acceptable, but you're merely an epic class profession. Seems a bit dubious, doesn't it? The only bright spot in your team is that girl. Zhang Chong, unimpressed with the team, hesitated to leave. This infuriated Dong Yi. An epic class profession was no small feat. It ranked just below legendary. Wait, hold on. Suwen interjected, sensing the situation might collapse. Why are you thinking of leaving before we've even started? It seemed their team needed a hook to attract attention. It might be time to consider recruiting Sun Hongxue. What's going on? Zhang Chong, blocked from leaving, looked at Suwen with suspicion. Our team has more than just one epic class mage. We also have a legendary violent mage. Suwen smiled lightly, explaining to Zhang Chong. She's just running a bit late. She'll be here shortly. Really? A team like yours has a legendary profession? If so, why aren't they here with you? Zhang Chong was skeptical of Suwen's claims. Of course. Splitting up can be efficient. How many can you take? Suwen conversed with Zhang Chong while sending a message to Sun Hongxue. Come help us set a record. Just me? You can take multiple people? Zhang Chong inquired. In theory, a maximum of 5 can join, Suwen replied. Zhang Chong scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Chapter 65, No Strategies. Come help us set a record. Sun Hongxue received Suwen's message. They had added each other as friends on their communicators, making it much easier to connect. Why are you setting records again? Do you want to clear every dungeon? Yes, I need 2 more people to set a record. Is Chu Ming with you? If you call her, I won't have to ask her myself. Sun Hongxue felt a bit breathless reading Suwen's message, wondering why she seemed like a mere subordinate in his eyes. She contemplated teasing him but decided against it, knowing his indifferent personality. He wasn't one to be easily deterred by rejection. What if he thought she had no interest after refusing him once? Curious about who Suwen intended to bring, she also hoped to team up with him. Having witnessed his efficiency in clearing dungeons, others seemed trivial in comparison. As the dungeon neared its conclusion, she tugged at Chu Ming's sleeve. Are you coming to set a record? Sun Hongxue quickly gathered with Chu Ming at Suwen's location. Our teammates have arrived. Dong Yi greeted them enthusiastically and sent a party request. Now, he was the captain. Wow, a legendary profession. Too bad you're a bit low in level, only level 16. Zhang Chong noticed Sun Hongxue's excitement and didn't turn away despite her lower level, which hurt Dong Yi's feelings. My name is Zhang Chong. You can call me Chong Chong. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sun Hongxue huffed and walked over to Su Wen's side. Is he the one you're bringing? Zhang Chong, noticing Sun Hongxue's indifference, felt dejected and was taken aback by her words. Aren't you bringing me along? Our team is bringing you. It doesn't matter who says it. Let us go. Su Wen signaled Dong Yi. All right, everyone, let's join the party and quickly set a record. Dong Yi shouted, ensuring everyone was ready. So, what dungeon are you aiming to clear? Goodness, you only just thought to ask. Zhang Chong's doubt increased, but seeing 3 stunning beauties in the team, he was willing to waste a little time. After all, he wouldn't receive points unless he broke a record. I want to clear the Shadow Forest dungeon. Oh, no problem. Let us go. Dong Yi replied confidently. Zhang Chong glanced at Sun Hongxue and then at Dong Yi, uncertain about who was the main force. Although Sun Hongxue was low in level, she was a legendary profession. Dong Yi was higher in level and the captain, which also suggested considerable strength. Arriving at the Shadow Forest dungeon, Su Wen paused to examine the record information displayed. The team halted, waiting for Su Wen. Zhang Chong was puzzled. Why have we stopped? Seeing everyone looking at the dungeon record, he followed suit, even though he had studied this information many times before. The clearing record for the Shadow Forest dungeon remained at nightmare difficulty, with these lower-level dungeons having reached an unbreakable state after years of competition. The record holder was a 6-member team, taking 1 hour and 20 minutes. The captain was named Shang Nan, whom Su Wen had never encountered before. The Shadow Forest was a level 16 dungeon, and its difficulty shouldn't be too great. Su Wen decided to aim for a completion time of 80 minutes, not wanting to set the record too high, leaving some hope for future newcomers. Even so, his refreshed record would still be hard to break. Unless he surpassed his own record, it would be challenging for others to do so. Let us choose the highest difficulty and begin, Su Wen declared. Dong Yi nodded in agreement and began confirming the dungeon difficulty. Zhang Chong was taken aback, sensing a subtle focus on the Paladin within the team. Could this Paladin be the frontline profession of the team? He examined the team's composition, realizing that apart from himself, the only one likely to take the frontline role was the Paladin. Uncertain, he spoke up, just so we're clear, I want to be taking on the frontline. My gear can't handle it. We'll handle everything, don't worry. Dong Yi paid the required points to enter the dungeon, leading the team inside. The Shadow Forest dungeon was primarily forested, stretching infinitely in view. Upon entering, they found themselves on an open ground, the landing spot for class changers. The first half of the monsters in the Shadow Forest were few. They quickly dispatched them before heading to the dim canyon to the east. You know about that, right? Zhang Chong surveyed the surroundings, instinctively discussing strategies. Su Wen was taken aback, looking at Dong Yi. There were too many low-level dungeons, and he had never reviewed the strategy for this one. Dong Yi, having grown accustomed to Su Wen's ease, was unaware that the Academy's forum contained dungeon strategies. He then turned to Sun Hongxue, who was a powerhouse and should know, right? Sun Hongxue silently turned her head aside, clearly unaware. It was understandable. She had only just started school 2 days ago, and with so many dungeon strategies, it was normal not to have seen this one. The team members exchanged glances. Yet no one spoke, and the atmosphere turned momentarily somber. Zhang Chong remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, squatting down to pick up a twig and began sketching. Look, this is the general outline of the Shadow Forest scene. We are currently here. In the first half, we need to clear out dozens of monsters. We must eliminate them within 5 minutes, then proceed to this position towards the dim canyon. There is a shortcut here that can save us considerable time. I discovered it by chance. However, the monsters here are quite densely packed, necessitating that the mages eliminate them swiftly. Otherwise, they risk being surrounded. Subsequently, Zhang Chong, wielding a twig, begins to sketch on the ground while articulating strategies with remarkable fluency, as if he were intimately familiar with this dungeon. The surroundings are enveloped in silence, with only the sound of Zhang Chong's voice reverberating through the air. Suddenly, his hand comes to a halt. The surrounding silence returns. What am I doing? Wasn't I supposed to find someone to guide me through the dungeon? Why am I instinctively explaining strategy tips? He slowly raises his head, only to be met with a sea of eager, inquisitive eyes. Gulp. Zhang Chong swallows hard. His hand trembles slightly while holding the twig. He finally grasps the gravity of the situation. What the heck? Zhang Chong abruptly stands up, exclaiming, You can't possibly be unaware of these strategies, right? Su Wen responds honestly. I just enrolled yesterday, and Haven T had the chance to look yet. Haven't had the chance to look? Just enrolled? Freshman. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? I want to exit the dungeon. At this point, Zhang Chong can no longer maintain his composure. Even the presence of 3 beautiful women in the team cannot alleviate his distress. Good heavens, even freshmen are out here causing trouble, and I fell for it myself. If this gets out, how will I ever show my face again? Chapter 66. Our team is unbelievably strong. Calm down, calm down. Our team doesn't require strategies. We can just bulldoze our way through, Su Wen reassures him. He has attentively listened to Zhang Chong's strategies and indeed found that having a strategy could significantly enhance their clearing speed. However, his goal is merely to surpass the current dungeon record by a slight margin, and he has no need for elaborate strategies. unless he wishes to challenge the limits. Brawling style? Zhang Chong stares at Su Wen in disbelief. You think you can break records with that approach? Don't believe me? We'll show you. Su Wen replies with a confident smile. Zhang Chong is intrigued. Could this peculiar team, lacking a frontline, truly possess some extraordinary capabilities? Though curious, he remains skeptical. Thus, he plops down onto the ground defiantly and declares, I want to help you guys with your runs. How can we let the customers do the work? Dong Yi, you stay here with him. Su Wen turns to Sun Hongxue. Let us go hunt monsters. In truth, Su Wen alone is sufficient. But Zhang Chong is in a state where he could exit the dungeon at any moment. If they don't bring a legendary class along, it would further undermine his belief in their ability to clear it. What if he runs away? That would waste both time and ticket fees. The team urgently needs to establish itself. Service must be rendered. Their future wealth hinges on this venture. Under Zhang Chong's doubtful gaze, Su Wen leads Sun Hongxue deeper into the forest. Aren't you really going to help them? Zhang Chong watches incredulously as Dong Yi and the others remain behind. Having two priests in the team is already bizarre enough, yet they both stay here. Hunting monsters is hardly as important as attending to the client. Dong Yi picks up a plank from the side and summons 4 skeletal warriors to crouch down and carry it. Since it's so lonely and boring in the dungeon, let us entertain ourselves. Dong Yi grins, producing a deck of cards as if performing magic. How about a game of Do Di Zhu? Zhang Chong. Within the Shadow Forest dungeon, the monsters' attributes are considerably lower than those in the Ant Queen's lair. Su Wen dispatches them with ease. Sun Hongxue silently follows beside him. Every time they team up, her self-esteem takes a hit. Su Wen is simply too powerful, making it hard for her to believe he is a paladin. Why do you want to break the dungeon record with that person? Sun Hongxue is the first to break the silence. For the points, if we break the record, he'll pay 500 points. Su Wen replies candidly. Are you that desperate for money? Wasting your leveling time for such a trivial amount of points. Sun Hongxue retorts. I'm not like you, a young lady. I have to find ways to make ends meet. Besides, helping others break records is another way to level up. Su Wen's voice is as gentle as a spring breeze. Sun Hongxue cannot quite fathom whether he is genuinely unbothered or simply disregarding her. Yet, teaming up with him does make it difficult to feel upset. It must be said, he is quite the competent team leader. I also earn money through my own abilities. Sun Hongxue emphasizes. She has her pride, to prove that she does not rely on her family but on her own strength. She resolves to earn her living expenses solely through her own efforts. Then I must have misspoken. Su Wen smiles lightly, neither refuting nor praising her words. Speaking as naturally as discussing what to have for dinner. By the way, no one in this team should have earned points before. Once we break the record, the team will receive a reward of 1,000 points. We can earn 1,000 points. Will it be divided among the team? Sun Hongxue, determined to be self-sufficient, is intrigued by this wealth. Those who require assistance in breaking records cannot share the reward points. That's our team's rule. Su Wen glances at Sun Hongxue. So? If we 5 each get 200 points, how does that sound? Not too shabby, right? 200 points. Converted into gold, that amounts to 20,000 gold coins. For a newcomer, that's a significant fortune. It's no wonder Su Wen is so eager to seize this opportunity. Immediately, the thought of an anonymous post she saw on the forum flickers in her mind, connecting it to Su Wen. That anonymous advertisement on the forum. It was you who posted it, right? Indeed, Su Wen admits without hesitation, drawing Sun Hongxue in. So what do you say? Care to join? Having a legendary class in the team indeed raises the odds of success. Those who fled before even entering the dungeon cannot continue like this. Sun Hongxue remains silent. Feeling a twinge of temptation, Su Wen does not press her, allowing her time to contemplate. They advance rapidly, effortlessly clearing obstacles as Sun Hongxue occasionally uses her skills to eliminate stray monsters. Their cooperation grows increasingly seamless. Boom. Haha. Zhang Chong is completely engrossed in the cards, oblivious to the passage of time. Until now, the countdown for clearing the dungeon appears before him. Time to wrap it up. Dong Yi grins, stowing the cards away. Su Wen says we should assemble outside. Let us exit the dungeon. Is it really over just like that? Zhang Chong feels as if it has barely begun. Is this even real? Let us go. Dong Yi urges. They need to assist him in reviewing the dungeon record information so they can collect their payment. After all this hustle, wasn't it all for this purpose? They are teleported out, immediately surrounded by a throng of people. These individuals have rushed over upon hearing the news that the dungeon record has been broken. No way. Another dungeon record has been shattered? What is going on these past few days? Why are records being broken so easily now? Easily broken? I've researched for half a year just to clear one dungeon record, and I still haven't succeeded. Ah, they're out. The record team has appeared. The arrival of Dong Yi and his trio instantly captures the attention of the onlookers. Oh, 2 priests in the team. What kind of strategy is this? Intrigued, they wish to emulate their approach. Zhang Chong gazes up, bewildered, at the dungeon record information, and his name stands out prominently. The time taken to clear the dungeon is merely 1 hour, a staggering improvement of 20 minutes compared to the previous record. It is well known that breaking records is a race against time. Improving by even a few seconds is already impressive. This time, They have improved by a full 20 minutes. What astonishes him further is that this feat was accomplished with only 2 members of the team. If the entire team had participated in the monster hunts, just how terrifying would the record have been? Nonetheless, Zhang Chong is overthinking. The overall difference would not have been significant with everyone engaged. However, if he were to learn that Su Wen had deliberately stretched the clearing time to 1 hour, what would his reaction be? His long-cherished dungeon record has been completed so effortlessly. Zhang Chong, surrounded by envious gazes, starts to feel a sense of pride swelling within him. Our small team is incredibly formidable. Chapter 67, Unraveling the Team's Strength. Zhang Chong had never felt so proud. He reveled in the admiring glances cast by the surrounding crowd. Hey, did you see that? Time to pay up, 500 points. Dong Yi whispered. Sure. Zhang Chong readily transferred the points to Dong Yi, lingering over the instant's information as he remarked. What a pity, if only I were the captain. That's easily arranged. Just add 200 points, and you can become captain. But you'll need a deposit of 1,000 points. Dong Yi, grinning from ear to ear after receiving the points, elaborated on the business, eager to cultivate Zhang Chong into a return customer. I don't have that many points right now. I'll come back once I've saved enough. Alright, just remember to promote our team privately. Dong Yi believed that with this word of mouth, their team's reputation would swiftly spread. Just then, Su Wen and Sun Hongxue teleported in. The onlookers gasped upon seeing Sun Hongxue. Wow. So there's a legendary class in the team. No wonder they set records. Oh, great one. Take me along. I'm a brute class. I can replace that useless paladin. Dong Yi stumbled at the remark, glaring fiercely at the one suggesting to replace Su Wen. Seriously? Why would you want to replace him? Can this team even survive without him? Make way. Seeing Su Wen and the others emerge, Dong Yi parted the crowd, leading the team away. In a secluded corner, Zhang Chong excitedly expressed his immense satisfaction, even contemplating giving a 5-star review. After sending him off with a smile, Dong Yi found himself surrounded by familiar faces. The instance record awarded 1,000 points, and the carry netted an additional 500 points. What a bountiful harvest today. Dong Yi happily transferred the points to Su Wen. As the captain, Su Wen had set the distribution of rewards to prevent automatic allocation to each team member after clearing the instance. If there were 5 strangers during the carry, it would be a significant loss. With a record reward of 1,000 points, each of the 5 members in the team would receive precisely 200 points. Su Wen began allocating the points. I'll pass, Chu Meng said with a shy smile. I was just here to make up the numbers. I didn't do anything. So I can't take the points. If Chu Meng isn't taking it, then I won't either. Sun Hongxue chimed in. This left Dong Yi and Du Xini in an awkward position, since they both didn't want to take the points, should they? After all, they were just there to fill in as well. Every participating member receives points. That's our team's rule. Su Wen directly allocated 200 points to each person through the communicator. Chu Meng was astonished that Su Wen so readily transferred points to her. That was 200 points. Converted into gold, that amounted to 20,000, especially important during the rookie phase where all instances required a ticket fee. Having 200 points was like alleviating a pressing need. I didn't expect Su Wen to be so generous. Sun Hongxue hesitated at the points she received. She had originally come to assist Su Wen, but it now appeared that Su Wen was the one helping her set records. Plus, they shared the points equally. Where else could one find such a good deal? Aren't you running instances to earn points? Now you've split the points. How are you going to accumulate them? Sun Hongxue asked. There's also the bonus income. I can take the 500 points without issue, right? In the Academy's instances, purchasing equipment and upgrading skills required points, and as levels increased, the demand for points would intensify. Thus, it was essential to amass a substantial amount of points early on, which was why Su Wen chose to carry instance records. However, he didn't want to let his teammates assist him for free, so he decided to split the rewarded points. That way, everyone earned points. Of course, that's rightfully yours. Alright then, this was the correct approach. The other teammates agreed. If they were to take an additional share on top of the rewards from the carry, they wouldn't know how to face one another. After all, the points from the instance rewards were already quite significant. Alright, let us wait for the next business opportunity. After distributing the points, Su Wen turned to Sun Hongxue. Why is your level so low? Let me help you level up. Sun Hongxue felt a bit speechless. Her level of 16 was not low, but compared to Su Wen's team, she was still 2 levels behind. She had no complaints. Who could level up as quickly as they did? Nonetheless, she didn't refuse. Teaming up with Su Wen to hunt monsters was simply too effortless, and she was starting to get addicted. Since landing their first carry job, the requests from others had been flooding in. In just a few days, Su Wen had run through over 10 instance records. As most of the carries were solo, the other slots were filled by team members, resulting in their names appearing on numerous records, greatly amplifying their fame. Students began speculating about the connection between this team and the carry posts. With the rumors circulating, those considering hiring carries typically formed teams of 3 to 4 and would request the captain position. This way, half of the refreshed records would be their own, significantly reducing the risk of being suspected of carrying. After all, what honor was there in being suspected of carrying? With half their own members, even if suspicion arose, It would merely be viewed as a strong collaboration. This was precisely what Su Wen had anticipated. The more people he carried at once, the more willing he was, as they only needed to run through once, and the more people there were, the more he earned. However, even if the other team members didn't participate, Su Wen would still divide the 1,000 points from the instance rewards among them. As for the points collected from the carry, those would naturally belong to Su Wen. One day, a 5-person team sought their carrying services. When Dong Yi saw them, he was somewhat astonished. Are you saying you want us to carry all 5 of you at once? Each of you will join our team, and I will remain the captain, the leader. A warrior radiating a purple glow clad in full purple gear, declared. The other team members were mostly adorned in purple and blue equipment, indicating a powerful team. Dong Yi glanced at Su Wen, who nodded at him. No problem, just have Su Wen join you. Before Dong Yi could finish his sentence, the warrior interrupted with an imposing demeanor. The core of your team is this fire mage, Isentishi. How much do you charge for her to join our team? Sun Hongxue had leveled up to 18 through the carries and now sported 2 pieces of purple gear, being a legendary class. It was only natural for the warrior to choose her at first glance. Perhaps we should give it a try? If it's just her, then for the record refresh. I can charge you 500 points, Dong Yi said uncertainly. The warrior's team appeared formidable. If they added Sun Hongxue, the powerful mage, perhaps they could still set the instance record without Su Wen. However, the instance couldn't be too challenging, and the chances were not very high. Give it a try? The warrior was taken aback. How did requesting someone to carry turn into a trial? Chapter 68. Only Su Wen can carry. Could it be that the true competent individual for carrying was this epic necromancer? Since he was the captain, perhaps his overall strength surpassed that of the legendary fire mage? The warrior scrutinized Dong Yi, realizing he might have misjudged in selecting Sun Hongxue. What if I choose you? What would the charge be? Me. Dong Yi was momentarily stunned, hesitating before responding. If you choose me, for a record refresh, I might be able to offer you 200 gold? Dong Yi believed he wasn't of much help. If he managed to break the record with the warrior's team, it would mean they had carried him through the record. The warrior was baffled. Why would you pay gold to have someone carry you? His brow furrowed. Neither of the mages seemed to be the core of the team. Was it the paladin then? This was absurd. Was this team trying to deceive him? The warrior, filled with indignation, exclaimed, how can both of you mages lead us to break records? Should we really resort to recruiting a paladin? In an instant, Dong Yi's spirits were lifted as he solemnly articulated the price. To recruit this paladin, each individual must pay 500 points, and the team leader must contribute an additional 200 points, totaling 2,700 points for your group of 5. The warrior was taken aback. Was this paladin truly so exorbitantly priced? What began as a mere jest had unexpectedly transformed into a serious proposition. To shatter the record in one sweep. It's undeniably worth it, Dong Yi assured him with utmost confidence. Upon seeing Su Wen's self-assured smile, the warrior suddenly recalled an anonymous post. Perhaps the paladin described therein was not merely a gimmick? He cast a dubious glance at Su Wen and proposed, shall we form a party to test it out? Let me be clear, if we fail to break the record, we shall not offer any points. Su Wen smiled back, let's form a party, but do not waste my time. This was the warrior's first encounter with such an audacious paladin. However, Su Wen's confidence resonated well with him. Dong Yi's hesitant demeanor certainly did not inspire confidence as a dungeon guide. The warrior's team sought to conquer the Frost Canyon dungeon. Upon entering, the warrior introduced himself, I am Wang Ming. Technically, you are our guide, but collaboration is essential to avoid wasting everyone's time. No need, I will solo it. You all can wait here, Su Wen interjected without hesitation. Wang Ming was taken aback, clearly not anticipating Su Wen's suggestion to go it alone. The notion of a paladin soloing a dungeon was something he could scarcely believe. Yet, Su Wen's bold claim piqued his curiosity. Someone who dared to assert such a thing must possess extraordinary abilities. May I observe you as you proceed? Wang Ming inquired. Feel free, Su Wen replied. Aware that the revelation of his paladin's prowess was inevitable, perhaps his name had already begun to circulate in the dungeon-running community. Within the dungeon, Su Wen maintained a steady pace, striving to control the completion time. Nonetheless, his performance in monster clearing left Wang Ming utterly astonished. Wang Ming had never witnessed a paladin capable of summoning and executing mass attacks. Especially remarkable were the summoned paladins, who were astonishingly powerful. There was no monster they could not vanquish. Was this truly a paladin? No wonder Su Wen was so confident in his ability to lead a run. It seemed that the post had not exaggerated in the slightest. At this rate, breaking the record was a foregone conclusion. Wang Ming felt a mix of shock and exhilaration. As anticipated, upon defeating the boss, their party shattered the completion record. Emerging from the dungeon, Wang Ming gazed at the record information displaying his name in bold red, unable to quell his excitement. It felt surreal. They had truly set a new record, and throughout the endeavor, only a single paladin had engaged in combat. It was akin to wielding a cheat code. The 2,700 points were undoubtedly well spent. After receiving Wang Ming's points, Su Wen quietly exited the party, vanishing into the crowd. Wang Ming and his companions stood amidst throngs of admirers, basking in their newfound acclaim. After a brief pause, As Wang Ming reveled in the praises, he suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly navigated through the crowd, exiting the dungeon hall, and ultimately entering a room. The room was encircled by bookshelves, laden with an array of books. At the table sat a handsome young man absorbed in reading, Chu Yun, the student council president. The room was serene, punctuated only by the sound of turning pages. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminating his flawless profile, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. The door swung open, and the hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility. Chu Yun looked up at the entering Wang Ming. President, I've uncovered something. I discovered that the team breaking records in the dungeon hall these past few days actually has a core of only one person. Wang Ming rushed in, eager to share his findings. Chu Yun listened attentively, allowing him to continue. You may find this hard to believe, but the core of that team is not the legendary fire mage or the epic-class necromancer. It is a paladin named Suin. Wang Ming fixed his gaze on Chu Yun, anticipating his astonishment. To Wang Ming's surprise, Chu Yun merely nodded and replied, All right, I understand. You may go about your business. Disappointed, Wang Ming departed, thinking that his president was remarkably unperturbed. Suin, indeed, murmured Chu Yun with a gentle smile. It was not that he was unperturbed, rather, he had already prepared himself for this revelation. As the student council president, he had certainly taken note of the dungeon running post, but his thoughts immediately gravitated towards Suin, the paladin. After all, how could a transferee favored by the dean remain unnoticed? It was no surprise that, within a matter of days, the dungeon hall's records were shattered consecutively. Moreover, the presence of a paladin in the team, consistently refreshing low-level dungeons, made the culprit abundantly clear. Thus, Chu Yun had dispatched Wang Ming to verify, and the outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. Suin, with the answer already in his mind, he felt no shock. Suin, you are indeed remarkable, but having broken so many records, I fear you may have incurred the ire of certain individuals, Chu Yun mused, shaking his head before returning to his reading. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the dean's office. Suddenly, with a creak, the door to the office swung open. Tao Wenyuan peeked over a pile of documents, spotting the director of teaching, Feng Tao, accompanied by the president of the Together Society. Old Feng, what brings you here? Tao Wenyuan inquired. You don't usually come uninvited, he added. Dean, there have been reports of certain students exploiting an unknown bug to disrupt the order in the dungeon hall. Please allow Shang Nan to elaborate, Feng Tao stated directly, his style of work always efficient and decisive. The president of the Together Society, Shang Nan, with her delicate features and refined beauty, had a slightly sharp chin that lent her a somewhat acerbic aura. Dean, in recent days, there have been occurrences of maliciously refreshing completion records in the dungeon hall. I suspect someone is exploiting a loophole to earn dungeon rewards. As she spoke, she handed Tao Wenyuan a dossier. Upon reviewing it, Tao Wenyuan found detailed records of the day's broken dungeon records and team information. After thorough examination, I discovered a pattern in the records, all pointing to a particular team. And if you look at the last page, it contains the top anonymous post from the Academy forum, which I trust you have seen. Tao Wenyuan flipped to the final page, which featured the wildly popular post titled, Transcendent Paladin. I am shattering dungeon records in the hall. I suspect that the team responsible for refreshing the dungeon records is closely linked to this post. They must have mastered some kind of loophole within the dungeon to maliciously accumulate points, Shangnan concluded. Tao Wenyuan quickly skimmed through the content of the post. He had inadvertently come across it before, but had not delved into the details. The Academy forum was rife with frivolous posts. Having now examined the content and scanned the names of the team members, he began to piece together the puzzle. Suin. This name may seem inconspicuous to others, but in Tao Wenyuan's eyes, it stood out distinctly. He had personally witnessed Suin's astonishing performance during the Academy assessment. Has he already begun to stir trouble upon entering the Academy? Tao Wenyuan chuckled inwardly. If it were anyone else, he might have harbored doubts about their mastery of certain dungeon loopholes. However, when it came to Suin, such records seemed entirely plausible. Tao Wenyuan even sensed that Suin had deliberately slowed the completion speed, allowing newcomers to view the records without feeling overwhelmed. Leaving a little room for maneuver, he mused. This Suin possesses admirable qualities. Such disciplinary matters were usually handled by Hanemo, were they not? How did this end up in the hands of the Tongzhou Association? Tao Wenyuan set down the materials and uttered a seemingly unrelated remark. Shang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Tao Wenyuan was correct. Hanemo, as the president of the discipline committee, should have been the one to address such matters. However, when Shang Nan sought out Hanemo, the latter dismissed it, stating that it was merely a few records from low-level dungeons and not worth his attention, advising Shang Nan not to disturb him while he was leveling up. This infuriated Shang Nan. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that the majority of the refreshed dungeon records originally belonged to him. Suin had continuously refreshed numerous dungeon records over several days, regardless of whether it was intentional or not. The fact that his records were broken had inevitably tarnished the president's prestige. Consequently, Shang Nin resolved to report this matter to the dean. Dean, the specifics are trivial. What matters is that a student has violated the rules. Feng Tao interjected, redirecting the conversation. Old Feng, if someone truly manipulated the records within the dungeons, I would be the first to know, Tao Wenyuan replied with a smile, continuing, even if there were vulnerabilities in the dungeons. The fact that this particular team discovered them is a testament to their strength. Every student starts from the same point. Leveraging information gaps to gain an advantage is also a demonstration of capability. Feng Tao was taken aback. Why did it seem that the dean was defending this team? Tao Wenyuan then turned to Shang Nan, adding, moreover, in terms of resource acquisition, the academy has provided your trio of presidents with ample conveniences. Surely, you cannot be outdone by a mere freshman team? Shang Nan lowered his head, silently contemplating the implications of the dean's words. Just as Tao Wenyuan had indicated, the three major student associations within the academy were indeed endowed with numerous privileges. They were permitted to collect membership fees, allowed to charge fees for leveling assistance, and entitled to utilize dungeon resources. Now that the dean mentioned this, was he suggesting that they show leniency and not press the uninitiated students too hard? Or was he blaming the three associations for occupying so many resources while still failing to surpass a freshman team? Well, it's not a monumental issue. Dungeon records are inherently competitive. If your team has broken the record, then if you possess the capability, you can simply reclaim it, Tao Wenyuan remarked, organizing the materials in his hands and placing them in a drawer. Do you have any further matters to discuss? He asked with a smile at Feng Tao and the others. Thus, Feng Tao and Shang Nan left in a dejected manner. Suwen, you're in for some trouble now. Tao Wenyuan chuckled, returning to his blueprints. In the days that followed, Su Wen's team continued to refresh records while leveling up. Even though Su Wen deliberately suppressed his level, he still reached level 19. There was no way around it. The other members of the team had also attained level 19, making it impossible to transfer all experience to them. Fortunately, the frequent refreshing of dungeon records meant that there were only a few low-level dungeons left. He intentionally saved the Tree Spirit Grove and Ant Queen's Nest for last, to prevent accidentally breaking any records while leading the team in leveling up. Once he reached level 20, the only low-level dungeon left to refresh would be the Ant Queen's Nest, marking a definitive farewell to low-level dungeon records. However, with their team's growing reputation, others had already begun to reserve high-level dungeons, alleviating concerns about future record refreshes. After spending time together, Sun Hongxue and Chu Ming had assimilated into Su Wen's team, content to serve as supportive members during the record refreshes. When not engaged in refreshing, they would level up alongside Su Wen, genuinely experiencing the camaraderie of their classmates. During this time, Sun Hongxue had secretly inquired about Su Wen's preferences when he was absent. Du Sini pondered for a moment before cheerfully suggesting, barbecue? The next day in the dungeon, Sun Hongxue presented a wrapped item to Su Wen, shyly extending it towards him. What is this? Su Wen asked, receiving the foil-wrapped item with curiosity. Just open it and see, Sun Hongxue replied, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Su Wen raised an eyebrow in surprise before unwrapping the package. A lump of blackened substance glimmered under the foil, appearing even darker. Is this charcoal? Sun Hongxue was taken aback that Su Wen did not recognize it, retorting in a huff, it's roast chicken. What? This is roast chicken, Su Wen exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Dong Yi, watching the black lump, could not contain his amusement. Suddenly, a chill filled the air as Sun Hongxue shot him a glare filled with menace, causing Dong Yi to quickly stifle his laughter and feign interest in the scenery around them. Gulping, Su Wen swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure. The team shares both fortune and misfortune. We shall all partake in this together. Dong Yi silently grumbled to himself as he reluctantly approached. Everyone gathered around the dark object, hesitating to take action. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. You all should try it. This is the result of my long efforts, Sun Hongxue urged. It was evident that she had indeed spent a considerable amount of time on it. But, miss, don't you realize that this is inedible? Just as the team members exchanged glances, contemplating whether to sacrifice themselves for the greater good, a saber-toothed tiger suddenly pounced. Su Wen's eyes lit up. Watch out. He swiftly seized the blackened lump and forcefully shoved it into the tiger's mouth. The sheer force caught the creature off guard, and the roast chicken was swallowed whole. Startled, the saber-toothed tiger fled. Oh no, the roast chicken was snatched away by the tiger. What a shame, Su Wen remarked, secretly relieved. Indeed, what a pity. The other team members echoed, also relieved. That wretched saber-toothed tiger dared to covet my roast chicken. Sun Hongxue stomped her foot in frustration. The others began to empathize with the saber-toothed tiger. Suddenly, Sun Hongxue's expression softened as she seemed to recall something. No worries, tomorrow I will prepare another dish for you. Chapter 70, refreshing the dungeon record again. She has arrived. She has arrived, bearing culinary creations. The following day in the dungeon, Sun Hongxue approached Su Wen cheerfully, carrying her homemade dish. Although it was labeled as a dish, its appearance resembled more of a wrap, neatly cut into segments akin to sushi, despite its outwardly edible appearance. The previous day's incident left Su Wen trembling with trepidation. Try my craftsmanship this time. Sun Hongxue beamed as she handed the dish to Su Wen. What craftsmanship do you possess? Su Wen replied, envisioning the food exuding green vapors, under the watchful gaze of his teammates. He nervously took a piece and placed it in his mouth. After a few chews, his eyes widened with surprise. This is so delicious. Dongyi, observing Su Wen's expression of delight, also took a piece and popped it into his mouth. The taste was undercooked, overwhelmingly salty, and filled with an array of bizarre flavors that assaulted his palate. Dongye's face changed drastically, and he nearly retched, but Su Wen covered his mouth with a hand, urging, if it's good, eat more, don't overreact. Dongyi struggled to regain his composure, silently nodding. As the other team members noted that even Dongyi had no adverse reaction, they curiously took a piece to sample. In the end, not a single dungeon record was refreshed, and they were forced to terminate the session. The entire team lay weakly in bed, having wasted half a day that could have been spent refreshing dungeons. At that moment, Sun Hongxue became aware of the severity of her culinary skills. Filled with remorse, she tended to her teammates. Fortunately, afterward, Sun Hongxue humbly sought cooking lessons from Du Sini and refrained from casually providing food for the team, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Su Wen's team returned to their previous rhythm of dungeon refreshing. One day, just as they exited the dungeon, they were intercepted by an individual. Boss, it's bad news. The record for the Shadow Forest dungeon has been refreshed by someone else. Su Wen recognized Zhang Chong, the first person to lead the refresh in their team. Although the record for the Shadow Forest dungeon had been preserved, it was not something that just any team could break. This piqued Su Wen's curiosity, and he said, let's go take a look. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Shadow Forest dungeon, Su Wen beheld the information regarding the dungeon records. The party consists of 6 members, all at level 19. The configuration includes 1 warrior and 2 mages, forming a formidable output team. Even more astonishing is that all the output-oriented members are clad in golden gear, while the equipment of the other members is no less than purple grade. This is undoubtedly not a haphazardly assembled team. It seems someone has begun to target them. Su Wen instantly comprehended the implications of this information. Previously, the record he had achieved took 55 minutes. But the newly generated record now stands at 53 minutes and 40 seconds, an improvement of 1 minute and 20 seconds. Su Wen glanced at Zhang Chong, acknowledging the evident prowess of their configuration. It was no surprise that they had achieved such a result. Zhang Chong wore a dejected expression, lamenting the loss of his dungeon record merely days after it was set. Don't rush. This signifies a challenge has been issued, Su Wen continued. Although I have stated I won't break my own records, I can certainly break someone else's. Would you like to hire us for another run? Zhang Chong hesitated. If they attempted another run, what if someone else shattered that record as well? Perhaps I should wait a few more days? Fear not. This time, I shall help you establish a record that no one can surpass. After all, you are our very first customer, Su Wen reassured him, patting Zhang Chong's shoulder. Having witnessed Su Wen's team's strength, Zhang Chong felt a sense of assurance in his promise. This time, I want the position of captain. Here are 700 points up front. In their second collaboration, he exhibited complete trust. The dungeon no longer offered point rewards, and there was no need to pay a deposit of 1,000 points. Splendid. The captaincy is yours. Select the highest difficulty, and let us commence. Without any further preparation, Su Wen plunged directly into the dungeon. In a corner of the dungeon hall, unnoticed by anyone, the masked Zhang Nen watched as Su Wen's team entered the dungeon, a cold smirk forming on her lips. You think you can break my record without any preparation, with this high-powered team I've painstakingly assembled? Zhang Nen had reached level 30 and was no longer permitted to enter lower-level dungeons. As the president of the Tongzhou Society, she utilized the public resources of her guild to forge a team equipped with golden gear. In terms of both level and equipment, they were overwhelming. Zhang Nen was confident that no one could surpass her. I'll wait for you for 54 minutes. If you fail to emerge by then, this team will be of no concern. She resolved to bide her time, eager to see what tricks this team might employ. Within the dungeon, Zhang Chong witnessed what true power entailed. In merely 10 minutes, they had already progressed nearly halfway through the dungeon. Rather than remain at the entrance waiting, his curiosity compelled him to observe how this team dispatched the monsters. What he encountered was nothing short of unbelievable. Groups of monsters fell before Su Wen. All adversaries dispatched instantaneously by the Paladin squad. The speed of their advance was so rapid that he had to jog to keep up. There was no pulling of monsters, no repositioning, no coordination. It was a one-man sweep by Su Wen. In that moment, Zhang Chong finally grasped who the true core of this team was. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a single paladin could achieve such feats. This time, Su Wen did not deliberately dawdle. With a challenge issued, he aimed to demonstrate what an insurmountable record truly entailed. As the final boss fell with a resounding crash, the time was cemented at 28 minutes and 22 seconds. Zhang Chong was left in a state of shock within the dungeon. Outside, all the students were equally stunned. Congratulations to Zhang Chong, Dong Yi, Sun Hongxue, Du Sini, Chu Meng, and Su Wen for breaking the clearing record of the nightmare difficulty Shadow Forest dungeon, achieving a time of 28 minutes and 22 seconds. The announcement reverberated through the dungeon hall 3 times, each repetition striking the hearts of the gathered crowd. They felt their heads buzzing. 28 minutes. An unfathomable record. A throng of students rushed to the low-level dungeon area, determined to witness it for themselves. It was indeed real. I remember this dungeon record was just broken. It hasn't even been a day, and now it has been shattered again. Is this something humans can accomplish? Is there a bug in the dungeon? Nonsense. With the presence of Tao Shun, how could there possibly be a problem with the dungeon? Yet, with the recent fluctuations in dungeon records, some felt an unsettling sense of confidence. As if they could achieve it too. In the shadows, Shang Nan's mind echoed with the announcement, leaving her in turmoil. How could this be? She had originally planned to wait 55 minutes within the dungeon hall. If this team had not cleared it by then, it would indicate their lack of ability to break the record. To her astonishment, they shattered it in 28 minutes, cutting her waiting time nearly in half. The top-tier team she had invested heavily in to forge a record had been so effortlessly surpassed, and the time reduced by nearly half. What a joke. A surge of fury ignited within Shang Nan, overwhelming her with a profound sense of defeat. If it had only improved by a few seconds, it might have been bearable. But this drastic reduction in time was simply incomprehensible. Zhang Chong, as the team leader, found his name highlighted first in the system announcement. Even within the dungeon information, his name was marked in red, drawing the most attention. This positioned him as the center of discussion, with admiration pouring in from all sides. Zhang Chong snapped out of his daze, clearing his throat and standing tall. He had sought assistance in breaking the dungeon record for this very moment. The accolades made him feel elated. Purchasing the captaincy for an additional 200 points felt truly worthwhile. Su Wen surveyed the surrounding students and suddenly proclaimed, "If anyone can surpass this dungeon record, our team shall withdraw from the competition for records." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Such confidence. This team appeared quite formidable. If they were indeed surpassed, would they not forfeit the dungeon record reward points? Please, look at this score. Although you've reached level 25, if we let you in now, could you possibly break it? It would be quite a challenge. I doubt even the 3 guild leaders could surpass it. They chuckled, noting that their levels had long since surpassed the limits of these dungeons. If they were to enter now, the outcome was uncertain. Give it up. Why don't you mention their current levels? They recalled the record left by Han Mo, which took an hour. It seems there are indeed talents among this new batch of students. After finishing his remarks, Su Wen ignored the discussions and strode away from the crowd. The onlookers, daunted by his presence, parted to clear a path for him. The other team members followed Su Wen, leaving Zhang Chong alone, still engrossed in the dungeon record information. Reluctant to part with it, watching Su Wen and the others depart, Shang Nan clenched her jaw in frustration. She understood that Su Wen's words were directed at her. If she sought to break his record, he would simply respond in kind. Now this record had transformed into a battleground between them. He had thrown down the gauntlet, waiting for her to respond. If she could not meet the challenge, it would reflect poorly on her strength. If she retreated, it would only lead to further embarrassment in attempting to break other dungeon records, for she could not afford to lose face. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Nan resolved to investigate how they achieved this record. Determined, she adjusted her mask and quietly departed the dungeon hall. Within a week, Su Wen had nearly swept through all the records of the low-level dungeons. In order to render the dungeon records more authentic, it is customary for Su Wen to undertake these endeavors with a party of 5. When only Su Wen is present in the team, it adds an element of discretion, as no one can assert that it is a record of assisted runs. After all, he is merely a paladin. Su Wen prefers to lead a party of 5. After all, he is the one who eliminates the monsters, thus earning a greater number of points in a single expedition. During this period, no one has attempted to challenge the dungeon records established by Su Wen. Having traversed through the records of lower-level dungeons, he has resolved to level up and conquer higher-tier dungeons. Having amassed sufficient points, it would be counterproductive to continue suppressing his level. When the record for the Treant Grove dungeon was refreshed, Su Wen and his entire team ascended to level 20. The process was seamless, as they had accumulated all the necessary experience over the past days. Name, Su Wen. Class, Paladin. Level, LV 20. Constitution, 350. Mentality, 350. Strength, 350. Agility, 350. Unique passive, Sun Knight. You are a cherished child of light, perpetually bathed in the blessings of the God of light. Regenerate 1 health point per second. Active skills, Holy Light, level 20. Sacred Ground, level 1. Guardian Aura, level 1. Command, Unique, level 3. Holy Light, level 20 can heal a single unit or inflict holy damage on undead or demonic entities. Healing and damage values are augmented by 20 of the caster's health. Command, Unique, level 3 were the Sun Knight's sword points. There lies the direction for the Sacred Knights battles. Summon 11 Sacred Knights to fight for you, with their attributes being 30 times that of your own. Sacred Ground, level 1 harnessing the power of Holy Light. Create a sacred area with a radius of 24 meters, dealing damage equal to 1 health point per second to enemies within the area. Guardian Aura, level 1 increases the defense value of all team members by 1 and provides 1 health point of armor. Only 1 aura can be active at a time, and effects of the same type do not stack. Armor value refreshes every 10 minutes. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, Su Wen noted that upon reaching level 20, his 4 primary attributes had increased by 40 points, effectively doubling their previous values. The command skill had elevated to level 3, now rendering the attributes of the Sacred Knights to be 30 times his own. Suwon summoned the Holy Light Codex to review the information regarding the Sacred Knights. To his surprise, he discovered that the Ice Knight had acquired a new skill. Ice Knight. Constitution, 10, 500. Mentality, 10, 500. Strength, 10, 500. Agility, 10, 500. Skill, Freeze. Freeze, passive normal attacks inflict a freezing effect, reducing the target's movement speed by 100 and attack speed by 100. This, indeed, resembles a control skill. Suwon's eyes sparkled with excitement at the skill description. If struck by the Ice Knight, would the opponent not be rendered immobile? Moreover, the reduction of 100 attack speed is a devastating counter against foes reliant on basic attacks, with attributes soaring to a staggering 10, 500. It was clear that the Paladin could assert dominance wherever he ventured. With his attributes significantly enhanced, Suwon resolved to delve into a higher-level dungeon. He selected a level 20 dungeon, Death Sand Sea. The entry requirements for the Death Sand Sea dungeon ranged from level 20 to 25, making his party perfectly qualified. At the dungeon's entrance stood numerous students, as those grinding from levels 20 to 30 were in abundance. Typically, lower-level dungeon areas are occupied by incoming freshmen. Stop. Are you intending to enter the Death Sand Sea dungeon? A soldier boldly obstructed Suwon and his companions at the entrance. What is the matter? Suwon halted, casting a dispassionate glance at the soldier, whose tone he found displeasing. Do you need a guide? The soldier inquired. We have our own team, Suwon replied, shaking his head. If you don't require a guide, you must pay 50 points to enter the dungeon. The soldier stated brusquely. The system automatically deducts points for entry. Why should we pay you? Suwon frowned slightly. The soldier, casting a disdainful glance, retorted, You should consider the ownership of this dungeon. Chapter 72. Conflict within the dungeon hall. Suwon surveyed the dungeon entrance and noticed a flag nearby, emblazoned with the image of a wolf. You must be freshmen, right? The soldier said impatiently. This dungeon belongs to our discipline committee. Any team wishing to enter must pay 50 points as a ticket. It's the rule. How do you speak to my brother? Dong Yi, incensed by the soldier's tone, exclaimed, Do you speak like a brigand? The soldier, already irritable at having to explain matters to freshmen, was further provoked by Dong Yi's fiery words. If you wish to enter the dungeon, you must pay 50 points. I advise you to be sensible. Oh, so you think you're so formidable that you can charge us a toll? Dong Yi, emboldened by his camaraderie with Suwon, adopted a fearless demeanor. Why are you allowed to collect fees here? Suwon maintained his composure, perplexed as to how the Academy's dungeons had come under the purview of the discipline committee. As they argued, a crowd gathered to observe. Since these dungeons belong to the discipline committee, they are indeed entitled to collect fees. A well-meaning senior, noticing they were freshmen, quietly explained the situation to them. After a thorough explanation, Suwon finally grasped the circumstances. Initially, the entry to Academy dungeons was solely subject to system deductions of points. However, significant disparities in experience, loot, and rewards among dungeons led to overpopulation at those offering high rewards. This congestion at the dungeon entrances caused severe bottlenecks, hindering subsequent individuals from approaching to select dungeon difficulties, leading to diminished efficiency amidst the chaos. Being civilized individuals, people quickly organized queues, alleviating the issue for a while. However, the first impatient person to cut in line shattered this civility, propelling the situation into a second phase where the might of one's fist determined priority in selecting dungeons. Amidst the conflict, it soon became evident that sheer numbers could overwhelm individual strength, transforming skirmishes into competitions among teams. Teams evolved into factions, which then coalesced into various student councils. The Great Xia Empire, with its martial spirit, fervently encouraged this predatory culture, allowing such groups to flourish. After centuries of evolution, these numerous factions eventually merged into the Student Council, the Discipline Committee, and the United Guild. From that point on, the Academy's dungeons were entirely under their dominion. In pursuit of their own interests, the three factions delineated dungeon ownership and imposed fees on students entering the dungeons. Consequently, they amassed a substantial number of points, thereby augmenting their own power. By implementing preferential strategies for members, they attracted waves of formidable individuals, further solidifying their positions. As their operations became increasingly sophisticated, they began offering services such as leveling, material farming, and task completion, indeed providing assistance to those less capable. Gradually, all students acquiesced to these practices. For sustainable development, the three factions imposed no restrictions on lower-level dungeon areas, as freshmen entering the academy often lacked points. Maintaining these low-level zones allowed them to earn some. Additionally, other areas with average rewards from dungeons remained open to provide opportunities for point-scarce students. Conversely, high-reward dungeons were firmly under the control of the three factions, requiring personal points for access. Suwon had taken note of the experience rankings for level 20 dungeons, and Death Sand Sea was prominently featured. Coincidentally, this dungeon belonged to the Discipline Committee, hence the initial dialogue. Suwon suddenly realized observing how succinctly the individual explained the situation, elucidating the background with just a few words. Consequently, he rewarded him with 5 points. The man was instantly overjoyed, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected windfall. The onlookers expressed their regret. Had they known Su-Wen was so generous, they would have stepped up to provide commentary themselves. The explanation was so compelling that the warrior nodded in agreement, even contemplating inviting him to join their ranks as a commentator. It was only then that he awoke to his responsibilities, casting a fierce glare at Su-Wen. Now you understand why we collect entrance fees, don't you? Indeed. Su-Wen nodded, drawing his Lionheart sword, indicating that the strongest would claim dominion over the dungeon. The warrior was taken aback by Su-Wen's audacity, daring to confront the discipline committee. With a single swing, Su-Wen severed the flag of the discipline committee, declaring that the ownership of this dungeon now belonged to him. He surveyed the area, announcing that today the Death Sand Sea dungeon was free. Those in need were welcome to raid it. The crowd exchanged glances, stunned that someone had the audacity to challenge the discipline committee. This entire team must be newcomers. How could they dare to confront the committee? I bet they'll soon realize they've bitten off more than they can chew. They're still too young. I secretly hope they teach the discipline committee a lesson. Grinding in this dungeon feels like working for them. What are you saying? That's impossible. Shoo. Keep your voice down, or you might attract unwanted trouble. Is there really someone bold enough to cause a ruckus here? The warrior responsible for collecting fees was furious. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He drew his weapon, directing it at Su-Wen, declaring, "Unless you wish to witness the true might of the discipline committee, you will not know the meaning of fear." Boom. Just as the warrior aimed his weapon at Su-Wen, a massive fireball hurtled toward him, crashing into his face. The immense force sent him flying to the ground, where he groaned in agony. Sun Hongxue was the first to lose her composure, launching an attack. Being a lady of status, she wouldn't tolerate being bullied. Su-Wen, however, had other thoughts. The onlookers, who had previously thought this new team might be reprimanded, were astonished to see the tables turn so swiftly. With the opponent now lying on the ground, was that the legendary fire mage? Goodness, this team possesses some formidable prowess. No wonder they spoke so boldly. With a single strike, they took down a warrior? And that warrior was level 25. Even Su-Wen cast a sideways glance at Sun Hongxue, realizing she had grown stronger without him noticing. Sun Hongxue met Su-Wen's gaze with a proud look, playfully asserting that, clad in her purple gear, her damage output far exceeded that of a level 25 warrior. Never mind, the dungeon is unmonitored now. Let us dive in. Taking advantage of the absence of the discipline committee's reinforcements, they charged forth. Good comrades, we shall remember you. As the members of the discipline committee were defeated, those looking to exploit the dungeon surged forward, eagerly entering it. Passing by Su-Wen's team, some offered grateful thumbs up, while others shot them sympathetic looks. Offending the discipline committee would not yield pleasant consequences. Sympathy aside, free loot was paramount. They brushed past and charged into the dungeon. Let us join the fray. Su-Wen smiled lightly, eager to experience a level 20 dungeon. Chapter 73, The Death Sand Sea Dungeon. Within the Death Sand Sea dungeon, the yellow sand swirled, obscuring the heavens. Su-Wen's team treaded carefully on the soft sand, advancing slowly. A subtle tremor coursed through the sand, as if some creature were moving beneath. As the vibrations intensified, dozens of massive maws erupted from the sand. Deathworm. Level 20. Vitality 2,500. Spirit 1,200. Strength 3,000. Agility 2,000. Skills none. Fortunately, as it was their first venture into this dungeon, Su-Wen's team did not act recklessly. Otherwise, a single bite would not only require immediate healing, but also leave them psychologically scarred from the close encounter with such a grotesque creature. Even from a distance, the writhing bodies caused the 3 women in the party to pale. I dislike this dungeon. Sun Hongxue frowned. I've heard the experience points are substantial. Let us give it a try. Su-Wen summoned the Paladin Order, for any hopes of relying on teammates to slay the monsters were futile. The Paladins, devoid of the human aversion to the death worms, charged forth with swords drawn, striking with fervor. Yet, under the same nightmarish difficulty, the challenge of a level 20 dungeon had significantly escalated. The monster's base attributes had been markedly enhanced, and now a single strike from a paladin failed to slay the creature, leaving it with a sliver of health. Su-Wen unleashed Holy Land to deliver the finishing blow. However, the damage from Holy Land was lagging behind. It was time to consider upgrading the skill level. After countless days and nights of increasing his health points, Su-Wen's vitality had now surpassed 1 million. While his 4 primary attributes were not particularly high, such a substantial health pool made him exceedingly difficult to kill. The skill, Holy Land, was only at level 1, dealing damage equal to his health points per second to monsters within the area. Even with Su-Wen's current health of 1 million, the damage dealt was merely around 10,000. In lower level dungeons, this was manageable. But upon entering the level 20 dungeon, he felt a significant strain. This was his only area of effect skill, it needed enhancement. Nevertheless, alongside the Paladin Order, they still dispatched the monsters at a swift pace. Each Deathworm yielding a bounty of experience. Successfully defeated a level 20 death worm, gaining 1,800 experience points. Su-Wen noted the experience. The rewards from the level 20 dungeon were significantly higher, and even when divided among 5, the experience remained substantial. However, upon reaching level 20, the noticeable increase in the experience required for leveling up was quite apparent. Perhaps it was time to consider larger dungeons. Large dungeons typically accommodate teams ranging from 1 to 50 players. These dungeons are vast and challenging, yet they offer much greater experience rewards. Su-Wen pressed on. Soon arriving at the boss arena, rumbling echoed from deep below. Something was swiftly approaching the surface through the rock. The sand began to sink, forming a large pit. And a colossal figure suddenly burst forth. Corrupted Worm Boss. Level, 25. Vitality, 6,000. Spirit, 2,200. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 6,000. Skills, Quicksand, Invisibility, Death Bite. The appearance of the boss instilled a sense of dread in all present. Its massive form opened its maw, emitting a piercing shriek. Rows of razor-sharp teeth lined its mouth. Resembling a crushing machine, the corrupted worm was the sovereign of the sands, effortlessly transforming the surrounding terrain into quicksand, making it difficult for Su-Wen's team to maintain their footing. The prey's mobility was hindered, but the corrupted worm moved with ease, burrowing through the sand like a serpent, poised to strike. This boss is truly troublesome. The ground shifted, and the boss was on the move, causing Dong Yi to feel dizzy. Su-Wen recalled the skill of the Frost Knight. He commanded the Frost Knight to approach the corrupted worm swiftly. The sword imbued with icy breath struck the boss, and a layer of visible frost spread across the corrupted worm. The boss was instantly encased in ice, immobilized and unable to navigate the sands with its usual agility. Wow, Su-Wen, your summoned paladins have learned a new skill? How are we supposed to keep up with you now? The team gazed in envy at Su-Wen's paladin, now capable of freezing their foes, speechless in admiration. Initially, I presumed that this formidable boss would present a significant challenge. However, once Su-Wen immobilized it with ice, it transformed into a mere target. My own ascension in strength is inherently linked to your own, so let the assault commence. Su-Wen's paladins have already encircled the corrupted worm, while the remaining members of our squad contribute their firepower. Even Dong Yi has summoned a legion of skeletal warriors to assail the boss. It must be noted that the damage inflicted by Dong Yi's skeletal warriors is quite impressive, albeit still considerably inferior to Su-Wen's order of paladins. What began as a boss battle swiftly devolved into a skirmish. The corrupted worm succumbed in mere minutes, unwillingly collapsing. Successfully defeated the corrupted worm boss, earning 200,000 experience points. Regarding the equipment and materials dropped by the boss, Su-Wen cast a cursory glance before discarding them into his storage space. Currently, he cannot be bothered to examine any items that do not emit a purple or higher luminescence. Congratulations to Su-Wen, Dong Yi, Sun Hongxue, Du Sini, and Xu Ming for refreshing the completion record of the nightmarish difficulty Desert of Death dungeon, taking 56 minutes and 32 seconds. As the system announcement echoed throughout the dungeon hall, Su-Wen's team was teleported out of the instance. Dong Yi beamed with joy. The points accrued while accompanying Su-Wen through the dungeon had already surpassed 10,000. Just days ago, he was fretting over next month's rent. Yet in the span of a few short days, he had transformed into a substantial points holder. With such an abundance of points, securing a private apartment would be child's play. Dong Yi now regarded his association with Su-Wen as an extraordinary stroke of fortune. This squad is remarkably formidable. Having shattered the dungeon record, they dare to challenge the discipline committee. They must possess some noteworthy capabilities. There's bound to be excitement ahead. Look, they are emerging. As Su-Wen's team exited the dungeon, the surrounding murmurs quieted considerably, morphing into hushed whispers. The crowd gathered had grown exponentially since their entry, forming a spontaneous circle to observe from a distance. In comparison to the dungeon record being broken, this throng appeared far more intrigued by the actions of Su-Wen's team, as if anticipating something momentous. Their path was obstructed by a 6-member squad, and upon noticing their insignia, Su-Wen quickly understood why the spectators maintained their distance. This was the discipline committee, wary of the potential fallout. Humph, you finally emerged, wasting a considerable amount of my time. The leader of the group, a young man, wore an expression of impatience, feeling that he had been dispatched to manage such trivialities at the expense of his own leveling endeavors. Chapter 74, The Squad's Initial Display of Power. As the young man spoke, it incited further whispers among the crowd. To everyone's astonishment, even Li Ming had arrived, escalating the situation significantly. It was inevitable. This could very well be the first time the discipline committee faced a challenge. The direct dispatch of Li Ming indicated the seriousness with which they regard this confrontation. This squad is in for a rough time. The bearers of the torch must not be allowed to perish in the storm. They are, in a manner, working for our benefit. Brothers, shall we lend a hand? Just look at Li Ming's equipment, and then at their levels. If you wish to intervene, be my guest. I have no desire to walk into certain death. It seems this fledgling team must rely on their own fortune. Surely, They possess some strength to dare challenge the discipline committee. They must, right? Su Wen surveyed Li Meng's team, noting that even the lowest level among them surpassed level 25, with Li Meng himself reaching an impressive level 27. Clad in resplendent purple gear that radiated a dazzling light, his comrades formed an impenetrable wall behind him. Li Meng drew forth his rune-etched sword, declaring, "If you possess some formidable backing, you would do well to reveal it now. Otherwise, when I strike you, I shall show no mercy." He surmised that anyone bold enough to assault the discipline committee might have been instigated by another party, for how else could they possess such audacity? "Why would we require any backing to deal with you?" Dong Yi regarded Li Meng with indifference, asserting that the stronger fist dictates the dungeon's outcome. "So why shouldn't they test their mettle? It appears you are merely a band of novices." Li Meng, having assessed the squad's levels, scoffed, remarking, "Can you withstand the cost of this trial? Oh, how arrogant you are. If a fight is to ensue, let it commence. I am eager to test my strength against you." Dong Yi brandished his staff, summoning skeletal warriors. Having followed Su Wen for so long, he was eager to ascertain his own capabilities. "Su Wen, stand back. We've got this." Sun Hongxue shared a similar sentiment, raising her staff. A golden light flickered as Du Sini cast mind fire upon her, causing Sun Hongxue's grasp on her staff to emanate a golden glow. Chu Ming was not idle either. The skeletal warriors summoned by Dong Yi began to manifest clusters of mind fire atop their heads. With 2 priests in the team, their state enhancement was particularly rapid, as dozens of skeletal warriors' hollow eye sockets glimmered with golden light. The emergence of such a skeletal army before the onlookers exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Goodness, this squad possesses some remarkable talent. I was initially puzzled as to why they had 2 priests. It turns out to be for enhancing the necromancer's summons. The synergy between the necromancer and the priests appears formidable. Not to mention, one of them is a legendary fire mage. What a spectacle of output this will be. This battle is bound to be exhilarating. Not necessarily. Li Meng also wields an epic tier class, being a magic swordsman with formidable magical resistance, and his level considerably surpasses theirs. I foresee a definitive suppression. What is happening? I'm already feeling exhilarated before the battle has even begun. As Su Wen's team assumed their battle stances, they ignited the anticipation of the onlooking crowd. A grand performance was about to unfold. Do be cautious. This is the dungeon hall, and let not your ruckus be too pronounced. Observing his team's fervor, Su Wen resignedly chose to spectate. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? The magic swordsman is a bane to mages. Li Meng snorted derisively. The runes on his sword ignited, unleashing a crescent blade of energy that swept toward Dong Yi. This was the magic swordsman's skill, Crescent Slash. Li Meng was resolute. Although Dong Yi commanded a multitude of skeletal warriors, the mage himself was inherently weak. If he could vanquish him, the skeletal legion would falter without a leader. Dong Yi, sensing Li Meng's intent, hastily commanded a dozen skeletal warriors to shield him. Crack! Li Meng's Crescent Slash shattered several skeletal warriors. Hiss! This magic swordsman is indeed formidable. Fuming, Dong Yi directed his skeletal army to converge upon Li Meng. Li Meng's teammates immediately supported him, engaging in combat with the skeletal horde, alleviating some of his burden. Du Sini and Chu Meng remained vigilant, ready to administer timely, healing spells to the skeletal warriors. Li Meng, unwilling to be ensnared by the skeletal warriors, understood that to expedite the conclusion of this battle, he merely needed to strike down the mage. Gale Slash! Li Meng bellowed, the runes on his sword glowing once more as his form transformed into an ethereal shadow, slipping past the skeletal warrior's blockade to stand before Dong Yi. This was the magic swordsman's Gale Slash. The necromancer was in peril. A gasp erupted from the crowd, and upon noticing the puzzled gazes around him, the onlooker elaborated. As it turns out, the magic swordsman's Gale Slash is a charge skill featuring 3 segments of damage. During the charge, it inflicts magical damage upon enemies in its path, but the subsequent 2 slashes deliver physical damage. Mages generally possess high magic resistance, but are weak against physical damage, making the magic swordsman's Gale Slash a veritable nemesis for them. Indeed, just as he described, Li Meng's charge inflicted substantial damage upon the skeletal warriors in his path. However, he was not a pure mage. Thus, the magical damage was not overly exaggerated. Even so, it depleted a significant portion of the skeletal warriors' health. The 2 priests of Su Wen's squad quickly rushed to heal the skeletal warriors, as these summons constituted their frontline defense. Should their numbers dwindle excessively, and the mage be approached by Li Meng's team, defeat would be inevitable. Dong Ye's vision blurred, and in a moment of terror, he realized Li Meng was already standing before him. Prepare to meet your end. Li Meng smirked wickedly. The mages who had fallen beneath his Gale Slash were countless. The visage of Dong Ye, on the brink of death, loomed vividly in his mind. With a swift wind cutter, Li Meng surged forward, executing 2 successive strikes against his opponent. In the blink of an eye, the first strike had already found its mark on Dong Ye. The latter felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, his health bar plummeting by half, along with a significant depletion of his mental fortitude. This was the distinctive trait of a magic swordsman. Attacks not only inflicted physical harm, but also ravaged mental energy. Li Meng, having just executed the first strike, followed up without delay with the second. He was acutely aware that the damage from the second strike would far exceed that of the first, and given Dongya's current health, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. As Dongya teetered on the brink of demise beneath Li Meng's blade, the eyes of the team members widened in shock. Realizing too late that they could not intervene. Do not underestimate your opponents in battle. Su Wen's voice resonated, calm and steady as a still pond. The Guardian Aura was invoked, enveloping the team members with a substantial increase in their armor value. As Li Meng unleashed his second strike upon Dongya, the clash of steel reverberated, yet the damage was entirely absorbed by the enhanced armor. What is happening? Li Meng was taken aback. Not only had his second strike failed to fell Dongya, it had not even breached the armor. Chapter 75, Defeating the Provocateur. The sudden turn of events left both sides momentarily bewildered. It is time to counterattack and inflict grave injuries upon them. Su Wen's voice surged through the air like a shot of adrenaline, snapping the team members back to reality. Meanwhile, Sun Hongxue, providing support from the sidelines, unleashed an arcane missile, sending a barrage of magical projectiles hurtling towards Li Meng, forcing him to retreat away from Dongya. Did you just attempt to kill me? Dongya's gaze turned frigid. His eyes blazed a deep crimson, as if ignited by the fires of hell. In that moment, the skeletal warriors summoned by Dongya glowed with a sinister red light. A horde of skeletal warriors charged towards Li Meng, their attack frequency doubling. With the increase in his level, Dongya had acquired numerous new skills. The one he was employing now was the Necromancer's class skill, Evil Frenzy, which enabled his minions to attack at double the speed. As a magic swordsman, Li Meng possessed considerable physical resistance, bolstered further by his equipment, allowing him to withstand the skeletal warriors' onslaught. However, now besieged by a multitude of them with their attack speed enhanced, Li Meng found himself overwhelmed. He executed Wind Cutter to retreat back to his team. Dongya was unwilling to let him escape, commanding the skeletal warriors to surround Li Meng's squad. Sun Hongxue predominantly wielded area of effect skills, which were difficult to deploy within the confines of the dungeon hall. Thus she continually cast single-target spells like Arcane Missile against the enemy. With the boost from Mindfire, Sun Hongxue's damage output was formidable, leaving the priest in Li Meng's group scrambling ineffectively to maintain the team's health. With the robust armor provided by Guardian Aura, Li Meng dared not advance towards the mage, lest he become the focal point of their fire. The tide of battle had shifted, rendering Li Meng's team defensively positioned. This spectacle astounded the onlookers. Li Meng's team was being suppressed. I never anticipated this fledgling team to possess such strength. It was one thing to lack a frontline, but to encounter a magic swordsman, a nemesis to mages, and yet still gain the upper hand. Did no one notice? The turning point lay with that paladin. He had neutralized Li Meng's Wind Cutter. After the paladin had bestowed armor upon the team, Li Meng refrained from advancing towards the mage, and with merely a single Guardian Aura, the battle's momentum had shifted. Truly impressive. One cannot deny, the armor value added by this paladin is astonishing. Li Meng's second strike barely made an impact. Viewed from this angle, the paladin seems quite enticing. Do not be absurd. That paladin must possess some gear that enhances his skills. I once teamed with a paladin for a dungeon run, and when he activated his aura, we nearly faced total annihilation. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd reached Li Meng's ears, igniting a sense of urgency within him. As a core member of the disciplinary committee, he represented the strength of the organization, yet here he was, being overpowered by a band of newcomers. Even if they emerged victorious, it would be a hollow triumph. How could he not feel anxious when they were being dominated? Though anxious, his attempts at counteroffensive maneuvers were futile. He managed to fell a few skeletal warriors, only for Dongya to summon replacements with alarming frequency. As long as Dongya remained alive, they would be relentless. Now, he dared not press forward, finding himself in a stalemate. Before long, dire news struck again. The priest in Li Meng's team was targeted by Sun Hongxue, who unleashed a barrage of missiles upon him. The priest, overwhelmed and unable to defend himself, could not provide healing, and his health plummeted rapidly. Li Meng's team crumbled within minutes. Even more unexpectedly, the first to fall was their priest. With the priest incapacitated, Li Meng's team lost their lifeline, and one by one, they succumbed. Sun Wen's team showed no mercy, leaving Li Meng's members all gravely injured. When a class holder nears death, they enter the grievously injured state. In this state, they cannot attack, use skills, or be healed by general abilities. Only through the priest's rejuvenation skill can the grievously injured state be removed, allowing for healing spells to restore health. Of course, they could also use the expensive consumable rejuvenation pill to eliminate the grievously injured state. However, a single rejuvenation pill costs 10,000 points at the academy and is exceedingly rare outside, often fetching millions of gold coins. Li Meng's team lacked both the points and the gold. With their only priest now grievously injured, no one could save them. They could only lie weakly on the ground, at the mercy of Sun Wen's team. Have we truly lost? A level 27 team defeated by a group of 20-level newcomers? I can hardly believe it. I've never witnessed the disciplinary committee being outmatched like this. Not only did the onlooking students find the outcome unexpected, but even Li Ming himself was in disbelief. He lay weakly on the ground, a singular thought echoing in his mind. Have I actually lost? Bah! Dongya spat on the ground near the fallen Li Ming. You thought you could contend with me? You ought to know who my big brother is. Seemingly relieved, he turned to Su-won with a beaming smile. Su-won, I now realize I truly cannot do without you. Su-won shot him an exasperated glance. Relieved? Relieved? You think this is a matter of relief? Dongya's eyes sparkled with excitement. You have no idea how gratifying it was to have my skeletal warriors surround him and strike him down like a child. Then, somewhat bashfully, he added, Su-won, why didn't you rein me in a bit? If I weren't such a disciplined child from a young age, I might have accidentally killed him. Although Dongya seemed to reproach Su-won, deep down he was uncertain. Would his actions in defeating Li Ming bring trouble to Su-won? While he was unaware of the disciplinary committee's true nature, the mere mention of it sounded intimidating. If he dies, Su-won replied nonchalantly. If one dares to assault my team, they must be prepared for death. How bold of you, Su-won. Dongya, invigorated, asked, aren't you afraid of the disciplinary committee? No one can stop us from clearing dungeons, Su-won replied. After some contemplation, Dongya felt his skill level was too low, even with the aura activated. The armor value provided was insufficient. We won't be running dungeons today. Let us head to the skill training hall to enhance our skills. After having incurred the disciplinary committee's ire, it's prudent to improve our abilities. The skill training hall is a facility provided by the academy for students to upgrade their skills. It is divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced training rooms, where students can pay varying points to access the corresponding rooms for skill practice. The higher the training room's level, the stronger the effect of mental energy restoration. Students have the liberty to utilize their skills without restriction in the training room, enhancing their proficiency to elevate their skill levels. However, the cost of utilizing the training room is exorbitant. The basic training room charges 20 points per hour, the intermediate room 40 points, and the advanced room 60 points. Such steep fees are beyond the reach of many students, prompting those who are short on points to hone their skills in dungeons rather than in the training room. This scenario underscores the age-old adage, one must pay either in time or in money. Chapter 76, Rapid Skill Enhancement. As for the ultimate training room, it allows for an enhancement of skill proficiency for 100 points per session, with no cooldown period, akin to allocating skill points. The ultimate training room is indeed a sanctuary for swift skill enhancement. As long as one possesses sufficient points, proficiency can be continuously augmented. In stark contrast to the gradual practice in the basic training room, this method is both convenient and expeditious. Regrettably, the ultimate training room is seldom frequented due to its exorbitant costs. 100 points equate to a staggering 10,000 gold coins. Only the scions of affluent families can afford such luxury. This is why the offspring of noble families in the Great Xia Empire often emerge as formidable contenders, having access to vast resources that afford them an early advantage. Leisurely strolling within the training room, Su-won perused all the information before decisively opting for the ultimate training room. During this period, the points accrued by the team from dungeon runs had largely been amassed by Su-won, totaling an impressive 60,000 points. Currently, he lacked neither points nor skills, but rather time. Thus, the ultimate training room was the most suitable choice. After all, time is money. Entering the ultimate training room felt akin to stepping into the void. An infinite darkness surrounded him, with evenly distributed starlight serving as a source of illumination. At the center, a lotus platform emanated a soft white glow. Su-won stepped into the void and seated himself cross-legged upon the lotus platform. Instantly, a translucent screen appeared before him, displaying all his skills. Please select a skill for enhancement. Each upgrade will consume 100 points. A prominent system notification appeared on the screen. After a moment's contemplation, Su-won resolutely selected Holy Land. This was currently his sole area damage skill, necessitating priority for level enhancement. With the increasing difficulty of dungeons, a level 1, Holy Land, could no longer deliver instant kills. He decisively chose to upgrade the skill, Holy Land. As he made his selection, the stars in the void radiated a brilliant light, which then enveloped Su-won seated on the lotus platform. He felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him. It appeared that this space for skill enhancement was facilitated by an array, which undoubtedly required immense resources to activate. No wonder the points needed were so high. Ding. Consumed 100 points. Skill proficiency increased by 12 points. Would you like to continue? Su-won glanced at the proficiency. Only upon reaching 100 points would the skill level upgrade. He chose to continue. Ding. Skill, Holy Land. Proficiency reached 100 points. Level upgraded to 2. Would you like to continue enhancement? Su-won opted for automatic upgrading without further inquiry. The skill levels rose swiftly, and Su-won's points dwindled rapidly. Initially, the proficiency of early skills increased at a rapid pace, but as the skill levels ascended, the increase gradually slowed. At first, Su-won remained calm. But as he observed his points continuously diminish, a pang of discomfort began to set in. Ding, skill, Holy Land, level increased to 20. The skill level cannot exceed your own level. Further upgrades are halted. The level of skill, Holy Land, had reached Su Wen's own level, interrupting the automatic upgrade. Truly, one could spend money like water as a class changer. I must find a way to earn more points. Just upgrading one skill consumed over 40,000 points. Initially, Su Wen had felt like a wealthy individual, but a single visit to the training room had rendered him impoverished. Nevertheless, since his accommodation was free, he resolved to continue upgrading his skills with the remaining points. Recalling his previous battles, Su Wen decided to upgrade Guardian Aura. After all, as a paladin, having a weak aura would diminish his prestige. Moreover, the armor value provided by the aura served as the second lifeline for the team. With offensive skills already enhanced, it was time to bolster his defensive abilities. Ding, skill, Guardian Aura, proficiency increased by 6 points. Your points are insufficient to continue upgrading. With the system notification, Su Wen realized his points had run dry. Once again, he had transitioned from a poor individual to a beggar. With no points remaining, he felt compelled to assess his achievements. Su Wen reviewed his skill information. Holy Land, level 20 harnesses the power of holy light to create a sacred area with a radius of 50 meters, dealing damage equal to 20 of his health to enemies within the area every second. Guardian Aura, level 14, increases the defense of all team members by 14, providing an additional 14 of health as armor. Only one aura can be active at a time. Effects of the same type do not stack. Armor values refresh every 10 minutes. Su Wen nodded in satisfaction. The benefits of skill level enhancements were unmistakable. The radius of Holy Land had doubled, with damage per second now reaching 20. Su Wen's health had surpassed 1,000,000, meaning Holy Land now inflicted 200,000 damage every second. Such formidable damage could annihilate any minor adversary in the dungeon. Even a boss would have to contemplate how long it could endure within the sacred area. Shifting his gaze to the other skill, Guardian Aura, he noted that the aura's effect on team members' defense depended on their individual attributes. However, the additional armor value was calculated based on Su Wen's health. Although currently at level 14, that translated to an impressive 140,000. Adding 140,000 armor to his team members would undoubtedly provide them with a significant sense of security. Now, even if Li Meng were to strike Dong Yi while under the aura's influence, it would take him quite some time to deplete his health. Although Su Wen's points were exhausted, his spirits remained high. After all, money is meant to be spent. Only by swiftly converting resources into personal strength can one truly maximize their utility. Otherwise, an abundance of points merely represents an array of numbers. With no points left, lingering would be futile. Su Wen exited the training room. Su Wen, a woman's voice called out to him. Turning to look, Su Wen beheld a strikingly beautiful woman leaning against the doorpost, gazing at him with a smile. Her raven hair was elegantly fashioned into a bun, with a few loose strands cascading down her fair neck. Coupled with her delicate brows and fine eyes, she exuded an aura of mature allure, though her slightly pointed chin somewhat diminished her charm. I don't recognize you. Who are you? Su Wen assessed her, questioning her identity. The woman approached him, extending her right hand. I am Shang Nan, the president of the Tongzhou Association. Greetings, Su Wen. The president? This can't be good. So it was senior sister Shang Nan. Since we were not acquainted, I inquired, do you have business with me? Noticing Su Wen's reluctance to shake hands, Shang then discreetly retracted her hand, yet her smile remained unyielding. Now we are acquainted, are we not? Gently brushing a loose strand of hair from her forehead, she added with a slight smile, why don't we find a quiet place to have a proper chat?